And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of the death of a postman and the search for a missing letter. We call it The Seventh Letter. So now, starring Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, The Seventh Letter.
7L32, request detectives at corner Hatteras and Roblar Streets. Notify the coroner.
The place, a suburban residential area near a large city in Southern California. The time, 4:15 a.m. The body of a man had been found by a police patrol unit. The body was dressed in the blue-gray of the post office department, and a truck belonging to that department was at the curb. A letterbox nearby had been unlocked and stood open. 6 letters from that box were on the sidewalk near the body. The postman had been on a collection run. Someone had stopped him from completing that run by placing a knife in his back. 90 seconds after the police officer contacted communications, the message was relayed to a divisional detective bureau.
Why don't you tell me once more, Lodge?
Yes.
But I've already told you.
Yeah, I've got it.
I don't believe that, Lodge.
Hatteras and Roblar. Right.
Now, come on, Lodge. Tell me, what were you doing in that alley?
I told you I couldn't sleep, so I took a walk.
In an alley at 3:30 in the morning?
I was on my way home when those officers...
Now, don't lie to me, mister. You know what you were doing behind those houses, so do I.
I wasn't doing anything.
Were the lights on in any of them?
I didn't know.
Now, come on, level with me, mister.
I am.
Lieutenant?
In a minute. Lodge, how long you been married?
2 years.
Practically a newlywed, huh? How's your wife going to feel about you now?
Please. I've never been in any trouble.
Say before.
What?
Before. Say it.
Before.
Okay, now you're learning. What is it, so?
Hot one just came in. We better roll.
All right, have Johnson book this peeping Tom.
Oh, no, please. I've got a family. I've got
Get him out of here,
responsibilities.
Let's go, mister.
Please.
Meet you out in the hall.
I was only taking a walk.
You can explain it to the court in the morning.
You don't believe me either, do you?
Doesn't matter what I believe. The lieutenant said book you. Hey, Johnson?
Yeah?
I'll pray for him.
What?
The lieutenant, I'll pray for him.
What's the charge, Saul?
Bag, prowler.
Empty your pockets, mister. Put your stuff on the counter.
Everything?
Everything.
Saul, what do we got?
32 found a body. Lieutenant, you really think you should book that man? He wasn't on private property. No one called in a complaint.
Tomorrow morning, he'll walk out of here congratulating himself. And tomorrow night, he'll be back on his window rod.
What makes you so sure?
Saul, you ever committed a felony?
No.
You ever want to do?
Well,
Everybody has. What stopped you?
I guess I was afraid I'd be caught.
Well, that's what keeps most of them in line. The rest are too dumb to be afraid of the law. They got a wire crossed. Figure they can outsmart it.
But nobody's completely honest, huh, Lieutenant?
Nobody, so.
Oh, come on. Now, you don't really...
Look, when you've been here a while, you won't argue with me. Where's that body?
Hatteras and Roblar.
What?
What's the matter?
I live on Hatteras, just a block from that corner.
The time, 4:43 a.m. Lieutenant Joseph Carter and Sergeant Saul Morris arrived at the suburban intersection. A few minutes later, a unit from the department's crime lab arrived, followed by a postal inspector. By checking the collection times indicated on the mailbox, the time of death was set at 2:55 a.m. The uniformed officers searched the area, but the murder weapon was not found. The time, 5:07 a.m.
You find out anything, Mac?
Yeah, Lieutenant. Lots of sound sleepers in this neighborhood.
Well, is that all?
Well, that's it. Nobody heard nothing.
Okay. Thanks. Saul?
Coming, Lieutenant.
Go. Oh, how about it? Where's his ID?
The coroner got it off his driver's license. Here.
Henry R. Gilligan, 1314 West Latham, age 52. Case of accident, notify Elizabeth Gilligan. Well, see if somebody does that, huh, so.
Yes, sir.
Oh, do you have anything else in his pockets?
Just the usual. Keys, cigarettes, matches, some money.
How much?
$17 and some change.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Inspector?
The crime lab boys want to take those letters downtown.
Well, that's your department.
Oh, it's all right. But you can't hold up the mail, you know. I'll have to have them back this afternoon.
You'll have them. Oh, how many letters did you find?
6.
Any of them have a return address on the envelope?
All but one. I made a list of the letters, who they were going to, and the 5 return addresses.
Well, I'd appreciate a copy if it isn't too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. I'll do it right away.
Okay to take the body in?
Yeah, they can have him.
All right, come on, you guys. Give me a hand.
All right.
Sure doesn't look 52. Guess that's from being outside so much.
Yeah. Neither snow, nor rain, nor heat, nor gloom of night stays these couriers.
What's that?
Something a Greek historian wrote.
Oh.
Starting to get light.
Yeah. You want a cigar?
No, thanks.
You see that white picket fence down there?
Yeah, I believe I do. That your place?
Mm-hmm. A boy and I painted that fence last Sunday.
Sure seems funny. A murder in a section like this.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, it's such a nice, quiet neighborhood.
Well, that's what we're looking for.
Hmm?
Nice, quiet killer.
After a final word with the postal inspector, the 2 detectives drove slowly through the nearby streets. Another mailbox was located 3 blocks from the intersection of Hatteras and Roblar. At 5:52 a.m., they checked back into division headquarters.
All right, Saul, let's get on that report, huh?
Right. I sure can't figure out why anybody would want to kill a postman.
No?
You got an angle?
Johnson?
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Who's the screamer?
His name's Gillis. Narcotics picked him up a few minutes ago. The doc's looking him over.
Hope they don't keep him down here all night.
They won't.
Saul.
Hmm?
Saul, suppose you'd mailed a letter down there last night. After the 8:30 pickup.
Yeah.
Long about midnight, you decided you wanted it back. What would you have done?
Well, I'd have been there at 2:55 and asked Gilligan to return it to me.
Yeah, except he wouldn't have given it back to you. Once a letter's mailed, it's against postal regulations to return it.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I'd have forgotten about it.
Would you? Or would you have killed to get it back?
Ah, now, Lieutenant. What could anybody write in a letter that'd be that important?
I don't know, Saul. I don't know, but somebody does.
You think that's what happened?
Well, what else could it be? 7 letters were mailed, Saul. The person that mailed the 7th was waiting there when Gilligan arrived. Saw Gilligan take the mail out of the box, and he approached him, asked him for his letter. Gilligan refused to give it to him. They argued, and one thing led to another, and a knife ended the argument. The mail was rifled, the letter found. Whoever did it went home to bed.
It sounds good.
It is good. Look, we know 6 people mailed letters in that box. We got the letters, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We find the person that mailed that 7th letter. We got our killer.
By checking the city directory, they made a list of the families living in the area nearest the mailbox at Hatteras and Roblar. The list was then sent to the Records Bureau, where a make was run on every person on it between the ages of 14 and 70. After being relieved by the day watch, Carter reported to his superior and advanced his theory concerning the death of the postman. He was told to check it out. The time, 8:24 a.m.
Joe?
Yeah, Louise.
We're in the kitchen.
Pop, we heard all about it on the news.
Oh, that's so?
Yeah, boy, a murder right in our own block. Are you going to catch him?
I'm going to try.
You know who did it?
Bobby, sit down and finish your breakfast.
Oh, golly.
You want to eat before you go to bed, Joe?
Not going to bed this morning.
You're not? Oh, when you going to sleep?
Tonight. I've been put on days a while.
So you can catch the murderer, huh? Boy, I hope you get it before money so I can kill all the kids at school.
Bobby, if you finish, go outside and play.
Oh, Pop.
Bobby, Jimmy's out in his backyard.
Okay, Mom. If you promise you'll look around for my scout knife.
All right, dear, I'll look.
See you later, Pop. Maybe Jimmy and me will go down to the corner and see the blood.
Here's your coffee, Joe.
Thanks.
You want anything besides the cereal, you'll have to fix it.
Oh, what's the matter?
Same old thing.
Another one of your headaches?
Mm-hmm.
Did you call the doctor?
Yeah, I have an appointment at 9. Margaret's taking me.
Margaret Richards?
Yeah. Joe, if you're going to take off your coat, take that gun off, too, will you? Put it somewhere.
All right. Oh, what'd you do last night?
Bobby and I went over to Mrs. Gaither's for a while. She was having one of those cooking-ware parties.
What time did you get to sleep?
About 3. I was reading.
You better start getting more rest or you'll wind up back in that sanitarium.
What do you want me to do, Joe? Just sit here every night with my hands folded? I'm tired of looking at these walls.
Okay.
You're never home except to sleep. Even when you are, you don't take me out.
All right. Forget it, huh? Hand me the milk, will you? Thanks. When you get back, I got a list I want you to take a look at.
What list is that?
Suspects. You know most of them.
Well, let me see it now.
Here.
John and Nancy Robinson, Bert and Margaret Rick. Well, Joe, these are neighbors, friends of ours.
One of them killed that postman.
Well, if you believe that, you shouldn't be on this case.
Well, why not?
Because of Bobby and me. We live here, too, you know. You can't make a friend one day and have your husband suspect him of being a criminal the next.
One of them has done big time.
I don't believe it.
Well, ask your friend, Bert Richards.
Bert? Margaret's husband?
He did 2 years for assault.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Ran a make on all of them.
When was he in?
4 years ago.
Well, then Margaret knows. She's never told me.
I want you to ask Margaret if Bert mailed a letter after 8:30 last night.
What if he did?
Well, we found 6 letters down at the corner. I think 7 were mailed.
I've got to go.
Will you ask her for me?
I'm coming, Margaret.
Wait.
I don't know, Joe. I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Oh, well, Louise, you don't look sick.
Well, I'm not really sick.
Oh, right.
Pop,
Come in here, Bobby.
Jimmy Claymore and me went down the corner. There wasn't no blood or nothing.
I know.
How do you figure you're going to catch that murderer, Pop? You got a plan?
Yeah.
Boy, I sure wish I could help you.
Well, maybe you can, Bobby. If you really want to.
If I want to. Pop!
Okay. Now, you got to promise not to talk about any of this to anybody.
Well, I promise Scout's honor.
Okay, that's fine, Bobby.
What do you want me to do first?
Well, I got to find out a few things about our neighbors, Bob.
Like what?
Well, like... Jimmy's father worked nights and days.
Days. He switched over a couple of months ago.
Mm-hmm. Well, why don't you ask Jimmy if his father mailed a letter late last night, huh?
A letter? Why?
Because I got to know the name of every person who was near that corner between 8:30 last night, 2:55 this morning.
Oh. In case somebody saw the killer, huh, Pop?
That's right, son.
Well, if somebody did, don't you think he'd come and tell you?
Might not. Might be afraid to.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll ask him, only...
Only what, Bobby?
Well, I already know somebody who went down to that corner late last night.
Oh? Who?
Mom.
Your mother? What'd you go down there for?
To mail a letter.
Listening to The Seventh Letter, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Wednesday night is your night for excitement with the FBI in peace and war, and tomorrow night is no exception, since a police chief is all set to use his information as the inside man to expose the bosses of a gambling ring. If you like your entertainment on the active side, don't miss the thrills when the FBI in peace and war declares war on a group of corrupt officials tomorrow night at this time. Remember, the FBI in peace and war is yours to hear every Wednesday night over most of these same stations.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Stacey Harris, starring in tonight's production, The Seventh Letter, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The time, 8:47 a.m. After learning that his wife had left the house late the night before to mail a letter, Carter checked the list of the 6 letters found near the postman's body. 5 of the letters held the return address. The 6th was addressed to a Mr. James Young in care of a local hotel. Carter had never heard of Mr. Young. Time, 9:57 a.m. Louise Carter and her friend Margaret Richards had left the doctor's office and entered a nearby drugstore.
Want some cream in your coffee, Margaret?
With this figure? No, thanks.
I wish I could gain a few pounds. Doctor does, too.
What'd he say? Are you all right?
Yes. He says I worry too much.
Oh, don't we all?
Yeah.
Louise, is Joe investigating that murder?
Yes. He's working with the homicide department on it.
Well, Bert wanted me to ask you. He's got a crazy idea that he might be a suspect.
Bert? Oh, for heaven's sakes, why?
Well, Look, Louise, I never told this to another soul in our neighborhood. And if you weren't my dearest friend, I'd never...
You can trust me. You know you can.
Well, a few years ago, Bert got into a fight. When he was getting the worst of it, he picked up a bottle to defend himself. Of course, he didn't hurt anybody with it, but they arrested him just the same.
How long was he in?
Oh, just overnight. Just as soon as they knew all the circumstances, but they even apologized.
Oh. Well, if it wasn't serious.
Of course it wasn't. But try and convince Bert. See, he's afraid Joe will find out about that and, get the wrong idea.
Well, you tell Bert he hasn't a thing to worry about.
Oh, thanks, honey.
As a matter of fact, Joe's looking for someone who mailed a letter in that box last night.
A letter?
Mm-hmm. What is it?
I sent Bert down to mail a letter just after midnight.
10:15 a.m. Carter checked with the homicide men assigned to the case. Mrs. Gilligan had been unable to furnish them with any possible motive for her husband's murder. And according to her, Gilligan had had no known enemies. The autopsy report showed that the wound had been made by a pocket or switchblade knife. 10:47 a.m. Carter arrived at the crime lab. He was joined there by the postal inspector. They were informed that none of the envelopes had held a clear set of fingerprints. 11:05. They examined the letter addressed to James Young.
Certainly nothing distinctive about the envelope, is there?
No. Inspector, could you open it, please?
Oh, sure. Looks like a greeting card of some kind. I hope it's one of those funny ones. Here you are.
Happy birthday from Uncle Bert and Aunt Margaret.
Well, that isn't very original. Is it any help, Lieutenant? Lieutenant?
No, it's not very original.
Is it any help?
Oh, no.
Well, that's the way it goes. I might well put these letters in my briefcase. I didn't know Gilligan, but some of the boys who did thought the best of him. They can't imagine why anyone would want to kill him.
No. Neither can I.
We're all hoping you catch the person who did it.
Yeah. Are you ready, Inspector?
Yes, indeed. You call us anytime. We'll always do our best to help.
Doubt left in his mind now. He knew who had written the 7th letter. The time, 12:01 p.m. He arrived home.
Louise?
Hi, Pop.
Oh, where's your mother? She back yet?
No, she'll be home soon. She called a few minutes ago.
What are you taking everything out of your dresser for?
I'll put it all back.
I just don't forget.
Hey, Pop.
Yeah?
Have you seen my scout knife?
I seen your what?
My scout knife. Mom promised to help me find it, but she never did.
No, when'd you lose it?
Well, I don't know. We have a troop meeting this afternoon. I want... Hey, is that Mom?
Bobby, if it is your mother.
Yeah, I'll ask her.
Bobby, wait, come here.
Yeah?
Now, look, I've got something important to say to your mother.
But this is important, too. Our meeting's at 1:30.
Bobby?
You want to help me catch that murderer, don't you?
Well, sure.
Then you stay here, son.
Oh, Joe, I didn't know you were home. Where's Bobby?
He's in his room.
Oh, the doctor gave me another prescription. Some pills for my nerves. And you should have heard Margaret lying about Bert. According to her, he was only in jail overnight.
You asked her about him, huh?
Yes.
She say anything about him mailing a letter last night?
Yes.
Well, did he?
She said that he did, yes.
Looks like he killed that man, doesn't it?
Does it? I won't change my dress. Did you fix Bobby any lunch?
No.
You want anything?
Not now. Louise?
Hmm?
What could be written in a letter that would be worth a man's life?
Oh, really, Joe, I haven't time to play games.
This is no game.
Well, I don't know.
You lie.
Joe.
You mailed a letter last night.
No.
Don't lie to me, Louise. Bobby told me.
Bobby told you. You questioned Bobby about me? I was one of your suspects, but instead of coming to me, you questioned Bobby?
Louise, tell me about the letter.
All my life I've heard that a man had to have something wrong with him to want to be a cop, but I never believed it till now. Oh.
Now, this morning you knew what I was looking for, but you didn't open your mouth. Just now, you were going to let me believe Bert Richards killed that man, and we both know who did.
No.
You know something about it? Come on, Louise, what was in that letter?
I didn't mail any letter.
I'll get Bobby in here. I'll find out which one of you is lying.
Joe, wait. I went out to mail it. I told Bobby I was going to, but I changed my mind before I got to the corner.
Is that the truth?
Well, if it isn't, you'd beat it out of me, wouldn't you?
Where's the letter now?
It's in my purse.
Is this it?
Yes.
It's to your sister.
And I wish I'd mailed it.
Dear Belle, a note to let you know I understand and appreciate your thoughts about Joe and me. But it's too late. Too many things have happened. I've made up my mind to leave him. You what? Here. Come on. You finish reading it.
No, please.
Go on, read it.
For a while, just after I came out of the sanitarium, Oh, Joe.
Go on, Louise, go on.
Joe was his old self, but that lasted only a few days. It's hard for me to tell you about Joe and the way he treats me, but his only love is his job and the power that goes with it. He hasn't time for me or for Bobby. He's forgotten how to be a husband. Oh, Joe, I can't.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. Are you sure? Okay. Thanks for calling. I found out who killed the postman. It's a man named Gillis, an addict. He decided to talk after being off the stuff all day. Last night he thought he was being tailed, so he dropped some stuff he was holding into the mailbox, and when he went back to get it, the postman refused to give it to him. Louise? I don't suppose there's anything I can say.
No.
You sure it's too late? I mean, there's just no chance at all? Why didn't you mail that letter last night?
Mom?
I told you, Joe, I changed my mind.
Why? Why? What was the reason?
Mom, aren't you going to help me find my knife?
Don't you know, Joe? Or have you forgotten about him, too? Come on, Bobby, dear, I'll help you. Come on.
Suspense, in which Stacey Harris starred in tonight's presentation of The Seventh Letter. Be sure to listen again next week when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Charles B. Smith. The music was composed by Lucian Morawick and directed by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Harley Fair, Victor Perrin, George Walsh, Vivi Janis, Richard Beals, Paula Winslow, and Jim Nusser.
The life of an insurance investigator may be dangerous, but it's thrilling, too, and you can hardly blame yours truly, Johnny Dollar, for pursuing his unusual career. Nor can anyone blame you for following Johnny Dollar as he moves around from clue to clue until every case of mayhem or fraud that he tackles is finally solved. 5 nights a week, yours truly, Johnny Dollar, will keep you in a state of high suspense as he ferrets out the chiselers, the crooks, and even the killers who think they have executed a perfect crime. Don't miss a single exciting chapter of Johnny's current case. Listen for yours truly, Johnny Dollar, every Monday through Friday night over most of these same stations. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this half hour of Suspense.
Now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I got off the train in Toledo and walked through the station to the street. I passed up the waiting taxi and swung aboard a bus. Taxi drivers are likely to remember you, and I couldn't take a chance on that. I hadn't paid any attention to the bus. I didn't know what the line was or where it was going. It didn't make any difference. I didn't know Toledo very well anyway. I watched out the window, and when I came to a likely neighborhood, I got off. Strange, unfamiliar quarter of the city, and yet familiar because every city has neighborhoods like it. Drab, tasteless houses looking almost alike. And then most of them drab men and women anxious to make $1 by renting a room.
Now, this here is a nice room. It's the best one I got. Two windows on two sides. There's a nice soft bed.
Well, I'll take it.
How long you figure I'm staying?
Oh, just overnight. I'll pay you now.
Oh, well, that's $2, please.
Yeah. Oh.
What's the matter, mister? Are you sick?
Yes, I'm very sick. Is there a doctor near here?
Hey, you are sick.
Yeah, I think I'll go to bed. That doctor.
Oh, yeah. There's Dr. Martin just around the corner. He's young, but he's good.
Well, would you call him for me, please? Ask him to come right up. Oh.
Yeah, sure. Right away.
Come in.
I'm Dr. Martin. You're Mr.
My name is Wentworth, Doctor. James Wentworth.
Oh, yes.
I just got into town. I'm afraid I'm in for my old trouble again.
Oh, what's that, Mr. Wentworth?
Trigeminal neuralgia.
Ah.
I had bad attacks before.
Just where is the pain?
Here. And here.
Oh, yes. Now, if you...
No, don't touch it. It's like a red-hot iron, even the draft of air.
I know. Really, you should have that nerve operated.
Yes, I'm going to have it down when I get home.
Oh, and where's that?
Cleveland.
Cleveland. I know a lot of men there. Who's your doctor?
Dr. Fletcher.
Lawrence Fletcher.
No, Andrew. Andrew R. Fletcher.
I don't recall him.
But he's waiting to clear up a heart condition before he operates.
Oh, yes, very sound. Now, how did this attack come on?
Oh, the way they always do. I was shaving, and I touched the nerve with the razor.
Oh, yes, the trigger point. It's very typical.
Now, that doesn't help me when that nerve starts jumping.
When will you be back in Cleveland?
About 3 days.
I'll give you a prescription. This is morphine, 1/4 grain. You've taken it before?
Yes, that's the only thing that gives me any relief.
Then I don't have to tell you about it. I'll drop this off at the drugstore and have them send it up.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Tell him to hurry.
And I'd better give you a shot right now.
Huh? Doctor, I think the pain isn't so bad now. I don't like to take more than I have to.
Oh, well, if you're sure you can get along.
Well, yes, I can make out all right. I'll hold the tablets until later. I paid Dr. Martin, young Dr. Martin of Toledo, and he left. I waited for the package to arrive from the drugstore. Then I stayed the night so the landlady wouldn't think it was peculiar. In the morning, I got on the train and went back to Cleveland, to the hospital with the little white tablets in my pocket. The little white tablets with which I would kill Louise. It had been so simple to deceive the young, impressionable doctor. So simple to counterfeit the symptoms that I'd seen Louise react to for 4 years now. It would keep her in bed for 4 years more. Great. For 20. I'd live with the tic douloureux, the painful nerves so long. Too long indeed. Dr. Van Ture had come every day now. The nurse had to be on hand day and night to combat Louise's attacks, to quiet the raging nerve with morphine. Yes, but not for long. In my pocket were the little white tablets that would bring her peace. I went into the hospital kitchen.
Oh, hello, Mr. Baker.
Oh, hello, Nellie. I'd like to bring Mrs. Baker a milk.
Of course. I just give it a touch of the fire to take the chill out. I've missed you. Been away, I hear, Mr. Baker.
Yes, I had to go out of town.
And you ask me it's a good thing. For you, I mean. You needed a change. The hospital day after day. It was telling on you.
Oh, I don't think so.
Yes, it was. I could see. You're a good man, Mr. Baker. Believe me, it's like a saint you're bearing your trials. Not like some others I could mention.
Well, isn't the milk ready, Nellie?
It is. There we are. Spoonful of sugar. Just the way Mrs. Baker likes it.
Well, thank you, Nellie.
And give Mrs. Baker my regards.
Yes, I'll do that, Nellie. Now, it was just a matter of stepping into an alcove on the way to Louise's room, dropping the white tablets into the warm milk. Sugar would mask the bitter taste. Oh, here. An ideal spot.
Mr. Baker.
Huh? Oh, nurse.
Did I startle you? I didn't mean to.
No, of course not.
Oh, bringing Mrs. Baker a milk, I see. Well, I'm going up there myself. May I keep you company?
Yes, of course. Nurse White walked beside me to Louise's room. The chance that the night was gone. Another night of pain for Louise. I felt a sudden anger at the nurse. And a moment later, I realized how unreasonable it was. It was hard to be angry with anyone so curt, so alive, so beautiful. Even in her severe uniform, she managed to remain feminine, provocative. There was always a flower at her shoulder. Today, it was a sprig of flowering dogwood, and her quiet, unprofessional perfume was an exciting tingle in my nostrils. And then, we were in front of Louise's door.
Hello, Mrs. Baker. Look what I brought you. Albert, dear.
Hello, darling.
Oh, I'm so glad you're back, darling. I missed you.
I missed you, too. Here's your milk.
You never forget, do you, Albert?
How was your day?
Just fine. Wasn't it, Miss White?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Baker. A very good day, all things considered.
Well, I'm glad. I brought you something else, Louise.
Oh, the locket. Oh, thank you, Albert, for remembering. Look, nurse, isn't it beautiful?
Oh, it is. It's an old piece, isn't it?
It belonged to my mother.
I had to hunt all over the house for it. Whatever gave you the sudden notion you wanted it anyway?
I don't know. I've had a feeling I'll be joining Mother soon.
Oh, Louise, please don't talk that way.
Now, Mrs. Baker, you're going to be up on your feet before you know it. And that's almost enough talking tonight, Mr. Baker.
No.
Mrs. Baker, do you want me to leave a tablet for you?
Yes, thank you, dear.
Here you are. I hope you don't need to take it. Well, good night.
Good night, Miss White. The tablet. You've been taking it every night?
Well, I try not to. But lately, the pain is...
Yes, I know.
Oh, Albert, dear, you deserve something better than this.
Please, dear.
Now, your nose to the grindstone to pay for the doctors and nurses.
Oh, don't worry.
A little handball at the club, and then this room.
Yes, but you're going to get better, dear. You must believe the doctor.
That's what Pauline says.
Pauline?
The nurse.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, is she looking out for you all right?
She's a dear. She's very pretty, don't you think?
Pretty? Yes, I suppose so. I hadn't noticed.
I used to be pretty. You used to embarrass me sometimes, the way you looked at me.
But you're still beautiful, Louise. You'll always be.
I'm sorry, dear. I won't talk like that again. You'd better go now, Albert. I'll try to sleep.
Yes. Well, good night, dear. I'll see you tomorrow.
Mr. Baker.
Oh. Miss White. I thought you'd gone.
I wanted to talk to you, Mr. Baker.
Yes?
It's about Mrs. Baker. She worries me. Her mental state is very low. You heard how she talked about her mother, the locket.
Yes, I heard.
She needs something, I don't know what, to snap her out of this mood. I just thought I'd mention it to you.
Yes, thanks. Oh, where are you going?
To put the morphine away.
You know, I don't see why Dr. Van Tour doesn't give her more of that stuff. She needs it. Yet you ration it out as though it were poison.
Well, it is poison, Mr. Baker. That's why I'm particularly careful about Mrs. Baker.
But you don't think she'd actually...
Oh, well, usually the ones who talk about it don't do it, Mr. Baker, so I wouldn't worry. Good night.
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Miss White. Pauline, isn't it?
Why, yes, I didn't think you knew.
Well, would you mind, when we were alone, if I called you Pauline?
Well, I'd like it.
Thanks. Well, you know, this is an awful thing to ask, but, well, you know, it's been pretty lonely for me.
Oh, yes, I know. That is, I can guess.
Well, would you let me take you to dinner this evening?
Why, thank you, Mr. Baker. I'd love it. I'm off duty at 8.
Well, I'll pick you up then. And, Pauline.
Yes, Mr. Baker.
My name's Albert.
At 8, then. Albert.
My heart sang. She was perfect. Everything's perfect. I had my poison. I had my witnesses. Louise had said just the right things in their presence, talking about her locket, making her pale against suicide. How beautifully everything fell into place. I started toward the lobby door when I heard my name.
Oh, Baker! I say, Baker.
Oh, Dr. Van Tour. How are you?
Oh, fine. Say, I want you to meet someone. This is Dr. Martin of Toledo.
I looked at him, at the man who stepped forward to shake hands with me, and my mouth went dry. This was Dr. Martin of Toledo who had given me my murder prescription. The eager, bumptious young man who stood there now looking straight into my eyes and saying...
Hello. How's that bad nerve of yours?
I was caught flat-footed. I couldn't answer. Couldn't even turn and hide. Dr. Martin stared at me a minute, unbelievingly, and then his jaw hardened. After a long time, he put out his hand. Because there was nothing else to do, I took it.
Oh, this is Mr. Baker, Doctor. It's his wife who has this trigeminal condition.
His wife, eh?
Well, yes, of course. You didn't think I meant Mr. Baker, did you? He's as strong as an ox.
Yes, I can see that, no.
I ran into Dr. Martin in the doctor's lounge, Baker. He was telling me about a case he just saw in Toledo. Was Toledo, wasn't it, Martin? Symptoms were remarkably similar to Mrs. Baker's. Remarkably. I thought he might like to look in on Mrs. Baker. You don't mind?
She's sleeping, I think.
Oh, it's too bad. Well, another time, perhaps, eh, Doctor?
Oh, yes, certainly, Doctor.
Well, I've got to run. Glad I ran into you, Martin. Have lunch sometime, eh?
Yes, glad to.
I'll see you later, Baker.
Yeah, sure, Doctor, sure.
I'll have to be going myself now, Mr. Baker.
Wait, Doctor. I want to talk to you.
Don't see that there's anything to talk about.
Yes, but there is. I want you to know that what happened in Toledo yesterday.
You don't have to explain. I understand.
You understand? She didn't say anything, Dr. Van Tour.
Well, why should I? It's none of my business.
None of your business?
Of course. I admit I didn't have you tagged as an addict.
Addict?
Yes. You don't look like one, and that trick of refusing an immediate shot, well, I've got to hand it to you. You fooled me completely. And using your wife's symptoms. Very clever. I don't doubt you can get a supply whenever you need it with that routine.
Oh, no. I assure you.
Please, don't bother to lie to me. I guess I ought to thank you for teaching me that trick. It won't work again on this baby, believe me. And now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Baker, or Mr. Wentworth, I'm heading for a spot of handball.
Oh, wait.
Yes?
No hard feelings?
No, of course not.
Look, Doctor, if you really mean that about no hard feelings, and if you haven't got a partner, well, I play a pretty good game.
Now, that's what I call a switch, anyway. All right, hop in.
An addict. He took me for an addict, working on any dodge I could to get a supply of dope. Yes, but later, when he heard of Louisa's death, he remembered. I had no idea what I was going to do. I only knew that I couldn't let him go. He drove me over to the athletic club. He wasn't a member, but he held a courtesy card from the Toledo club, and he signed me in as his guest, laughing as James Wentworth. He was a fast man on the court, younger, too. I'd have had a hard time keeping up with him in any circumstances, but as it was, he beat me easily. I could think of only one thing. That he was dangerous. Dangerous, and I had to get rid of him somehow.
It's a nice backhand you've got there, Baker. Wish I could handle those tough ones half as well.
Well, never mind the compliments, Doctor. Just remember the final score and be satisfied.
Say, how about a sweat out? They've got a good steam room here.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Here, this way then. Oh, take your towel. Oh,
boy. Oh, boy, this is hot.
Sit on your towel.
Yeah, good idea.
That was lucky for me you came along. Place is dead today, not a soul here.
Well, I enjoyed it. Oh, hot, isn't it?
Yeah. Say, Baker, you know, I misjudged you. Sorry.
Oh, that's all right. Forget it.
You know, you really could do something for your trouble.
Yes?
We've got a sanitarium in Toledo that have been having pretty good luck with addiction lately.
I scarcely heard him. I only realized that we were alone, clouded in steam, not even visible to any casually curious person looking through the glass flare in the door. This was my chance. I'd never get another like it.
Take nerve, of course.
I picked up my towel.
That one. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, Martin, but there's no other way. I whipped my towel over his head and got behind it where his flaming arms couldn't reach me. I didn't want to leave any marks on him. With my free hand, I covered his mouth and pinched his nostrils shut through the towel. He fought hard. But in a few minutes, he hung limp in my arms. And after a few minutes more, I knew he was dead. I left him there, hidden in the steam. In the locker room, I dressed quickly, parted my hair on the wrong side, and plastered it down in a way I'd never normally wear it. The man at the reception desk barely glanced at me as I passed him. Later, when they found Martin, they'd look for a man named Wentworth. They'd never find him because he didn't exist. It wasn't even that close. The papers reporting Martin's death put the cause down to heart failure brought on by the shock of exercise in the steam room. They didn't mention a companion. It wasn't important. And I waited anyway. A week. Waited and watched carefully. Because now not only Louisa's future was at stake, but my own and Pauline's.
There's the nurse's quarters, darling. Better not come any nearer.
Oh, Pauline, dearest.
I know, darling, I know. Oh, you must let go now. I'm late already.
No.
Albert.
No, yes, dear.
I'm leaving the hospital. I'm taking a job in Chicago.
You know what?
Yes. This is hopeless. I can't stand it. Taking care of your wife, smiling at her, seeing the two of you together.
But you can't do it. I couldn't live without you. Now that I found you...
What do you think this is going to do to me?
But I can't. When are you going?
I'm giving notice tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Oh, my darling. Goodbye.
Pauline! She was gone. She said goodbye. I knew what you meant. When I saw her again, it would be in the hospital across Louise's bed. She'd be Miss White, and I'd be Mr. Baker. No, I couldn't stand that now. Yes, but there was one sure way to hold her. The little white tablets were still in my pocket. Louise?
Albert, dear.
I brought you your milk.
Oh, thank you, dear. Hold this, will you, please?
What's that? Oh, your locket.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Who shall I leave it to, I wonder? Miss White. She's a sweet girl.
Oh, Louise, now don't talk that way. Louise, you're not going
I'd like her to have it. I'll take the milk now, Albert.
She drank it. I had to clench my jaws to keep from crying out. She smiled and held out the empty glass to me. And it was over. I went home and tossed sleeplessly, waiting for the inevitable.
Hello? Yes? Yes? No, I'll be right over.
Dr. Van Tour was outside Louise's room, and a white-faced Pauline and Nellie from the kitchen as I hurried up the corridor.
Oh, Baker. Oh, Doctor, can I go in?
No.
Baker, your wife is dead.
What? Dead? Oh, but I don't understand. I thought she was improving, that you planned to operate.
She died of an overdose of morphine.
Oh,
Mr. Baker, I'm terribly sorry.
I am too, Mr. Baker.
yes, but how could she get it?
That's what I intend to find out. She took it in this glass of milk. There are traces left. Nellie here says you brought it up to her.
I didn't want to, Mr.
No, that's
Baker.
all right, Nellie. Well, of course I took it up. I did every night. Everybody in the hospital knows that.
Yes, I knew it also. Was anybody in the room when you brought it?
No. Just Louise.
And you saw her drink the milk?
No, Doctor. She didn't drink it then, not until after I'd gone. She did that frequently.
That's right, Doctor.
Yes, I know that, too. Only last night, before she drank it, she managed to dissolve in it a lethal dose of morphine. I've checked the hospital supply. Every tablet is accounted for. We keep a very strict count, you know.
Yes, I know that.
Have you anything to say, Baker?
Well, I hardly know. I'm stunned.
Doctor, what do you mean? Surely you're not accusing Mr. Baker.
I'm not accusing anyone. That will be up to the police.
Now, wait a minute, Doctor. You're making a mistake.
It seems perfectly clear.
Yes, but I didn't kill her.
Oh, no? Then how did she die?
Well, she took her own life. She'd hinted more than once. Miss White, you remember?
Yes, Doctor. I spoke to Mr. Baker about it myself. You know she was very depressed.
That's true, nurse, but the morphine, it must have come from the outside, or we'd have missed it.
No, wait a minute. The tablet you left for her each night.
Yes, I ordered that.
Well, what if it, instead of taking it, she saved it? But she must have. It's the only way it could have happened.
Well, that's it, Doctor. It must be. For the past week, she's been exhausted and drawn in the morning, yet the tablets were always gone.
Well, if that's the case, nurse, how does it happen that you failed to find them? She couldn't leave her bed. You bathed her and changed the linen every day.
The locket.
The locket?
Yes. Yes, of course. You remember Miss White? She made such a point of asking me to bring it to her. And then the way she talked about joining her mother.
Yes, I do. I do remember.
She wanted you to have the locket, Pauline. It was her last wish. Now, where is it?
I have it here. It's clutched in her hand. Let's... Police headquarters, please.
You have to notify them?
Yes, I do. Police headquarters? Give me homicide.
Homicide?
Yes, I'll wait.
Are you out of your mind? I just got through explaining everything.
Yes, you explained everything, including what still puzzled me. You see, Baker, you were right about this locket. Your wife did have a reason for wanting it. Look, I'll open it. You see? It's full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quarter-grain morphine tablets that she saved at the cost of 7 nights of agony. And she would have taken them last night. Only you beat her to it.
So closes tonight's tale of Suspense.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. This evening, Suspense brings you what we feel is a particularly unusual and absorbing story. No actors other than Mr. William Conrad will appear in its presentation. It's a study in terror which has few equals. So now, starring Mr. Conrad, here is tonight's suspense play by A.M. Burridge, The Waxwork.
While the uniformed attendants of Mariner's Waxworks were ushering the last stragglers through the great glass-paneled double doors, the manager sat in his office interviewing Raymond Hewson. The manager was speaking.
Oh, there's nothing new in your request, sir, and in fact we refuse it to different people, mostly young bloods who've tried to make bets about 3 times a week, I should say. We have nothing to gain and something to lose by letting people spend the night in our murderer's den. If I allowed it and some young idiot lost his senses, what would be my position, eh? But your being a journalist somewhat alters the case.
Hewson smiled. I suppose you mean that journalists have no senses to lose.
No, of course not. But one imagines them to be responsible people. Well, besides, we have something to gain here. Publicity and advertisement.
Yes, exactly, said Hewson. And there I thought we might come to terms. The manager smiled.
Yes, I know what's coming. You want to be paid twice, do you? You know, it used to be said years ago that Madame Tussaud would give a man £100 for sleeping alone in the Chamber of Horrors. Well, I hope you don't think that we've made any such offer. What is your paper, Mr. Hewson?
Well, I'm freelancing at present, sir, working on space for several papers. However, I would find no difficulty in getting the story printed. I'm sure the Morning Echo would use it like a shot. A night with Mariner's murderers. No live paper could turn it down, sir.
Yes. How do you propose to treat it?
Well, I shall make it gruesome, of course. Gruesome with just a saving touch of humor. The manager nodded and offered Hewson his cigarette case.
Very well, Mr. Hewson. You get your story printed in the Morning Echo, and there'll be a £5 note waiting for you when you care to come and call for it. But, first of all, you realize it's no small ordeal that you're proposing to undertake. I'd like to be quite sure about you. I'd like you to be quite sure about yourself. I own I shouldn't care to take it on. I should hate having to sleep down there, alone, among them.
Why? Asked Hewson.
Oh, I don't know. Isn't any reason, I suppose. I don't believe in ghosts. If I did, I should expect them to haunt the scene of their crimes or the spots where their bodies were laid, instead of a cellar which happens to contain their waxwork effigies. Well, it's just that I couldn't sit alone among them all night with their seeming to stare at me in the way they do. After all, they represent the lowest and the most appalling types of humanity. Well, the whole atmosphere of the place is unpleasant. And if you're susceptible to atmosphere, sir, I warn you that you're in for a very uncomfortable night.
Hewson had known that from the moment when the idea first occurred to him. His soul sickened at the prospect. But he had a wife and a family to keep. So here was a chance not to be missed, the price of a special story in the Morning Echo, with a £5 note to add to it. Besides, if he wrote the story well, it might lead to an offer of regular employment. The manager smiled at him and rose.
Well, I think the last of the people must have gone by now. Oh, there is one condition I'm afraid I must impose upon you, sir. I must ask you not to smoke. We had a fire scare down in the murderer's den this evening. I don't know who gave the alarm, but whoever it was a false one. Fortunately, there were very few people down there at the time, or there might have been a panic. Now, if you're ready, we'll make a move.
He led the way through an open barrier and down ill-lit stone stairs, which conveyed a sinister impression of giving access to a dungeon. In a passage at the bottom were a few preliminary horrors, such as relics of the Inquisition, a rack taken from a medieval castle, branding irons, thumbscrews, and other mementos of man's cruelty to man. Beyond the passage was the murderer's den. It was a room of irregular shape, with a vaulted roof and dimly lit by electric lights, burning behind inverted bowls of frosted glass. It was, by design, an eerie and uncomfortable chamber, a chamber whose atmosphere invited its visitors to speak in whispers. The waxwork murderers stood on low pedestals with numbered tickets at their feet. Recent notorieties rubbed dusty shoulders with the old favorites. Thurtell, the murderer of Weir, stood as if frozen in the act of making a shop window gesture to young Bywaters. And there was Lefroy, the poor half-baked little snob who killed for gain so that he might ape the gentleman. Within 5 yards of him sat Mrs. Thompson, that erotic romanticist hanged to propitiate British middle-class matronhood. Charles Peace, the only member of the vile company who looked uncompromisingly and entirely evil, sneered across a gangway at Norman Thorne. Brown and Kennedy, the two most recent additions, stood between Mrs. Dyer and Patrick Mahan. The manager, walking around with Hewson, pointed out several of the more interesting of these unholy notabilities. That's Crippen. I expect you recognize him, insignificant little beast who looks as if he couldn't tread on a worm. Oh, and that's Armstrong. Looks like a decent, harmless country gentleman, doesn't he? And there's old Vaquier. You can't miss him, of course, because of his beard. And this one... Who's that? Hewson asked in a whisper. Here, come here, have a good look at him. This is our star turn. He's the only one of the bunch that hasn't been hanged. The figure which Hewson had indicated was that of a small, slight man, not much more than 5 feet in height. It wore little waxed mustaches, large spectacles, and a caped coat. There was something so exaggeratedly French in its appearance that it reminded Hewson of a stage caricature. He could not have said precisely why the mild-looking face seemed to him so repellent, but he had already recoiled a step, and even in the manager's company it cost him an effort to look again. But who is he asked. That, said the manager, is Dr. Baudet. Hewson shook his head doubtfully. I think I've heard the name, but I forget in connection with what. The manager smiled. You'd remember better if you were a Frenchman. You know, for some long while, that man was the terror of Paris. He carried on his work of healing by day and of throat-cutting by night. Why, he killed for the sheer devilish pleasure it gave him to kill, and always in the same way, with a razor. After his last crime, he left a clue behind him which set the police upon his track. Oh, but he was much too clever for them. When he realized that the coils were closing about him, he mysteriously disappeared. And ever since, the police of every civilized country have been looking for him. There's no doubt that he managed to make away with himself, and by some means which has prevented his body coming to light, 1 or 2 crimes of a similar nature have taken place since his disappearance, but he is believed almost for certain to be dead, and the experts believe these recrudescences to be the work of an imitator. It's queer, isn't it, Mr. Hewson? How every notorious murderer has imitators. Hewson shuddered and fidgeted with his feet. I don't like him at all. What eyes he's got. Yes, this figure's a little masterpiece. You find the eyes bite into you, huh? Well, that's excellent realism, then, for Baudet practiced mesmerism.
and was supposed to mesmerize his victims before dispatching them. Indeed, had he not done so, it's impossible to see how so small a man could have done his ghastly work. There were never any signs of struggle.
I thought I saw him move, said Houston with a catch in his voice. The manager smiled.
You'll have more than one optical illusion before the night's out, I expect, sir. Well, I'm sorry I can't give you any more light because all the lights are on. For obvious reasons, we keep this place as gloomy as possible, Well, Mr. Houston, good night.
Houston wheeled a swivel chair, a heavy one upholstered in plush, a little way down the central gangway, and deliberately turned it so that its back was toward the effigy of Dr. Baudet. For some undefined reason, he liked Dr. Baudet a great deal less than his companions. Busying himself with arranging the chair, he was almost lighthearted. But when the manager's footfalls had died away, and a deep hush stole over the chamber, he realized that he had no slight ordeal before him. The dim, unwavering light fell on the rows of figures which were so uncannily like human beings that the silence and the stillness seemed unnatural and even ghastly. He missed the sound of breathing, the rustling of clothes, the 101 minute noises one hears when even the deepest silence has fallen upon a crowd. And the air was as stagnant as water at the bottom of a standing pond. It must be like this at the bottom of the sea, he thought. He faced these sinister figures boldly enough. They were only waxworks. So long as he let that thought dominate all others, he promised himself that all would be well. It did not, however, save him long from the discomfort occasioned by the waxen stare of Dr. Baudet, which he knew was directed upon him from behind. The eyes of the little Frenchman haunted and tormented him, and he itched with a desire to turn and look. My nerves have started already, he thought, and then another voice in his brain spoke to him. It's because you're afraid that you won't turn and look at him. The two voices quarreled silently for a moment or two, and at last Houston slewed his chair around a little and looked behind him. Among the many figures standing in stiff, unnatural poses, the effigy of the dreadful little doctor stood out with a queer prominence, perhaps because of a steady beam of light beat straight down upon it. Houston flinched before the parody of mildness which some fiendishly skilled craftsman had managed to convey in wax, met the eyes for one agonized second, and then turned again to face the other direction. He's only a waxwork like the rest of you, Houston muttered defiantly. You're all only waxworks. They were only waxworks, yes. But waxworks don't move. Oh, not that he had seen the least movement anywhere, but it struck him that in the moment or two while he'd looked behind him, there had been the least subtle change in the grouping of the figures in front. Crippen, for instance, seemed to have turned at least 1 degree to the left. Or, thought Houston, perhaps the illusion was due to the fact that he had not slewed his chair back into its exact original position. Oh, but there were Brown and Kennedy, too. Surely one of them had moved his hands. Houston held his breath for a moment, and then drew his courage back to him as a man lifts a weight. He took a notebook from his pocket and wrote quickly, Memo, deathly silence and unearthly stillness of figures, like being at bottom of sea. Hypnotic eyes, Dr. Baudet. Figures seemed to move when not being watched. He closed the book suddenly over his fingers and looked around quickly and awfully over his right shoulder. He had neither seen nor heard a movement, but it was as if some sixth sense had made him aware of one. He looked straight into the vapid countenance of Lefroy, which smiled vacantly back as if to say, "It wasn't I." No, of course it wasn't he, or any of them. It was his own nerves. Or was it? Then why all that silent unrest about him? A subtle something in the air which did not quite break the silence, and happened whichever way he looked, just beyond the boundaries of his vision. He swung round quickly to encounter the mild but baleful stare of Dr. Baudet, and then without warning he jerked his head back to stare straight at Crippen. He'd nearly caught Crippen that time. "You'd better be careful, Crippen, and all the rest of you. If I do see one of you move, I'll smash you to pieces. Do you hear?" He ought to go, he told himself. Already he'd experienced enough to write his story, or 10 stories for the matter of that. Well, then, why not go? The Morning Echo would be none the wiser as to how long he'd stayed, nor would it care so long as his story was a good one. Yes, but the manager... One never knew. Perhaps the manager would quibble over that 5-pound note which he needed so badly. He wondered if his wife were asleep, or if she were lying awake and thinking of him. She'd laugh when he told her that he'd imagined... This was a little too much. It was bad enough that the waxwork effigies of murderers should move when they weren't being watched, but it was intolerable that they should breathe. Somebody was breathing. Or was it his own breath which sounded to him as if it came from a distance? He sat rigid, listening, straining, until he exhaled with a long sigh. His own breath, after all. Or, if not, something had divined that he was listening and had ceased breathing simultaneously. Hewson turned his head swiftly around and looked all about him out of haggard and hunted eyes. Everywhere his gaze encountered the vacant waxen faces, and everywhere he felt that by just some least fraction of a second he had missed seeing a movement of hand or foot, a silent opening, a compression of lips, a flicker of eyelids, a look of human intelligence, now smoothed out. They were like naughty children in a classroom, whispering, fidgeting, and laughing behind their teacher's back, but blandly innocent when his gaze was turned upon them. No, this would not do. This distinctly would not do. He must clutch at something, grip with his mind upon something which belonged essentially to the workaday world, to the daylight London streets. He was Raymond Hewson, an unsuccessful journalist, a living and breathing man, and these figures grouped around him were only dummies, so they could neither move nor whisper. Well, what did it matter if they were supposed to be lifelike effigies of murderers? They were only made of wax and sawdust and stood there for the entertainment of morbid sightseers and orange-sucking trippers. Oh, that was better. Now, what was that funny story which somebody had told him in the Falstaff pub yesterday? Oh, yes. He recalled part of it, but not all. For the gaze of Dr. Baudet urged, challenged, and finally compelled him to turn. Hewson half turned
and then swung his chair so as to bring him face to face with the wearer of those dreadful hypnotic eyes. His own eyes were dilated, and his mouth at first set in a grin of terror, lifted at the corners in a snarl, and then Hewson spoke and woke 100 sinister echoes. "You moved! Yes, you did! You moved! I saw you! You moved!" Then he sat quite still, staring straight before him, like a man found frozen in the Arctic snows. Dr. Baudet's movements were leisurely. He stepped off his pedestal with the mincing care of a lady alighting from a bus. The platform stood about 2 feet from the ground, and above the edge of it a plush-covered rope hung in arc-like curves. Dr. Baudet lifted up the rope until it formed an arch for him to pass under, stepped off the platform, and sat down on the edge, facing Hewson. Then he nodded and smiled and said, "Good evening. I need hardly tell you that not until I overheard the conversation between you and the worthy manager of this establishment did I suspect that I should have the pleasure of a companion here for the night. You cannot move or speak without my bidding, but you can hear me perfectly well. Something tells me that you are, shall I say, nervous? My dear sir, I have no illusions. I am not one of these contemptible effigies miraculously come to life. I am Dr. Baudet himself." He paused, coughed, and shifted his legs. Pardon me, but I am a little stiff. Please, let me explain. Circumstances with which I need not fatigue you have made it desirable that I should live in England. I was close to this building this evening when I saw a policeman. Regarding me, I thought a little too curiously. I guessed that he intended to follow and perhaps ask me embarrassing questions, so I mingled with the crowd and came in here. A coin bought my admission to the chamber in which we now meet, and an inspiration showed me a certain means of escape. I raised a cry of fire, and when all the fools had rushed to the stairs, I stripped my effigy of the caped coat which you behold me wearing, donned it, hid my effigy under the platform at the back, and took its place on the pedestal. The manager's description of me, which I had the embarrassment of being compelled to overhear, was biased, but not altogether inaccurate. Clearly, I am not dead, although it is as well that the world think otherwise, no? His account of my hobby, which I have indulged for years, although through necessity less frequently of late, was in the main true. For you see, the world is divided between collectors and non-collectors. With the non-collectors we are not concerned, eh? The collectors collect anything according to their individual tastes, from money to cigarette cards, from moths to matchboxes. I collect throats. He paused again and regarded Hewson's throat with interest, mingled with disfavor. I am obliged to the chance which brought us together tonight, and perhaps it would seem ungrateful to complain. From motives of personal safety, my activities have been somewhat curtailed of late years, and I am glad of this opportunity of gratifying my somewhat unusual whim. But you, sir, you have such a skinny neck. If you will overlook a personal remark, I should never have selected you from choice. I like men with thick necks. Thick, red necks. He fumbled in an inside pocket and took out something which he tested against a wet forefinger, and then proceeded to pass gently to and fro across the palm of his left hand. This is a little French razor. The blade, you will observe, is very narrow. They do not cut very deep, but deep enough. In just one little moment you shall see for yourself. Huh? And now,
I shall ask you the little civil question of all the polite barbers. Does the razor suit you, sir?
He rose up, a diminutive but menacing figure of evil, and approached Houston with the silent, furtive step of a hunting panther.
You will have the goodness to raise your chin a little, eh? Oh, thank you. And a little more, just a little more, eh? Thank you. Merci, monsieur. Merci, merci. Merci.
Over one end of the chamber was a thick skylight of frosted glass, which by day let in a few sickly and filtered rays from the floor above. After sunrise, these began to mingle with the subdued light from the electric bulbs. And this mingled illumination added a certain ghastliness to a scene which needed no additional touch of horror. The waxwork figures stood apathetically in their places, waiting to be admired or execrated by the crowds who would presently wander fearfully among them. In their midst, in the center gangway, Houston sat still, leaning far back in his swivel chair. His chin was up-tilted as if he were waiting to receive attention from a barber. And although there was not a scratch upon his throat, nor anywhere upon his body, he was cold and dead. Dr. Baudet, on his pedestal, watched the dead man unemotionally. He did not move, nor was he capable of motion. But then, after all, he was only a waxwork.
Suspense, in which William Conrad starred in tonight's presentation of The Waxwork. The music for tonight's program was composed by Lucien Morawek. Next week, we bring you a story based on fact. A man's last hours in a death cell awaiting execution. We call it The Phones Die First. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by A.M. Burridge. The orchestra was conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Now, Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Tonight, Roma Wines brings Selznick star Mr. Joseph Cotton in Crime Without Passion by Ben Hecht, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Roma Wines by William Spear.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you Joseph Cotton in a remarkable tale of Suspense.
She had phoned me to come over to her apartment. She wanted a showdown. Well, I wanted a showdown, too, and so I went over to her apartment.
And after all the time I've given you. Well, everybody thinks we're engaged to be married. Now you're trying to give me the go-by just like that. The girls in this show, what a laugh they'll hand me. Who do you think you are, anyway?
Now, calm and watch your temper.
To think I've been such a fool. Earl Wilson and everybody, won't they give me the razz in their column?
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the bunch around the El Bravo. Well, when they get through with me, I'll probably lose my lead in the Bird of Paradise. The nerve! Treating me as if I was a nobody. Where do you get like that, taking up a girl's time?
She was a dancer at the El Bravo Club. She was number 1 on the line in the Bird of Paradise number in the floor show. That was where I first noticed her. I looked at her now with complete detachment. I wondered what I had ever seen in this red-headed, illiterate creature with her childish face and muscular legs. How could I have ever considered her charming or desirable?
Probably for you.
More likely it's Eddie White calling you, that dean of collegiate hero.
Oh, yeah?
For me, by any mischance, just say I'm not here.
Hello? Hello? No, he's not here. I don't know where he is. He's not here. Your office. Always making me lie for you. And as for that crack about Eddie White, you don't fool me, not for a minute.
Uh-huh.
Don't just stand there and say, in that smug way. You know very well I haven't been seeing Eddie White. You're just using that for an excuse, aren't you?
Well,
are you or aren't you?
You know all the answers.
Sure, I know the answer to that. You're just saying that because you're trying to get rid of me, trying to put me on the escalator, that's what.
Well, have it your own way.
Have it your own way? Why, you stupid.
Now, cut that out.
You think because you're a lawyer you can get away with this? I'll show you.
Hey, look out.
Your photograph in a swell, expensive frame. I'll show you what I think of that, too. You're not going to make a sucker out of me, you stupid.
No, not my derby.
Your derby? Why, I'll smash your face.
Stay away from me now. Don't come near me. Oh, that hurt.
That ain't the half of it, huh?
Why, you little vixen, how I hate you. I loathe you. I hate all of your kind.
Don't strike me. Don't you dare. Lou, put down the candlestick, Lou. Put it down, Lou. Don't.
I was suddenly aware of a large brass candlestick in my hand, and on the floor lay Carmen Brown. I leaned over her. Her skull cracked, and blood was running from it. Her eyes were closed. I listened. No heartbeat. I was suddenly overwhelmed with the thought that I had committed a murder. I don't think there's a lawyer in New York with more thorough experience in the handling of criminal cases. No. I knew all the angles. I knew the pitfalls of the defense in such a case as this. I knew the psychology of the prosecution. I had unexpectedly and inadvertently been cast in the role of a criminal. Through my mind rushed all the prejudices and difficulties of such a case. And in less than a minute, I had put myself on trial on a plea of self-defense, reviewed the evidence, and found myself guilty. It's a curious thing. No doubt the public at large, the layman, would expect that some unpublicized and secret professional legal maneuver would be used by the great Lou Hendricks in the present predicament. It would seem to the reader of crime fiction and the listener to radio mystery drama that some less hackneyed word than alibi would be the key word to my puzzle. I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I should dearly love to shake some diabolically ingenious trick out of my lawyer's sleeve. But such would be a waste of time. An alibi was what I needed. I needed to establish simply and conclusively that I was not there at the time of Carmen Brown's murder. Time was the important element. Yes, I must begin at once to establish that alibi.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Joseph Cotton in Crime Without Passion by Ben Hecht. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Between the acts of Suspense, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. Do you know the principal difference between American and European hospitality? Well, here's how famed Elsa Maxwell, authority on entertaining, sees it. Says Miss Maxwell, American hospitality is distinguished by its informality. Good friends in America don't need an invitation. They just drop in and take potluck. That's why millions of American families always keep Roma California Sherry on hand. Roma Sherry is ideal for entertaining. A delicious wine, mellow, fragrant, and medium sweet, with tempting nut-like taste. Glorious Roma Sherry is so easy to serve, so good with a simple snack any time of day. And Roma Sherry is popular with men and women alike, preferred by millions as the perfect first call for dinner. Yes, you can serve Roma Sherry proudly, for Roma wine is America's first choice. Yet, Roma costs no more than ordinary wine. So, for better, easier entertaining, get Roma Sherry tomorrow. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Joseph Cotton, who, as New York's famous criminal lawyer Lou Hendricks, in Crime Without Passion, resumes a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I leaned over and glanced at the watch on Carmen's wrist. The dialed glass was broken. The watch had stopped. The hands pointed to 2 minutes of 4. The clock on the desk had just struck 4. The telephone. I let it ring. Had to. Of course, the phone made it impossible to establish an alibi by setting the time forward. Other phone calls might come in before 5 o'clock. Someone, perhaps a maid, might even come to the apartment in person. Through my mind rushed the courtroom scene in which my case would be tried. The prosecuting attorney wouldn't miss that.
At 3:50, Carmen Brown was alive. As witness the fact that she answered a phone call which came through the switchboard to her apartment at that time. At 2 minutes after 4, just 12 minutes later, a phone call came through that same switchboard which she failed to answer. Why, gentlemen of the jury?
No. What I needed was an alibi for the hour preceding 4 o'clock, the time at which her watch had stopped. I must provide not only an alibi for myself, but also fortify it with evidence, tending to prove that someone other than myself had done the deed. But how? Fingerprints? They told a graphic story. A story that would reveal that Carmen had been in a rage demanding something of the killer. This would point directly to me, since I was known to have been her admirer and steady caller at her apartment. But if I could make it appear as though the assailant was demanding something of her, he was in a jealous rage, had smashed the articles, including the framed photograph of Lou Hendricks, and had concluded with the killing of Carmen. I wiped the fingerprints carefully from the articles in question with my silk handkerchief. And again, I imagined myself on trial in the courtroom, this time with my defense counsel addressing the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Carmen Brown had undoubtedly been attacked by some other suitor who was obviously jealous of the defendant, Lou Hendricks. As witness, the destroyed photograph of the latter. You will also note her assailant was crafty enough to remove all fingerprints.
So far, it was good. I had set the scene. I was ready to leave the apartment. But wait, I just remembered. A gun was in Carmen's desk only a few feet from where she now lay. They would wonder why she hadn't defended herself with it. The prosecuting attorney wouldn't miss that. Oh, no. He'd point an accusing finger at me.
And yet, Carmen Brown did not reach for this weapon with which she could have defended herself. Why? Was it because the assailant was someone familiar with her? Someone against whom she had no thought of harming herself? Or perhaps because the assailant was familiar with the premises and knew where the gun was and prevented her from reaching it?
I took the gun and slipped it into my coat pocket. I would dispose of it later. I took every precaution to make sure that no one saw me as I left the building. My trained legal mind warned me against a surprise witness, which in so many court cases was dramatically brought forth by the prosecutor to confound the guilty. I remembered grimly how some of my best cases had tumbled by the appearance in court of some aimless stray human, someone who happened to have seen the defendant during his presupposed alibi. The prosecutor would have a gleam in his eye questioning such a witness in the courtroom.
And you say you saw the defendant Lou Hendricks leaving the apartment building shortly after the time of the murder?
This must not happen. I had my plan pretty well in mind by now. I took a back shortcut to Broadway, the Palace Theater. It was an off hour. There was not a long line waiting. I bought my ticket and went quickly in.
Seats without waiting. Seats in the third aisle to your right, please.
The moment I was seated, I got up again. I returned to the lobby, up the other side of the aisle, and went directly to the lost and found desk.
Was there something I can do for you, sir?
I wish to report the loss of a pair of gloves.
Oh? Do you have any idea where they were lost?
Oh, somewhere in the theater. I had them when I came in. I'm not usually so careless, but the picture was so engrossing, I was completely carried away with it, and, well, apparently I failed to carry away my gloves.
Gloves, I imagine they'll be turned in, sir?
Oh, I'm sure they'll be found. If you'll just make a record of it, Lou Hendricks is the name, with an X.
Hendricks, huh? Hendrix, huh? That's an unusual spelling.
Family name.
Well, all right, sir, Mr. Hendricks. If you'll just fill out this blank with your name and address and the time.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, to be sure, the time. Let's see, what is the time?
It's exactly 20 minutes after 4. I'll record that on the blank for you.
After 4? Well, could it be that late? Heavens, I had no idea of the time. Quite a long picture.
Yes, the picture was a little longer than most. I hope you enjoyed it, sir.
Oh, yes, indeed. I enjoyed it very much. It was well worth sitting through. Well, thank you very much. I had established an alibi for having spent the time between 2:30 and 4:20 in the movie theater. This was a period of 2 hours, and this was now recorded in black and white at the Lost and Found desk. I'd taken care that this should be a movie that I had already seen, so I'd be able to recite the plot in question. The main body of my alibi had been achieved. I now went directly from the movie to my next port of call, Sardi's Restaurant, where I'm well known.
How are you, Mr. Hendricks? Your usual table?
Yes, Henry.
Seen the headlines?
No, I just came from a movie. Oh, by the way, what is the exact time? I've got to make a telephone call.
It's just 4:30, Mr. Hendricks.
4:30. I think I'll make my telephone call while you make me a chicken sandwich.
Okay, the booth is just there, you know.
Yeah.
Hendricks, Brown, Walsh, and Healy.
Mr. Healy, please. This is Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Hendricks. One moment.
Hello?
Hello, Tom. This is Hendricks.
I've been trying to locate you all afternoon.
Oh, what for?
Oh, several things came up that needed your attention.
Oh, not so hard to locate. Where'd you try?
I tried everywhere I could think of, even Carmen Brown's apartment.
Yeah? Did you talk to her?
Sure, I was trying to find out if she knew where you were.
What time was that?
Oh, about 3:50.
Well, how did she seem when you asked if I were there?
Well, I don't know. Why?
Well, try and think. I'd like to know.
Well, come to think of it, she struck me as a little curt or upset about something.
Upset, eh? Listen, I don't want you to call me at that number anymore, understand?
Oh, well, sure, if you say so.
I'm all washed up at that telephone number. Understand what I mean? In the future, that number is out. Any other calls?
No.
Okay. Again, my mind reverted to the courtroom scene in which I imagined my case being tried. But this time, I had my case well in hand. The thought of facing the prosecuting attorney did not disturb me. The thought of that little bout between the two attorneys even amused me.
So, Mr. Hendricks told you that you needn't try to reach him at Miss Brown's apartment anymore, eh?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when the defendant made this statement to his trusted friend and law partner, he had undoubtedly good reason to believe there was another man in Carmen Brown's life.
I had forged another link in the chain of evidence pointing to my innocence. Everything was working out in favor of a perfect alibi for my defense. Everything was going fine. I was beginning to enjoy the case very much. Now that the tension was relieved, I began to look upon my case as a sort of a game. I began to get a kick out of it, and I conceived the idea of building up another witness. Eddie White was the only one of Carmen's previous amours whom I knew, and I considered for a moment involving him in the case. He was Carmen's previous suitor just before I entered the picture. He was known to be a hot-headed young gentleman given to nocturnal fisticuffs in public places, but I finally dismissed this idea. This witness, I decided, would be Miss Moore, who was also a dancer at the El Bravo Club. She was Carmen's closest friend and confidant. I telephoned Miss Moore and requested her to join me at the restaurant. She came right over. You see before you, Miss Moore, a man suffering from the perfidy of one whom he has loved and trusted.
Would you mind saying that again in plain English?
Well, to put it more simply, I think Carmen has been two-timing me. Miss Moore, I'm consumed with jealousy. I must know the truth, and you're the only one who can tell me.
I don't get you, Mr. Hendricks.
Miss Moore, I'm going out of my mind with the brooding and uncertainty of this thing.
Oh, that's terrible, Mr. Hendricks.
My law practice is suffering. I'll wind up by losing all my money.
Oh, you mustn't do that, Mr. Hendricks. You know something?
No. What is it?
Oh, honest, Mr. Hendricks, I wouldn't tell this to another soul. You know Carmen's my best girlfriend. But you're such a swell guy. Well, I think you should know. But to tell you the truth, I don't think Carmen appreciates you. That's what.
Miss Moore, if there is another man, someone Carmen really loves, I'd force myself to step aside. It's her happiness.
Well, I ain't saying she has. I just say Carmen has got an awful swell head since she got the lead in the Bird of Paradise number. She thinks she's some punkins. And I'm only saying I don't think she appreciates a high-class gentleman like you.
Thank you, Miss Moore. Have you seen Carmen today?
No, I haven't. Have you seen her?
No, I don't trust myself to see her. Goodness knows what I would do feeling this way.
Oh, Mr. Hendricks, you're all worked up. And I don't blame you. Say, I have to leave you. I hate to leave, but I gotta go. It's getting late and the dinner show goes on before long, you know.
Tell Carmen I'll be over to the El Bravo tonight and give her a last chance to prove herself.
Oh, I'll sure give her your message, Mr. Hendricks. I sure will.
I knew Carmen had not been receiving attentions from another man, but if I could get Miss Moore to testify in court, I could use her to convince the jury that I was jealous of Carmen, but that I loved her and wanted her alive, not dead. This would make my case airtight. I then made another telephone call. This was to Carmen's apartment.
Hello?
Hello, is Miss Carmen Brown in?
I'll ring her apartment. I'm sorry, she doesn't answer.
Well, this is Mr. Hendricks calling. Hadn't she been in at all? I've been trying to get her all day.
She hasn't come in while I've been here, Mr. Hendricks.
How long is that?
About 3 hours.
Thank you. I'm coming over there. Tell her if she comes in, will you? This would strengthen my apparent effort to contact Carmen. It was a bold stroke, this, to go back to her house. I approached the switchboard operator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hendricks.
Oh, has Miss Brown come in since I called on the phone?
I haven't seen her. I'll ring her apartment again. She still doesn't answer.
Well, please give her this note when she comes back.
All right, Mr. Hendricks. I'll see that she gets it.
I handed her the note. It read, "Darling, don't torture me anymore. Give me a chance to believe you. I'm willing to forget what I heard or thought I heard over the phone. As ever, Lou." This, too, would throw suspicion on another suitor. Not only had I established an alibi for myself, but also I had succeeded in pointing a finger at a suspected rival. I saw myself looking winningly at the jury while my defense counsel continued to address them.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if the defendant Lou Hendricks had known Carmen Brown lay dead in her apartment, would he have written such a note? The testimony reveals, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that the defendant strongly suspected that Carmen Brown was receiving... But he did not know that this very afternoon this creature had entered her apartment, struck her down, and killed her, while the defendant was still trying to seek her out and forgive her.
My alibi was now complete. I had every angle worked out. I summed up my case. It was perfect. From my superior legal knowledge, my vast experience, I had built a perfect case for myself. I was very pleased. My case was ready. I had an excellent dinner, really excellent. I then put in another phone call to Carmen's apartment. I was ready to hear the news of the finding of the body. At the news of the crime, I would rush right over and act my part of the thoroughly grief-stricken suitor. This would be the finishing touch, a final flourish, as it were.
Miss Brown does not answer.
The crime had evidently still not been discovered. I decided the best course would be to go to the El Bravo Club. I was well known there. I'd order coffee and dessert and wait there until Carmen's absence was noticed and her murder discovered.
Good evening, Mr. Hendricks. Right this way,
Oh,
sir.
good evening, George. Hello there. How are you? Hello, Lenore. Hi, Kay.
Hello.
David Oak. Lud.
So I said to him, I said, look, if you think I'm going to sit around here.
Oh, come on. Blonde, can't you think of anything but blonde?
Honey, come on, let's go home.
Oh, not yet, children. No, children.
Oh, the famous criminal lawyer, Lou Hendricks.
Oh, our ex-college hero, Eddie White. Product of the higher education. Looking him over, I see.
Yeah, mind if I sit here?
Well, it's the entertainer's table. I have no monopoly on it.
Then I'll sit down. By the way, Hendricks, I didn't know you were such a movie fan.
Just what do you mean?
Saw you going into the Palace Theater this afternoon.
You did? Just what time was that?
What time? Ooh, a little after 4, I should say.
You're crazy. If you think you saw me going to the Palace after 4, I came out at 4:20 after seeing the whole show.
I don't care what you say. I saw you going in at 4:15, to be exact. I was going to say hello, but you weren't looking my way. How'd you like the picture? Ought to be in your line, all about one of those crooked legal sharks.
And you say you saw the defendant, Lou Hendricks, going into the theater at 4:15?
Yes, sir, I did.
The surprise witness that I had been so carefully guarding against. Here he was, sitting opposite me in the person of all people, Eddie White. In a flash, I could see all the evidence I had planted turning against me. The prosecution would take it apart piece by piece. The all too obvious false mechanism of my alibi. There was no alibi. I had no case. Eddie White's simple statement of the time, 4:15, revealed all of my subsequent actions as those of a thoroughly guilty man. Look, White. It must have been somebody else you saw.
Listen, don't tell me. I saw you looking around, buying your ticket and ducking in. I know it was 4:15 because I had a date outside. And don't get excited, it wasn't with Carmen.
That's a lie.
What's that?
I said you're lying. You didn't see me.
Oh, that's what you said, is it? Listen, I never liked you, and I don't take that kind of talk off a guy I got no use for. Get that?
You're a liar. You're not only a liar, but a numbskull, a perennial drop kicker. Once a drop kicker, always a drop kicker.
Oh, you little shyster.
Take your hands off my collar. Let me go. Take your hands off me.
Calling me a liar, huh? You little shyster. You no good little shyster.
Somehow, I don't know how or when, I had taken the gun out of my pocket. Carmen's gun. The gun I was going to dispose of. I was holding it in my hand. It had exploded. No one heard the shot through the blare of the orchestra. A new number of the floor show was starting. Everyone's attention was focused on the dance floor. The chorus girls were coming out for the Bird of Paradise number, and everything was a little blurred, a little hazy. I looked at the girls as they came forward. Leading the chorus, I saw Carmen Brown. She was dancing. This could not be. I grew sick. I shut my eyes, and I opened them again. It was no hallucination. It was Carmen. Under her ear, at the back of her head, I saw strips of court plaster. And I knew then what had happened. I'd left her apartment without taking a second look at her. Evidently, the blow had merely knocked her out. She must have regained consciousness and called for a doctor. It was as simple as that. She was alive now and dancing. Lou Hendricks, the shining legal intelligence. I had built a perfect alibi to exonerate myself of a murder which had never occurred. While across the table, slumped in a chair opposite me, was the body of a man for whose murder I had no defense. Every step of my carefully built alibi, my perfect case, would help to convict me of the killing of Eddie White. This time I had no alibi. This time there was no possible defense. This time when the judge asked the foreman if they'd reached a decision, there could be only one reply.
Yes, Your Honor, we have. We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Before we hear again from Joseph Cotton, the star of Crime Without Passion, tonight's suspense play, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. One of the finest cooks I know recently told me her secret for winning praises. She said she cooks no better than her friends, uses about the same recipes, but her dinners win more compliments. Actually taste better because she regularly serves Roma wine with meals. Yes, Roma wine does make food taste better. For proof, tomorrow night, savor the tempting taste harmony of red Roma California Burgundy and a good thick hamburger steak, or spaghetti heaped with a spicy meat sauce. Or, if you prefer, try Roma Burgundy with Friday's traditional fish dinner. You'll discover Roma Burgundy adds tantalizing new flavor fullness to every meal. Let red, robust Roma Burgundy win compliments for your meals. Get delicious Roma Burgundy tomorrow. Remember, Roma wine is America's first choice. Yet, Roma costs no more than ordinary wines. So insist on Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is Joseph Cotton. I've always been particularly fond of Crime Without Passion, and it's been a great pleasure indeed to appear in it tonight for you on Suspense. Next Thursday, I know you'll want to hear a very young actor whom we've all admired for a very great number of years. It's Jackie Cooper grown up and just out of Uncle Sam's Navy. He'll appear on Suspense in a role quite different from anything you've ever associated with him.
Joseph Cotton will soon be seen in the David O. Selznick Technicolor production, Duel in the Sun. Next Thursday, same time, Roma Wines will bring you Jackie Cooper as star of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
Produced by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story based on fact. A man's last hours in a death cell awaiting execution. We call it The Phones Die First. So now, starring Harry Bartell, here is tonight's suspense play, The Phones Die First.
Bradley speaking. Oh, yes, Warden. Brunner, a visit? But it's almost 4. Well, Brunner's due downstairs, you understand. All right, if you say so, sir. I'll call the row right away.
Sarge? Sarge?
Yeah, Brunner.
How about these law books? I got a lot of them here.
You can give them to the library if you want, or the fellas here. Whatever you want to do.
How about the guys, huh?
Fine with me.
Well, that's about everything. Except my personal stuff. Do I have time, Sarge?
It's not quite 4 yet. Oh, excuse me, Brunner.
Sure.
Row. Yes, sir. He's about ready. Captain, are you coming over to go with Bruner? Or shall we? Well, fine. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's all right. Yeah, we'll do. Mm-hmm. Bye. Bill.
Yes, Sarge?
The captain's on his way up for Bruner. You and Doug take the gun rail, just in case, you know.
Right, Sarge. You know something?
What?
I'll be glad when the Cap takes me off this tour. Each time one of them poor devils takes the big walk, I do too.
You'll get used to it. They do.
Well, boys.
Afternoon, Captain.
We got a problem.
Oh?
Warden called me. Brenner's got a specially approved visit. His sister.
You going to take him downstairs first?
No, I don't think so. I think we'll take him over to my office to visit with him, and then downstairs from there. Hello, Frank.
Oh, Cab.
How's it going?
Okay, I guess.
It's just about 4, Frank.
Yeah.
But first, you got a visit.
Me? Who?
Your sister.
Oh, I thought maybe it was my lawyer with some news.
So if there is any, Frank, you'll hear. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, Cap, I won't worry.
Sergeant tells me you want to say goodbye to some of the fellas up here. Well, that's okay with me if you do, but not too long, huh?
When am I seeing my sister?
As soon as we leave here, in my office.
We aren't coming back here, huh?
No, Frank.
Downstairs?
Unlock Bruner, will you?
Yes, sir.
I'll wait for you at the elevator gate, Frank.
Thanks, Cap.
You got everything, Bruner?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Frank. Over here.
Don't worry, I hadn't forgotten you, Whitey. I'll take care of your pictures for you if you want. Well, thanks, but I already gave them to the Sarge here. He's going to send them home. Oh. But I tell you what you can do. You can take his dictionary of mine. Maybe it'll do you some good. What do I want with a book? Has a lot of big words in it. Where we're going... Sure, Frank, I'd like it. Thanks. Dream the big dream for me, will you? So long, White. So long, Frank. Hey, Frank. What's happening, Lucky? Nothing shaking. I'd like you to take these books here off my hands, would you? Oh, sure. We can all use them. No, especially you. If they had a charm for you, they kept you from taking the walk I'm taking today. I don't know. I've got a terrible hunch I'm turning the last few pages. No, you keep writing those writs. Those law books still work. Maybe not always in time for everybody, but they've done all right for you. Gee, Frank, I wish... you know. Sure, I understand. We'll be thinking about you tomorrow. Do that. Hi, kid.
Bruner?
How you doing?
Sick of this crummy place.
You aren't in a hurry to leave it, are you?
I don't know. This whole joint.
You want to go with me?
If you think I'll kiss anybody goodbye, you're crazy. No one's ever handed me anything. I don't expect them to do it now.
You'll have it your way, kid. I think you're all noise.
Listen, Bruner, I don't see giving these bulls anything. When I go, they want to have an extra goon squad waiting because I'm going to leave them something to remember me by.
Kid, I ain't got much time to talk. I want you to have something of mine. Here.
What is it? Tom Sawyer. You a jokester?
No, I want you to have it.
I don't get it.
Will you read it? Maybe it'll make you see somebody you never knew. When everything was wonderful tomorrow.
Sure, Bruno. I'll read it in the easy chair downstairs.
Sure, kid. I'll be seeing you.
Sure thing.
Sorry about the kid, Frank. He talks too much.
You get scared all kinds of ways, kid.
Yeah, maybe so. You ready, Frank?
No. Let's go.
and your sister alone in my office. It's not routine, but this time we'll forget routine for a moment. I want you to promise me you'll come when I call you. Agreed, Frank?
Thanks, Cap.
Frank? Frank?
Hello, sis.
Oh, Frank.
And now listen, honey, we haven't got much time. We shouldn't spend it bawling, huh?
You're right.
How'd you get up here?
The train?
How's Mom and Dad?
Oh, Frank.
I ask you a question, honey.
They're fine. You know they send their love.
I'm glad you made them stay home. There's no need.
How have you been, darling?
Fine.
They tell me that this is our last chance to visit.
That's right, honey.
Oh, Frank.
Now, listen, Ruthie. Listen close. There's not much time left. I want you to do something for me, something important. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to call Alice's family.
What?
I want you to call Alice's family.
But, Frank...
Now, please, honey. I killed Alice, but I want them to know, as I've always said, that it wasn't from hate or anything like that. It just hurt. Knowing after all those years that we were together, she really cared for someone else.
I will, Frank, I promise.
I couldn't see life without her, and it was even worse to live knowing that she was with someone else and not me. If I couldn't have her, nobody else could. Maybe they'll understand.
Frank.
Listen, honey, I want you to go now, please.
But, darling...
No, Ruthie, this is no good for both of us. You go on.
Oh, Frank, why? Why?
Would you give me a kiss?
Frank.
Thanks, honey. Now go. Go on. So this is it, huh, Sarge? Last stop. When I was upstairs on the row, I used to see him come down here in the afternoon before, just like today. I always wondered. No wonder it's over.
Got enough cigarettes?
You know, I don't smoke much, Sarge. It's bad for the system. Hey, what time did Cap say he'd be back?
Around 6.
Well, it's almost that now, isn't it?
Just about.
Time is something we'll all be keeping track of pretty close the next 14 hours, huh?
Sorry, Frank. I'm late, I know.
Well, that's all right, Cap. I'm in no hurry, believe me.
Warden's coming over around 9.
You think he'll have any news?
Well, I understand he's been in touch with the state capitol. It's routine, of course, you know.
I don't have much of a chance, do I, Cap?
I really don't know, Frank.
Well, I know.
Anything I can get you, Frank?
Yeah, there is. A phonograph.
I think that can be arranged.
And some nice records, something classical, something easy on the ear.
I'll certainly try. Meanwhile, Chaplin's asked if you want to see him.
Of course I do. I'm no fool. Tomorrow morning isn't going to be easy. I never kidded myself on that. I don't want to walk in there alone.
Hey, Whitey. Whitey.
What?
The lights will be out in a minute or two. 10 o'clock.
So?
I wonder what Bruner's doing.
He's probably doing it hard.
He was an okay guy. Never could quite figure. Hey, what did he give you?
His dictionary.
Dictionary? You know what he gave me? Tom Sawyer. Can you imagine?
Listen, kid. You had you figured a long time ago when you first come up here. Yet all you did when he came by this afternoon was lip off.
What was I supposed to do? Break down in tears?
Don't be so sure of yourself. But like I was saying, guys like him you never figure out. First they're with you, and then you're sitting like us right now remembering them. And you're glad they were with you?
What could I say?
I don't know.
Hey, Whitey, you think Brunner will really go tomorrow morning?
Who knows?
Well, one of the bulls was telling me a couple of weeks ago that when one of us gets it, they knock off all the phones an hour before. Said something about keeping the lines clear except for the one downstairs. Real slick, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, real slick. Everything dies in order. The free world when you come in here. And the last light of day in the afternoon before. And just before they sit you down in a little green room, they kill all the phones. And they go about killing you.
You are listening to The Phones Die First, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Underworld characters who want an easy buck and aren't fussy how they make it are endlessly inventive. Fortunately, the agents of the FBI are even quicker and shrewder in their counter-efforts to foil their plans and ferret them out of hiding. You can hear another startling drama on the popular CBS radio program, The FBI in Peace and War, over most of these same stations, tomorrow night.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Harry Bartell, starring in tonight's production, The Phones Die First, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Hello, Frank. I'm Father Malahan. Hello. Yeah, it's a beautiful piece you're playing. Yeah, Father. I'll turn it off if you want. No, please don't. Beautiful. I understand you're a Protestant. Yeah? You asked for a priest? You know, there's a Protestant chaplain here. Yeah, I know, Father. He's probably a right guy, but I don't know how to say it. What? I've heard ever since I came to this place practically a year ago that you were quite the good Joe. I'm sorry, Father. I didn't mean it. Please, I'm flattered. You wanted a friend. Yeah. Well, Frank, I suppose when it's all said and done, what is religion? Faith, but a friend. Sort of hold on to. I've been so busy all day, I haven't really eaten anything yet. How about you? I'm not too hungry. Oh, come on. You're not going to let me eat alone, are you? Tell you what we'll do. We'll phone from here and have Smitty send up something. Smitty, you're a brave warrior, Father. Oh, I see. You've heard of Smithy, our prize chef, huh? Well, he can't do any more than... Can you kill us, Father? I don't think that's called for, do you, Frank? I'm sorry. Well, what are you going to have, Frank? I'll match you, dish for dish. Oh. I should have known better than to try to eat more than a Dutchman. I think you did pretty good, Father, considering that you haven't got much to stow your food away. Hey, you casting aspersions at this thin house of mine? You'd be surprised. What time is it? Midnight. A little past. Would you mind, Father, staying here tonight? I know it isn't the best hotel, but... Be glad to. The fellas were right. You're an oak. Where's your home, Frank? You mean where I was born or where I live? Both. I was born in Seattle, but I spent most of my life up around Modesto.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful farming country. I've been through there often.
We aren't so far from it here.
No, we're not.
In about 10 hours from now, I'll be a long ways away.
Frank, you a fatalist?
No, Father. But I know when not to kid myself.
Oh, I don't think it's kidding yourself to believe that even though we may be in some dire straits, that often we actually come out of them.
Not this time.
Well, if I were you, I'd sort of put my trust in someone much more sure than you and me. Then I'd relax as best I knew how.
Sure.
Yes?
Mr. Johnson,
Oh, Miss Bruner, I was just going to call you. I have an appointment with the governor at 9 this morning.
is he in town?
Yes, we're in luck. He left the capital last night, and this morning my secretary called me that he's staying with friends here.
Have you already talked with him?
Yes, but just briefly. He's agreed to talk with me regarding Frank this morning. Miss Bruner.
Yes.
Don't raise your hopes at this late hour. As Frank's lawyer, all I can do is present what we've presented before and had turned down.
Hanging on and believing.
No, of course not. I promise I'll call you when I hear definite news.
You'll call regardless of what it might be.
Yes, I promise.
Morning, Father.
Good morning, Captain.
Bruner, how are you?
Thanks for the record you sent over and the phonograph.
Oh, I was glad to do it. Bruner, the warden won't be over until time. He told me to tell you he'll be in personal touch with the governor this morning.
You're in time for breakfast, Captain.
I don't mind if I do.
You feel like trusting Smitty again, Frank?
What have I got to lose?
You know, Captain, I'm getting to be a freeloader around here. Last night, again this morning. What'll the budget director say?
Well, I think he'd say, let's eat.
All right, Captain. Let's have orange juice, bacon and eggs, hot cakes, toast, and strong black coffee. More coffee, Frank? How about you, Captain?
No, thanks, Father. I got to be going. There's some things I've got to attend to.
Captain.
Yes, Bruner?
I'd like to ask you something.
Sure.
When it comes time this morning, which isn't too long now, I want just you and the father to go with me. Will you promise?
I'll see, Bruner.
Hey, Whitey?
Lucky.
You checking the time?
Who ain't?
Frank was all right, huh? Wish he could have been around longer.
Hey, you're the lawyer up here. How about this last-minute stay routine? Couldn't Frank get it as well as the next guy? Now, you know, we've seen him get him.
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock now. If they're going to give him one, they better be warming up the warden's phone.
I'd like to see him come up that elevator again. It'll do us all good.
Are you guys praying over there? Why don't you drop dead? Oh, no. No, they're going to have to do the honors for me. Hey, Whitey, you ever see such a screwball?
You'll meet a different kid come his time to follow Frank. Believe me. Father, I'm scared.
If you weren't, I wouldn't understand you.
Will it hurt?
Frank, do you trust me?
No, I do.
Then I want you not to say anything more. All right?
But, Father,
I like you, Frank. Because you know something? You're like a brother of mine.
Is he a priest?
No, he's making money, a contractor in St. Paul.
I'm glad you became a priest.
I am too, Frank, because I met you.
You're just being nice.
Oh, no, Frank. I'd say this had we met outside. You know,
We can't really judge our fellow man always by what he does or doesn't do. What we see is but a little bit of the man. God sees all of him. And what's important? The heart. The intent of his life. I wouldn't worry if I were you, Frank. Whatever comes.
Father, I don't know what I would have done without you. You're a good friend.
Will all of those of you who have proper identification and credentials for admittance to the chamber area prepare them now for showing before entering? I must remind you again that no smoking or talking will be allowed once you're in the outer chamber itself. And I must remind you also that once you are inside, you will not be allowed to leave. Should you feel the need for assistance at any time during the ensuing proceedings, a custodial officer will be there to assist you. May I say now, if there's... You may do so. Very well. You will sign the register inside the chamber, giving your name, address, and professional capacity. I recognize a few faces in the group, but to those who are here for the first time, we do not treat these proceedings as a show, but a grim task to be done as quickly and mercifully as possible. Will you come with me, please?
Chamber. Yes? Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll tell. Yes, sir. Brunner, it was the warden.
Yeah?
He hasn't been able to reach the governor.
Yeah, I know. The warden couldn't reach him. He just don't want to be reached.
Frank.
That's your show, Father. The make-believe's all over.
Frank. Will you listen to me?
I have been, Father, and I'm still going through that green door
Frank,
over there.
Frank, as a friend. As a friend, would you pray with me? It's a prayer we both know, that I'm sure. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
Father, we're ready.
So are we. Would you give us a moment?
Surely.
Frank, would you put your hand in mine for just a moment?
Sure, Father.
And then we'll walk like only friends can. Side by side. Each giving strength and peace to the other.
Father.
I'm with you.
Father won't have to go.
Yes, of course. Come on, Frank. Let's walk together.
Chamber. Yes, sir. Warden. It's the governor's office.
Father.
Yes, Frank. We're going to be all right.
Suspense, in which Harry Bartell starred in tonight's presentation of The Phones Die First. Next week, we bring you a story of a woman who finds a letter warning of death and has only 3 hours to deliver it. We call it The Death Parade. That's next week on Suspense. Is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Jules Maitland. The music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Heard in tonight's cast were Barney Phillips, William Justine, Tom McKee, Jack Crucian, Herbert Ellis, Richard Crenna, and Eleanor Tannen.
Nothing gives old man trouble as much personal trouble as a smile, and nobody seems more dedicated to making life tough for old man trouble than Arthur Godfrey. Tomorrow and every Monday through Friday, listen over most of these same stations for Arthur Godfrey Time. It's one sure way to tune in on happiness. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a postmaster and his desperate search for an unwelcome package. We call it Fragile Contents Death. So now, starring Victor Perrin, here is tonight's suspense play, Fragile Contents Death.
Until it came that morning, everything at the post office was the same as it had always been. I was just another postmaster, 40 years old, with the postal problems of some 80,000 people to look after. All it took was that call to make things a nightmare. As I said, the day was just a day. I remember I was making up my mind to get busy on the stuff piled on my desk. It was 9:15.
Morning, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, morning, Hartley. I'm just going to send for you. Don't tell me all this heat is for me.
That's right.
Well, didn't anybody weed it out?
It's been weeded, Mr. Jordan.
Well, if I must, I must. Even a parcel, I see.
Yeah, it's marked personal.
From Paxton and Brown, something or other, Broadway, New York. Oh, I remember. Sure, this must be that new type of lawn sprinkler I ordered for the wife. I should have had it sent to the house. Put it over there, would you? I'll take it along when I go home.
Here?
That's fine. Post office, this is Jordan.
Jordan. That postmaster, Jordan?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Plenty. You got a bomb someplace in the mail down there.
Is this a joke?
Listen carefully. This is no joke. A guy I know sent another guy a bomb, a time bomb. It'll be delivered here in town. It was supposed to be set to go off at 7 tonight, but it ain't. He forgot to change the timer before he shipped it. It's set for 2:30 this afternoon, 5 hours from now. I don't like that. Maybe some poor guy like a mailman will get it instead of the guy who's supposed to. That's why I'm telling you about it. You gotta find it and stop it. One other thing, too. It's fixed so it'll go off when you open the package. You got all that?
Sure, I got it. But how do I recognize this bomb? Who's it addressed to?
I ain't telling who sent it.
I don't care about who sent it. Who gets it? Who gets the bomb? Hello? Hello? Hartley.
Yes, sir?
You probably heard enough of that to know what's going on.
Something about a bomb in the mail.
Yeah. Now listen carefully. I'm only going to tell you once. Get out of here on the double. I want the assistant superintendent of mails and the dispatcher, Stewart and Fox. Get them in here as quick as you can. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Operator.
This is Jordan. How many inspectors are in today? Do you know?
Just a moment, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Williams is in. Mr. Jackson left word he'll be out in Lincoln County until tomorrow. And Mr. Thompson entered the hospital this morning to have his appendix out.
Well, ring Ed Williams for me, please. Tell him to get over to my office right away. It's urgent.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Fox. Come in, sit down. Yes, sir. Something wrong? Plenty. Bomb in the mail.
You know much about it?
I'll tell you later. Williams and Stewart are in on this, too.
Man, are we ever in for a busy day?
Hardly said there was a hurry-up call in here, so
close that door in my face, Joe.
Come on in, Ed. Close the door. Sit down, both of you. Now sit down and listen.
Uh-oh. No raises this year. I've been waiting for him to spring it on us.
Button it up, Joe. Here's what we do have staring us in the face. I just told Fox a minute ago there's a bomb in the mail someplace.
Oh, bomb.
That's right. A few minutes ago, I got a phone call. I don't know who it was. All I got were these facts. It's now 9:30. Between now and 2:30, we've got to find a time bomb which was mailed to somebody here in town.
Somebody? Don't have any name at all?
He didn't get around to that. Either he wouldn't tell me or he was cut off. I'm hoping... Just a slender hope, I know. I'm hoping he'll call back, but we can't count on it.
Oh, how do we know this isn't a leg pull, Doug?
We don't. But we can't afford to take chances with somebody's life. Would you?
No.
What kind of a package?
We don't know. Any kind.
Oh, it's great.
That spreads your field out something terrific, Stuart.
How?
Well, you not only have your truck packages, you have carrier packages, too.
Carrier wouldn't have that big a package.
Stu, with the powerful explosives we have nowadays and the small wiring circuits possible, why not?
Yeah, I'll give you another one. How about a newspaper roll? That's big enough, isn't it? Carriers handle them, don't they?
That's right. Now, here's what I think. If that thing was mailed early this morning, it's either out there in the parcel post bin or at one of the substations. If it was mailed last night, it's probably on one of the trucks right now.
Or else it's been delivered.
Or else it's been delivered, yes.
A lot of stuff's off the trucks for now.
Well, that complicates it, but let's do what we can as fast as we can. Fox, you round up all of the special delivery cars, send them out after those trucks, and get all the packages back here. We'll go over them after they get here.
Okay.
Try to get the drivers to remember what's been delivered and where. Skip the insurance deliveries. This won't be insured. Get as much back as you can.
Yeah, but what if they can't remember everything?
You leave that to me. But do this, too. Call the substations. Get all their stuff in.
All right. Anything else?
No, not now.
All right. I'm on my way.
Stewart, you'll go through our own stuff in the back. Let's see. Delivery from New York Central's number 3 hasn't come over from the station yet, has it?
No.
Well, that makes it a little better. Get everything we've got together in one place and keep it there. Keep the out-of-town packages out of it. Just add the stuff from the substations and the trucks as it comes in.
And the pickup trucks, of course.
What?
Some of the drop boxes out in the suburbs are for letters and parcels both. We'd get some packages coming in on the pickups from those boxes.
I'd forgotten that.
Well, the trucks should be in by 11. We might as well go ahead with everything else until they get here.
Just so we get them as soon as they come in. I'll leave that to you.
Well, if we're going to do all this, I'd better get on it. No use standing around here any longer than necessary.
No, go ahead.
You want me to check the packages, right?
I don't have to tell you your business, Ed. I know your record as an inspector is A1.
Well, fill me in a little more, will you, Doug?
Okay, shoot.
This a time bomb?
Well, that's what he said. We have less than 5 hours now.
Yeah, I got that. Well, what else about it? Would it be safe to open?
No. It'll go off if you open it. He said so.
Oh, rougher and rougher. I'm going to get help, Doug.
All you want.
Use your phone.
Help yourself.
Thank you.
Operator.
Outside line.
Thank you.
State Police, Company A, Sergeant Rock speaking.
Rocky, this is Ed Williams, post office. Is Jesse in today?
Yeah, you want him?
No, don't call him. No time. Tell him to come on over here right away, would you?
Sure. What do you want with explosive experts? You got a bomb?
Maybe. Keep it under your hat.
You know me.
Another thing, Rocky, you guys got the fluoroscope just now?
Oh, a touchy one, huh? No, we loaned it to Company E up in Foreman.
I could use it, that's for sure.
That's only about 100 miles. I'll call them up and get them to fly it in. Probably get it to you in about an hour, a little over.
Oh, good. And you'll tell Jesse.
Yeah, we'll do.
Now, to work, Doug.
Same here, boy.
Yeah, how about those carriers? About 100 of them, aren't there?
94.
Well, can you do it? Can you hit them all?
I don't know. All I can do is try.
Bet you're thinking the same thing I am. Remembering the same case.
Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Yeah. That poor devil of a carrier. Alive, but barely.
That's one reason I want to find this bomb before our luck runs out. $11:30. 2 hours gone. I went back to the mailroom. Hello, Doug. How's it going? Well, we have all this over here so far. A lot of work. Any leads, Ed?
Not yet. Not even anything suspicious.
Well, how can you tell?
I can't tell, really. Sometimes there's something about the handwriting or the printing or the... I guess you just feel it sometimes. I don't know. I don't get anything like that in this stuff.
Not even a fake return address?
Not a one in the lot. None of the locals, anyway. We've checked them all.
Fluoroscope in yet?
Well, the plane's in. They phoned me a few minutes ago. It's on the way over. Be here any minute.
Well.
Mr. Jordan, telephone.
Okay, what line?
On 8.
Thank you, I'll get it. This is Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, this is Malloy on truck 15.
Yes, Malloy.
I got the word about getting back these packages. Everything's practically okay. Only this. My second delivery, I left one off at this place, 1724 Lime Street. I go back there a while ago and nobody's home.
Well, they were there when you left the package?
Yeah. A fat, bald-headed guy took it, as I remember.
Well, check the neighbors.
I already have, Mr. Jordan. Nobody knows for sure where they went. There's some talk about them leaving for Washington this morning, but I can't pin it down. They drove anyway. Car's gone. Garage is empty.
Well, that's using your head, Malloy. At least we have something to shoot at. Do you remember the name?
No, I don't. But that fat guy sure looked like a crook. Tabbed him for one the minute I laid
out.
What's
that?
Well, Miller came driving out and caught me and said you were hunting a package of stolen goods in the mail. Maybe he shot off his mouth too much, huh? Wasn't I supposed to know?
No, Malloy. It's all right. I forgot that he knew what we were after. Well, you say you got everything else, huh?
Yeah. Be right in if you say so.
You do that.
Check.
Foxy.
Yeah.
Look up 1724 Lime Street and get the name. Anything else? Get that name, then get on to it. The state police to intercept them if possible. Those people received the package this morning, and they may have left town for Washington. They're probably driving. With luck, they may not have opened that parcel yet.
That's a real long shot, sir. Going on a trip, carrying an unopened package? I doubt it.
It's against common sense, but we have to try. You try, Foxy. 12 o'clock, lunchtime. I ordinarily eat at Bailey's, but not today. We had sandwiches and coffee brought in. The coffee was welcome, but we didn't seem to be very hungry. Alone in my office sipping coffee, all I could think about was the time was half gone. This is Jordan.
Darling, haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, hello, dear. Forgotten something?
I'm down at Bailey's waiting for you. I've been here 25 minutes. We're lunching together today, remember?
Oh, yes. Well, look, Alice, I'm afraid I'm going to have to stand you up. Something's come up.
Well, you'll be sorry. There's the best-looking man sitting in here all by himself, the tall, rugged, iron gray type. You know how I go for those. He'd probably be very glad to buy me a meal.
You try him and see. I have confidence in you, sweetheart. Anything to save us a buck.
Then you definitely aren't coming.
I'm afraid not. I'll tell you all about it tonight.
Sometime remind me never to marry a busy executive again. Bye.
Bye. What do you got, Foxy?
Things in my mind, Doug. First, let me get this one off. The cops picked up the Morgans.
The Morgan? Yeah, the couple who were driving to Washington found him in a service station on the edge of town. They got the package. Well, they'd already opened it. Nothing much in it except some fancy sports shirts from Morgan himself.
Then they're on their way again?
Yeah, with apologies. I understand they were scared silly, though. Morgan offered to show the cop the shirts, even wanted to give him one. Afraid they were stolen goods.
I'm glad that's cleaned up.
Yeah, say, just had a call from the Woodmont branch.
Go on.
Say, you remember Spicer?
Spicer? Yeah, suspicion of robbing the mails. What about him?
Looks as though he hung one on himself this time.
Well, how's that?
Well, as I say, this clerk out at Woodmont put a bunch of packages in the bins just before he quit last night. He remembered one for Dr. Turner. This Turner, it seems, collects magazine first editions. Sometimes these aren't worth insuring, sometimes they are. But they're always worth something more than their original price. And this package looked like one of those.
What about the carrier, Spicer?
Well, it seems he blew in just as the place was about to close. Said he forgot a bag of his with some new shoes that he bought. He drifted through and then right out again. Nobody paid any attention at the time.
And this morning, Turner's package is gone. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Where's Spicer?
It's his day off. Substitute's working.
They're sure the package is gone.
Well, Turner called to ask if it came in, and they couldn't trace it. That's how they were sure it's missing.
Well, I don't have to tell you the next move, do I?
No, I already tried. Called his rooming house. He's not in. Didn't come in last night either. Shall I call the police?
I'd better do that, Foxy. Thanks.
Even if he has the thing, he surely opened it by now.
Think so myself, but we can't be sure. We can't take chances. I better call.
Operator?
Get me the police station. Ed, any luck with this pile of stuff?
Oh, one that's uncertain. Trying to make up my mind.
So? Let's see.
Here.
It's not very big.
Wouldn't have to be.
Addressed to Jack Gordon, 128 Andrews Street. Is that anybody important?
Never heard the name. If you ask me, it's a kid.
What makes you think so?
Return address.
Columbia Foods Incorporated.
Cereal coupons. Fluoroscope indicates a watch inside. Let's put a stethoscope on it.
Okay.
Get it?
Ticks, all right.
Question. Is it a dollar watch or is it?
A watch, probably.
Probably.
Let's play it safe.
That's what I thought.
Take it outside?
Ordinarily, yes. But we couldn't detect anything that would trigger the thing, so we'll put it in the water bucket here.
Did you put wetting agent in the water?
Yeah. It'll soak through the wrapping quicker and then throw anything else inside that much faster. That does it. Inside takes a little longer.
Reminds me of the time I put in as an inspector.
Here you were pretty good, Doug.
Just lucky?
Getting the walkers? Lucky? Well, better have a look at your toy here. Easy. Easy. Up she comes. There. Looks as though we were right the first time, Doug. Here, have a pocket watch. Genuine Hoppy.
Keep it for a souvenir.
That's one kid we all watch. Will the budget stand it?
It'll strain it, but it won't break it.
Hey, let's step out back. I need a cigarette.
Good idea. You heard about this carrier, Spicer?
Yeah, Foxy told me. Get him yet?
The police haven't.
Well, maybe the police haven't got him, but has it?
Still going around. 1:30. Just about 1 hour to go, and still we hadn't found that bomb. We hadn't found it. We hadn't found the missing carrier. All we had found was a new headache every few minutes. This is Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, this is Malloy again. The driver, you know.
Oh, yes, Malloy. You had something new?
Well, sorta. You see, Mr. Jordan, it's like this. While I was eating lunch, I kept thinking, and all of a sudden I remember this other package I delivered this morning. out on Beach Avenue. So I drive over here to see about it. I'm at the house now.
Have you got the package? Have they opened it?
No, it ain't open. But, well, you better talk to this lady, Mr. Jordan. She won't listen to me. Here, Mrs. Bates, this is the postmaster on the line. Himself in person.
Hello. This driver says you're the postmaster, is that right?
That's right. This is Douglas Jordan.
I don't understand all this about the package which came from my husband. First this man delivers it, now he wants it back.
Well, he's perfectly right, Mrs. Bates. We'd very much like to have that parcel.
I don't see why. It has my husband's name on it. It's the correct address. I'm afraid I can't give it back until my husband has a chance to examine it.
What did our driver tell you, Mrs. Bates?
He had some story about stolen goods, but that doesn't make sense. Anyone would know that my husband would
Someone may have confused him with another Bates. Have you thought of that?
No, I hadn't, but I'm still sure that my husband should pass judgment on this. If I were to take the responsibility and I were wrong...
Let me take the responsibility, Mrs. Bates.
He might not see it that way. He might say I let myself be talked into something.
Mrs. Bates, believe me, I'm sure your husband would be the first to thank us if he only knew. On my word of honor, we must have that package.
Well, it's your responsibility, understand? Here, young man. But I don't think my husband will thank you. He doesn't like anyone connected with the government. None of you.
For that, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bates, but thank you for giving us that parcel. But it wasn't what we were after. A box of advertising pencils, that was all. Then it was half an hour. I forced myself to stay in my office waiting for a call that they'd caught Spicer or that someone, somewhere, had turned up something. Oh, Ed? Any luck?
Not a bit. We've combed everything, not a thing.
They haven't caught up with Spicer yet.
I think that's a false lead anyway. If he has the thing, he's opened it by now.
That leaves us nowhere.
Yes, it does.
Somebody's forgotten something. That must be it.
Maybe. Could be all a hoax, you know. What's the matter? Don't you want it to be a hoax, all this effort and nothing to show for it, that is? Want to repeat the Walker business, catch a murderer through the mail?
No, Ed, no. I just want to be sure.
Well, by the way, he's out, you know.
Who?
Steve Walker, the brother. He's out of jail. Did you know? Well, why are you looking so funny?
Steve Walker. He said he'd get me.
Well, yeah, so what?
Where did I put it? Where's that lawn sprinkler?
Lawn sprinkler?
Now I know.
Where'd that package come from?
I've had it right here all day. Didn't even think about it. Came early this morning.
Let's not think. Let's move. Give me that.
Is there time?
I think so. Better be. Get it onto the fluoroscope.
Look.
That's it. Brother, that's it, all right.
Do you have time to take it out to a safe place?
No, sir. All we can do is put it in a water bucket, take it into the alley, and pray.
Okay.
Here goes. Water get through that wrapper. Doug, we'll give it an hour, just in case.
5 minutes. 15. 30 minutes. 45. 1 hour. And then...
Well, Doug, there it is. All in little pieces. Be glad those pieces aren't you.
I am, Ed. I am.
A pretty good collection of evidence.
Yeah,
You can go after Steve Walker with this, Doug.
Mr. Jordan, telephone.
Coming.
On 4.
This is Jordan.
Well, I couldn't bear the thought of you plodding away down there. Now, maybe you'd like to hear the story about my luncheon. It was the most...
Why, it better be good, honey. Wait till you hear the one I've got for you.
in which Mr. Victor Perrin starred in tonight's presentation of Fragile, Content Death. And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a terrifying study of a pyromaniac. We call it The Flame. So now, starring Tony Barrett, here is tonight's suspense play, The Flame.
I guess so. I don't know. I just got here. Hey, you know, mister?
The first floor.
What a mess. I wonder how it got started.
Some joker in bed with a lit cigarette probably fell asleep. No, that wasn't the way it started.
Wasn't, huh?
You mean that...
It'd take more than a little cigarette to start a fire like that. The whole apartment building just about gone.
Well, maybe the guy who owns the building started it. You know, for the insurance and all. No, he didn't have anything to do with it.
Hey, look at it burn, will you?
Makes kind of a pretty pattern against the sky, though, doesn't it?
Pretty pattern.
Are you kidding?
Hey, what are you doing?
What?
What are you doing with that paper?
I'm drawing. I'm drawing a picture of the fire. The big, heavy man in the turtleneck sweater got flushed in the face. Red. Just like the fire across the street. It was burning big now and it went climbing high, way up. So high that it was going to touch off the sky, too. And just when it reached its peak, they put it out. Then there were big, black, ugly clouds of smoke. But I had the picture I'd drawn of the fire, just a pencil sketch. I colored it when I got home. Just the way I remembered. With reds, oranges, pinks. So I go home. When I get there, my sister Mary Lee is still up. She's in her robe. She should be in bed. She has to get up and go to work early in the morning. Why is she up at this hour?
Andy?
Yeah.
Where have you been all night? I had supper ready. You promised me you'd be home. What happened? Andy, don't just stand there. I asked you what happened.
Nothing happened. I just went for a walk.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just leave me alone, Mary Lee. Do you have to nag at me all the time?
I'm not nagging at you, Andy. I'm just worried, and I get nervous when I worry, that's all.
Well, forget it. I'm home and I'm all right, so just don't worry yourself anymore, okay?
Okay, Andy. Wait a second. I wanted to ask you for a big favor.
Can't you ask me tomorrow morning, Mary Lee? I'm awfully tired.
You know Mr. Boyage in the dry goods store man, Andy?
Sure, I know him. He's one of my favorite people. What about him?
Well, this morning they took his wife to the hospital.
To the hospital? What?
Well, she's sick. Very sick, Andy. Tonight on the way home from work, Mr. Boyage stopped me and asked me if I'd talk to you about helping him.
Well, sure I will, but how?
Well, he may have to spend some time at the hospital with her. He doesn't have anybody he can leave in the shop to take care of it, and he thought maybe you'd help him out.
Well, that'd be all right with me, but I don't know anything about the dry goods business.
Oh, it isn't hard, Andy. I told him I thought you wouldn't mind at all. Besides, it'll give you a little something to do to keep you busy. You won't have to...
Well, go ahead. Say it. You won't have to roam the streets like a bum? Just like Pa used to yell at me? All right, I like Mr. Boyage and Mary Lee. I'll let you store for him. Mr. Boyagin was a man who looked like Santa Claus. He had wonderful small eyes and big red cheeks. He laughed all the time. And when he laughed, his small eyes got big and they twinkled just like stars. Or like the flash of flame when you strike a match and it suddenly flares up with colors and warmth. And you get a funny sensation in your stomach. Yes, that was Mr. Boyagin, the man who owned the dry goods store on Union Street. Following morning, Mr. Boyagin wasn't laughing. There was no twinkle in his eyes.
He looks sad sitting behind the counter. Mr. Boyajian?
Huh? Oh, Andy, it's you.
Hello.
Excuse me, Andy. My mind is not on what is happening. It is on this music. I'm far away when I listen.
Music?
Yes. It is the kind of music that the missus and I used to dance to when we was like your age. It is a folk dance, Andy, from the old country.
Oh, it's pretty. I like it. Mr. Boyajian, about your wife, I'm sorry she's sick.
Oh, you're sorry. Everybody is sorry, Andy, the whole neighborhood. Everybody tells me how sorry they are. But me, I am sorry most of all.
Is it very serious?
Yes, very.
Well, don't you worry. They'll take good care of it at the hospital. I know they will.
Oh, I'm sure they will.
Oh, she'll have the best there is to offer.
She would if I could afford it.
Afford it?
Yes. You see, this sickness needs special kind doctor. This special doctor costs extra money. It's kind of money that I, as proprietor of this small dry goods store, do not have.
I wish there was something I could do.
You're a good boy, Andy. Good heart. You know, I wish I could have a son like you.
Thank you, Mr. Boyajian. Thank you.
I don't make the money I used to make. I can't work as hard. Sometimes I think I'd be better off if this place should burn down. I get the insurance money.
Insurance money?
Yeah, from fire insurance company.
I never thought of that.
You never thought of what, Andy?
Oh, what I mean was I never thought of things like fire insurance.
Of course, to do a thing like this, to even wish it, is against the law. Fire insurance is for the protection.
Of course.
Well, Andy, if you come to stay, I go to hospital.
Yes, you go right ahead, Mr. Boyajian. I'll take care of everything. Oh, you just leave everything to me. Mr. Boyajian looked so sad and so tired as he walked out the door. Why did there have to be terrible things like this in the world? Why couldn't everything be beautiful and good? Beautiful and good like a nice big fire. Clean, warm, burning all the evil and hurt. It was so simple I had to laugh. I decided I'd use the plumber's candle and the celluloid. That way all the evidence would be destroyed. There'd be no way of investigating the claim. I started to get really excited about it. I bought what I needed. I went home. I got out Mary Lee's cake tin. I went into my room and I started to experiment.
Andy, I wondered if you'd go down to... What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing? Trying to start a fire?
No, nothing, Mary Lee. Nothing at all. Just a little gag.
Gag? With my best cake tin?
I'm sorry.
Gag for what?
Well, Needles and I, we...
Needles. Andy, you've been down to that pool room again, haven't you?
So?
Oh, Andy, what's the matter with you?
What do you mean?
I mean, other fellas your age, they're out getting jobs, doing things, but you, all you do is hang around that pool room down by the sound, take walks at night, draw pictures.
Key, Andy?
Yes, Mr. Boyajian, yes.
But key, what for, Andy?
Well, I just thought that maybe tomorrow morning you'd like to get over to the hospital earlier. I could open up the store for you.
Oh, Andy, already you've done so much for me. It's nice, but...
No trouble. Believe me, Mr. Boyajian. No trouble at all. I'd be happy to do it.
You know, to tell the truth, I would like to get over a little early.
Oh, sure you will.
Andy, like I said before, such a good boy there never was. Here, I give you Mrs. Boyajian's key. How's that?
That's fine. Fine, and don't you worry about a thing. I'll sell out tomorrow. I'll make you lots of money. I
joke with Mary Lee at dinner that night. It surprised her, but it put her in a good mood. The nicest part about the plumber's candle was that I could measure it to burn to any time. An hour would be plenty of time. About 9:30, I told Mary Lee I was going down to the corner drugstore for a few minutes. Down on Union, I waited until the block was almost deserted. Then I let myself into the dry goods store. Mr. Boyajian had a crate of little girls' dresses he just received. Would be perfect tinder. I lined the strips of celluloid up, and I set the plumber's candle on top of the crate. Then I struck a match and lit the candle. I watched the flame burn for just a moment. Then I went back to the apartment and I waited. Mary Lee was darning some socks. I sat for almost an hour, coloring my pictures, getting nervous. And when it was time, I asked her to go get some ice cream with me. When we got down to the street... Mary Lee, look. The fire.
What?
Come on. Come on.
Oh, Andy, I hate fires. I hope it's a false alarm.
No. Not false. Look, there's smoke. Plenty of smoke. Look. Hey, there it is, Mary Lee. There it is, right over there.
Andy, it's Mr. Boyajian's dry goods store.
Well, for heaven's sake, what do you know? Mr. Boyajian's dry goods store.
Oh, isn't it terrible? He hasn't got enough trouble as it is.
Oh, don't you feel sorry for him, Mary Lee? He's got insurance.
Oh, I know, but how do you know?
Huh? We got to talking the other day. He told me about it.
Hey, Andy, what do you say, huh? Hot one, huh?
Well, hello, Needles. Yeah, real hot, huh?
Andy, who's that they're carrying now?
The old man.
Mr. Boyajian.
Yeah, somebody said he was passing by on his way home. He saw the fire, rushed inside trying to put it out. Boy, that was a crazy thing to do.
Is he?
Yeah.
Look at those flames lick up at the sky. Just like a torch. A lovely, lovely torch. Oh, it's beautiful.
Hiya, Hotshot.
Hi, Needles.
I'll play some pool?
Okay.
Where you been? I seen you around since the funeral.
Here and there.
Go ahead, Andy. You shoot first. Hey, good break. Hey, that was tough about old man Boyajian, huh?
Yeah, too bad. You shouldn't have tried to put it out.
Yeah. You know, at first I thought the old guy started himself. You know, to collect the fire insurance, though, but... I guess he didn't.
Mrs. Boyajian will get the money, though, won't you?
Well, you can never tell. There were some fire insurance coppers around a couple of days ago. You know, asking questions. But I got to investigate before they pay off. You're shot.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Hey, nice. They talked to a lot of people in the neighborhood. Hey, talked to you, Andy? Hey, you were working for him, weren't you?
Helping him out. So he could go to the hospital.
They'll probably find out if it was a cooked-up thing or not.
What do you mean, cooked-up thing?
Well, you still can't toss out the idea maybe Boyajian himself started the fire.
He didn't.
How do you know? He got burned, didn't he? Hey, maybe he got caught or trapped. Couldn't get out. Hey, you shoot again, Andy.
That's ridiculous. He couldn't have started.
Well, how do you know?
He couldn't have. He just couldn't have.
Why? Why?
Because... Because?
Yeah? Because?
Nothing. Shoot me.
Because you started it? Is that maybe why?
said shoot, Needles.
Hey, what'd you want to do, Andy? Help the old guy out?
I said shoot.
That was right decent of you. You know that?
And a mighty fine job, too.
Hey, how much were you in for?
I wasn't in for anything.
Sure. Oh, sure. It's just for the kicks, huh?
Mr. Needles, don't get me mad.
No, put down the cue, will you? I was only kidding. You start fires just for kicks, huh? Oh, boy, that's a laugh, huh? Oh, sure. Look, Andy, don't get sore, will you? I was only kidding, huh?
Needles was the type of guy that got into all kinds of trouble. I wish he didn't get on my nerves so much. Later, I got home, opened the door of the apartment, and I suddenly got a funny feeling. I don't know what it was, but I was sure it had something to do with the man who was sitting in the living room with my sister. And when she introduced him as Inspector Shapiro of the fire insurance company, I knew why I had this strange feeling in my stomach.
He's investigating about the fire in Mr. Boyagin's store, Andy.
Oh. Well, Mr. Boyagin was one of my very best friends. I was very sorry.
I understand.
I went to the funeral.
Well, before we can pay Mrs. Boyagin the money she has coming, I have to make sure the fire wasn't started purposely.
Purposely?
He means somebody did it just to collect the money.
Oh.
That's right. So far, we haven't been able to learn how it was started.
I see.
Andy, the night of the fire, where were you?
Oh, I can answer that, Inspector. He was right here in this room with me.
I see.
I remember I was darning some socks and Andy was drawing.
Oh, Mary Lee, he doesn't want to hear about that.
He loves to draw.
Oh? You want to be an artist?
No. No, I just like to draw.
I see. You worked for Mr. Boyagin while his wife was in the hospital. At least, that's what your sister here told me.
I did it to help him out. I didn't do it for the money.
Well, did anyone come in while you were there? Someone who may have talked to him?
Mr. Shapiro, if you're trying to prove that Mr. Boyagin started the fire himself, you're wrong. He wasn't that kind of man. I know he didn't start the fire.
Well, I guess you're a blind alley for us, too. I kind of hoped that you'd be able to...
Oh, no, I'm sorry, but believe me, Inspector, when I tell you that Mr. Boyagin didn't start that fire. For one thing, would a man burn himself up in a fire that he starts? That'd be a crazy thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yes, Andy, that's definitely a crazy thing to do.
Inspector Shapiro was not a stupid man. I could see that. I was going to have to be a little more careful for a little while anyway, until the investigation was over. I hoped that nothing would go wrong, that Mrs. Boyagin would get the money. About 2 weeks later, I saw Needles was standing in front of the pool room down near the Sound. He called me over. He said he had something very important to talk to me about. So we went into the back room of the pool room. He closed the door.
Cigarette, Andy?
You know I don't smoke, Needles.
Oh, sure. Of course not, pal. Of course not. Well, Hotshot, how's firebugging these days?
Is that supposed to be a cute remark, Needles?
Ah, what's the matter with you? Can't you take a little kid and...
Not that kind. The idea of striking the matches.
Huh? Oh, yeah. It's just a nervous habit. A nervous habit. Pretty flame, huh, Andy?
Say what you have to say.
Well, I was thinking about poor Mrs. Boyagin, Andy. But what if they hold up the claim, huh? Poor Mrs. Boyagin.
You're not saying anything.
I got a friend. He owns a small warehouse a couple blocks from here, Andy. He don't make much money with this here small warehouse, and he'd like to get rid of it. One night, this place burns down. Just like that. He's very, very sad. But then he gets happy because he collects quite a bit of fire insurance.
Fire insurance?
Yeah. Fire. Insurance. Now, my friend would pay good money if his warehouse burned down. Good money.
You would?
You could help out poor Mrs. Boyagin, Andy.
I don't know.
I just think of the fun you'll have. A flame. And you'll make it.
I'll make it.
That's right, Andy.
Next Friday night, you'll make it.
Friday night seemed a long, long way off. A couple of times I wanted to go for walks, but then I kept thinking about the big one I was going to make on Friday night, and I decided not to go for any walks. I got some money from Needles. I bought all the stuff I needed, the celluloid, the plumber's candles. And then on Thursday, I met Needles' friend, and he took me on a tour of the warehouse. It was a 3-story building. When I finished going through it, I decided it would be best to start 2 fires on the 3rd floor, 1 on the 1st. And when I got home, I let myself in, but I didn't close the door. Because I heard voices coming to my room. It was Mary Lee and that voice that gave me the funny feeling.
You never bothered to look at this scrapbook?
Why? He draws pictures.
Miss, your brother is a very dangerous man.
I never suspected anything. I never bothered to look at the pictures he's drawn.
He'll have to be turned over to the authorities. They'll give him proper medical treatment. He's a dangerous man with a dangerous sickness.
I had to act now and act fast. I called Needles, told him we had to burn his friend's warehouse tonight. Tomorrow night wouldn't be any good, because I'd have to leave Seattle now. He didn't want to at first, because we hadn't planned it that way. But then he finally agreed. He met me in front of the warehouse a little before 9. I set the 2 fires up on the 3rd floor, and then we went down to the 1st. And I started another one. All right, come on. No, wait. Let's watch it for a while.
You crazy? Watch it. This place is going to go up like a tinderbox. We'll have to get caught.
I said I wanted to watch it for a while. I'm going to draw a picture.
You're nuts. Now, come on, Andy. Let's get out of here.
Oh, you go ahead, Needles. I'll be along in a little while.
Come on, Andy. Come on. No, don't be crazy.
I'm glad I brought my pencil and pad with me. I think this is going to be a beautiful one. And it was. It had wonderful colors, the flames. They were all around me now. Not an awful lot of smoke here inside the building, just flames. Beautiful colors, just beautiful. Reds, deep reds, and blues, and greens, and yellows. I had a feeling this was going to be my best picture, my very best. The most beautiful flames I'd ever seen. Thrilling. And the picture now, just one big flame.
Suspense, in which Mr. Tony Barrett starred in tonight's presentation of The Flame. And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a hired killer who had a deadline to meet. So now, starring Mr. William Conrad and Mr. Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, A Matter of Timing.
You waiting for somebody, mister?
Maybe.
I'm supposed to meet somebody here. You the guy?
Oh, just a minute. You have the other half of this dollar?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Where to?
The town where you're supposed to work.
How far?
About 60 miles.
I figured it was better to meet you here rather than in town. Safer.
Uh-huh. How'd I get back here after the job's done?
Oh, I'll drive you.
Oh, fine.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose you know what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Kill somebody. Who?
My partner.
How'd you find somebody like me?
Oh, it isn't hard. A friend asked a friend who asked a friend. Well, you know.
Yeah, I know. What's the matter with your partner?
Huh?
I mean, why do you want him killed?
Personal reasons.
You want his wife?
No.
Oh, you've been dipping into the till and you got your fingers caught.
What's so important about the reason?
That's not. Only I get curious why people want to have other people killed.
Does there have to be a reason?
Oh, not as far as I'm concerned. I get paid to do a job. That's also living. That's my reason. Yours ought to be at least that good.
Well, it is, for me.
Good enough. Let's get on to business, huh? I got an 18-hour alibi. That means I got to be out of here by tonight.
Well, you should be out by 9 o'clock this morning.
All planned, huh?
Just about.
Good. I don't like complications.
Well, there won't be.
When do I get the rest of my money?
Just as soon as the job is done.
I want it before.
Don't you trust me?
Oh, sorry, in my business it has to be cash in advance. Nothing personal. It's just that I can't sue you if you're a Nick.
Well, you could come gunning for me.
Well, I could, but I wouldn't. I only do my work for money, not pleasure. In advance?
Yes, in advance. Well, this is where you'll do the job from.
You own this store?
No, it's leased.
Your name on the lease?
No, it's leased by a client of ours. I had a key made a few weeks ago.
Yeah, you got a key to the front door, too?
No, we don't need it. Come here. Can you shoot through the corner of that broken window?
If it's not too far away, yeah.
Oh, he'll come out of that apartment house. Right there across the street.
Yeah, I can do that. But, I still don't like you pointing them out. I wish you'd have gotten a picture.
Well, I couldn't get one without a good reason, and I couldn't think of a reason.
Yeah, but a little picture.
Do you have a picture of your best friend?
Oh, no, but I know how to get one.
Well, that's because of your business. I don't know how to do these things.
You know how to get me?
No, I didn't. No, sir, it cost me plenty just to get a friend of a friend of a friend, like I said before.
Okay. All right, well, let's get this thing figured out and get it over with, huh?
All right, he'll come out of the doorway across the street at almost exactly 8 o'clock. I know because I've been checking it carefully for a very long time.
And then you point him out, huh?
That's right. Now, you do what you have to. We go out the back way like we came in, and I drive you to Helmsley where you catch a train back.
Look, not that it means anything to me, but are you covered? As far as the police are concerned, I mean.
If you mean motive, yes, I haven't any. Mark's half of the business goes to his wife, and so does his insurance. There's nothing in it for me.
Well, then why do the job?
Because he thinks he's smarter than me.
You mean you'd have a man killed because he thinks that he's smarter than you are?
Well, that's not the only reason.
Well, what are the others?
Well, just because.
You're nuts.
Don't say that. I figure I can get the rest of the business away from Mark's wife after he's gone. That's another reason.
Oh, then you're getting rid of the one you can't outsmart, is that it?
Well, if you want a basic reason, yes.
Did you whitewash the storefront windows?
No. They've been that way ever since it was leased.
I suppose somebody comes to look it over.
Well, that's impossible. My client is away for the season.
Okay. That's enough talk for now. I better get ready. It's 5 to 8.
What? I thought you people always used automatics.
That's only a movie. Revolvers are more accurate.
Well, I only thought that...
Just be quiet, please, huh? Next time you talk to me, I want you to point the man out. Okay?
Well, it's about time to go.
Yes, it's almost 8.
Francis?
Yes?
Do you feel all right?
Why, Mark?
Well, you look feverish.
I feel kind of feverish.
Here, let me see. Hey, you do have a fever. I'd better call Dr. Borden.
Oh, no. I don't think you have to. Besides,
What, dear?
I think maybe you had better call him. You just call and go to the office, and you'll be late.
I don't care if I am. I don't have a thing to do this morning that's of any consequence.
It's just the idea of being late.
It doesn't matter. Being late today isn't going to make any difference one way or the other.
It's 8:45.
I don't know. Maybe he left before 8. I just don't understand it.
Look, I'm not going to sit here all day. You better do something.
Do what?
That's your problem.
Well, all right, I'll call the office. Maybe he's there.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Oh, well, why not?
Never call. Go in person, huh? Showing up at your office doesn't look suspicious. Phone call does.
What about you?
Well, I'll wait in your house or your apartment, whatever you got.
You what?
Well, why not? I don't want to be seen around town any more than I have to. Now, do you have a back door to your place?
Yes.
All right, let's go there then. I'll wait till you contact
Well,
me.
how do you know I want you in my
Look,
place?
I got a service to render. As long as you think I can do it, you're going to take care of me. Now, let's get with it, huh? You take me to your place and then go to the office. You contact me there. Now, just remember, I want to be out of town by the night.
You will. Don't worry.
I don't worry, mister. Either things happen or they don't happen. That's the way I live.
Good morning, Mr. Longman.
Oh, good morning, Miss Brenner. Miss Brenner, Miss Callender in?
No, sir. He should be here any minute, though.
Oh, when did he leave?
He didn't. He just hasn't come in this morning.
Not at all?
No, he called and said his wife was ill, and he'd come in after the doctor had been over.
Oh, let's see about that.
Good morning.
Oh.
Sorry I'm late.
It's all right, Mark. How's Francis?
She'll be okay. Just a touch of the virus.
Oh, that's good.
Come on into my office, Carl. I want to talk to you.
No, what's up?
Just something I want to talk over.
All right.
I didn't want to say anything in the outer office, but I think we've got the Parker property.
Oh, how do you know?
Well, the phone rang just as I was leaving the house. It was old Josh Parker calling from Crestview. He's ready to settle at our price.
Well, when do we see him?
Not we. Me. I made an appointment for 7 this evening. I'm so careful I didn't even tell Francis where I was going. If the Carter outfit ever found out, they'd offer Parker another $5,000 and we'd lose the deal.
Well, what made him decide to sell now?
I didn't even ask. All I'm interested in is buying.
Then you'll be there at 7?
Yes. Now let's get busy and drop the papers. This mustn't leak out, Carl. I'd rather you not say anything to anybody.
Now, what makes you think that... Don't worry, Mark. This means as much to me as it does to you. It's a pretty quiet neighborhood, no street lighting, and 2 or 3 minutes from the highway to Helmsley where he catch the train.
You sure of the time?
Yes, this time I'm sure. I saw him leave before I came and got you. He should be there by now. I figure it'll take about a half hour to 45 minutes to close the deal. Then you get him as he comes out the door. And don't miss.
I won't. You know, you're a pretty cruel guy.
Me? Cruel?
Yeah.
Well, what about you? You're doing it.
Yeah, but I don't know it. I never killed anybody I know in all my life.
A man's a man.
No, he's not. Some are strangers. I can't feel anything for a stranger. I haven't got time for thinking about his life. But guys like you hire guys like me to kill somebody they know. I don't get it.
You don't have to. Just do the job, that's all.
What's the matter? Am I getting
Let's not talk about it, huh?
Okay with me. How much longer we gotta go?
We'll be there in 15 minutes.
Don't pull right up in front of the house, huh? Especially if his car's parked in front angle off a little.
I will. This time we're going to get him.
Oh, I hope so. I want to get back home. I got a heavy day tonight.
Joshua Parker.
Well, I guess that's it.
Yes, sir, and here is your check, sir. The balance of the money will be deposited to your account.
That's good. I suppose you're wondering why I decided to accept your deal, hmm?
Well, I must confess I was rather curious.
Well, I'll make it brief. Our daughter Molly, you remember, well, she had a baby boy last week. She called us and asked us to come on out to the coast and see our grandson. Well, we figured we might as well go for a nice long stay and maybe even retire. So we decided to sell.
Oh, well, when do you expect to leave?
Tonight. Catching the 9:25 out of Helmsley. Had the storage men in today. They'll pick up the furniture and all tomorrow.
Well, how are you getting to Helmsley?
Taxi, I guess.
Oh, I'll be glad to drive you.
Oh, no. That'd be too much trouble.
No trouble at all. It'd be a pleasure.
And by golly, we accept. I'll get Mrs. Parker to rush it some, and we'll be on our way.
What's taking him so long?
Relax. We only been waiting 10 minutes.
He's got to come out soon.
He'll be out if he went in. He'll come out.
Oh, he went in all right. That's his car right out front.
And everything's okay.
Is there enough light?
Yes, there's enough light.
Here he comes.
The tall guy?
Yes, that's him.
Who's that with him?
That's Parker and his wife.
And I'm going to the car with him.
Well, that doesn't matter. Shoot.
I can't. He's covered. Those people are on this side of him.
Come on, shoot.
I can't, I tell you. I can't. I'll hit them, too.
I don't care.
Well, I do.
Shoot now.
No good.
Shoot.
Too late, buddy. The boat sailed.
Well, what do we do now?
I don't know about you, but I'm getting out of here.
No.
Look, this job's jinxed. I'm not pushing my luck any further.
You can't go. I need you.
Get somebody else. Here, I'll give you half your dough back.
I don't want the money. I want you to kill him for me.
No.
But you must. You see, he's got to die.
Why don't you kill him?
Because I can't, that's why.
I'm sorry, mister, I'm leaving.
No, we'll make it next time.
You can't guarantee that.
I'll pay you double.
In advance?
Yes, in advance.
Okay, I'll stay. Yeah, let's be getting back to your place, huh? I'd like to get a little sleep.
You are listening to A Matter of Timing, tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Sometimes charity begins at home. There are times, however, when charity comes to an abrupt end there. That's what happens, at any rate, in the next tense adventure of the FBI in Peace and War, when a husband plots to victimize his wealthy and philanthropic-minded wife. Fortunately for the woman, the FBI takes an uncharitable view of racketeering, and before the unscrupulous husband has much of a chance to enjoy ill-gotten gains, he finds a new home behind bars. For fast-moving and fascinating drama, be sure to hear this next exciting episode of the FBI in Peace and War tomorrow night over most of these same stations.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Stacey Harris and Mr. William Conrad, starring in tonight's production, A Matter of Timing, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Thank you, dear.
I wish we hadn't stayed out this late. It's after midnight. You had the doctor over this morning. I don't think this party was such a good idea.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear, but it's been so long since we've been to a party like that. I just couldn't seem to break away.
Oh, it's all right, honey. I enjoyed it, too.
You never did tell me where you went earlier this evening.
Didn't I?
No. I suppose if I hadn't asked, you never would have told me.
All right, I'll make it short and sweet. I bought the Parker place.
Oh, Mark, how nice. And that's what you and Carl did this evening.
Carl wasn't there.
Why not?
Well, Fran, he is always overselling. If he'd kept quiet last month, I think we could have gotten it then and cheaper.
What did he think about you going alone?
He was perfectly content. We drew up the papers, and I went alone. He didn't seem to mind.
Mark?
Yes?
Do you think Carl feels all right about you doing all the real selling in the business?
Why should he mind as long as he gets his share?
The Parker place nice.
Oh, yes, very.
Mark, why don't we move into it?
Move? Why?
Oh, I'm tired of living in the city on the 3rd floor. Nothing to look at out of my front window. Nothing really to do all day while you're at work.
The way you say it makes it sound like you live in the slums or something.
Oh, no. I know this is nice, maid service, all the things a lazy woman could want. But somehow I wish we had a lot of things we haven't got.
Like what?
A garden, trees, fresh air, even a garage for your car.
You know how hard it is to get garage space, even at a price.
That's what I mean. Move over.
Sorry.
Even with all the money you're willing to spend, we haven't got a lot of the things I think we should have.
All right, I'll tell you what. Tomorrow we'll take a drive out to the Parker place. If you like it, we'll move into it.
Do you mean it?
Of course I do.
I just thought of something.
What?
Is there a chance Carl might think you went to the Parkers alone so you could arrange for us to have the place ourselves?
No, of course not. Going alone is normal procedure lately. He just doesn't handle any of the big deals anymore.
If he so little helped you, why do you continue with the partnership?
I don't know. Loyalty, maybe. He's still my friend. Well, I don't know. I guess I can't do that to a friend.
I hope he realizes that.
I hope he doesn't. Carl's a pretty intense guy, and he might go off the deep end if he thought I was carrying him. Come on, let's get to bed. I don't want to be late for work tomorrow. I've got a lot of things to do.
Including the trip to the Parker place.
You realize this means paying Carl for his half of the property.
Do you think he'll mind losing a possible profit?
No, I don't think so. Carl owes me a lot for some of the things I've done for him, and I don't think he'll mind paying me back.
Hey, how about this one?
I don't know. Looks kind of beat.
What do you mean, beat? It's a 55. Just dirty, that's all. Maybe we ought to try to get a sharper one. We don't have much time left. We promised the guys we'd meet them at 5 o'clock this morning, and we got 2 hours driving to do. See if it's unlocked. Yeah. Okay, we'll use it. Get in. Check. Hurry up. What do you mean, hurry up? I gotta find the ignition wires. Take it easy. Oh, here they are.
Come on, come on.
Just a minute. There. Let's get going. Just a second. Turn the dash light off. Gotta see if we have gas in this jalopy.
I guess there's enough.
Okay, get moving.
Why 7 o'clock in the morning? You told me before he doesn't leave the house till 8.
I want to make sure we don't miss him this time.
If he comes out of the house, I won't miss him.
What about last night?
You saw he was covered by those other people.
Well, supposing he comes up with his wife this time.
She can't cover him from here. He's got to go down them steps. Besides, if it does come out with him, they'll be side by side.
When are you going to shoot?
When he gets to the bottom of the steps.
Why not when he comes out of the door?
He's closer at the bottom, no more than 40 feet. No sense taking unnecessary chances.
You want a cigarette?
No, and neither do you.
Oh, and why not?
What are you going to do with a butt? And supposing somebody sees us smoke?
Well, the windows are whitewashed. Nobody can see in.
You're looking all around here after the job's done.
Okay, can I stand up?
Why don't you leave? I know what he looks like now. I can drive to the station by myself.
No, I want to stay and see you do it.
You really hate this guy, don't you?
Yes.
Then why don't you just break off a partnership and then you wouldn't
Are you trying to back out now that you've got my money?
I could if I wanted to. And one more crack like that and I will.
I'm sorry, I meant that...
You know, I'm getting sick of guys like you. Now you forget it and you relax, huh? I'll kill you, buddy, for you.
More coffee, Mark?
Yes, I think I will. Thank you.
What time are you going to call me?
About 2 this afternoon.
Do you want me to be ready then?
No, I'm pretty sure we can't get started for the Parker place till 3, but I'll call you at 2 in case I can make it a few minutes earlier.
Fine. You'd better get going, honey. It's almost 8.
I better check the weather and see if I need a top coat. It's a beautiful day. Say, I parked in front of the house last night, didn't I?
Yes, why?
Oh, my car's gone.
Let me see.
Right down there. Didn't I park there last night?
Yes, it is gone.
Of all the luck. I never can remember what number to use for the police. Operator, get me the police. Thank you. Friend, do you think the insurance company will give me a car while the police are looking for mine?
Oh, I don't know.
I'd better check the policy. It's funny how you... Hello? This is Mark Collender. I want to report a stolen car. Yes, last night. No, I have the keys. License number... wait a minute. Do you remember the license number?
No, I don't.
I have all the information at my office, the motor number and everything, you know. Yes, sir. Well, I'll meet you downstairs. 483 Denham Drive. In about 5 minutes. Fine. Thank you. Well, that does it. They'll be here in 5 minutes. Let's have another cup of coffee.
It's after 8.
You sure? I know he didn't leave before 7.
How do you know?
Well, he just never does.
Well, he better not. I'm catching a 9:45. Win, lose, or draw. I don't like the smell of this job no more.
It's just a few...
There he is. There he is. Shoot. When he gets to the bottom of the stairs, now shut up.
Shoot him. Don't miss. Shoot now, please.
When he comes down.
Oh. What's he standing there for? Come on.
Mark. Cops. What kind of a deal is this?
I don't know anything about that. Just shoot. Go on.
You ain't you crazy with the cops coming right to the door? I'm getting on it.
Oh, well, you've got to shoot him first.
Not me, buddy.
Then I'll do it.
Get your hands off my cup.
No, give me that gun. Give me that gun.
No, will you? You stupid.
Thought the man was a known killer. If we could only find out what Carl was doing there with a gunman. I've asked him about it time and time again, but he won't talk to me. I can't defend him if he won't talk to me.
I know.
Mark, why don't you try? You're his friend. Maybe he'll talk to you.
I have tried. I know he won't.
You know why he won't say anything?
Yes, I think I do.
Then tell me. Maybe it would help.
No. It wouldn't do any good. It wouldn't do any good at all.
Suspense, in which Mr. William Conrad and Mr. Stacy Harris starred in tonight's presentation of A Matter of Timing. Next week, we bring you a story of a convict ship and a bargain that ended in death. We call it A Sleeping Draft. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Ross Murray. The music was composed by Rene Garrigant and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear, Virginia Gregg, Victor Rodman, Melissa Milo, Sam Edwards, Ralph Reed, and Robert Miller.
Nobody approves of slums. Nobody likes to live in one. Yet here in America, about 1 out of 9 non-farm dwelling units are in slum condition. And slum conditions don't stay still in a neglected house or area. They spread from building to building, from block to block. To improve our neighborhoods, CBS Radio urges you to write to the American Council for their free leaflet that explains what everyday citizens can do to prevent and eliminate slums. Just write to Action, Box 20, New York 19. That's Box 20, New York 19. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of a convict ship and a bargain that ended in death. We call it A Sleeping Draft. So now, starring Ben Wright with Abraham Sofair, here is tonight's suspense play, A Sleeping Draft.
That helps. But it's like I say, you can't forget. You can never forget. It's at night, if you think about it, with the water outside rushing past the house. That's when you think that it can never be the same. You can't trust anybody. Never. Not a soul. I can tell you. You just can't trust them. Not even yourself. What is it, mister?
Mr. Fink says he's ready to board, sir.
Oh, he is, eh? All right, I'm not stepping in.
Yes, sir.
He insists on bringing them aboard one at a time.
What? Does he think I'm going to miss the tide? There's over 400 of them that'll take ours.
That's what I said to her.
Mr. Finch, come aboard if you please.
I'm sorry, sir.
I should have resigned. Stinking, filthy, poor devil cargo.
Everything high cockalorum, Captain?
No, everything is not high cockalorum. What in blazes do you mean ordering my mate about?
Oh, no offense intended, none taken, I hope.
I want those scurvy wretches aboard now. All of them. Put them below and we'll weigh anchor.
One at a time, sir. One at a time. We got to search them, you know.
Why didn't you do that before you took them out of jail?
Oh, you'll be surprised what those swine can pick up between jail and the docks. We got to search them one at a time. Oh, they're murdering devils, every last one of them, and that's a fact.
The convicts came aboard one by one. I watched them. They were going from London to a land they'd never seen. A colony had bought them. Australia. 400. The sweepings and scrapings sorted out from the muck of the jails, with Finch in charge of them. I carried dirty cargoes. Dyewood, for instance, crawling with scorpions and spiders, not to mention snakes. Then there's cattle. But this, weeks and months at sea with a human cargo would as soon cut your throat as spit. What made it worse was I felt sorry for the poor beggars. I watched them come aboard until there were two left.
Name? Will. Search him. Hey, hang on. Take your bleeding hands off me. I ain't got nothing. They just stole me last part.
Shut your jaw. That's enough, Finch. I won't have the cats used on my ship. I got enough of it where they're going.
Oh, you are a trusting soul, you are, Captain. How'd you like that between your ribs, Captain? Touch of the cat's a lot better than letting this swine bring a knife aboard, eh? Take him below. I don't know how they do it. Help me, I don't know. You've got to watch him for them, now. Next.
Right.
Oh, here's a terror. Look at the size of them, eh? Dangerous swine. 3 murders in Australia. Escaped. He's in for it when he gets back. Name?
Abbey. Jonathan Abbey.
Abbey. Well, a gentleman in chains. I am sorry, your worship. Forgive us for daring to lay hands on your highness. I'm sure as how you've been wrongly accused.
That's enough, Finch.
Search him, take him below. I want Mr. Jonathan Abbey shackled. He's a prize, he is. We mustn't let anything happen to him.
From the day we left London docks, I'd taken a violent dislike to Finch. He seemed to be happiest when he was laying about him with his cat on the convicts herded like sheep below deck. He kept them quiet enough, but one night I decided to have it out with him in the cabin. I made it strong, I can tell you, so that even he could understand what I meant.
You're finished, Captain? All right. Now you hear me out. They're a bad lot. 400 of them. All bound for Australia. They don't want to go. You follow me? Now, there's that bloke, Abbey. Soon as we touch Sydney, the game's up for him. They'll hang him, sure.
That doesn't mean that you have the right to make life even worse for him here.
No. If I don't, where do you think we'll be? What would you do if you was down there? I'll tell you. You'd get hold of the ship, that's what you'd do, and it'd be easy.
They're locked in. We've got a guard.
You don't know them like I do. There's another thing. When I searched them, there was 1 to 5 sovereigns stowed away on every man, earned or stolen. That'll come to over £1,000 by my figures.
They're entitled to that money. It's little enough to take to a wild country.
True. But there's them down there what'd slit the gullet of any man for a shilling. And you asked me to be dainty with them.
That's the way he talked to me. Well, I can tell you that I didn't feel easy anymore. I did something I hadn't done for a long time. I broke out 2 pistols from ship's stores and kept them under my pillow. It was when we got round the Horn that the first convict died from scurvy. We had to put him over the side, of course, and there was a lot of grousing. I went down to the hold with Finch. It was hot and stinking.
Now, you let me talk to him, Captain. I'll put it to rights.
You tell him it couldn't be helped.
Don't you mind. I'll tell him. Oi! Here comes old bloody pot.
Did you steal the clothes off the poor beggar's back before you threw him in?
Men! We ain't men, dearie. We're dogs, or haven't you heard?
to bury poor old Smithy in the ground instead of chucking him in the sea.
All right. We got another 2 or 3 weeks before we reach land, and I'll make a bargain with you. The next one what dies, now that it's getting nice and hot, I'll just leave him down here. You can take care of him and mourn him till we get to Australia. How's that? £5 you don't keep him for 3 days. That's all bloody pot. Always a nose for business. And if you ain't satisfied with that, I'll see that the hatch is closed down tight for the rest of the voyage. And you can boil for all of me.
That seemed to settle it for a time. I began to see that in spite of Finch's hardness with him, the prisoners knew he was master and behaved themselves. That is, most of them did. But there were others. And that's what began the trouble. We were 2 days out of the Cook Islands when it happened.
Yes? Captain, there's a man on deck. We brought him up from below. It's horrible.
What happened?
One of the convicts.
Oh?
Right? Yes, sir. Here with me, Captain. Mr. Darling ain't much of a surgeon, I must say. Oh, I did what I could. He must have been dead before we got him up here.
What? Why, he's been cut to pieces.
Not half of that.
How did it happen?
Well, I heard him shout. I went down into the hold, and there he was, propped up like against the bars with his arms through, holding them up.
Poor devil.
Oh, him? No, he's dead, he is. There's others in for it, though.
What do you mean?
How do you think he got cut up like that, eh? Knives, Captain. Knives.
But you searched them before they boarded.
I did. In truth, I don't know how they done it. Small knives, Captain, small knives. We're getting close to Australia, that's what it is. Whoever's got them knives is after money. The £1,000 or more what's on this cursed ship.
I don't see how...
Oh, you are a trusting soul, you are, Captain. Maybe there's a dozen of them, maybe 20 with knives. You follow me? They'll run the others and rob them blind. Gold sovereigns, Captain. You didn't forget, did you? If anybody objects, cut him up into small pieces, just like this one.
We've got to go down there and put a stop to it.
Yes, I don't think. How many guns you got aboard?
Well, 2 pistols and 4 muskets.
That's a fat lot of good. Oh, well, must take the sweet with the sour, like they say. We can try, no harm in that. Mark my words, Captain, before we get to Sydney, all of us will probably have our throats cut. Come on.
Finch and I, with 2 seamen, armed ourselves and went down into the hold and stood outside the bars. The men inside were quiet, very quiet. They just looked at us, dark like.
You man!
I'll talk to him. Now listen to me. We know some of you are carrying knives. I want you to throw them out here. Nothing further will be said about it if you do as I say. Well?
Captain, my porridge wasn't hot enough this morning. And please, sir, can I have sugar in it tomorrow?
That's the way to talk to this scum.
The captain's a gentleman. I'm not. You know me, don't you?
We know you all right.
You Abbott.
You listen to me. I'm giving you till tomorrow morning to throw them knives out here. Till morning. If every blasted one ain't out of your dirty hands, I'm going to have you flogged. Every ruddy one of you. 50 lashes. You hear me, Mr. Abbott?
I'll think about it.
Till morning and then 50 lashes. You think about that, Mr. Abbott.
Good morning, Captain dear, and Mr. Finch.
You filthy scum. Where's them knives?
Well, they'll do the most good.
All right. I've given you a chance. I'll play fair now.
Mr. Finch, sir, may I have a word with you?
Ah, come to your senses, then, yeah?
Stand closer to the bars, cause what I got to say, I got to whisper.
Well, what is it? What is it?
It goes like this. take you first and handle the cat myself.
Oh, no, sir. Why not take him first? He won't feel it like I will.
The crowd of men parted suddenly, and from out of them was pushed what had once been a man. It fell against the bars, and then, no longer with the support of living arms, slid to the deck. We looked at him, Finch and me. His life had been worth a sovereign, maybe two. He hadn't either now. And the knives are still in the hold with them that had killed him.
You are listening to A Sleeping Draft, tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
With omniscience as rare a faculty as it is, most listeners like to be sure that their sources of information are reliably accurate. And that, in a nutshell, explains why so many listeners make it a point to learn what is happening in the world from members of the CBS News staff. Keep tuned to CBS Radio throughout the day and evening, and you'll keep in the know on local, domestic, and international affairs.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ben Wright and Mr. Abraham Sofair, starring in tonight's production, A Sleeping Draft, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Easy. We got to have a council of war in a manner of speaking, Captain.
I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Finch. There'll be no more flogging.
Oh, I can see you are a sharper, you are. Well, that's right. That's right. It's too dangerous. We ain't armed for it, and they're in a nasty mood. We got to be artful, same as they.
I wish we could spill the old lot of them overboard.
What, and lose your contract for carry 'em? No, not bloody likely. Listen here. I'll get them knives. How? It's Abby. Abby's behind this. He tells them what's what. You get him out, and the others will come round. You mark my words.
Are you going into the hole to get him?
Well, not yet. Not yet. Wouldn't be safe now. Not for nobody to go in there. But in 4 or 5 days, Captain, after we cut off their water and food, seal the edge, you see what happens.
They die.
Well, they'll die from the knives, then. Which do you want? They'll be begging you to take the ruddy knives in 3 days.
And if they don't?
We tell them to hand over Abby to us, but he's the one to blame for their misfortune. That'll do it.
All right. If that's the only way, I'll give the order.
Yeah, but not just yet, Captain. Not just yet. We'll let them sit down there and wonder, huh? Wonder what we're going to do about it. Some of them may get nervous. We'll let them wonder a bit.
I didn't see Finch the rest of the day. The barometer had fallen suddenly, and with it came a storm. I can tell you I had my hands full for the next 24 hours. There was no time to worry about what was going on in the hold of the ship, but I didn't think they'd have much stomach for knifing each other and killing. Next morning at breakfast, Finch didn't turn up. He didn't turn up at all. We searched the whole ship. And then I went down into the hold, and that's where he was. And he hadn't died quickly. Someone had held him against the bars, and the others had... He hadn't died quickly.
Present for you, Captain.
Who did this?
Who did it?
I wouldn't waste sleep mourning him, Captain. He was a bully. No better than us, except that he was outside.
Abby, I thought you were shackled.
I was, but Mr. Finch kindly supplied the key to unfasten me.
Oh, you're going to pay for this.
All of you!
Where are those knives?
In here, Captain. Want to come in and get them?
You pay for this! You're repeating yourself, Captain. Good morning.
The blasted convict had dismissed me, like I was a clerk in an office. And there wasn't anything I could do about it. With Finch out of the way, they knew I was an easy mark. It was the nights that got on my nerves. I could hear things happening. Lots of things. And it was awful. Those devils with the knives. And then each morning we'd have to pull out 6 or a dozen, all cut about and bleeding. Most of them died. And those with the knives were getting money. Money they stole from the victims. I began to be afraid of my crewmen. That one would take a bribe, let that murdering crowd out. I walked around with 2 pistols in my jacket all the time. And then late, one afternoon, something very bad happened. I was standing by the wheel.
Captain! Captain!
Here, Buster.
He got out, sir.
Got out,
Who? The big one, Abby. Few of us were standing guard. We heard a scream. It was Abby. He'd been stabbed. Benson happened to grill to get him, and Abby bashed him on the head and bolted.
What about the others?
I got the grill closed in time. That's tight enough. He must be somewhere on the ship, sir. Unless he went overboard.
Not that one. He's up to mischief. Take one of my pistols, mister.
Aye, sir.
Pass out the muskets. I want every inch of this ship searched. If he puts up a fight, shoot him. You hear me? Shoot him. The night comes quickly in southern parts. Did you ever try to search a ship at night with lanterns? It's not easy. Too many shadows. Too many sounds. Which could be rats or a murderer who's bigger than what you are and could choke your life out in half a minute. We couldn't find him. But he was somewhere aboard, waiting his time. And because we were short-handed, what with the crew searching, I stood a watch and I thought about Abby. The man whom Finch said had committed 3 murders in Australia.
Don't turn around, Captain. It's only a little knife, but don't move.
What do you want? Talk. I've nothing to say to the likes of you.
That may be. But I have an offer to make you. You know what I'm in for when we reach Sydney.
Finch told me. I've no pity for you.
I'm not asking for pity. I've an offer to make.
Huh?
The men below are planning to take the ship. I don't think they've got a chance, but they'll be killing. Those that have got the knives have got the money, too. It's £1,200.
I'm aware of that, mister.
I can get the knives for you.
Uh-huh.
All I want is a chance to get away before the ship docks.
How do I know it isn't a trick?
Turn around, Captain. Here, my knife. Will that convince you? You must have a pistol. You can shoot me if you want.
What makes you think that you can get the knives away from me?
I can. That's all you need to know.
I couldn't help you openly, you know that. You were put aboard as a murderer. You're in my charge, and it's my job to turn you over to the police as soon as we arrive.
Then?
If you could get the knives, though, I might be able to give you a chance to clear out.
That's all I want. A chance.
All right.
I must have a pistol.
What?
A pistol.
You take me for a fool?
No. It's the only way to get the knives.
Yes. I'll give you this pistol and you shoot me down. Not likely.
If I'd wanted to do that, Captain, I'd have cut your throat 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. But you're a murderer.
I know.
No, you can't have it.
It's either them or your ship, and probably your life. Well?
You talk like a gentleman, but suppose you want my pistol so that you can free them.
You just have to trust me, as I trust you, to give me a chance to get away.
Take it. Yes.
What about the guards below? They'll shoot.
I'll take you down. I'll say I caught you.
How do I get out again when I've got the knives?
Send word that you want to see me.
All right. Captain, I'm trusting you now. I want that chance to get away.
We'll talk about that if you get the knives. I'll take you below now and come back tomorrow.
Keep your voice low. They think I'm tricking you into making a bargain. They think I stole the pistol. I told them I had to have the knives to make you believe that we wouldn't make trouble. I said we'd take over the ship tonight.
What do you want me to do?
Leave me the key to the grill. I'll slip out tonight and bring you the knives.
I want you to let them out, too.
I won't. I'll lock it.
How do I know you will?
You don't. You'll have to trust me, won't you?
Yeah. Do they know about this plan?
All except for the fact that I'm going to lock them in once I'm out.
Now, give me the knives now.
No, they'd know something was wrong. I'd never get out alive. Give me the key.
All right. Here.
Tonight.
I waited. And I can tell you I didn't like it. The wind came up a bit, and I knew that before sunrise we'd be in Sydney. That is, if I could trust a murderer. At 10 o'clock that night, there was a tap on my cabin door.
One of your crew nearly caught me coming down here. I've kept my side of the bargain. Oh, you needn't worry. The knives are all there. Here's your pistol.
No. You may need it.
Oh, thanks. Now, how do I get away?
We'll be in port in about 6 hours if the wind holds. You stay aft in the longboat.
Mm-hmm.
When you hear the anchor go, drop over the side and swim for it.
Very well.
I'll try to anchor as close to land as possible before I take her in.
If I can land without being seen, I've got some friends who'll hide me.
Yes, well, I don't want to know about it. Just remember, when the anchor's let go, that's your signal.
Thank you, Captain. I trust you. I'd like to shake hands with you.
I took the hand of the murderer, and we shook hands like old friends. And then he was gone. 2 hours later, the wind went down, and in its place came fog. Thick, mucky fog. I had my hands full, what with danger from other ships and the blasted current that knocks you about off the harbor entrance. By 3 o'clock, the fog had shut in properly. The blessed tide ran us all over the place. It was proper dangerous, I can tell you. We were about 15 miles offshore. I didn't like the look of things. There's shoals thereabout, and I sent the mate forward to heave the lead. I got a proper start when I heard him sing out, "Rise the deep, fall." We got off course right enough, and at this rate, we'd shear the bottom clean off of us. I saw it was high time to bring the ship up and wait until we could see something. Let go the anchor! Let go the anchor! Give her 35 fathoms to the water's edge, bosun! Not so soon, sir. She was showering fast. Yes, blasted current must be making 5 knots out to sea. Listen to her. She's out in, sir! The anchor! The anchor! Abby! I ran to the longboat. It was empty. He'd heard the signal as the anchor paid out. Couldn't see in the fog and had gone overboard into a 5-knot tide running straight out to sea, 15 miles from shore. He trusted me. That's why I tell you, you shouldn't trust anybody. Sometimes it's hard sleeping at night. When you hear the water outside, you think. That's when it's hard to sleep.
Suspense, in which Mr. Ben Wright starred with Mr. Abraham Sofair in tonight's presentation of A Sleeping Draft. Be sure to listen again next week when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is transcribed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Weston Martyr and adapted for radio by Mr. Ellis. The music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Abraham Sofair, Eric Snowden, Hans Conried, Charlie Lung, Stan Jones, and Raymond Lawrence.
Got money to burn? Well, neither has Uncle Sam. The nation cannot afford to let precious timber go up in smoke. As an American, you cannot afford to let a carelessly tossed cigarette start a forest fire that may cost millions of dollars and may even cost human life.
help keep our forest lands green and growing. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story about buried treasure and a curse. We call it The Treasure Chest of Don Jose. So now, starring Mr. Edgar Barrier, here is tonight's suspense play, The Treasure Chest of Don Jose.
This is not a pretty story. There is blood in it, the blood of men and women. There is a curse in it and gold. But it is a funny story. It is a joke. A great joke that I cannot laugh at. It is a joke on me. In matters of this sort, secrecy is of the utmost importance. In matters of this sort, no man is your friend. Once I had a friend. We lived together in my little house on Black Cay down in the Gulf of Mexico. But then the hurricane struck, and everything was different. The wind blew for 2 nights and a day, and when the waves piled up on the quay and swept away the house, it was my friend Pedro who dragged me away unconscious and lashed me to a ringbolt on our little dock and saved my life. Next day, the sun was shining again, but there was nothing left on my little island. The splintered planks that once had been the house of my father were scattered among the stripped palm trees. And even the big chimney that was built by my great-grandfather was a pile of broken bricks. There was nothing but blue sea and bright sun and heaviness in my heart.
Yes, even the chimney.
Hey, what would you expect from such a wind?
Aye, my friend. So now at last the curse of the Gasparillas has fallen on you, huh?
Curse. You speak foolishness. It was a hurricane.
Hey, see, so it was, but a hurricane sent especially to destroy you.
Hey, you cannot believe that silly tale.
Ah, did not your father perish from a bolt of lightning that struck him from a cloudless sky?
The doctor said it was a heart attack.
See, and your grandfather, was he not pulled into the sea by a giant octopus?
He was washed overboard during a squall.
And all because of his father, Don Jose, the king of the pirates, and the curse put upon him and all the Gasparillas by the beautiful Doña Margarita, who preferred death to...
Aye, you prattle like a schoolboy. You who have never been one day to school. Now come, we'll clear up this mess and build the house over again. You should know that I endured a certain local notoriety since I bore the same name and was the great-great-grandson of Don Jose Gasparilla, one of the last and one of the fiercest of the pirates of the Spanish Main. This was of much less interest and concern to me than it was to my friends and acquaintances among the Florida Keys. Neither my father nor his father before him had ever profited by a single doubloon from the legendary treasure of our pirate forebear. And as to the curse pronounced on Don Jose by the proud and virtuous Doña Margarita, I gave it as little credence as I did the recurrent tales of Gasparilla's buried treasure. But that was before Pedro and I set about cleaning up the hurricane's mess. We were stacking brick from the demolished chimney when Pedro made a discovery.
Hola, Jose. Look at this, huh?
What is it?
Seems to be a box, a little iron box, the size and shape of a brick.
Here, let me see it.
There was a lock, but it's rusted away.
Hand me that pinch bar.
See? Here. Hey, piece of paper inside, huh?
Yes, it is very old.
What does it say, Jose?
Huh? Oh, nothing. It is just an old paper.
See, I know, but what does it say?
It is a nursery rhyme my father copied for me when I was a little boy.
Yeah, but what is it doing in this old iron box, huh?
Yeah, I must have hidden it away once when I was playing. Here, amigo. Shall we get back to work? It was a lucky thing Pedro could not read. That was no nursery rhyme. That rotting parchment said, "On Dogbody's island you could fare worse, if there you will Don Jose's curse. For there, 33 yards south-southeast of the Rocky Guards, you'll find a pleasantly fulsome measure of Gasparilla's earthly treasure." There could be no question about it. Here was at last a tangible clue to the hidden gold of my ancestor. It was mine if I could find it. Why should I share it with anyone, even Pedro? I was the rightful heir, and I would claim it all. So that night, I took our only boat and rowed to the mainland. I spent 2 days in the public library in Key West, searching the old charts before I found Dogbody Island. It was a tiny sand spit near the tip of Cape Cod. It was perfect, my little rented cottage on the beach. Quiet, secluded, and yet within view of that rocky point, which must be the same one Don Jose called the Rocky Guards. There was a stack of firewood beside the kitchen door, and in a shed back of the house, there was even a long-handled shovel, a most fortunate circumstance, since I did not want to create any suspicion in the town by purchasing one. I can tell you I scarcely slept that first night. So great was my eagerness to be up in the morning, to pace the 33 yards south-southeast of the Rocky Guards and begin digging for my treasure. 29, 30, 31, 32...
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Looks like it's going to be a nice day.
Yes, it does.
Want to do some digging?
Hey, beg your pardon?
I see you got a shovel. Looks like you're going to do some digging.
Oh, yes. Clams. I am going to dig for clams.
No clams in the surf.
Oh, there aren't?
No. Find them on the bay side.
Well, then I will look over there.
Don't dig them with a shovel. Got to use a rake.
Oh, is that so?
Too late now, anyway. Tide's coming in. Another low tide at 5 this afternoon.
I didn't know. I am a stranger here.
I know. Heard you'd rented the Davis place. I'm chief of police on Queen Cassie.
Oh? Anything wrong?
No. Town limits come all the way out here, though. Thought I'd tell you. All the way to the low tide mark. Thought I'd better come out here and warn you.
Warn me? About what?
You see that patch of sand yonder, beyond the cranberry bog?
Yes.
Quicksand. Treacherous.
Oh, thank you.
Gonna stay here long?
Oh, I don't know. A few weeks. Maybe all winter.
You, a writing fella?
No.
Painting fella?
No.
Just taking a vacation.
Yes, you might call it that.
Beats me. Well, nice to have this talk with you. Anything you need in the way of police protection, just let me know.
He couldn't know. How could he know? Nobody knew about the treasure clue but me. Yet he seemed so suspicious. He asked me so many questions. I went back to the house, sat at the window until he was out of sight up the beach. But by that time, the tide had come in, and the treasure was buried by the ocean. So I waited until 5 o'clock, when the tide was low. And then, carrying a gasoline lantern, I paced off the 33 yards south-southeast of the Rocky Guards and set to work. It was clear now I would have to work fast, and at night, for there was no way of knowing who might drop in on my operations during the daytime. I waited until an hour after sundown, and then carrying a gasoline lantern, I returned to the hole, found my shovel in the grass, and set to work. Although the evening was chilled with a brisk breeze blowing in from the sea, I had soon shed my coat and was dripping with perspiration. I lost track of time, place, and my own identity. I was a machine attacking the wet sliding sand with huge bites of my shovel, widening the hole as it grew deeper, until my lantern threw long shadows across the opening that had become large enough for a coffin. Then my shovel hit something solid. I reached for my lantern, and there, under its lifeless green glare, was a section of rotting wood. I shoveled the wet sand to one side. There was a rusted iron strap. I had found it. An iron-bound chest. The treasure chest of Don Jose Gasparilla. It was almost too much to bear. Suddenly, my dampened shirt chilled me. I was seized with a fit of shivering. Then I began crying like a child. How long I crouched there in this agony of relief and joy I cannot tell. But suddenly, above the sound of my own sobs, a pounding surf, a sighing wind, I heard voices.
A little light over this way. Around here somewhere, there's a house just a minute ago.
Terror seized me. Who came now to violate my supreme moment? Who now threatened to deprive me of what was rightfully mine? I turned the lantern out, scrambled from the hole. And a few yards away, I could see the beam of a flashlight slowly approaching. I ran and hid behind a ledge of rocks, my heart drumming in my ears, my held breath screaming in my tightened throat, trying to listen, trying to see.
Gotta be around here. Hey, what's the matter? Nearly fell in a hole. Here, look, this'll do great.
There's even a shovel to fill it up.
All right, ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
What were they doing? Did they know? At last it was quiet, and I watched their light as they made their way across the island toward the bay. Then after a time I heard the cough of a motorboat. Still I waited until the sound of the receding motor was lost in the sighing wind and the hiss of the nearby surf. Then I lit my lantern and went back to my diggings. The hole was half filled. And suddenly my terror turned to rage. What had they done? I began digging savagely. Almost at once my shovel hit something. Something that was softer than the chest and yielded to the pressure. I seized my lantern, crouched over for a closer examination, and found myself looking into the vacantly staring eyes of a corpse. Sometime toward dawn, I must have fallen asleep. For the next thing I knew, it was past noon, and somebody was pounding on my door.
Hey! Anybody home?
Just a minute. I'm coming. Oh, why, it's you, Chief. Good morning.
Afternoon now.
I'm sorry I was sleeping.
Thought you was dead.
Dead?
Took long enough to waken you.
Excuse me, I had insomnia most of the night.
Insomnia, eh? Mean you was awake?
Yes.
Most of the night, you say?
Yes.
You, hear anything peculiar out here?
No. What do you mean?
Prowlers or such.
Why would anyone be prowling out here?
Didn't say there was. Asked if you heard anyone.
No, I didn't.
Got to check, this being in the town limit.
Why, is anything the matter?
Yeah. Kidnapping. Murder, maybe.
Murder?
Yeah. Think
You heard it on the radio?
I haven't got a radio.
Should. Great consolation for a man living alone.
Well, what happened? Tell me.
Young Harvard fella, sinful rich. His father paid the ransom, $20,000. But the kidnappers didn't deliver the boy. Got a 3-state alarm out for them. Think they're on the Cape somewheres. Just checking.
What makes you think they'd come out here?
Oh, don't know. Hunch partly. Partly because somebody borrowed one of Jen Chantry's boats last night. Found a blood stain in the cockpit this morning. Didn't see him, huh?
I told you I did.
Ah, yeah, so you did. We'll catch him. Of course, if they're on the Cape, sooner or later we'll catch him. Ransom money's in small bills, all marked. He'll get hungry sooner or later and spend some. Besides, we've got a pretty good description of him. Let me know if you see or hear anything.
Yes, of course, I'd be glad to.
Just checking.
Now there was no time to lose. I had already missed one low tide. I had to get my gold and get away from this island of suspicion and death. I waited until 5 o'clock and then returned to my diggings. The low, scudding clouds packed the sand with sudden gusts of icy rain. There was little likelihood I would have unwelcome visitors on such a forbidding evening. I quickly disinterred the body from my treasure hole. Unquestionably, he was the kidnapped victim. A young man dressed in the flannel slacks and saddle shoes of a college boy. I dragged him to one side, out of sight, behind some rocks, where I couldn't see his empty death stare. Then I went back to my digging. By 7 o'clock, I had uncovered the chest and was prepared to lift it out of its grave. The curse? Oh, no curse. For here was the treasure, and it was mine.
Want me to give you a hand with that?
What?
He wants to know you need a hand with that.
Who are you? What are you doing here? How did you get here?
Low tide, we walked. Get out of the hole, Pop.
Answer me.
Help Pop out of the hole.
Come on, Pop. All right, where is it?
What?
The kid's body, it's gone to get rid of it.
Get him out of there.
Okay, Pop. Come on.
Let me go. Please, let me go.
Where is it, Pop? What do you do with it?
Where's the kid?
He's there. Hey, put him there.
Steve?
Yeah. Yeah. It's you.
What are you trying to do, Pop? Why'd you move him?
What was he trying to do?
He was here.
Was what? Look in the hole.
Yeah.
No, don't.
There's a box in.
That way you moved him, Pop? To get to the box?
Hey.
Give me a hand with this.
Leave it alone. It is mine. Don't touch it.
Shut up. Here. See?
What do you got, Pop? Treasure? Buried treasure?
Don't laugh. Maybe that's just what it is. Let's get it out of there.
Leave it alone. Leave it alone.
I told you to shut up. All right, Steve. Let's get it out of there.
There it was, my treasure. Only it wasn't mine, not while these two bandits stood over me. At gunpoint, they forced me to help them carry it toward the house. My treasure. It was mine, and nobody must take it from me now. I must find a way to rescue it. When we got inside the house, they forced open the chest and emptied one of the canvas sacks, its contents cascading onto the table in a golden stream of doubloons.
Well, what do you know? Gold.
It is mine. It belongs to me. It is my inheritance.
Yeah, I know, Pop.
Only you're going to pay a high inheritance tax. 100%.
Hey, Steve, I nearly forgot.
What?
Him.
Who?
Him out there.
What about?
Get him in here.
Come on, can't we just dump him back in the hole?
I got a better idea. Get him in here. Carry him in.
Carry him for what? The rain will wash away any tracks in the sand.
Carry him. I don't want to take any chances.
There we stood, the two of us. I watching my beautiful gold, my mouth parched, my heart scarcely beating. The one called Jeff standing by the door, his gun pointed at me. Then in a moment we were four. A one called Steve was back with the death-stiffened body.
Put him in the closet. Yeah. Okay, now, Pop. I'll tell you what we're going to do. My friend and me are in a little trouble. And you're going to give us a hand, aren't you, Pop?
What are you talking about? Go away. Leave me alone.
That's just what we're going to do. We're going to leave. And we're going to take that bright, shiny stuff with us.
The treasure is
we're
mine.
going to be fair. Yeah, we're going to be fair. We're going to give you $20,000 in nice, up-to-date American money. How do we know? Maybe that junk of yours ain't worth half that much.
Your money is marked. I know. It's ransom money. I know.
That's the point. This dough of yours won't work in any cigarette machine, you know. We're going to have to go to a lot of trouble to cash it. What's that?
Wind blew open. It's raining like crazy outside.
We better get started.
No, I won't let you.
Now, take it easy, old man. You got no complaints. You're 20 grand ahead of the game. What? Come on. Let's get out of here. Grab the end of that chest.
We're forgetting something.
What?
The sack fell on the table. Come on.
Yeah. Here, Pop. Here's one for you. A souvenir.
Come on, we got to get this thing across the sands before the tide comes in.
Okay. So long, Pop.
No. My treasure. My treasure.
Well, thanks a minute.
And they were gone, walking slowly across the dunes with that heavy burden. I watched them, unaware of the sheets of rain driving through the open door of the cottage, unaware that the house itself was shuddering from the impact of the storm, unaware that the wind had shifted from northeast to southeast. And suddenly I became conscious of my great danger. The thin frame cottage was creaking and shaking from the relentless wind, and the sound of the storm had a familiar tone, a tone I had heard once before. Then I realized that the wind had shifted. I realized that this was no ordinary storm. This was a hurricane. Down behind the shelter of a high dune, I stumbled and fell spread-eagled on the sand. And suddenly the wind stopped. The rain stopped. There was the calm of death. It was the center of the hurricane, the eye, the moment of respite before the final fury of the storm. And I remembered the curse and wished aloud for its fulfillment. There was no sound but the booming of the furious surf. And then there seemed to be a distant human cry. And I looked toward the rocky guards. Far away in the distance, for an instant, I could see the tiny, struggling figures of my tormentors. And then a giant wave crashed down on them, and they and the skids disappeared in boiling, angry water. And the wet heavens descended again, hurled upon me by the tail of the hurricane. I awoke with a light in my eyes. A light brighter, bigger, closer than the sun. And I heard a voice.
You all right, Mr. Gaspar?
Hey, who?
It's me, Tris Weatherby. Got out here as soon as I could. Oh, we was worried about you out here with no radio. You couldn't get the storm warnings. It come up so fast, wasn't time to get you off.
That's very kind of you.
Lucky you got out of the house.
Why?
Ain't there no more. Ocean come plumb through, carried the house right out into the bay. Made 2 islands out of Sprague's Spit.
The house is gone?
Oh, not a stick of it left. 10-foot channel where it stood. Storms play funny tricks. That kidnapping I told you about.
Yes? What about it?
Found 3 bodies out near those rocks. The kidnappers and the victim. What do you know about that?
Nothing. Nothing at all. It is a very funny story, no? But I cannot laugh. The joke is on me. You don't believe me? Look. Here is the gold doubloon. All that is left of the treasure chest of Don Jose. Yet I know this to be true. There is a treasure. I saw it, held it. And that treasure still exists. Only now there is no map. But I can tell you, in the rocky surf, near the 2 islands called Sprague's Spit, if you will dare the curse, is the treasure chest of Don Jose.
Suspense. in which Mr. Edgar Barrier starred in tonight's presentation of The Treasure Chest of Don Jose.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of intrigue and ideological murder. So now, starring Mr. Ben Wright, here is tonight's suspense play, The Music Lovers.
Any word yet, Mallinson?
No.
Where's the car?
Around the corner. Walsh is listening in.
What's the matter?
Oh, bit of the pip, you know. Schoolboy's boggy. Acting cough.
Oh, you've taken anything for it?
Everything.
Not too bad.
Just got a standby from Sergeant Flint, sir.
Good. Shove over, will you? It's cold standing out here.
1A, Grey Saloon, Armstrong, Sidley. Number plate LXB 574. Proceeding west on Arrow Road. Just past Hazel Road intersection. Following. Over.
Let me have it, will you?
Here you are, sir.
To all cars, this is car 1A. Form roadblock at Scrubs Lane and Harrow Road. Flint, how far away is he? Over.
About half a mile, sir.
Right. If he turns off, let us know. Out. Right, jump on, Mallison. Next corner, Walsh.
No, I don't like to stand on the running board, Hendon.
Make you forget the pip.
I'm going to sneeze. Shoot!
Bless you.
Blast you!
Walsh.
Yes, sir.
Park behind that squad car pulling up.
Yes, sir.
Hope he smashes into the lot of us. Serve you right.
Serve him right, too. Well, now all we have to do is wait. Here he comes.
Hold on, you!
It's all right, Mallison. They've got him. Have a look in the car, will you? Right.
Let go! Let go! My arm! My arm!
Stand still. That's better. This the man you want, sir?
That's the one. Now, you wish to make a statement?
Ask mine.
Where's Jeffrey Spencer?
Don't know what you're talking about. Hendon!
Yes?
Would you come here for a second?
What's up?
In there. Back seat. It's Spencer.
Oh? Dead?
I don't think so. But from the looks of what they've done to him, he should be.
He was dying. Slow, sad death. There was no comfort in his leaving. No face or voice of a loved one. Only men in uniform. Strange men who wanted to be kind but couldn't. Jeffrey Spencer was a statistic. Age 37. Employed by Staines Aircraft Industries. Senior engineer, associate designer of experimental jet aircraft HX-331, romanticized as Stain's Super Hawk. Jeffrey Spencer, missing for 6 days. Believed kidnapped by agents seeking classified information on HX-331. A statistic flying in the back seat of a gray car. A beaten, smashed body, eyes staring up, full of pain, full of tears.
Ambulance is on its way. Is he conscious?
Yes.
Has he said anything?
He can't very well.
Oh.
Mr. Spencer, can you hear me? Just blink your eyes twice if you can. Good. We'll have you in the hospital very soon. Do you know who the men were who did this? Just blink your eyes once if you want to say no. Never seen them before? I see. They tried to get information from you about the new jet aircraft? Did you give it to them?
Good man.
Do you know how many there were? 5? 4? Uh-huh. Yes. Were they English or foreign? Mr. Spencer? Mr. Spencer?
Close his eyes, will you? Was he very brave or very stupid not to tell them?
I don't imagine he thought much about it at the time.
Excuse me, sir. We've identified the driver, sir. Harold Gibson. Lives across the road.
Oh, yes, I know who he is.
Must have been coming home. Now, what the devil was he going to do with Spencer?
He doesn't say anything,
No, sir. Bad bargain, this one.
All right. Sergeant Flint here yet?
Yes, sir. He's waiting with the prisoner.
Good.
Look here, Hendon. There's a nice, quiet, empty shop over there. Why not let me take Gibson behind it? I'll find out who the others are.
Don't you think I'd like to do that myself? Come on. We'll see what we can do. Everything all right, sir? No, Flint, it isn't. Oh, Gibson. The man in the back seat is dead. He was beaten and tortured, and you're under arrest for murder.
I don't know nothing about that. I didn't even know anybody was back there.
Really? Well, before we take you down to the yard, we're going to find out one or two things from you.
Take my bitter oath you don't.
Huh? Inspector Mallinson, where did you say that empty shop was?
Across the road. Of course I was there.
Right.
Hey there, what's going on here?
Sergeant Flint.
Yes, sir.
Detective Walsh.
Yes, sir.
This is going to be absolutely against regulations. You understand?
Yes, sir. What are you going to do?
We're all going for a nice walk across the road.
Now, what are you taking me? If I'm under arrest, I got me rights. I ain't done nothing. What are you up to? I won't do... All right, but you can't do this. You don't dare put a finger on me. I know the law. I don't know nothing about that guy in the car. Still find out. Somebody must have put him in there, huh? Now, what you going to do? You can't hit me now. You're only trying to frighten me, that's it. A fat lot of good that'll do, yeah.
Flint, Walsh, hold his arm. Stand him against the wall.
Yes, sir. You can't do this. You can't. This is England. I know about you, chap. You can't do this. I'll report the lot of you. You can't do this.
We'll see.
Look there.
Now, loosen his tie and collar button, will you?
Yes, sir.
That's better. Now, Mr. Gibson, I think we're ready.
No.
Well, I want you to have a picture in your mind of Jeffrey Spencer's face when you and your friends were finished with him.
I never...
We'll start with the names of the other men. There were 4 of them, right?
I don't know. I mean, there were.
What was your part in it? Just reaching for a cigarette, Mr. Gibson. You're quite nervous tonight, aren't you? Ever notice where the flame's the hottest, Mallinson?
Oh, yes, I suppose on the...
The cigarette tip's even hotter, though.
You wouldn't.
Now, Mr. Gibson, I'm going to tell you something. You took a chance, for whatever reason you had, to engage in work against a man who had done you no harm and against this country. Now, the man is dead, and the country, as you know, is in danger. As a policeman, I would be remiss in my duty were I not to at least venture an equal chance to get information from you.
It's against the law. It's against the law.
So is murder. Now, the names of the other men?
Now, you let me go. Let me go.
Now, you men are all witness to the fact that the prisoner is attempting to escape. If his arm is broken in the process, it's completely within the law. So...
All right. I swear it. I don't know who they are. They paid me to hang about while they tried to get Spencer to talk, that's all. I was to drive him away when they'd finished.
Ah, that's much better. Now, who hired you for the job?
Chap at the aircraft factory.
Staines Aircraft?
Yes, I was a sweeper. Bloke asked me if I wanted to make a few quid.
You work there too?
I don't know. I never seen him before. Come up to me as I was leaving. It was outside the gate.
Well, why should he pick you?
I'll tell you, I don't know.
All right. Where did they take Spencer?
Place in Bronsbury Road.
Number?
58.
You get that, man? Yes, sir. Who owns the house?
I told you I don't know. I never went inside. I just hung about like I was told till they wanted me.
Yeah. Can you describe the man who hired you?
I don't know. Tall bloke, about your size, thin, had a scar on the back of his left hand. He talked like a gent.
And where were you taking Spencer?
I was going to leave him by the railway goods yard. They said he was dead anyhow.
You know, Gibson, in a way I'm rather sorry you decided to talk. It would have been a great pleasure to... Oh, take him away, Walsh. Get him down to the yard.
Right, sir. Get a move on, Gibson.
I didn't have no right to do that. Mr. Almighty's going to hear all about this. Wait to see. You too, you're going to hear.
Oh, we're going to be in for it all right when the commissioner gets wind of this.
No, not we. Just me. I ought to do to help. You didn't do anything.
Would you have done if he hadn't talked?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Well, as it is, I'm going to offer my resignation.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, don't be an ass.
3rd degree. Ever hear of it?
Well, you didn't hurt him, sir.
Questioning under duress, the same thing. Oh, well, let's see if I can get this cleaned up first. Now, what was that address, Flint?
58 Bronsbury Road.
Well, they wouldn't be fool enough to hang about after this.
I know, but we can have a look. We had already known a number of things about Harold Gibson. Among them, the fact that he was employed by Staines Aircraft Works. The fact that he was a member of a subversive group which, up to that time, had engaged in nothing more physical than the passing out of pamphlets. However, Special Branch had learned, after the kidnapping of Jeffrey Spencer, that this group was immediately involved. He'd put a close watch on Gibson, believing that he might lead us to the kidnappers. What we didn't know when we arranged for his arrest was that he had picked up the body of Spencer from the address on Bronsbury Road. Somehow he must have given our men the slip. Inspector Mallinson, Sergeant Flint, and I drove out there. We took 2 squad cars with us, and I had an idea that we were going to find number 58 Bronsbury Road vacant. But I was wrong.
Pretty swank looking.
4 cars. Lots of lights. Quite a party going on.
Nice party. They don't fool about when they play murder.
I've got the other men posted behind and outside the French window, sir.
All right. Ring it again, will you, Mallinson?
No. Yes?
Scotland Yard, Chief Inspector Hendon.
Yes?
May we come in, please?
I don't understand. Was there something the matter?
A great deal, sir.
But I'm having a little music. My friends. I think you've made a mistake.
Oh, this is 58 Bronsbury Road.
Yes?
Who is it, dear?
The police, Jenny. I can't imagine.
Don't leave the door open, dear. There's a draft. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you.
Talk to them in the study, Leslie. And do hurry, dear. Oscar's promised to play Beethoven next. Excuse me.
This way, please.
Oh.
It's really very awkward, you know. I haven't the slightest idea why. Now, what's it all about?
Do you mind giving me your name, sir?
Leslie Addison.
We understand that a man named Spencer has been held in this house for the past 5 or 6 days.
What? What the devil do you mean, sir?
Exactly what I say.
Held here? By force?
Yes.
Oh, you must be mad. Oh, it's a practical joke. Not very funny.
No, it wasn't very funny for Mr. Spencer either. He was murdered. Beaten to death.
Good Lord. But why do you think that
I don't think anything yet, Mr. Addison. However, I should like permission to search your house, please.
Blast it. All this is terribly embarrassing.
I'm sorry.
What are my guests going to think?
I haven't the slightest idea, sir.
Well, I suppose it's your duty. Do you mind waiting a moment? I'll call my wife. She'll take you upstairs. And for heaven's sake, don't wake the children.
Sounds as if our friend Gibson was lying to save his skin. I think we made a bloomer, old boy.
Do you? I don't.
Oh?
Gibson said a man approached him outside the aircraft works, remember? Tall, thin man, about my height.
Oh, yes.
Have you noticed the back of Addison's left hand?
No. No, I didn't.
I did. Nasty scar on it. Man who hired Gibson had one, too. Mr. Leslie Addison. "58 Bronsbury Road was a pleasant house, quite large, with all the evidences of comfort and children, which would deny that such an incredible and foul murder had been committed within its walls. I left Flint and Inspector Mallinson to search the downstairs floor, and with Mrs. Addison went up the staircase. The whole thing seemed quite impossible. This rather tall and lovely grey-haired woman, the music in the drawing room floating after it. But I kept thinking of a scar on a man's hand.
I suppose you want to look into all the rooms, Inspector?
If please.
My husband tells me that you think a man was murdered here.
Quite right, madam.
This is my son's bedroom. I'll put on the light. But please make as little noise as you can. He's asleep. Only 9, you know.
Of course.
Would you mind telling me what you expect to find, Inspector?
Where a murder has been committed, Mrs. Addison, we look for anything that may help us in a solution.
My daughter's room.
Ah.
She's 13. A likely age for a murderess, don't you think?
That door?
My room and my husband's. You'll find no skeleton in that cupboard, Inspector. Don't you feel rather silly about this, Inspector? If you've made a mistake, we shan't laugh at you. We shan't report it either.
That's very kind of you, Mrs. Addison.
It's utter nonsense. You don't think for one moment if Leslie had done this awful thing that we should have allowed the children to be here, do you?
The very fact that he might have done it at all seems to make the qualifying element rather academic.
Hendon!
Yes.
Something's down here.
Right.
I hope you don't mind if I return to my guests.
Not at all, madam. We may have to join you in a little while.
That would be extremely impertinent of you.
Police, crime, arrest. They're all impertinent, Mrs. Addison.
I find your manner unspeakably rude. Both my husband and I have tried to help because we thought this was an important police matter. We shall report it to the commissioner in the morning. As soon as you have finished your ridiculous search, I must ask you to leave the house.
You know, I wouldn't be at all surprised if that lady turns out to be the leader of this mob.
Pretty cool. What have you found?
Oh, down this way.
We were quite convinced by now that this house harbored the core of a fanatic group whose seeming harmlessness made their operations all the more dangerous. Mallinson led me to a room at the far end of the house, a room which was soundproof, but we knew that when we closed the door and the sound of the music was completely obliterated.
Looks quite inoffensive, doesn't it? Desk, a few chairs, books.
Yes, it does. What did you find?
Well, they're pretty careful to get rid of all traces of Spencer's residence in here. But they missed something. Here, look at this, on the carpet.
It looks like impressions of a cot or a couch.
That's what I think.
The kids don't even know he's in here. They can't hear a thing outside. What a charming couple.
Oh, lovely parents, too, I'll bet. Kiss the children good night, and then come down and tear out a fingernail or two.
You know, the awful thing is that they think that what they're doing is right. And they pass the poison on to a 9-year-old boy and a 13-year-old girl. Hello. Did you see this?
What?
Here, under the desk. They should have watched him more carefully.
It looks like a stain, a coffee or tea or something.
Yes, it is. Convenience stain. Spells G.S. See? He left his calling card for us.
Jeffrey Spencer. That does it.
Right. Oh, this is going to be a nice thing for the kids upstairs. Mother and father arrested for murder and treason.
Yes, well, maybe it's better for them now than later. What the devil are we going to do with them?
Well, we'll take them along and then investigate relatives. If we find somebody with a healthy mind, perhaps they'll take them in. Now on, let's get it over with. We left the soundproof room, and I shut the door on a modern scene of inquisition. There were 8 people in the drawing room, including the Addisons. It was an extraordinary tableau. Music, warm winter fire, brandy glasses, friendliness of an upper-middle-class home. And the people, the only dissonant note. They watched us come in, wary, perhaps a little frightened. And as I looked at the faces, I wondered how many of them shared the guilt.
Are you satisfied now, Inspector?
Yes, thank you.
I'll see you to the door.
Mrs. Addison, will you please wake up your children and get them dressed? I'll wait.
I think this has gone far enough. Leslie, ring up Scotland Yard.
There's no point to it, you know. Now, if you have any feelings at all for your children, you'll make it as easy as you can for them.
How dare you invade the privacy of my home? Come out with this frightful accusation.
We have proof that Jeffrey Spencer was held prisoner in this house. and that you vainly attempted to extort government information from him. He died from the injuries you inflicted. All right, now, everyone in this room is under arrest. If you're not involved, you'll not be charged.
The fascist British police. I knew we'd live to see it.
Did you, Mrs. Addison? That's odd. Because I hoped that I would never live to see what I'd seen here tonight. Paid spies, living your lie in comfort with everything you condemn. They're worse than the people who hire you. Someday we'll exterminate the lot. And when we do, perhaps a kid like yours upstairs will have a chance.
You ought to pass out tracts on a street corner, Inspector. God and country.
Quite worthwhile reading matter, I think, sir. Flint, ring the yard and ask them to send a van here, would you?
Yes, sir.
Suspense, in which Mr. Ben Wright starred on tonight's presentation of The Music Lovers. Next week, Suspense will be heard at a new time. Be sure to check your local newspaper and join us when we again bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a factual story, the dramatization of one man's deadly way of earning his living. All he needed was the morning newspaper, a telephone, and a gun. So now, starring Mr. Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, Want Ad.
Well, you see, a guy in my line works alone, more or less. At least he should. But when I first got into town, I met a little lady. And after we'd known each other a couple of months or better, we got married. As a matter of fact, it worked out pretty well because every morning she'd get up ahead of me and fix me some eggs and coffee. Pretty nice, huh? The little lady's name is Wilma.
Baby? Baby?
Hey, you through with the funnies?
Uh-huh. Do you have to work today?
Yeah, afraid so.
Oh, I was hoping we could spend a quiet day together. Here. You know, sort of lie around, look at the paper and everything.
Baby, you know I'd like that, but... Well, I've got other things I have to do.
Leave me all alone to spend the day with myself. I got a new dress. I could wear it.
That's fine, honey. It's fine. I better get busy.
You just never pay any attention. Well, all right. Oh, baby. I think I'll go into shopping. I'll see you later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Section 3. Pages 10 to 17. Now then, personals. George, come home. Addie, need you. Some people. Henderson will talk to you about your problem writing case. Here we are. Okay. 92898. Hello. I'm calling about an advertisement in this morning's paper. Do I have the right number? Yes, I am. What kind of a coat is it? Well, that sounds like something I might be interested in seeing. Yes, will you hold on a minute? I'd like to take that down. Okay. 1425 West... How do you spell that? Y-O-N... Yondota. Mm-hmm. Yes, in about an hour. Thank you. One for the money, 2 for the show, 3 to get ready, 4 to go, and 5 to make sure, and 6 to blow if I have to. How many women can go out and plunk down the kind of money it takes to walk out of a store with a mink coat? Huh? Not many? Well, for my dough, not any. That means that where there's a mink, you can bet there's a boyfriend or a husband around to pay for it. And you can bet that when the coat's got to go, that he's already gone, and the lady's got to eat. Get it? She's all alone, and she wants to sell her coat. How do you do?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Vernon. I called about your advertisement in the paper this morning.
Oh, yes, Mr. Vernon.
You haven't sold it yet?
Well, no, I haven't.
Oh, good.
Now, I don't want to do business with any dealer. I just don't want to be bothered with any dealers. Half a dozen have called me already. I hope you're not a dealer, Mr. Vernon.
Oh, do I look like a dealer?
Well, I just can't tell anymore. They're very clever people. I just want to sell the coat outright to somebody. Not on any contingency basis or anything just like that. Sell it outright. You know what I mean?
Yes, I know what you mean. But I'll have to see it before I can make my offer.
Well, all right. Come in.
Thanks.
Well, I'm Mrs. Phelps.
How do you do, Mrs. Phelps? Well, you have a very nice home here.
Oh, thank you.
Lived here long?
2 years. Would you like to step in here, please?
Oh, sure.
Oh, I've been plagued to death with all kinds of dealers. I don't know how, but some of them found my address without even calling the number I put in the paper.
Oh, they do things like that?
Oh, they sure do. Let me tell you, they certainly do. Well, here it is.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's very, very nice. Very, very nice. It's a silver blue mink, isn't it?
Yes.
Mrs. Phelps, could I ask you to put it on? It'd help me. You're about my wife's size.
Oh, sure.
Here. Okay.
Now, here, you can see that it's cut very full. See? The sleeves are very full, too.
Mm-hmm.
Bat wing sleeves. And cuffs, too. Makes the coat very luxurious.
Yes, that's a lot of coat there. That's just a lot of coat, Mrs. Phelps.
Well, I love it. I just love it. My husband bought it for me a year ago, and I hate to have to sell it, but, well, I need the money. And you can see it's hardly worn at all.
Mm.
Look at the lining. See? It's all intact. Why, I don't think I wore this coat more than a dozen times.
Mrs. Phelps, how much did it cost retail?
Mr. Phelps paid $4,000 for it. These are the insurance papers. You can see what they insured it for.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now that a friend has already offered me $2,800 for it, and I wouldn't think of selling it for anywhere near that. Why, I'd rather keep it.
Think of selling it for 34?
34?
Yeah.
Well, that's still pretty cheap.
I don't have to tell you that if the coat's a year old, it's a $600 depreciation. That's not bad. I could possibly get the same coat new for $38. I doubt if you'll get a better offer than $34, Mrs. Phelps, and I'm willing to pay right now.
Well, I'd have to talk to my husband first.
Oh, is he here now?
Well, he's not home right now, but he'll be here any minute. Oh, could you come back this afternoon?
I came to buy the coat now. I'm leaving town this afternoon. I thought you were ready to sell.
Well, Oh, all right, Mr. Vernon. I'll take... But, well, I don't know you at all. Now, you understand you'd have to give me a certified check, or I'd have to keep the coat until your check cleared the bank.
I pay cash. I brought the cash with me.
Oh.
Well, is anything wrong with that?
Oh, no, Mr. Vernon. Why, I just didn't expect to sell it so quickly. I still have the box that came in. A perfectly lovely box. I'll give you that for nothing.
It's nice. I would like a box.
You know, Mr. Vernon, you are getting a bargain, a real bargain in this coat. Oh, I tell you, my husband and I looked for almost 2 years before we found a mink that, just suited. You know what I mean? Now, you can buy any fur coat, mink or sable, I don't care what it is, and 30 days later, you hate the sight of it. But this one, your wife will never get tired of it. Isn't this a pretty box?
Yes, it is.
Now, you tell your wife to be sure and keep it in a fur storage vault during the warm months. You have to take care of mink, that's all there is to it.
Yes, I know. Something like this you really take care of.
Oh, yes. Well, she'll just love it, I know. Do you live around here?
On the east side.
Oh, it's lovely over there, just lovely. Whereabouts?
On the lake.
Isn't that nice? Well, now, there. How does that look?
Just fine.
I'm glad you came in the morning. I'll want to take the money to the bank right away. I hate to have to keep that much money around the house.
Yes, I figured you would, Mrs. Phelps, so I won't bother giving you the money.
What?
Well, then you won't have to make a trip to the bank or worry about money around the house.
Oh, you mean you want to give me a personal check?
I want to give you nothing.
But you did come here to buy this coat. Don't you want it?
Yep. I want it, lady.
Oh, you're a thief.
I sure am. Now, don't scream. Don't open your mouth.
Oh, please, don't hurt me.
All right,
please,
over there.
don't hurt me.
Go on.
Oh.
Oh, with $4,000, 1 year old. Oh, real good buy. You should have seen your face when I told you I'd give you $3,400 for it.
Oh.
I'm a thief. Oh, anybody could buy that coat new for $2,500. It'll bring me about $1,000 in the shape it's in right now. I'm a thief with a gun in my hand, taking what I want. Now, you figure out what you'd be if you were counting my $3,400, huh? Oh, you're quite a cute kidder, Mrs. Phelps, but then I'm used to people like you. Now, go on, you get in there.
Please.
Go on, get in.
Don't take my coat, please. It's the only thing I have that's worth anything.
Well, that's how simple it works. I've been in the business for a little while now, and I know a few things about it. Of course, you got to watch your step and be ready for anything that happens, like today. Uh-oh.
Liz? Hey, Liz, I've been trying... Oh. Well, who are you?
Hi, who are you?
Well, I'm Frank Phelps. Who'd you say you were?
I didn't say. Besides, you wouldn't know me anyhow.
Where's Liz? Hey, that's Liz.
Is it?
And that's Liz's coat.
It's my gun.
Why, you... What have you done to her? What's been going on here?
Just hang on to your hat, brother, and you won't get hurt. She's okay.
No cheap crook's going to come into my house and pull a stunt like this.
Now, wait a minute.
I'll show you. You get down.
Get down
and stay down.
Well, you people will certainly have something to talk about over dinner tonight, won't you? Yeah. Something you can talk about, all right. Now, when the hard part's done, and it isn't usually as it was today, the next part is to get a hold of a fence who can use an ice mink coat. It's pretty easy. I use Walter myself. He takes the pain out of everything. I don't go to him, just a little old phone call, and he comes to me.
Sorry.
You what?
Oh, you blew it this time, boy. I don't want this thing. It's too hot. Keep it.
What's with you? You're getting touchy?
I'm not getting anything. I just don't want to do business with you anymore. No, sir.
Oh, now, wait a minute, you.
Get your hands off of me, boy. Get your hands off of me. A smash makes you big time, huh? Is that it? Gun whip turns you into Class A stuff? Well, hands off of me, boy. Last time I'll ask.
There's no sense in us arguing, Walter.
I'm going to try very hard, but I don't think I'm going to like you anymore. You're a killer now.
I'm a what?
The guy Phelps died this afternoon. It's in all the papers.
Shouldn't have run at me.
Is that what you're going to tell the cops when they drag you out of somewhere by the scuff of the neck?
Oh, no cop's going to do that to me.
They always grind off little punks like you, boy. You killed the guy. You beat him to death. You stole his wife's mink coat. There isn't any place they won't look for you, boy. And they know where to look for your kind. They won't stop till they find you. You're gone, boy. Just plain gone. Only you don't know it yet.
You're listening to Want Ad, tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
When you get right down to it, a patrolman's job is people. It's up to him, by and large, to help or insist that man get along with his neighbors. Even in the most desperate moments of the chase, a policeman must deal with the human equation. His story, therefore, is always dramatic, always highly charged with emotion. For another engrossing story of a patrolman, here's CBS Radio's realistic Thursday night drama, 21st Precinct, over most of these same stations tomorrow night.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood sound stage Mr. Stacey Harris, starring in tonight's production, Want Ad. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I know maybe a half a dozen fences in town. I only tried 2 of them after Walter. Those fellows are kind of chicken about some things. They get a little action with a piece of merchandise and they get scared. Of course, they're all afraid of something or the other.
Are you thinking, hon? Is that what you're doing, thinking?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
About that man. Didn't he want the coat?
No, he didn't want it.
Such a pretty coat. Oh, baby. I wish we had a fireplace. I wish we had a big, big fireplace and we could just sit in front of a fire on a rainy night like this and everything. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, baby?
Yeah, sure would.
We could drink hot coffee maybe and listen to music. Make fudge, huh? Do you like my new thing?
What?
This. Isn't it pretty?
Yeah, it's like a whole $1,000,000.
I liked it, so I bought it just like that. You hardly look.
I'm going to have to leave town. I'll have to get out of here. I'll have to go where they can't find me. That's what I'll do. I'll leave town. It'll be okay. Pretty soon they won't be looking for me, and everything will be all right.
Baby?
Just take a couple of things. A suit, some shirts. Won't be hard. There's nothing to stop me from getting out of town.
Oh, baby.
Honey, what's the matter? I say something?
You're going to leave me.
Oh,
You're
now,
going
look,
away.
kid, I have to go. Don't you understand? Puddin', I have to leave town. If I don't, they're going to get me.
They won't get you here. Just stay here with me.
Honey, I have to go. Now, look, I have to go.
Take me with you.
What?
Let me go with you and we can have some real nice time some other place.
Well,
the same as we did here, please.
Sure. Sure, I'll take you. I'll take you with me.
Oh, baby. You're so good to me.
Wait a minute. I haven't got time for that. We've got to get busy. We've got to get a car first.
But we haven't got any money.
Look, how did I get the coat? How did I get all those other coats?
Oh, but Ralph, you can't do that anymore. That man who was here said they're looking for you. You can't do that anymore. They'll be waiting for you.
He says I can't. I say I can. Now, don't you see how I use my head? All right, they're waiting for me. Okay. But they're waiting for a guy with a fur coat on his mind. But, baby, I'm now a guy with a car on his mind. Get it?
Oh, Baby, you're so smart. Oh, gee, you're smart.
Well, sir, with little old Wilma wiggling around in my arms, I began to go over the new idea myself. It's pretty good. So the next day when the paper came, I went right to work.
I wish it was a Rolls Royce, honey. I always wanted a Rolls Royce.
Well, someday maybe I'll get you one, honey.
Baby, I love that.
Wait a minute. Hello? Sorry, wrong number. That was a man. What's the next number there, baby?
PR. I guess that's Prospect. 3217.
3217.
For sale. Like new. Late model, convertible, private party.
Hello? You advertised a late model convertible for sale? I see. What make is it? Uh-huh. How much are you asking? Well, could you give me an approximate amount? Yeah, I see. Well, when will your husband be home? Well, I'd like to come around and see it. Okay. Yeah. 27 Pierpont. Yes, thank you. Hey, baby, this is the one. This is the one.
Which one is the one?
Like new late model convertible.
Oh. Well, what was the matter with the others, baby?
I told you, a man answered on the others I called. This time a woman answered.
Oh.
Don't you see it's the same thing? A woman trying to sell a car or a coat. She's alone, no one around. It makes it safer.
Oh, I see. You like my new hat?
Yeah, fine. It's a knockout, baby. Real knockout.
I'll wear it in the car. What kind of car did you say it is?
It's convertible. Big new convertible.
Oh, we'll look so swell going down the highway in a big convertible. Maybe we can put the top down.
Sure we can. Now, look, I told her we'd be right over to look at the car. You come with me, huh? It'll look better if you come with me.
Oh, there won't be any trouble. I mean, the police are looking for you, aren't
they? Now, you let me worry about the police. There won't be any trouble at all. You just keep your new hat on and come with me, baby, huh?
All right. I'll dress all up.
Well, it took her a while, but I finally got her over there. It's a very nice-looking house. Just the kind of a place where they had to have a convertible to show off a little bit. Just my meat. Wilma thought it was a very nice place, too. Baby? The gum.
Oh, juicy fruit. Want some?
No. Take the gum out, baby.
Oh.
And, look, you better let me do all the talking. I've been at this kind of thing for a long time now, huh?
You know best. Do I look all right?
Yeah, swell. Just swell.
Hello?
Hello. I'm the man about the car.
Oh, yes.
I'm Mr. Watson. This is Mrs. Watson?
Oh, come in, please. Come in.
Well, you see, we'd like to see the car if we could. We're in kind of a hurry.
The car's in the garage in the back. It's just easier to come through the house.
Oh, I see. All right. Good.
This way.
Something funny about this.
What?
If she had a car for sale, she'd have it sitting out in the driveway in front, not hidden out in the garage.
After the rain last night, I thought it best to keep it in the garage. I wanted it to look nice to show today.
Oh, silly. Come on.
I'll bet you two are newly married.
Oh, no.
We've been married for some time now.
You just look like newlyweds somehow. This way.
Hello.
Oh.
This is my husband, Mr. and Mrs. Watson.
Oh, Mr. Watson.
How do you do, I'm sure.
You seem familiar, Mr. Watson. You lived here long?
No, just passing through, as a matter of fact.
Where you staying?
At the Alpine Hotel.
How long did you say you've been in town?
A week.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician.
Where'd you say you were from?
Cleveland.
What part?
Shaker Heights.
This must be quite different than Shaker Heights, eh, Mrs. Watson?
Oh, it is. It is. Isn't it?
Yeah? What do you think of the car?
Boy, I haven't really had a chance to look at it yet.
Well, there she is. Take a look.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice car, all right. What are you asking for it?
Blue Book's paying $32 for this model right now.
Cost you 38 on a lot. We'll compromise. 35.
Well, sounds pretty good. It's a little steep, though. I'll tell you what, how about 34?
Can you get someone to carry the papers?
Oh, I can pay for it myself.
You brought cash?
No, but I can go over to the bank and get it if you'll give me an hour.
No cash, huh?
Well, you didn't expect me to walk in here with $3,400 on me, did you? Well, I don't know you people from Adam. No offense, you understand, but a man would be crazy to carry that much money around strangers.
What bank?
What was that?
He asked you what bank you'd go to get the money.
Oh, well, any bank. I just draw a draft on myself on my Cleveland account.
You say you're an electrician, Mr. Watson.
Yes, that's right.
Is your name really Watson?
What's that?
Don't you usually look for fur coats?
Look for what?
What's your real name?
Huh?
Your real name. What is it?
Baby.
Shut up. Let her talk.
Now, look, mister, I came here to buy a car. Now, what is this, huh?
There's the car. Buy it.
Well, I'd like to try it out first. Baby, will you shut up? Come on, please, shut up.
You have some identification.
Identification? Well, baby, will you just shut up?
What's the matter with your wife?
I don't know. I don't know.
We thought you might be needing a car.
You thought what?
I said we thought you might be needing a car to make a trip in.
Mister, I don't know what you're talking about.
You know a man named Phelps? Frank Phelps?
1425 West Yondola.
Oh, look, I told you, I'm new here. I don't know this town at all. I don't know any Frank Phelps.
Frank Phelps was killed yesterday. A man went into his house, stole a mink coat from his wife, then used his gun on Frank Phelps when he came home unexpectedly. He beat him to death, Watson. Just stood there and beat him to death.
I don't know any Frank Phelps.
I think you do.
I don't, I tell you, I don't. Do I, baby?
No, honest, he doesn't, and neither do I.
Mrs. Watson.
Yes?
You know we're police officers, don't you?
Yes.
I want to ask you one question.
Yes.
Why are you wearing Mrs. Phelps' mink coat?
What?
I didn't think you'd mind. You never pay any attention to the things I wear. You just never pay any attention at all. Oh, baby.
Baby?
Huh?
Let's go.
We went. And let me tell you this in case you want to think something over later. Always work alone. Always. That's one little old rule I'm sticking to from now on. Yes, sir, and the next time it's going to be different. But, well, that don't make any difference either, because there isn't going to be any next time for me.
Suspense, in which Mr. Stacey Harris starred in tonight's presentation of Want Ad. Be sure to join us next Wednesday when we again bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written for Suspense by E. Jack Newman. The music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Leith Stevens. Featured in the cast were Mary Jane Croft, Paula Winslow, Joseph Kearns, Virginia Gregg, Jack Moyles, and Lou Krugman.
And now, a public service message from CBS Radio. Remember that phrase, one of our aircraft is missing? Another time around, it might be one of our cities is missing. Radar can spot enemy aircraft before they reach our cities, but there are gaps which only your eyes can fill. CBS Radio suggests write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center, or write to Ground Observer Corps, Air Force, Washington, D.C., to learn how you can serve in our Ground Observer Corps. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you the story of a man who wanted to become important and the crime he committed to accomplish it. So now, starring Mr. Tony Barrett with Mr. William Conrad, here is tonight's suspense play, The Man Who Threw Acid.
He was a young man serving his second year in the city assembly. And because he believed in honest government, he wanted to enact restraining legislation against the racketeers. At first, the older men, the wheels of the political machine, laughed at him, patted him on the back, gave him a cigar. They liked him because he reminded them of their lost ideals, wasted energy. And then they began to listen to him, wondering. The young assemblyman said in council,
I wasn't elected to this office to see my wife and kids or anybody else's wife and kids dictated to by the racketeers and the hoodlums in this city. That's what's happening. Dope, gambling, mugging, the protection racket started again. If the chief of police won't or can't do anything about it, I say we should. Make laws. Put teeth in them. Get rid of the big boys who run the rackets and we'll have a clean city.
It wasn't a brilliant speech, not in content or in delivery, but it made its point. And the young assemblyman kept on making his points. The older, wiser city fathers began to take notice. So did the press. And so did the big boys, the racketeers. And the man who was considered the boss called a meeting. There was no red tape involved, no orders in triplicate, a simple direct edict from the top. And the organization was such that by 7 o'clock that evening, the hireling had been contacted. His name was Steve Clyburn, a thin, pasty-faced man of 42 who looked no more than 35. He lived on the fringes of gangster society, and like so many of his kind, was still considered a punk. He was desperately trying to gain a toehold before it was too late, because a middle-aged punk is the lowest form of underworld life, a lackey. The boss's contact explained the situation about the assemblyman.
That's a snap, Steve.
Just throw acid in his face and beat it?
Yeah, that's it.
200?
For doing nothing.
You get the acid for me.
Sure, Steve.
You put the finger in?
It'll be all set.
There's nothing else to it?
I told you.
The assembly guy is important.
Now, look, you want the job. It's none of your business. How come? Just you want to do it.
Well, I was just thinking, if it is kind of important and you want me, maybe you put in a word for me, huh? With the boss, maybe?
Oh, now, Steve. The boss don't know anything about this. This is a private good.
Oh. Okay, sure. You Go pay me now?
Half now. The other 100 when you've done it.
Yeah. Okay.
Kleiber was told to wait until he was contacted again. Then the asset would be delivered to him with further instructions. The hired man went home to his apartment and to his girl. He was happy. He had a big job. He had been accepted by the mob. Perhaps his luck had changed. He told his girl,
$200, honey. This could be it. What I've been waiting for. Just a drop in a bucket to what I'll get in the next job.
Oh, that's swell, Stevie. So what have they got you doing?
Honey, you know better than to ask. But I tell you this, it's big. Oh, I'll tell you that. Some of the wise guys are going to be saying hello to Steve Kleiber before long.
You going to take me out for Chinese dinner for celebration?
Hey, sure I will. We'll have anything. Anything you want.
It was a night for celebration because plans had been made to throw acid in a man's face. The boss celebrated and took his wife to a movie. The contact man celebrated, got drunk, and cried about his dead mother. And Steve Kleiber went to bed with indigestion following a too-rich dinner. The assemblyman sat up late into the night writing the draft of an anti-racketeer speech to be made at Rotary the next day. A week later, Kleiber received a phone call. He was told to meet his contact in the park at 11 o'clock. He went to the designated place.
Hi, Steve. You're on time. That's good. Gotta get ahead, boy.
I don't like being late.
Now, here's the stuff in this bag. I'll in a pint jar with a wide mouth. That way you won't have as much chance missing. Oh, you better wear gloves, too. You don't want to get burned. There's a glove in the bag. You right-handed?
Lefty.
So word on the left hand. It won't matter.
When do I do it?
5:30.
Today?
Yeah.
Where?
He'll be coming out of the athletic club. He's got a 6 o'clock appointment. He'll leave the club about 5:30.
How am I going to know him?
Pictures. Here. Take a look at him.
Yeah.
Now, he looks like these pictures, so you won't have to worry. You can't miss him.
Yeah. Can I keep these?
Yeah.
What do I do after I throw the stuff?
Ditch the bottle. Break it. And don't touch it without you wearing a glove. No prints on it.
Okay. Then what?
Take off.
Ain't going to have a car to pick me up?
It's too risky. Cars can be traced. Someone sees the license. You shouldn't have any trouble, though. It's a quiet street, buildings near the woods. You know where it is, in the corner.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right off the main drag. Just get lost in the crowd and don't run. By the time anyone figures out what happened, well, you ought to be home.
Hey, seems to me I'm taking some chance for a lousy 200.
Read back what I gave you. I'll get somebody else.
No, wait. It's okay. But I sure hope you guys appreciate the risk I'm taking.
We appreciate it. Oh, and Steve.
Yeah.
Something should go wrong. Like say you do get picked up. You don't talk. Huh? No name. Not even mine.
Nobody gets me to talk.
That's my boy. Well, I'll be seeing you. You come around to the bar for your dough. When it's finished, I'll leave it there for you.
He had 6 hours to kill before doing the job. Standing outside the entrance to the park, he was undecided. 6 hours. And he moved casually to the bus stop and correctly, obediently took his place in line behind 3 other passengers as the bus pulled in. A very ordinary man, carrying a paper sack in which was a jar of acid and a glove. He went to a favorite hangout, a bar at the east end of town, not because he needed a drink. He wasn't nervous, but rather because he hoped to run into some of the boys. Well, he wouldn't tell them anything, but he'd let them understand that he was onto something big.
Hey, what do you say, Harry?
Steve.
Any the boys been in, huh?
Early. What's it gonna be? You want a beer?
Nothing like that. Something fancy. I'm celebrating, boy. Give me something fancy. Huh?
What do you want?
Oh, I don't know. Something with bourbon, huh? Good bourbon.
Soda, water?
Old-fashioned, huh? Put everything in it. Make an old-fashioned. Oh, make one for yourself, Harry. And me.
Too early.
Come on, help me celebrate.
I never celebrate till after 5.
Well, at 5, I'm going to be tied up. I'm sorry. At 5, I got an appointment. Big appointment.
Uh-huh. How are you, Harry? Morning, Lou. How's everything? Couldn't be better. Fine.
What do you say, Lou?
No, great.
What have you been keeping yourself, huh?
No, no.
Hey, Harry, break a quarter for me. I got to make a phone call.
Yeah, sure.
How about joining me, Lou? Old-fashioned.
Why not?
Well, it's good drink.
Mm-hmm.
Say, Lou, you got any good tips? I got a few
change, Lou.
Oh, thanks. Lou? What? I said anything good running a day. Thought I'd put 50 across the board if you got...
Where'd you get $50, punk?
You know, it's funny the way you guys call me. That's really funny.
Old-fashioned. 65 cents.
Huh? Oh, sure. Sure. Thanks, Harry. Hope you can change your 20. It's the smallest I got. Yeah, Lou, that's what it is. Seeing you guys calling me punk is pretty funny. You got a little surprise coming in, boy.
Yeah? Well, I'll live. Thanks, Harry. Yeah, it's okay.
Forget the tip, Lou. I just thought I'd do you a favor, give you a fin if the horse comes through, but from now on I do my business uptown direct.
You do that.
Nerve of that guy, you hear him? Small time, and he's calling me... Oh, it's good old-fashioned, Harry. That's the best. You sure know how to make them, all right.
Uh-huh.
The drink was too sweet. He didn't like it. But it was gulped down. He wanted to show them the bottle of acid. Tell them. That would make them know he wasn't a punk anymore. Instead, he pocketed his change and sauntered out. There was little better than 5 hours to kill. So he went to a movie. It was a triple feature. And when he came out, blinking in the strong sunlight, the time was 4 o'clock. Holding the paper sack carefully, he took a bus uptown and noted that traffic was getting heavy. At 4:30, he walked past the athletic club and into a drugstore across the street. Sitting at the counter, he leafed through a detective magazine and drank 2 large Cokes. The assemblyman had played handball, taken a shower, and by 5 o'clock was dressed and on his way out. His companion suggested a cocktail, but because of his appointment at 6, he begged off.
Wish I could, but it'll take me an hour to get out there. I'll take a rain check for next week. So long. Say hello to the wife and kids.
Steve Kleiber was waiting outside the drugstore when the assemblyman emerged from the athletic club. He recognized the man immediately and crossed the street. By the time the assemblyman reached his car and was unlocking the door, Kleiber was behind him, the jar held firmly in his gloved hand. There was no one else in sight.
Hey, mister.
Yes?
Here's something for you.
Steve Kleiber didn't see the assemblyman clawing at his face. He dashed the jar to the street and ran to the corner, and a moment was lost among the 5 o'clock homecoming crowds. He felt pride in the smoothness of his accomplishment. His nerve had held up. He'd proved himself as a man to be trusted. Any punk could do a good job with a gun, but he had performed a task few men could have done better. Cold, sure, perfect timing. He went home to his girl, and as he relived the moment in telling, he felt himself become flushed, hot with excitement.
So I figured it out. See, just like a shotgun. You know how when you shoot a shotgun, the lead spreads out? So I figured the same with the acid. Get close enough, just close enough so it won't spread. I was 3 feet. 3 feet. That's when I said, hey, mister. Then he turned around. Boy, you could have put me on the Olympics the way I took off. You should have seen me
I'm
go.
glad I didn't.
Huh? Well, honey, I'm just telling you
That's
that.
an awful thing doing a thing like that.
I don't get you. It's a job, that's all.
How come you didn't tell me that's what you were going to do?
Well, why should I tell you? It's none of your business. I tell you now because I thought you'd be interested.
I'm not.
Well, that's a fine thing.
I'm hungry. Let's go eat.
No. Think of a couple of days, lay low, just to be sure, you know. Now, look, you go on down to Delicatessen and get some stuff. Then later you can go down to Harry's and pick up $100 for me. He'll be there.
By By 7 o'clock, the extras were on the street. By 10 that night, the entire city knew what had happened. And the man who had ordered it to happen, the boss, was at home smoking a cigar, reading. His wife came in and said,
I just heard the news on the radio.
What news?
Some man threw acid in somebody's face. He's a representative or a senator or something in the city.
No kidding.
Gee, that's terrible. Awful. Boy, I hope they get him. The man that did it.
Yeah.
And a phone call came into the boss on his private line. He listened for a long time. His cigar went out. He looked puzzled.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh. Well, it's like I said. He ain't dead, but it might be better if he was. The cops are really out tonight.
Who did the job?
Oh, some punk. Steve Clyburn?
Does he know anything?
Yeah, I don't think so. I had a good boy give him the word.
Then we're in the clear. Don't worry, in a couple of days it'll quiet down.
But the boss was disturbed. His wife's reaction disturbed him. The phone call, what he had heard himself on the newscast disturbed him. The violent act had all the earmarks of a boomerang. Rather than instilling fear, the purpose for which the deed was done, it had brought out swift and great anger. Kleiber was worried, too. His girl had gone to the bar and returned empty-handed. The second $100 installment of his payment was not there. His contact had not been seen that day. The next morning, a reward of $5,000 was posted for the apprehension of the man who threw acid. And by afternoon, the prize money had risen to $12,000. Kleiber read the newspapers that night and was frightened.
Listen, honey, I better get out of here. Some of these rats get an idea to turn me in for that kind of door, I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Maybe you better.
Look, honey. You go down to Harry's again, huh? I need that $100. I'll have to get out of town for a while.
What's the use? You ain't gonna be there. They made you a sucker.
After what I've done for you, crazy, a nice clean job. Now, listen, I'm gonna hide out. I know a place in town here. Till you get the dough for me, huh?
How can I get it?
Well, try, will you? It's the flop house. I'll write you down the address. If I'm not there, I'll be in the Grand Theater. You know where it is?
I know.
Okay. If anybody asks you seen me, you say, no, I left town, all right?
Okay. Hey, what about me? What'll I do for money?
Honey, I gave you $10 yesterday.
Well, it might take a couple of days to get your 100.
What? Yeah. All right, here. There's 20. I can't give you more.
All right.
Now, look, you won't let me down, kid. You'll find him, you'll give me the door.
What do you want me to do, write it in blood?
All right, thanks, honey. I'll make it up to you.
I'll bet.
I'll see you.
What a dirty little punk.
At first, only a handful of people knew who had done the job. The boss, a half a dozen of his associates, the contact man, and Kleiber's girl. And then the bookmaker, Lou, remembered the incident with Kleiber and Harry's bar.
Harry? Yeah, another the same.
In a minute. Hey, you seen Steve Kleiber around the last couple of days?
No.
I was just wondering.
Oh?
Remember the day you was in 2-3 days back, day the guy got a face full of acid? Remember him talking big, flashing a 20?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'll tell you, his girl's been in a few times looking for an envelope he's supposed to get. She's been asking for someone, if that means anything.
Yeah. You know what the reward is?
Last I heard, 12,000.
20. It's a big snake. I wouldn't want to be in that guy's shoes. If Steve did it, I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Me either.
The police had no lead, but they had an aroused city on their side. They weren't working alone. Every citizen was a potential ally, every news agency a powerful voice. The reward mounted. In a week it had reached $40,000. The money was offered by the city, by indignant groups and individuals. Kleiber was no longer a punk. He was a dangerous animal, a big man. And he waited in dark places, waited for his girl to bring him $100 so that he could run further to get away. The police, the district attorney's office began asking questions, lots of questions. And they started with the boss. They weren't playing games now. Why do you keep after me? I don't know anything about it. Some nut probably who doesn't like a no-smoking law or something. Why don't you guys lay off me? But they didn't lay off him, and he knew something had to be done quickly. He called his associates together. This city is not healthy with Kleiber running around loose. I get the feeling we better get to him before the cops do. He might know something. If he starts talking, we're all in trouble.
Couldn't be hard. Must be a dozen guys on the look for him right now. $40,000 ain't hay.
I don't want him turned in. I want him killed.
Yeah. Well, we'll get on it right away.
It took 3 hours, and the word was out. To every petty racketeer, hoodlum, gunman, the word was find Kleiber. If you turn him into the cops, we'll get you. Just find him and pass the word to the right man. You'll get paid off. The boss wanted him dead, not alive. Kleiber hadn't heard from his girl for 2 days. In desperation, he took a chance and telephoned Harry's bar, asked for the contact man. Harry said,
That's you, Steve.
Yeah, it's me. He's here.
Where are you?
Never mind. Is he there?
Wait a minute. Hello?
This is Steve. Listen, I wrote that morning. I've got to have it. What are you trying to do?
Oh, now, don't get excited, kid. We had a little trouble and lay low. I'm sorry about it. Where are you, Steve? I'll get it to you right away.
Never mind where I am. You give it to...
Your girl? Well, Steve, I would, except haven't you heard? She left town yesterday. She's gone off the coast. Now, Steve, why don't you tell me where you are, and I'll get it...
He was afraid. More afraid than he'd ever been in his life. He'd read the papers, knew the whole city was after him. And now he knew from the sound of that voice, they were after him, too. There was nobody to trust now. His girl, everything gone. And even in his fear, he still didn't quite understand why it was happening. He'd done the job he'd been told to do, done it well. And they'd all double-crossed him. The big boys. He didn't understand. One thing he did know now, however, he was valuable. He was worth money. But was it his life that was valuable? Or perhaps they'd find him, kill him, and then turn him in. The reward didn't say anything about being alive. As he left the cigar store, he didn't see the proprietor pick up the telephone.
Hello? This is Shafton on the corner of 5th. I thought you'd like to know Steve Kleiber was just in here, making a phone call. Yeah, he just went out, walking east. I'm in trouble. I'm in bad trouble. Punks, a lot of them double-crossed. I'm in trouble. I'm scared. Well, I shouldn't be out like this. I gotta find someplace to hide out. Where? They'll get me. They'll be looking. They'll get me.
And he felt safer walking because every place, any place that he might want to go, a shelter, was now a trap. He saw the police station at exactly the same moment he saw the black car around the corner, and a sixth sense told him what was about to happen. He started to run toward the police station.
Give me protection! Hey! I'm the guy through the acid! I'm the guy!
Suspense, in which Mr. Tony Barrett and Mr. William Conrad starred in tonight's presentation of The Man Who Threw Acid. And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we we bring you the story of a tramp steamer and piracy in the Atlantic. So now, starring Mr. Ben Wright, here is tonight's suspense play, The Tramp.
Lummy, what a stinker. You can smell a rotten carcass from here. What a stinker.
She'll sail like a ruddy haystack. You know that, Art. She's what we've been looking for, Guardy.
8 knots with the wind behind her. If she don't blow up, I don't like it.
She was 6,000 tons of the ugliest tramp I'd ever seen. The paint was scaling off her plates, and you could see the patches of rust. In the fog and mist, she loomed over us dark in the night. We stood on the Liverpool dock, Gowdy, Winkle Jones, and me, and we sized her up. It's what we've been looking for, all right.
Where's she bound?
Baron Killer. When'd you find that out? Oh, at the pub a bit ago. She's short-handed on crew, too.
What's her cargo?
What we've been waiting for, Jonesy. Scrap.
God.
Skipper's name is Blee. He should be easy. He drinks too much all the time. You know the kind. He was in the pub, too.
I still say she's too bloody slow. Scrapping her old and all.
Jonesy, you're an everlasting warrior. Why don't you leave the thing into Art and me? You think she'll do, Art? The way I see it, she'll have to do. We might not find another for months. Then we'll lose the deal. That's all. I'm with you.
Well, I'm with you, too. But I don't like the looks of her in that strait. Ruddy black hippopotamus. He's safer doing the blag than this, I hope the choke.
You getting milky, Jonesy?
No, I ain't milky. Who's milky? Don't you go calling me Milky Bert Gowdy, or I'll stroke your shivvy.
Go on, you ruddy little maggot. All right, come off it, both of you. All right. Now, what's the layout? Well, I'm going back to the pub. You boys wait at the hotel. I'll get things lined up with the skipper. You think he'll take us on? I told you he's short-handed. He'll take us on. You get your stuff packed. I'll see you later. Righto, chum. I walked up the Frog and Toad to a walloper called the Jug. Inside were seamen mostly, and the rest were a lot of dirty muck from narcs to dodos. I spotted the captain, Blee, sitting in a corner, dipping his yellow moustache in a mug. And after I got my own pint, I walked over to him. Oh, he was well canned, I could see that.
Great ship to be on, I'll tell you that. No, I don't believe
it. Captain?
What?
Captain Blee, aren't you the skipper of the Lace Wing over at the docks?
I'm Blee.
Oh, you mind if I sit down?
I don't mind. Yeah. Who are you?
Arthur Jennings, Captain. I want to talk to you about shipping on.
On the Lace Wing? What for?
I need a berth. I heard you were short-handed.
That's a dirty lie. Full compliment.
Wow, well, I must have made a mistake.
Hey. What's your name?
Oh. Well, I'm not up to any game. I don't follow you.
Oh? You trying to up the twig or something, huh?
Oh, I'm clean with the police, Captain, if that's what you mean. They're not after me.
Then why do you want to sign up on a Bristol blathering scow like the Lace Wing?
Well, like I said, I need a berth. I got my papers, second officer in my last ship.
Let's see. Arthur Jennings. Blah.
Well, am I hired?
How old are you?
34.
You know how old I am?
No.
I'm 60. I'm 60. And I'm holding around a big stinking slosh of rubbish like the lice wing. You know what that means? I might have had a cunada, but I ain't. I'm a failure. And I'm drunk. Go on, you sign up somewhere else.
Well, job's a job.
I'm telling you. Oh, I need a man like you. I need a first officer, a second and a third. I need a chief engine bloody near. And I'm going to settle for scraping. That's what I always get. Scraping. Oh, go on.
I still want to sign on. I hear you're bound for Baron Killer.
There's no bonus. No bonus on my ship. Owner doesn't believe in it, the dirty dog.
That's all right.
We'll have lascars and mugs on you.
Oh, I'm used to it. I've been around. On the sea, one man's the same as another.
You're a fool. But I need a mate.
Yes.
Hey, you want to hire the men? We're short 18, and the pay's not worth a bunion.
I'll get him.
We're sailing at 6 in the morning.
All right.
Yeah, you're a fool. Don't turn up. Oh, I need me another pint, I do.
Right you are, Skipper. You stay here and enjoy yourself, and I'll take care of things topside.
Hey, what's your name?
Jennings. Arthur Jennings.
Oh, Jennings. All right, Jennings. Tell that steward of mine who you are. He's aboard Lice Wing. Name's Seddon. Sneaking little pig. Don't you trust him?
Yes, sir.
Oi, Jennings, I'll tell you something else. I don't trust you neither, see? Oh, you're too smooth. But you're not scuppering me, see? And don't you forget.
It was as easy as pie. Of course, it had taken the time to find the right ship and the right skipper. Better than 4 months. We had to be sure. Most tramps these days belong to the big companies. Part of a fleet. Now, we couldn't use anything like that. It had to be what it was. The Lace Wing. Panama registry. A general trader that nobody else would touch. With a skipper to go with a ship that wouldn't be missed for a while. We found her. I picked up Jones and Gowdy and we went back to the ship. The steward, Seddon, was the only man aboard. He was a nervous little rat who looked all the time like he'd been caught doing something nasty.
This will be your cabin, Mr. Jennings.
What do you take me for? You call this a cabin? It's not fit for a pig. Get it cleaned out.
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Now, look here, Seddon. Mr. Gowdy here's the new second officer. Mr. Jones is chief engineer. That's Captain Blee's orders, see?
Yes, sir. All through their quarters is put to rights immediately, sir.
Yes, ruddy well better.
Okay, that's all.
Shall I clean up in here first, sir?
No, up it.
Yes, sir.
Well, I must say, nice work, Art. Nice work. Well, it's a start, eh?
All very nice for you blokes, but me, I gotta go down in the bowels of this bucket of boggy, chief engineer. Think I want to blow myself up? I know what them engines is like without even looking at them.
You've got engineer papers. We need you down there. If you don't like it, you know what you can do. Take no notice of Jones. He's hungry. Now, what next? Well, as soon as the old man comes aboard, we'll see that he's all tucked in bed nice and comfy, and he doesn't wake up till we're out of here. How about the rest of the crew? Well, what there is we can manage. The ones I'm supposed to wire wouldn't sign up, see? That'll be the story, and don't you forget it.
And the guns?
We'll keep them in my cabin till we need them. It'll be safer. Right. You better get on the job now. I'll go ashore and send the boss a cable that we've found it. We're shoving off at 6. The skipper was carried aboard by a couple of crewmen at 3 o'clock that morning. He was no trouble, beer coming out of his ears. At 5, the rest of the men had straggled up the gangway, and at 6, we eased away from the dock. Then after a bit, the Lace Wing was burying her dirty nose in the cross-chop of the Irish Sea. We were 3 days out of Liverpool.
I got off the regular ship lanes as soon as I could, and there was no questions asked. Captain Blee didn't budge from his cabin. I hadn't even seen him since putting out, and I made sure that the steward kept him well supplied with whiskey. Garrity Jones and me were having grub in my cabin on that third night. The ship was pitching and heaving like a donkey with the itch.
Oh, what a ship. Smooth as glass out there, and look at her. God, she'll never make it. Engines won't stand it neither. We're pushing her too hard.
Never mind that, she'll do it. What about the crew, Bert?
Oh, lummy, they're a pushover. Usual bunch.
Any troublemakers?
In this lot? Don't make me laugh. Just a bunch of mugs.
Well, we ought to be able to make it, then. The important thing is to keep the radio man quiet. That'll be your job, Bert.
Right.
What about them engines? I tell you, I got to slow down. They won't even hang together.
Evening, Captain.
Who are these bleeders?
Well, you were a bit under the weather, Captain. I took them on in Liverpool, as you requested. Your second officer, Mr. Gowdy, and chief engineer, Mr. Jones.
What do you think you're doing with my ship, mister?
Any complaints, sir?
I knew I didn't trust you, you blister blathering. It's a good thing said and told me. We're 10 degrees off course. Do you know that?
That's right, Captain.
Not anymore, it's not. I've set her back. What? You'd have had us sailing to the Indies.
That's right, sir. That's where we're going.
Well, not on my ship. Berentir's my port. And you want to blow us up? She's running too fast.
Close the door, will you, Bert?
Right. Gah! You're relieved, you are, mister. The ruddy light of you fired. Hear that?
Now, look, I put it to you, Captain, either way you like. Go along with us and you won't get hurt. Make any trouble and we'll chuck you overboard.
Me? Why, I'll give you cracked in irons. Here, this is mutiny. We're all gone past. You can hang for this.
Sorry, Captain. You want to take seconds now? Come in with us and we'll give you a share? Or overboard?
What?
Now, no arguments this minute, now.
I'll give you a share of me foot in your...
Knock him out, will you?
Aggravating old bleeder.
Have a look outside, see if it's clear, Jonesy.
All right.
Better this way, Art. I was afraid he might come in and we'd have to divvy up.
I didn't think he would.
All clear.
All right, come on, Bert, give me a hand.
Oh, he's heavy. Ah, the old guts.
All right, get over to the rail, Jonesy.
Okay, hurry up. Have a nice swim, Captain dear.
Well, that's that. In the morning, we'll break the sad news to the crew. Now, let's get this hulk back off course.
You are listening to The Tramp, tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Remember, bang-up dramas on the agenda for tomorrow night, too, as once again the men of 21st Precinct come to grips with the problem of enforcing the law in a crowded city. With James Gregory in the role of Captain Cronin, the daily routine of a station house comes to life. And even as crime is taking it on the chin, the human side of the story is always at the surface. No idle children's game of cops and robbers is this, for 21st Precinct is written with an eye on reality and an ear for whatever it may be that makes a particular criminal mind tick. For Thursday night excitement, don't miss 21st Precinct over most of these same stations at this time tomorrow night.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Ben Wright, starring in tonight's production, The Tramp, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The next morning, I called the crew together on the upper deck. I had a slip of paper ready in my hand, and when they quieted down, I gave them the speech. Men, I've got a sad duty to perform. Last night, Captain Blee did away with himself. He jumped overboard. He committed suicide. He left a note for me, which I'll turn over to the proper parties when we reach port. Also, it is his instructions that we proceed to Dominica instead of Barranquilla. I am carrying out that order. Until we get to port, I shall be the acting captain. That's all. Get back to work.
Oh, what an actor you'd have made, Art. Lovely. Do you think they swallowed it?
I think so. I'm not too sure about a couple of them, though. That steward Seddon and the bloke with the mouthful of teeth, the donkey man.
Austin? Him, looking this way?
Yes.
I'll keep an eye on both of them.
Yes. And now you better get a message off to our boy in Dominica.
You think the radio man will get nosy?
There's no reason he should. And don't you give him any call to be, Bert.
Don't you worry.
It looked good. It was all going our way. The ship and her cargo of scrap was going to be worth $15,000 to us when we took her into port. That's the way we fixed it 6 months before. A couple of blokes I met in Liverpool. We were to find them a ship, hijack her, and sail her into Dominica with her cargo, scrap if possible. Then they were going to sail her out again to China. And Gowdy, Jones, and me'd blow down to Argentina with our 15,000 and have some fun. That's the way it was. And it looked like it was going to be stone ginger from here on. That's the way it looked until we were 2 days out of port. Come in. Oh, what do you want, Seddon?
Ought I have a word with you, Captain?
I'm busy.
It's important, sir.
All right, what?
It's about Captain Blease, sir, and...
What about it?
Well, sir, I hate to say this, sir, but I don't think he met with no accident.
You don't?
No, sir. And seeing as how I know what really happened to him, I was thinking maybe it'd be worth a nicker or so if I kept my face shut.
Captain Blee jumped over the side. I've got his note that says so.
Could I see the note, sir? I know the captain's writing like my own.
What makes you think it wasn't an accident, Seddon?
Seeing as how I saw what happened, sir.
Oh?
And seeing as how we'll be in port in a couple of days, I wouldn't want to make any trouble for you or the other gentlemen, sir.
Did you think perhaps something might happen to you?
Oh, yes, sir. I did. That's why a friend of mine, Mr. Austin, he knows about it, too. Just in case. Now, what you do, sir, is your own business, I'm sure, but don't you think it might be worth a little bit of fat to us?
You're a ruddy fool, Seddon. You should have waited. You should have waited.
Fair's fair, ain't it? You did murder. You don't want to... Don't forget, Austin knows, too.
We'll take care of Austin.
Now, look here. No need to get nasty. I'll keep me trap shut up. Mr. Jennings, I'll give you my word. If they don't let me...
The explosion threw us both off our feet, and Seddon was first up. He got out of the cabin like a whippet. The engines had stopped, and I knew whatever had happened was in the engine room. I got up to the bridge. Gowdy was already there.
Can't raise anybody down there, Art.
Jonesy below?
I think so.
Give it here.
Come on, come on. I'd better get down there. Look at the crew. Oh, we're in for you, Art.
It'd be worse if they get off in the boats. Seddon and Austin know what happened to the captain.
Oh, the game's up then.
Boy, Gowdy.
It's me, Art. What happened, Jonesy?
Boiler's busted.
Fire?
No, but she's shipping water like a bloody sieve.
You all right?
Smashed me arm. Stoker's caught it. They're done.
I'll send some men. How many do you need to stop the leak?
You can't stop it. There's an old 6 feet or more. And another behind the boiler. I'm coming up.
Oh, we're done, we are.
Get over to the radio, Captain. Don't let that man send an SOS. Quick!
He's got to one. We might not get picked up.
You heard what I said. We've still got a chance. After we take care of Seddon and Austin. If they split, it's all up with us. Now, go on.
Oh, Captain, forward out, Scotty. Shall I give the order to abandon, sir?
No, get the pumps going.
Aye, sir. But the cargo's shipping with the explosion. She's going fast, sir.
Get on the pumps. Bert, get down there with him. I'll take care of the other thing.
Will you listen to me? It's too late. Move it!
I ran down to the radio room. We had to stop the call from going out because if there was a ship in the vicinity and it got to us before we'd put the quiet on Seddon and Austin, the three of us would hang. And a sinking ship was a sight less worry. And I heard the message before I even opened the door. Stop it!
I've been sending it, sir. Already got an answer.
I said stop it!
We're sinking. It's my duty. I have to.
We are not under yet. You think I want us hauled in for salvage rights? You send out that we're okay, see? Now, do it now. Need no assistance. Send it.
There's a ship about 20 miles off, sir. She could stand by in case. She's on her way.
Will you do as you're told? Need no assistance.
Better get them boats over the side. We're done for. 5 minutes, not even that.
Come out here. Listen, Jonesy. We've got to get the steward and one of the crewmen, Austin. They've twigged. We've got to do it before we leave the ship.
How? What are you going to do? Shoot them in front of the crew? Why, we wouldn't stand a chance. They'd carve us up. Let's get off this tub. There's sharks out there. I want a boat around me.
Not until we've taken care of those two.
Now, listen. You do what you want. I'm clearing out now. I told you them engines wouldn't stand it. Well, they haven't. Now, I'll take me chances with the law, but not if you...
I told him to get the boats over the side. Come on, let's get out.
I'm with you, Bert.
Abandon ship! Abandon!
There was still a chance. I could do it myself. Find Austin and find that dirty little rat Seddon. Do them both in, and there was still a chance that nobody would know. I went looking for him. The tramp was listing and settling lower in the sea. I ran from one side to the other, and then I spotted them. The lifeboat was already in the water. I saw Seddon looking up at me, pointing. And then Austin saw me. I jumped for the boat and I missed. He pulled away from the side.
Wait.
It's Jenny!
Give us a hand, will you?
How's it feeling there? You know what old Fleet felt like now.
Give us a hand, will you?
Ought to let you drown, dirty murderer.
He was going to kill me. Leave him in there. No, get me out.
You make a confession, see? All these other blokes is witnesses. You confess. Now, or you can swing for it.
All right, I did it.
What did you do?
I killed the captain.
You and their mother, too?
Yes.
All right. Come on now. First time I saw it. First time I knew that tramp was a stinker. Knew them engines weren't no bloody good.
Ah, shut it off, Jonesy. Oi,
What?
lovely grub, wasn't it?
All right, if you like jail grub.
Wish I had some vile beans. My stomach's sour.
Well, you won't have to worry about it for long.
Well, it's all right for you, Bert Gowdy. Ain't your stomach. I should have known better than to screw up to a couple of half-wide mugs like you. $15,000. First time I saw that ruddy scar, I knew...
Come off it, Jonesy. I want to get some sleep.
Always complaining. Ain't it wicked, Art? When you think we're all going down to the same place, and he'll be there with us.
I tell you, Bert, it's hopeless. He'll complain the rope's too tight around his neck when they hang us in the morning. What do you bet?
Suspense, in which Mr. Ben Wright starred in tonight's presentation of The Tramp. Be sure to join us next Wednesday when we bring you an account based upon fact, the story of Custer's last stand. That's next week on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written for Suspense by S.A. Bolt. The music was composed by Rene Garagunk and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Stan Jones, Joseph Kearns, Charlie Lung, Raymond Lawrence, Lou Krugman, and Bill Shepard.
Do you know that wherever you live, a forest is in the very heart of your life? Wipe out that forest, and very soon you may be living in a barren wilderness. Or if matters get out of hand, you may not be living at all. That forest provides wood and lumber for the house you live in, the furniture that makes it livable. But that's really only the start. Wood pulp from the forest gives you paper for newspapers, magazines, and books you read, not to mention such trimmings as wallpaper, shopping bags, and stationery. But we've barely begun to assess your dependence on the forest in your life. Wherever that forest is located, in actuality, it is vital in providing electricity and power because of its function as a watershed. The roots of your forest hold rainwater and help channel it through natural means to streams and rivers where it can be dammed for hydroelectric power. And all this can be destroyed by one spark flying from a carelessly discarded cigarette thrown from a car window, or by an ember from a campfire only half out. One spark and a pile of dead leaves can soon become a holocaust, consuming acres and acres of woodland, acres and acres of the very heart of national life. It's your forest you're protecting. This has been a public service message from CBS Radio. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a man who found that stealing a fortune was one thing, but getting away with it was another. So now, starring Mr. Victor Perrin, here is tonight's suspense play, Double Identity.
Every time I looked at that gray-green thing squatting against the wall, I remembered how my father used to shout the words of the Lord's Prayer. "Lead us not into temptation," he'd yell, and everyone in hearing distance would tremble. I could hear him like it was yesterday every time I looked at that safe and thought about the money inside. It was 5 o'clock Friday afternoon. Baker was at the cashier's window passing out the last of the pay envelopes. I was sitting behind my desk watching him. I knew exactly what he'd do when he finished, what he'd say. I'd watched him patiently for almost 5 years.
Well, another day, another $1,000. Okay, Mr. Lockman, that's it.
Count the cash in your tray and we'll lock up.
Yes, sir.
Lockman speaking.
George, Henry. Hey, what's this I hear about you backing out of the game tonight?
I'm afraid that's right, Henry.
Well, I'm going to miss your pennies, boy. But if it can't be helped, it can't be helped. You been to the doctors?
Oh, no, it's nothing that serious.
Well, it's probably just the virus. A lot of it going around, you know. They couldn't test that new job for the Air Corps last week on account of Pete Jenkins getting it.
Yeah, I heard.
Well, you take care of yourself, boy.
I will, Henry. Thanks.
$228.90, Mr. Lockman.
Oh. All right, Baker. Let's put it away.
I'll sure be glad to get out of here tonight.
So will I.
Here, you want to hold this? I'll spin my half of the combination.
Go ahead.
You think Mr. Kraft will ever trust either one of us with the complete combination?
Not that he doesn't trust us. He just doesn't want to put temptation in our path.
Yeah, maybe so. But what if something happened to one of us while he was away sometime, like he is now? How'd they get it open?
I don't know.
Well, okay. Your turn.
That ought to do it. This thing gets heavier every week.
Yours not that heavy, Mr. Lockman. You just think it is because you're out of condition.
Could be. Give me the tray.
Hey, you know what you ought to do?
What's that?
Join a gym. Work out with weights. Sure do you a lot of good. I've been going over to Stockard myself. Put 3 inches on my biceps. Here, see? Nice, huh?
Yeah, fine.
Hey, why don't you come with me Monday night?
Maybe I will.
You join there, I'll get a month free.
We'll talk about it, huh?
All right, I'll remind you Monday morning.
You do that.
Hey, I better get out of here. Bertha's folks are coming over for dinner.
Corned beef and cabbage?
Wouldn't be Friday without it. Oh, Bertha wants you to come over again real soon.
I will, Baker. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Lockman. Have a nice weekend.
Thanks. I plan to. I knew him so well. Getting him to turn away from the safe had been easy. While he'd been admiring his biceps, I'd closed it, but I hadn't spun the dial, so it was still unlocked. I reached under my desk for the briefcase with the initials RG, opened that heavy door again, and began helping myself to those tight little green packets of $20 bills, 50 of them, each containing 50 20s. 10 minutes later, I was walking toward the bus stop. My heart was pounding, but I was sure I didn't appear nervous. The only outward sign of how I really felt was on the leather handle of the briefcase. It was beginning to turn dark from perspiration. Then the bus came, and I was on my way to the airport.
Yes, sir?
I'm on Flight 19 for New York.
Your name, please?
Gelder. Robert Gelder.
Do you have any baggage, Mr. Gelder?
Only this briefcase. I'll keep it with me if that's all right.
Yes, sir. Now, let's see now. Your destination is Paris. That correct, Mr. Gelder?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Well, you're cleared all the way through. L.A. to New York, and you're holding a reservation on overseas flight 120 tomorrow night.
Yes, I know.
All right, Mr. Gelder. Your flight leaves from gate 7 in 5 minutes.
He didn't have to tell me the plane left in 5 minutes. I knew. I'd gone over every detail of the next 36 hours again and again. First, a nonstop flight to New York. Then across the Atlantic to Paris. I'd travel for a while, see Rome, Cairo, Algiers. And I'd make friends. Yes, sir, Robert Gelder would be a man of the world. A man whose every desire would be fulfilled. The money would see to that.
My, it's quiet, isn't it?
I beg your pardon?
The motor. They're so much quieter than I ever imagined they'd be.
Oh. Well, that's because the cabin's been insulated against noise.
Oh, my, when I think there weren't any planes at all when I was born. Well, it certainly makes me feel awfully old.
Mm.
But then we're all growing older, aren't we? Mr.
Gelder.
Oh, Mr. Gelder. My name is Mrs. Lee. Are you from Los Angeles?
No, Toledo.
Oh, I used to know a gentleman named Gelder a long time ago. And I believe, yes, he moved to Ohio, as I recall. His first name was, oh, dear, I can't remember. Oh, but he was a barber. I don't suppose he could have been your father.
No, my father was a minister.
Oh, my, how very nice. Mr. Gelder, why don't you put that briefcase under the seat?
No.
Well, really, the way you've been holding on to it, a person might think you have a fortune in there.
All right.
Now, isn't that better? You know, my boys are all in business, so I can tell when a person's overworked. They look just as drawn and tired as you do. Oh, why don't you put your head back and relax? I'll let you know when we start to land at Chicago.
Chicago?
Why, yes. My daughter's flying in from Dallas to meet me at the Chicago airport. We're having kind of a...
But we don't land at Chicago. This is a non-stop flight to New York.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Mr. Gelder. Oh, dear, you've got to be... a stewardess?
I'm not mistaken.
Oh, stewardess!
Is anything wrong, Mrs. Lee?
Oh, stewardess, we do land at Chicago, don't we?
Why, yes.
But we can. I mean, when I bought my ticket, they assured me this was a through flight to New York.
There must have been some sort of misunderstanding, Mr. Gelder. But don't worry about it. We'll only be on the ground half an hour.
What did I get so worried about? What was half an hour? I was tensing up. The old lady had noticed the briefcase. I was being too careful, too obvious. So, when we landed at Chicago, I left the briefcase on the plane and went in for a cup of coffee. Hand me the sugar, would you please?
Huh? Logman! George Logman! What the devil are you doing here, George?
Why, Mr. Kraft.
What are you doing in Chicago?
Well, I thought I'd take a little trip this weekend, Mr. Kraft.
A little trip? Hey, you got some friends here? Oh, that's right. I forgot you're a bachelor. You got friends everywhere, huh? Friends with skirts. Is that right?
Please, Mr. Kraft.
Yes, sir. It's you quiet ones. That's what they always say. Still water runs deep, right? By George, certainly is a small world, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, you just drop that sir stuff, my boy. We're not in the office now. You just forget I'm the boss, huh? Hey, you want a little kicker for your coffee, huh? I got it right here.
No, thanks, Mr. Kraft.
Huh? You sure?
Yes, sir. I don't care for it, really.
Oh. Well, you'll be back in the office Monday morning, huh?
Yes, sir.
Good. I'll give you a call. Well, have fun, Logman.
I watched him leave, and I wondered why I had to run into him, the one man who could ruin everything. Then I paid my check and walked out of the coffee shop toward the plane. When I was halfway through the gate, I saw him again. Fat, drunk J.T. Kraft was staggering up the ramp ahead of me, going into the plane, my plane, the plane in which I'd left the $50,000.
You are listening to Double Identity, tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Tomorrow night on 21st Precinct, CBS Radio unfolds a tale of liquor store robberies, which, says the bureau chief, must be stopped by 100%. The plan works when Captain Keogh of the 21st Precinct cooperates by supplying 4 of his men in plain clothes. He gets gratifying results, but is topped by one of the most surprising climaxes in his career. For a real story of the men in blue in action, join us on most of these same stations tomorrow, when you'll hear the tale of the bottle on 21st Precinct.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Victor Perrin, starring in tonight's production, Double Identity, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
For the first time, I wasn't sure of myself. For the first time, I was really afraid. J.T. Kraft, the one person in the world who could stop me from getting away with that money, had boarded the plane ahead of me. I stopped and tried to think. If I stayed in Chicago and let the plane go on to New York with my briefcase, I'd be taking too big a chance. I didn't have a baggage check on that case. Anybody could take it and walk off with my money. But if I boarded the plane, Kraft would see me and start thinking. Then my mind was made up for me.
Mr. Gelder! Mr. Gelder, come on. We want to take off.
Oh. Yes, I'm coming. I had to chance it. Kraft was drunk. Maybe I could keep him that way. Then I'd lose him as soon as we landed.
Please take your seat and fasten your safety belt, Mr. Gelder.
Yes, I will, stewardess.
Stewardess. Who are we waiting on? Somebody named Gelder?
Everything's all right now, Mr. Kraft.
Well, it better be, because I have to be in the... Logman! What are you doing here?
Mr. Kraft?
Well, here, you sit down right by me, my boy. Come on. There we go. Ah, you decided to go to New York, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, what happened, my boy? Couldn't you score in Chicago? It was about time. What are you going to New York for? You got to be back in the office Monday morning, haven't you?
I know. Do you still have some of that medicine?
Huh?
Well, you know, that kicker stuff you were going to put in my coffee?
Oh, yes, sure, yes. Well, I thought you didn't... Here you go.
Thanks.
Yes, sir, this is a double cause for celebrating. I sure put it over, yes, sir. You know what I did? I made a deal with the Great Lake people. Good fat order, you know. That's why I'm living it up. How about you?
Well, I've decided to take a few days off.
Well, that's good for you, good for you. You know, it must get awful dull handling all that money, not being able to spend any of it, huh, George?
Yes, sir. It sure does.
Here, have yourself another drink.
Sure, Mr. Kraft. Right after you do. But he'd had enough, and he knew it. A few minutes later, he turned his back to me and passed out. I picked up the briefcase and held it on my lap. Then I slept, too.
No, we're done, huh?
Yes, sir. New York. How do you feel, Mr. Kraft?
All right, I guess. I had myself a night, didn't I?
We both did.
Logman.
Sir?
What did you say you were doing here?
Well, I'm taking a few days off.
You checked with McGill before you left?
Yes, sir. Mr. McGill said it was perfectly all right.
Oh, good. Now, let's get our things together, shall we?
It was going to work out. I was sure of it. We left the plane, walked across the apron to the gate and into the terminal. All I had to do now was shake hands with him, then duck out of sight until he stepped into a cab. As soon as he was gone, I'd confirm my reservations for Paris, then relax.
Well, have a pleasant holiday, Lockman. I'll see you back at the plant, huh?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. That isn't your briefcase.
What?
Here, let me see that. I know, yeah. Take a look for yourself. Initials RG. You picked up somebody else's. A mistake.
Well, I...
come on. We'll get it straightened out over at the luggage counter.
But, Mr. Kraft, this case... I mean, when I decided...
Stop spluttering, Lockman. This will only take a minute.
Yes, may I help you?
Well, I don't think...
Just let me handle it, son. This man picked up the wrong briefcase by mistake.
Oh, is that right, sir?
Yes. Mine is exactly like it, and I thought perhaps...
Well, don't worry about it, sir. Happens all the time. Now then, what's the name?
Gelder. I mean, Lockman.
Hey, that's right, son. That's probably how they got mixed up. The stewardess mentioned something about a man named Gelder back in Chicago. Said they were waiting on him, remember? You remember that, too, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, I'll bet you anything that's his case. Do you have any bags here for a Gelder?
I wouldn't know, sir, unless there's a claim check.
No. What about Lockman? You do have a claim check, don't you, George? What do you have besides the briefcase?
Well, that was all, sir. I didn't need a claim check for it.
Huh? You only took a briefcase?
Well, yes, sir. I left in such a hurry.
You got Mr. Lockman's briefcase back there?
No, sir. There is no briefcase here.
Looks like you're out of luck till Gelder realizes his mistake and brings your case back, George. Look, I'll tell you what you do. You leave Gelder's case here, and then you come along with me into town. We'll give the clerk the name of my hotel, and when your case shows up, well, he can send it in to you.
I think I'd better wait right here for it, Mr. Kraft.
Nonsense, my boy. We both need some breakfast and a shower. Now, you come along with me. Operator, this is Mr. Kraft speaking. I don't want to be disturbed for anything until 5 this afternoon. That's right, 5 o'clock, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Get that, will you, Lockman? It's probably room service.
Yes, sir.
Operator? Yeah, that's right. I'm expecting a call from the coast at that time. That's 5 o'clock, yeah. Oh, yes, I'll be here. Thank you. Oh, now that coffee smells good. Did you take care of the boy?
I put the tip on the check.
Oh, good. It'll come off my tax that way. Go ahead and pour.
Okay. Cream and sugar?
No, black for me. Lockman, what are you up to?
What do you mean?
Look out, you're spilling the coffee. Now, you know what I mean. Your nerves have given you away, Lockman.
But I really don't know, Mr. Kraft. I'm on vacation.
You took a vacation in May. Besides, a man who's been getting out of payroll every week for the past 5 years isn't going to take a trip across country on a moment's notice with only a briefcase. Unless he's running away from something.
Mr. Kraft, I assure you...
You assure me all you want. I'm not going to believe you until I talk to McGill at 5 today. Until then, I'm not letting you out of my sight.
But, Mr. Kraft, please, I have things to do, important things.
Yes, like what?
Well, it's of a personal nature.
Oh. A woman, huh? All right, Lockman, I'll give you a break. Still waiting for McGill to call me, I'll call him.
What?
And if he knows about your being here, you can leave anytime you like.
Put down that phone, Mr. Kraft.
What?
I said put it down.
Now, wait a minute, Lockman.
You forced me into this. I had it all worked out so carefully, then you had to come along.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Lockman.
Wait for what?
Lockman! Lockman, please. Please.
Wait for you to call the police, Kraft.
Lockman. Please.
It was exactly 12 noon. I had 5 hours before they discovered Kraft's body. 5 hours to pick up the briefcase and disappear. Paris was out now, too risky. I'd try Canada. I took the last drink from Kraft's bottle, chased it with coffee, and then, feeling like it was all a dream, I left the hotel and took a cab for the airport.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lockman. I'm afraid your briefcase hasn't turned up yet.
Why, it's all right. The one you're holding here is mine.
What?
My name is really Gelder. You see, I'd never met that man I was with before, at least before he got on the plane in Chicago last night.
Oh.
The way he latched onto me, you'd think I was his long-lost brother. He's making a real pest of himself, so I decided to give him a phony name.
Then that was your briefcase?
Yes, it's my briefcase. Now, where is it?
Why, I sent it back to Chicago.
While he rambled on, trying to explain, saying something about how he was sure the mix-up had occurred in Chicago, how Gelder must have gotten off the plane there, I was trying to steady myself, to pull myself together. I had to act fast now. I knew that. I had less than 5 hours to reach Chicago, get the case, and disappear. The clerk was still rambling on when I left him and went over to the reservations desk. There was a plane leaving at 1 o'clock, arriving Chicago 4 hours later. I bought a ticket. We landed at 5 after 5 New York time. They'd probably discovered his body by now, which meant they'd be looking for a man named Lockman who had registered at the hotel with Mr. Kraft.
Yes, sir.
Look, my name is Gelder. Robert Gelder. You have a briefcase here that belongs to me.
Gelder?
Yes. There was a mix-up over my name. The case was returned here from New York. It's initialed. Well, that's it. They're on the shelf. Please let me have it.
Oh, yes, sir. Came in about an hour ago. Do you have some identification, Mr. Gelder?
What?
Well, I'll need some identification before I can let you have it.
But I don't have any. I left New York in such a hurry.
No driver's license? Letter with your name on it?
I haven't got anything. That's my case. Now give it here.
I'm sorry, sir. You'll have to come up with some identification or fill out a claim form.
What do you mean, a claim form?
It's company policy, sir. They'll run a check on you. Won't take over a couple of days to find out if you're who you say you are.
I see. Look, here's $5.
Oh, you can't bribe me, mister. I'd lose my job.
No, I don't mean it to be a bribe. I want you to put in a long-distance call to the baggage clerk in the airport in New York. He'll be able to identify me.
Oh, sir, I don't know.
There's nothing wrong with that now, is there? I'm paying for the call.
Well, I guess it's okay.
Tell him the man with 2 names is here.
2 names?
Lockman and Gelder. He'll remember.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'll do it.
Operator?
Will you locate Barney? Have him come over here?
Yes, sir. Right away.
Thanks. The circuits to New York are busy, Mr. Gelder.
Well, how long will I have to wait?
Well, not long.
Oh, young man, would you... Why, Mr. Gelder.
What? Mrs. Lee.
My goodness, is anything wrong? You're white as a sheet.
Mrs. Lee, would you tell this clerk who I am?
Why, of course.
Well, you know this man, lady?
Yes, his name is Robert Gelder. He's from Toledo.
And you have some identification to prove who you are?
Why, certainly. Here you are.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mr. Gelder.
And here are my baggage checks, young man.
Yes, ma'am. I'll get your things, too.
Mrs. Lee, you'll never know how glad I am to see you.
Well, it's nice seeing you again, too, Mr. Gelder. And I want you to come along to the car.
The car?
Oh, my daughter's plane was delayed. I've had to wait all this time, can you imagine? So I rented a car while I waited. Oh, I want you to meet my daughter, Mr. Gelder.
Oh, I'd like to very much.
Okay, Mrs. Lee. Here are your bags.
Oh, thank you.
And here's your case, Mr. Gelder.
Thank you.
Sorry about the delay.
Oh, that's all right.
Mr. Gelder, if you'll just take these 2 heavy things, I'll carry your briefcase.
Certainly, Mrs. Lee.
Oh, I do hope they're not too heavy.
Baggage desk.
Joe, you want me?
Oh, yeah, Barney, I did. I thought I had a job for your cops, but it got straightened out. The guy was trying to talk me into giving him a briefcase.
Didn't he have any ID?
No, and 2 names. Lockman and Gelder.
Lockman? Joe, you say Lockman?
Yeah, why?
Teletype just came in from New York. Where is he now?
Well, he's probably in the parking lot.
Oh, my daughter's parked just ahead, Mr. Gelder. You see that convertible?
Yes. Very nice.
She always wants the best. She's from Texas, you know.
Yes, you told me. I wonder if you'd mind giving me a ride into town.
Oh, No, of course not. Are you going to be staying here a few days?
Well, I'm not sure. I've got some business up in Canada,
Lockman! Hold it, Lockman.
But, Mr. Gelder, what is it?
Put your hands in the air.
No.
Hold it, Lockman.
Oh, Mr. Gelder!
Lockman, hold it!
I'm sorry, Lockman. You should have stopped. Stop? That's very funny, officer. I never even got started.
Suspense, in which Mr. Victor Perrin starred in tonight's presentation of Double Identity. Next week, we bring you a dramatization of a short story by James Thurber. It is called A Friend to Alexander. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written for Suspense by Alan Botzer. The music was composed by Rene Garrigank and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, William Conrad, Charlotte Lawrence, Paul Dubov, Joe Duval, Don Diamond, Bill Lally, and Bill Justine.
The drama, the pageantry, the humor and tension of presidential conventions will be recreated for you in a special 55-minute broadcast on CBS Radio Thursday night. You'll hear great moments from the speeches of Bryan, Roosevelt, Wilkie, and Wilson. You'll hear Claire Booth Luce speaking to the Republicans in 1948, and India Edwards lecturing the Democrats on manners at the 52 convention. Bob Trout will be the narrator, and you'll hear from high party officials of both major parties reminiscing about backstage scenes. Listen for this special program called Convention Fever on most of these same CBS radio stations tomorrow night. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. You hear America's favorite shows on the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a classic short story by James Thurber. So now, starring Mr. John Daner, here is our suspense play, A Friend to Alexander.
I've taken to dreaming about Aaron Burr every night.
What for?
How do I know what for? What for, the woman says.
You do look tired, Harry.
Well, a session like I had last night is worse than no sleep at all. I should look tired.
Aaron Burr. He's a funny person to be dreaming about nowadays. I mean, with all the talk about the A-bombs and the H-bombs and the election and everything. I wish you'd go see Dr. Fox.
Oh, nonsense.
Well, maybe you need some different vitamins. Or maybe some of those new pills. Those, Starax, Aratrix. What do they call them again?
Reserpine, chlorpromazine, one of the tranquilizers?
No, it's another name.
Oh, Ataraxix.
Oh, that's
Ataraxix, tranquilizers, all the same thing.
Well, maybe you need some of those. They're supposed to do wonders for people.
Now, all I need is to stop seeing Aaron Burr every time I close my eyes.
I don't see why you see him in your dreams. Where do you see him?
Oh, places, maybe Washington Square, Bowling Green, or on Broadway.
Right here in town? How odd.
Well, he lived in New York, you know. I'll be talking to a woman in a Victoria, or a woman holding a white lace parasol.
Oh?
And suddenly there's Burr, bowing, smiling, and smelling like a carnation.
Harry, will you get me a cigarette, please?
Sure. He'll be telling us stories about France and getting off his insults. Here you are, Bess. Hey, when did you start smoking before breakfast?
Just hold the light where I can reach it, please.
All right.
Who is the woman in the Victoria, Harry?
What?
That you dream about?
Oh, how do I know people in dreams? They're nobody at all, or they're everybody.
You see Aaron Burr, plainly enough. I mean, he isn't nobody or everybody.
All right, but I don't know who the woman is. Maybe it's Madame Jumel or Mittens Willett or a girl I knew in high school. It's not important.
Who is Mittens Willett?
Well, she was a famous actress 75 years ago or so. She's buried in an old cemetery on 2nd Avenue.
Oh, goodness, you're so well read. It's very sad about Mittens Willett, isn't it?
Why? Why is it?
Well, I mean, she probably died young. Almost all women did in those days. Oh, Harry, please, don't pace back and forth like that.
You know what he did? I was standing talking to Alexander Hamilton, and Burr stepped up and slapped him in the face.
Alexander Hamilton? My goodness.
Yes, and then when I looked at Hamilton, who do you suppose he was?
I don't know, dear. Who was he?
He was my brother. The one who was killed by that drunk in the cemetery.
Just stand aside there, fellow.
Huh? Why? Why should I?
Perhaps you don't recognize a former officer of the Revolutionary Army and a United States Senator.
I recognize you all right, Burr. You may have been an officer, but Washington hated you. And as for winning that election for my friend's father-in-law, well, I'll bet there was something crooked about the way the ballots were counted.
More bacon, Harry? Another egg?
Huh?
Did the Giants win last night? It is the Giants you like, isn't it?
I wish he'd go back to France and stay there.
Who, dear?
Who do you think?
Oh, you mean Aaron Burr. Did you dream about him again? I don't see why you dream about him all the time. Don't you think you ought to take some luminol?
No. Last night he kept shoving Alexander around.
Alexander?
Hamilton. I certainly know him well enough by this time to call him by his first name. He hides behind my coattails every night, practically.
Oh, Harry, dear. You shouldn't dwell on your nightmares or whatever they are.
Ooh, that's what they are. There's no mistake about it.
We ought to get out in the country over the weekend. Why don't we go to the old Drover's Inn? You like it there.
Hamilton has not only become my brother Walter, but practically every guy I ever really liked. Well, that's just natural, I guess.
Well, of course it is, dear. Harry, I do wish you'd go to Dr. Fox.
I'm going to the zoo and feed popcorn to the rhinoceros. That makes things seem all right. For a little while, anyway.
Oh, you're not going through with it, Burr? Certainly I'm going through with it. He accepted the challenge.
But Mr. Hamilton had no intention of harming you. He just proved that.
Your friend brought this on himself, fellow. Hamilton called me, and I use his own words, a dangerous man of whom I could detail a more despicable opinion. Well, let this be a warning that Aaron Burr brooks insult from no man.
No, Burr! Alexander, look out! He's going to... Oh, no!
Harry!
Oh,
Harry! Dear,
no.
wake up! Wake up, dear!
Oh, Bess, find the light, please.
Harry!
Bess.
Oh, you frightened me so... Yes, there. Oh, dear. What was it?
Burr. Got him. He got Alexander. Oh, Bess, that dirty rotten...
Harry,
rotten.
let me hold you. It's all right, dear. It's all right. It was just another nightmare, but it's all right.
Alexander,
now.
he just fired into the air. He fired into the air and smiled at him, just like Walter, and then...
There, Harry.
Oh.
Some Neanderthals in the door here.
And then Burr, that fiend, he took deliberate aim. I saw him take deliberate aim, and he killed poor Alexander in cold blood.
Here, take this, Harry. Then you'll be able to go back to sleep.
Yeah. Well, I ran to Alexander, but he was dead. There was just nothing I could do.
You better take another, dear. Two won't hurt you.
And then Burr swaggered over. He's always a nasty, sneering, foppish man, and he stood over us, and he actually laughed, and I looked down at Alexander. And his face was Walter's face.
Oh, Harry.
It
Harry,
was
darling. Look, I'm going to stay here with you for the rest of the night. Everything will be all right. And we'll go and see the doctor tomorrow.
Now, just what seems to be the trouble, Mr. Andrews?
Nothing seems to be the trouble.
He has nightmares, Dr. Fox.
Oh, I see. You look a little underweight, perhaps. Are you eating well, Mr. Andrews? Getting enough exercise?
I'm not underweight. I eat the way I always have and get the same exercise.
Now, Harry, your appetite certainly isn't good in the morning.
Well, naturally not in the morning.
You see, Doctor, I think he's worried about something because he always has this same dream.
Same dream, eh?
It's about his brother Walter, who was killed in the cemetery by a drunken man. Only it isn't really about him. It's Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton.
Mm-hmm. Well, very few people actually killed in cemeteries. Would you mind stepping into the next room, Mr. Andrews? May as well begin with the electrocardiograph and proceed with basal metabolism, cranial microcardiography. So, from what we can determine thus far, I think we can say that you're in tip-top shape, Mr. Andrews.
I make it a point to keep in shape.
I very much doubt that the lab will turn up anything. Meanwhile, we know that the heart of yours is fine, sound as a dollar.
Oh, Harry, that's wonderful news.
Even sounder, I might say. If my bent was toward economics rather than medicine. The pills I gave you will fix up any temporary difficulty you may experience in falling asleep.
Well, it wasn't the falling asleep, Dr. Fox. It was what happened after he got there.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Well, you might call me in a week or so, Mr. Andrews.
Yeah, I'll do that. Come on, Bess.
Goodbye, Doctor, and thank you so much.
Not at all. Nice to see both of you.
Well, I hope you're satisfied. There's nothing the matter with me at all.
Oh, I'm glad your heart's so fine. He said it was fine, you know.
Well, sure, it's fine. Everything's fine.
And I was thinking, dear, now that Alexander Hamilton is dead, you won't see anything more of Aaron Burr.
And the man says, I quit because I couldn't stand the cooking odor.
Oh, Mr. Andrews, how priceless.
Yeah, I thought it was rather funny myself.
I fail to see the humor. I thought it rather coarse.
Oh, it's you, Burr.
Why don't you leave, my good man?
I'll leave after I've had a talk with you, maybe, not before.
I see. Lovely ladies, will you excuse me for a moment?
Certainly, Mr. Burr. Come, ladies.
Now, my good man.
And don't you, my good man, me, you murderer.
I presume you refer to the affair of honor in which I engaged Hamilton?
You know darn well I do.
Let me say merely that had I been called a murderer by one more nearly my equal, I should deal with him as I dealt with Hamilton. Just who are you, anyway, ubiquitous clod?
I am Henry Andrews. Harry to my friends. I'm an architect.
An architect. And you presume to converse with a soldier, a barrister, the second highest elective officer of the Republic, and a gentleman.
Well, you may be all those things except the last one, but you disobeyed your superiors in the Army. As far as I'm concerned, your kind of lawyers are on an ethical level with jockeys. You're vice president, all right enough, but you tried to double-cross Jefferson so you'd get the top job.
And don't go calling yourself a gentleman because you deliberately shot Alexander after he had fired his bullet into the air.
But I fired mine with my eyes closed.
You what?
Certainly. Or as my French friends say, certainement.
Oh, and incidentally, don't you and your French friends try any funny business with that Mexican conquest and settlement deal either. You're liable to end up in court on a charge of treason.
We were discussing my marksmanship. Let me inform you that I have upon occasion hit the ace of spades at 30 paces, blindfolded.
I'll bet.
If you were not so far beneath me, I would send my seconds to call upon you. Henceforth, be on your good behavior, fellow. I shall have one of my lackeys give you a taste of the riding crop.
More coffee, Harry? Harry!
Bess, don't! Don't do that.
But you were a million miles away.
No, I wasn't. I've been sitting right here.
Did you have another dream about that man?
Oh, I wish I'd never told you about it. Just forget it, will you?
I can't forget it with you going on this way. Harry, I think you ought to see a psychiatrist.
Oh, they're all quacks, a pack of quacks. Dr. Fox told you I was all right.
What does he do now?
What does who do now?
Aaron Burr.
Oh, well, he goes around bragging that he dueled Hamilton with his eyes closed. Furthermore, since you asked me, he jostles me at parties now.
Harry, I've simply got to get you away from here. Maybe if you slept someplace else for a few nights.
What place else?
Well, why don't we go to the country for the weekend? Let's go to Lime Rock Lodge.
Well, if we're going to the country, why don't we visit the Crowleys? You like them, don't you?
Oh, of course I do.
Bob has a pistol. And we could do a little target shooting.
Well, what do you want to shoot a pistol for? I should think you'd want to get away from that.
Yeah, sure. I just might have figured out how to get away from it.
Sister, 50 times just as fast as you can. Aha. That's the secret of a martini, boy.
Well, nobody makes them like you, Bob.
Thank you. Bess?
Thanks.
Alice?
Thank you, darling.
There you are, Harry.
Thank you, Bob.
Well, here's a go.
Down the hatch.
Cheers.
Well, how you been, boy?
Oh, never better, Bob. Never better. Gee, it's good to be here.
Oh, a nice, peaceful weekend is just what Harry needs.
We were so pleased when you called. We've simply been vegetating. The servants are getting fed up with taking care of just the two of us.
Oh, do you still have Madison and Clefito?
Oh, of course.
They are so priceless.
Yes, indeed. Been busy, Harry?
No, not too. Did a big provincial house out in Southampton. We got a 26-story office building on the boards.
Wow, and he says he hasn't been too busy.
Oh, you ought to see the building. I mean, it's going to be all bronze and acrobatic glass.
Huh?
Excuse me while I kiss my wife. She means with actinic glass and copper, dear, but I wouldn't know what to do without her.
Oh, you kids, you don't change a bit.
You're married 14 years and still on honeymoon.
It's 15, isn't it, dear?
Yep.
Well, how about refills? Can't let the eyes dilute the vermouth.
Oh, as soon as I check Lofita on dinner, dear. Oh, want to come out to the kitchen and say hello to her, Beth?
I'd love to. Don't you boys go drinking our dividends.
Oh, lots more where that came from. Oh, here you are, boy.
These are the greatest.
Thank you.
How's it with you, Bob?
Oh, couldn't be better. At least now that you're here. Kind of a lonesome grind finishing the book.
Yeah, I'll bet. You got it all buttoned up?
Well, just about. Excuse me for bringing it up, Harry, but you feeling better about Walter now?
Oh, yeah. It was just one of those things. No use brooding about it, I guess. The guy who killed him's put away.
Sure. Oh, I know how tough it was, but now you've got the right slant on it. Yeah. Well, sir, what can we offer you in the way of a pleasant weekend?
Just what you always give us, some relaxation. The first thing I want is a good night's sleep.
Oh, well, this is the place to get it. Come on, drink up there, sir.
Sure. Hey, you still fool around with your target pistols?
Yeah, every once in a while. I got me a pip of a set, new ones, the latest.
Let's try them out tomorrow. See if you can teach me to hit a barn door or something.
Yeah, that's pretty good, Harry. Come on over, take a look.
Better, huh?
Oh,
You think I'm getting the hang of it now?
sure you are. All 6 shots from the tree and 2 of them on the target yet.
Hey, they aren't that.
Well, not exactly bullseyes, but look, this one's just a shade above the outside ring.
Yeah, that's a lot better.
Sure.
Bob, would you say that bullseye's about the height of a fairly short man's heart?
Well, just about.
Okay, I
Depends
want to
on
try
how short.
something. 1, 2, 3.
Well, what are you up to,
4,
boy?
5.
What's
6,
the idea?
7, 8.
Well, what are you going to do?
9, 10.
Hey!
Any of them hit the target?
Hit the target, man. If I hadn't flattened 2 of them, it'd hit me. What do you think you're doing?
Well, isn't that the way they used to face off in the old days when they fought duels?
Well, I guess so, but whew, you gave me a scare.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were standing
Oh,
so
that's
close.
okay. Well, come to think of it, Harry, I don't think they paced off with the gun held straight up in the air like you did. I think they kept their arm hanging, straight down.
Oh?
Yeah.
1,
Look,
2,
Harry,
3,
no, don't
4,
try it again
5,
for the love of...
6,
Hey, Harry, no,
9,
don't.
10. Any of them on target?
How can I tell if they're on the target when... Hey, look, Harry, never close your eyes. Never fire with your eyes closed.
Well, I just thought I'd try it that way.
Good Lord, man, come on, give me that gun, will you?
Well, sure, here. I guess I need more practice.
Not with me standing around. Well, come on, let's get back to the house and shake up a drink. Boy, I've got the jumps.
I sure do. I need a lot more practice.
As I so aptly put it to General Arnold at Quebec, a defensive strategy may save men, but an offensive force wins the battle.
That's why I hate you, Burr. Human lives mean nothing to you.
Observe now who says he hates me. Henry Andrews. One Henry Andrews, an architect.
Look, don't you ever push me again.
One Henry Andrews, an architect. A menial laborer.
Now, you just wait a minute. You have to go to college to be an architect, you know.
I fail to recall the subject on the curriculum at the College of New Jersey, where I matriculated.
Well, maybe they didn't teach it there, but look what College of New Jersey turned out to be. Princeton. And you're bragging.
May I remind you of your previous conversation? The one in which I discussed my unerring marksmanship?
May I remind you that you killed my friend Alexander?
A friend to Alexander. Use care, my man. The phrase might well make an epitaph.
Well, challenge me. Go ahead. I dare you. I dare you.
Harry!
I dare
Harry,
you, Burr. I
wake
dare
up.
you to
Please, wake up, dear. Harry!
Bess, don't shake me like that.
Darling, you were practically shouting. And it's only 4:00. You wake Bob and Alice.
One Henry Andrews, an architect. That's what he calls me now.
Oh, I hoped you weren't going to dream about him anymore. I thought if I brought you up here, you
It's
might...
him or me, Bess. I can't stand this forever.
Oh, neither can I, Harry.
Oh, Bess, dear, it's all right. I'm sorry. Look. Now, look, honey, you go back to sleep and forget the whole thing. It'll be daylight soon. I'm going to sneak out very quietly and get some air.
Bob?
Yes, Alice, I'm awake. I heard them.
Not again.
I'm afraid so. He's out there peppering away at that doggone target.
We better get up, Bob. Go out and get him, and I'll put on some coffee.
Yeah, he'll need some. Where's that other darn slipper? Oh, I got it.
Does he walk in his sleep or what?
Well, Bess says he never walks in his sleep.
He'll be petrified again. Madison, too, I suppose.
Tell him what you told him yesterday, that he couldn't sleep and he just went out to shoot a little.
I'm so glad to see them. But I'll be so glad when they go this afternoon.
Me too. Oh, come on here. You know, he said a funny thing when I went out to get him yesterday.
I could stand a funny thing.
I'll get him one of these nights, he said.
I don't suppose poor Bess can sleep through this.
Let's see how she could. Better knock at her door and see if she's ready for some coffee, too.
Bob, what's wrong with Harry anyway?
Search me. I guess it's like Clothilde said. He just seems to have the shoots.
I'm sorry the weekend turned out like it did, dear.
No, it's all right. I thought it might work, too. And in a way, maybe it did work.
Well, it does seem good to be home. I mean, our own apartment and our own things, our own schedule.
Yeah, this is better. Another nightcap, Bess?
No, dear, but you go right ahead.
Yeah, I'll have one more splash and then turn in. Oh, golly, I'm tired.
Harry,
Oh.
why don't you sleep in my room tonight?
Well, you'd keep shaking me all night to keep me awake.
No, I wouldn't, dear. Only if you...
You're afraid to let me meet him.
Oh, I am afraid, Harry. Terribly afraid.
Well, why do you always think everybody else is better than I am? I can outshoot him the best day he ever lived.
That isn't what I meant about being afraid.
Furthermore, I have a modern pistol. He has to use an old-fashioned single-shot muzzle loader.
Is that quite fair, Harry?
What do I care if it's fair or not?
Oh, please don't be mad with me, Harry. Harry, I'm so unhappy.
I'm sorry, dear. Don't you worry about me, Bess. I'll be all right. I'll be fine. We'd better go up, dear. Now, please don't. Don't cry anymore.
Well, I'm trying to stop.
Sure. Now, good night kiss, darling. Everything's going to be fine. I'm ready to take care of everything now.
No matter what happens, I love you, Harry. I've loved you more every day we've had together. Kiss me again, dearest. Kiss me just once more.
Very well, Andrews. My code as a gentleman will permit no further insolence. If you insist upon ending it thus...
I do insist.
I assume your blindfold is secure.
I assume yours is.
And we have agreed upon 10 paces. Well, are you ready, fellow?
You bet I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7...
You're his regular physician, are you, Dr. Fox?
That's right. I examined him only 4 or 5 days ago.
So the lady said. That's why we called you in. As long as he's been under treatment within 30 days, you just sign the death certificate and our office doesn't have to bother with an autopsy.
I understand. Usual procedure.
I know it's tough on you, Mrs. Andrews, the shock and all, but it's the way I hope it happens to me when the time comes. Peaceful, quiet, quick, in my own bed, heart just quits.
You know, it's extraordinary. His heart was sound as a dollar when I examined him. Now it's just stopped, as if he'd been shot.
They'll go that way sometimes.
Dr. Fox.
Hmm?
Look. Harry's right hand.
Mm-hmm. Clenched a bit, Mrs. Andrews. Nothing unusual.
But the 3 bottom fingers and the thumb. Like they were gripping a handle.
Mm-hmm. Rather, yes. Mm-hmm.
And see the index finger. How it's curved. As if he were just about to press the trigger on a pistol.
Rigor mortis, Mrs. Andrews. The hands will take an odd position sometimes in rigor mortis.
Harry never even fired a shot. Aaron Burr killed him the way he killed Alexander Hamilton.
Mrs. Andrews, take it easy.
Aaron Burr shot him through the heart. I knew he would. I knew he would.
Doctor, what in the name
of...
of...
poor Andrews. I should have done something at the time. This could even have been contributory.
I'm not too sure I follow you.
You see, she came in with her husband the other day. She spoke, and she acted most peculiarly. I should have done something.
But what is this Aaron Burr, Alexander Hamilton business?
Huh? Obsessive hallucination of hers. Mrs. Andrews very evidently suffers from one of the schizoid psychoses. Oh, yeah. I'm afraid she'll have to be committed.
Suspense, in which Mr. John Daner starred in tonight's presentation of A Friend to Alexander. Be sure to join us again when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills. That's next time on Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. You have heard A Friend to Alexander, written by James Thurber and adapted for Suspense by Fran von Hartesfeld. The music was composed and conducted by Fred Steiner. Featured in the cast were Paula Winslow, Ben Wright, Victor Rodman, Miriam Wolfe, Charlotte Lawrence, Joseph Kearns, and Larry Thor.
As national interest runs high in the conventions and the results, CBS Radio, which is broadcasting these important events, urges you to follow through to make sure you're registered to vote next November. No matter which candidate you prefer, you are lost in making a choice unless you're registered to vote in a national election. Are you sure the rest of the voters in your family are? Make sure today. Registration laws vary from state to state. Make sure you're in the book. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. Tonight, attend the Democratic Convention with the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of a man who used a gun once too often. So now, starring Mr. Joseph Kearns, here is tonight's suspense play, Hold Up.
What's the matter, Tim? What are you staring at?
Never mind, Hazel. Open the cash register. Quick. Unlock the safety catch on the gun. Hear me?
Tim, what's wrong?
Never mind. Do what I say. Now get away from the counter. Quick. I'll take care of everything.
I'd like a pack of cigarettes.
Any special brand?
Yeah, give me the ones with the green. Okay, stay where you are, you both. This is a holdup.
I haven't got much.
Just give me what you got, and hurry.
That a gun you got in your pocket?
Just don't you try and find out, mister.
Okay. All my receipts are in here.
Stand away. I'll get it.
Yeah, you'll get it.
Tim, please.
Stay away from here.
Tim, can't you see he's already dead?
He's over there, officer.
What happened here, a shooting match?
No.
5 bullet holes, all in the head.
Well, he tried to hold me up. What was I supposed to do?
Where's his gun?
In his pocket, just pointed it through his jacket, the right pocket.
No gun here. Maybe the left? Nope.
I know he had something in his right pocket.
This?
A fountain pen.
That's your gun. You ever see the boy before?
No. First time I saw him was tonight.
My husband saw the boy standing outside our store a few moments before it happened.
Look, I'll handle this, Hazel.
If you don't mind, I'd like to hear what your wife has to say.
Well, Tim had a feeling something was wrong. We both saw the boy standing outside looking in at us. And then he decided to come in. That's when Tim told me to unlock the safety catch on the gun in the cash register.
You've had experience with hold-up men before, haven't you, Mr. Chase?
Twice. You people were in on them both.
Yeah, I remember. Pretty rough on him, aren't you?
You mean I don't give him a chance to rob me? Yeah.
Good shot, too. You don't miss.
I didn't miss over there. Shooting Japs then. Shooting hoods now. What's the difference? The guy who shoots first gets to talk afterwards.
How much money did you have on the premises?
$15 and change. The rest was over at the house.
And you shoot it out for that?
Listen, I'm not in business to give money to hoodlums, gun or no gun. A thief's a thief. Better off dead.
Tim, please.
No. I want it known to any of these punks who want to stick me up. They'd better come in shooting, because that's the way I'll meet them.
Did you notice if anyone was with the boy?
No, I didn't see anyone.
No, there was no one we could see.
Mr. Chase, you'll have to come downtown and make a full report, just routine.
Yeah, sure. Hazel, you close up when the cops are through here.
Captain Runyon, this is Mr. Chase. Hold-up shooting on the east side. You wanted to see him?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a hold-up attempt, although no gun was found on or near the hold-up man.
Check the victim out yet?
No, not yet, but it's a kid, 19 or 20.
Thanks, Bill. I'll call you in a few minutes. Chase, won't you sit down?
Oh, yeah, sure.
A cigarette?
No, I don't smoke, thanks, anyway.
Oh, that's all right. Chase, we've met before, haven't we?
Yes, sir, about 8 months ago.
Yeah, that was the Hendricks shooting, right?
That's right.
Hold-up attempt. Well, about 6 or 7 months before that, there was the, let's see. Oh, yes, the Delano killing. Hold-up, too.
I remember.
In each case, the hold-up man was shot and killed.
So that's wrong?
No, but I'd say very foolish.
Look, they were trying to rob me. I killed them. What was I supposed to do? Just give them the money and wish them luck?
Perhaps.
What?
For every hold-up man you've shot it out with, I can show you in our files a dozen dead heroes. They shot it out, too, but they were killed for their pains.
Not me, and I never will be, because I know how to use a gun. And I know those punks, too. They're all yellow when things are equal. I know. I've killed 3 of them. And I'll kill 3 more and 3 more after that.
Mr. Chase, listen, what I'm trying to say is this. Our job is to apprehend the bandit. It's not your job. You're not being paid to risk your life or shoot up your neighborhood. If there's any shooting needed, we'll do it.
I don't get you, cops. A man shoots a bandit while defending his property, and then you give me a lecture.
Let me put it this way. Someday you'll find a gunman who'll be a little faster than you. Then what?
That day will never come. You know why? Because I know my guns. My wife thought I might be killed when I was in the Pacific, but I killed instead. Me and guns have got an understanding. Neither has failed the other yet.
You're a very sure man, aren't you, Mr. Chase?
Yeah, I try to be.
If I'm not mistaken, you've got a boy almost that kid's age, haven't you?
So?
Oh, I was just thinking out loud. A terrible price the young sometimes have to pay just for a living.
Hey, look, Captain, I don't feel sorry. Do you?
I didn't know the boy, I couldn't say. Except, like you, I have a boy almost his age, too. So. Captain Runyon. Yes. We'll be out in a moment. I'll have a statement to make then. The newsmen want to talk with you. Take some pictures, you mind?
Oh, sure, why not?
Oh, yes, I forgot. We've been all over the front pages together before. Twice, in fact. It makes you an old hand at meeting the press.
Maybe that's why these hoods keep trying to hold me up. It's a game. They read about me. They all want to see if they can take me.
Well, Mr. Chase, some might say that you should get a medal for shooting these hold-up men. Then, again, if it were me, I'd find me a business where I didn't need a cocked gun to ensure my profits.
I manage.
Yes, I guess you do. Are you ready? Gentlemen, let's make this a short session, will you?
Sure, Cap. Mr. Chase, doesn't a gun pointed at you scare you?
Oh, maybe at first, but if I have a gun, too, I feel a little more equal. The fear's gone.
Well, do you feel your money is more important than your life when you choose to shoot it out with a hold-up man?
It's not a question of which is more important. I never worry. Handling a gun is a matter of reflex. And when there's two of you facing each other, who has the best aim?
Well, have you ever thought of moving away from where you are because of your store being the target for so many holdups?
Why should I? I've got a right to make a living because a man with a gun wants to take my living away from me. Should I just give it to him?
Do you feel your service experience gives you this assurance you have with guns?
Maybe. Oh, when you see death all the time, it becomes less of a shock to you. Less important after a while. And so do people.
Well, Captain here says a citizen shouldn't try to apprehend a gunman single-handed, but leave that job to the police.
I don't have time to wait for the police. Besides, when a man's wrong, he's wrong. I'd rather have him dead wrong.
Gentlemen, if I may, I'd like to clarify the department's position.
Go ahead, Cap.
Thank you. We ask all citizens that when faced with an armed holdup in which the other party has a deadly weapon, that they do not resist, but rather that they observe the party closely and be able to identify them when apprehended.
Mr. Chase, could you tell us more about that?
Gentlemen, the entire incident is on report, as well as all statements made. You can get the rest of your story there. You can talk with Mr. Chase at his home or store if you wish to interview him further. Now, let's have your pictures.
Okay, now, Mr. Chase, will you stand here near the center of the desk? Right here, please.
That's good. That's fine. One more. How about one more?
Bill? Anything more on the kid?
Oh, he's in fingerprints now.
Kind of gives you an odd sensation. Something you can't describe, this meeting a killer with legal guns, that is.
I get you, Cap. He's a cold one, all right.
It's lousy. Man who has an excuse to kill like he does. Sure, he's defending his home, his rights, but somehow it's still wrong.
3 in a row, all shots through the head. Not one bullet laid his way.
Every homicide justifiable. What's the big book say?
Be careful of that.
The wages of sin.
Tim, you've been up all night. Why don't we close today?
No. Business as usual. We ought to get a lot of new customers with all this in the papers.
I only hope Jerry doesn't read it.
You hope Jerry doesn't read about me, my own son? He should be proud. He will be proud. Dad's not afraid. Dad went through a war and he came back. He can still take care of himself. And Jerry will be like me. To meet the world face to face. He won't take anything from anybody.
I wonder.
What's the matter with you?
Well, I'm sick of all this. The newspapers, people coming in congratulating you. For what?
Oh, you're just upset, that's all.
Tim, this is no good, all of this. Jerry's coming home from his first year at college, and he comes home to murder.
Hazel, I don't like that kind of talk.
Well, what do you call it?
Well, he'd have shot me.
All of them would have shot you, is that it?
Hey, whose side are you on?
Protect ourselves, yes, but you know that none of those people...
Hazel, we're in business. I've got to protect that business. That's why I've always got a gun handy.
Is it, Tim?
Oh, Captain Runyon.
Oh, Mr. Chase. How do you do, Mr. Chase?
Fine, thank you.
I'd like to have a little chat with you and the missus, if I might, Mr. Chase.
Of course.
I know that you've both been through a lot, but I feel this is important. We have very good reason to believe that the man shot here last night did have an accomplice.
Oh, is that right?
Yes. A brother.
When'd you find out?
This morning, when we got back positive identification of the boy from Washington. 2 and 2 still make 4. He had a brother who was released from state's prison only last week.
What was his trouble?
Robbery and attempted murder.
And you people think that maybe he was outside last night?
Yes. A woman who lives a few doors down from your store said she saw a car pull out about the same time she heard gunshots.
So maybe he ditched his brother and doesn't want any part of us.
Maybe. Maybe not. We're not paid to act on assumptions, but to always presume the worst. We're going to place a stakeout near your store for the next few nights.
What if I don't want the police around my store?
I don't understand.
It's bad for business. I can take care of myself.
That isn't the object, Mr. Chase. Our job is to catch this fellow, and if you have to be a decoy, we'd like to protect you and your wife, as well as catch our man.
This guy doesn't want any part of me.
You're presuming a lot, Mr. Chase. This man is a killer, too. Though I don't like to say this, he may try to avenge his brother. If I were you, I'd treat every stranger who came into my store for the next few days as the man who might not just want to rob you, but perhaps to kill you.
You are listening to Hold Up, tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
A double-barreled dramatic treat is Gunsmoke. Written with style and acted with a flourish, every drama on Gunsmoke is one that adults will enjoy. For the adventures of United States Marshal Matt Dillon are stories about people who might have been real. Every Saturday, every Sunday, hitch your wagon to the Star's address and let us take you back to the early days in Dodge City and set you down right smack in the middle of an exciting situation on Gunsmoke.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Joseph Kearns, starring in tonight's production, Hold Up, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tim, why don't we close up the store until the police catch this fella they're looking for?
Oh, don't be silly. Cops always look for the worst. The kid was probably alone. So some old lady up the block hears a car pull out just as I shoot. So that means we have to start running?
Oh, just the same, I don't like this.
Oh, Hazel, why don't you quit worrying and start getting things ready for Jerry? He'll be home in a day or two. You read his letter?
Oh, yes, you're right. It'll be good to have him home. Forget all that's happened. He's doing so fine at school. It's hard to believe he's in college.
It's not hard for me, what with all the bills.
Oh, Tim.
I don't begrudge him his schooling, Hazel. It's just that I hope maybe he'd have stayed home a year or two to help me with the store.
Well, now, his schooling is more important.
Yeah, maybe so.
You know, Tim, I can't help but think. That boy the other night, he was just Jerry's age.
He was nowhere like Jerry. He was a thief, a hoodlum. He was going to rob us.
Yes, I know, but maybe there were many reasons why.
Hazel, didn't I tell you forget it? Look, check the beer. I think we're running low. I have to put in an order tomorrow. And then go on home for the rest of the night. I'll close up.
No, I'm staying.
Oh, now you're being silly.
Silly or not, I'm staying.
It's been practically the whole day now, and it's getting late. Nothing's happened since the captain was here. Nothing is going to happen.
Tim, you remember what he said about every customer.
Look, if we start closing our doors in the face of every customer because some policeman thinks he might be out to kill me, we might as well close up for good.
Tim, this isn't a matter to shrug off.
Evening. Can I help you? If you can't find out what you want, just ask. I will. Oh, those are real good apples. Hood River apples.
We do have wonderful apples. You know the Hood River apples?
Yes, ma'am.
Looks like we're going to have a storm. And it's been so nice all week.
Hazel, why don't you phone...
Do you have any pomegranates?
I think so, over in the corner by the vegetable racks. Hazel, I was asking, why didn't you phone the depot to see what trains are doing tonight? Maybe Jerry will be in earlier than we think.
Would you mind waiting a minute or two before you get on that telephone? I'd like some help here.
Oh, I can help you, sir. Hazel, you go on and make the call.
Both of you run this store?
Yeah.
Then why don't both of you help me?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know what I want exactly. I just moved into a place near here, and I was thinking of stocking up a food supply.
Oh, we'll be glad to help you.
I'm surprised you people are still open for business so soon after what happened.
Well, business as usual, you know.
No, I don't.
I guess those things happen to a lot of people. Besides, the police are pretty efficient.
So are you. By what the papers say.
It was unfortunate.
For the kid? Yeah.
We're going to close very soon now, sir, if I can help you.
You can. How about you and your wife picking out a lot of canned goods for me? Anything you think a bachelor might need to set up housekeeping. This is all new to me.
I'd be glad to.
I'll just take a moment to make this call, and then I'll be with you, dear.
I thought you said you were in a hurry to close. Picking out all the things I want might take some time. Why don't you have your wife call later, huh?
Hazel, come on and help me with this gentleman.
All right.
Thanks. How much is your coffee?
And the ground coffee, sir?
I don't care.
$1.03 a pound.
Okay. Now, you pick out, like I say, what a person needs to keep eating a week.
So you better take care of the butter and milk, and I'll handle the canned goods.
You folks have got a nice little store here.
We like it.
Maybe that's why you don't like people sticking you up, I guess, huh?
How about beans, corned beef, and some tuna?
Sure.
All right, 2 of each be enough?
Yeah. Excuse my curiosity, but what did this kid say that held you up the other night?
I don't remember exactly.
If a person held me up, I'd sure remember everything that happened. I'd always remember. Did this kid show you his gun?
Thought you read about it in the papers.
I did. Sometimes I forget details. I never met a man who'd stand up to a man. I mean, a kid with a gun who was about to hold him up. I do remember the papers saying the only shots fired were yours. Clean through the head. Real clean, too.
Will there be anything else, sir?
Yeah. How about some of those apples you folks were talking about a little while ago?
I'll get them, Tim.
Okay. You want all your groceries in boxes or shopping bags?
Boxes.
All right. Have a car to carry all this stuff?
Yeah. Down the street a ways.
I'll help you.
No. I can manage.
Well, now, let's see. That comes to,
The paper said you only had $15 in your cash register when that kid held you up. You'll have a lot more after you finish with my bill, huh?
There, that'll be $23.44.
All righty.
Hazel, you can get ready to close up after this gentleman leaves.
Right after I call, dear. We're expecting our son home from college any day now. We thought he might be coming sooner than he said. You know, boys, always anxious.
Yeah. That kid the other night was anxious, too. But he got over it quick, didn't he?
Hello? Oh, Captain Runyon. What? Oh, wait a minute. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Captain Runyon, you there? I'm sorry for the interruption. I was just finishing up with a customer. Can I help you? Yeah? Yeah? Well, what time? No sooner? Oh, nothing. Okay, thanks, Captain.
What do you want, Tim?
He just called to say that a team of detectives are being assigned from midnight on. Around our house, too.
Tim.
Didn't I tell you about not worrying?
That man that just left, he worried me.
Yeah, he's a queer one, all right. But like I said, we just can't be jumping every time a customer comes in the door. Besides, tomorrow we'll all feel less jumpy.
Well, I'll call the depot now.
No, never mind. Now, Jerry won't be coming home with a storm coming up. Oh, let's close up.
Tim?
Hmm?
There's a car pulled up on the other side of the street. They turned their lights off.
So what? Probably someone who lives around here.
Why would they stop outside the store?
Oh, now you're
They're just sitting in the car. They aren't going to get out.
Well, would you in all this rain?
They just keep looking over here.
Huh? What do you mean, they? It's only one person.
I don't like it, Tim. It doesn't look right.
Hey, quit your worrying, will you?
I wish we wouldn't have been so independent when the captain offered us protection.
No one's going to bother us. I still haven't forgotten how to shoot.
Tim, I'll call the police. Have them come out.
Now, don't be silly.
Tim, he's getting out of the car. He's crossing the street. He's coming here.
All right, Hazel, turn out the lights. Now, you throw the latch on the door. We're closed, that's all. I'll get the gun out of the register.
Tim, he's coming to the door. Let me call the police, please.
No. I'll handle this.
Hey, open up. Come on, open up.
Tim, don't, please.
Shut up. Stay there.
Tim, no.
Okay, you can call the police now.
Is he dead? Is he?
I don't know.
Tim, turn him over.
Why?
Turn him over. I want to see his face. Jerry.
Oh, he must have got that car he was telling us about. I didn't know. I didn't expect him tonight. I didn't know.
Suspense, in which Mr. Joseph Kern starred in tonight's presentation of Hold Up. Next week, we bring you a story of flight to freedom and how it ended. It is called Security Agent. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written for Suspense by Jules Maitland. The music was composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Alice Backus, Leonard Weinrib, Shepard Menken, Larry Thor, Byron Kane, Frank Kirstel, and Sam Edwards.
The foot soldier in the fight for justice anywhere is the man on the beat. But in a big city, a policeman has many other responsibilities in addition to the big one of maintaining law and order. For no matter what the situation, the man in blue is likely to be the first one called when help is needed. Is a neighbor too noisy, a customer abusive, a woman ill, or a little boy lost? No matter what the reason, someone is sure to call the police. And in each call the men of the precinct answer, there is sure to be an intensely human story. For drama as rich in emotion as it is in excitement and action, listen for 21st Precinct every Thursday night. Don't miss it tomorrow over most of these same stations. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of Flight to Freedom. So now, starring Parley Bear and Howard McNear, here is tonight's suspense play, The Security Agent.
The plan was almost laughable in its conception. The beginning was 4 months ago. The place, Krakow, Poland. There were two friends, Joseph Ostrowski, a superintendent in the state bus works, and Frederick Zilonko, an executive of the state radio broadcasting company. Both were over 40, both unmarried. They met regularly on Saturday nights for dinner and an evening of chess. In May of 1956, on just such a Saturday, Zilonko was trying to maneuver Ostrowski into a stalemate.
Well, clever. You are learning.
Another beer, Joseph?
Mm-hmm.
Joseph. When is the last time you had cold beer?
What? Oh, I don't know.
If I had a refrigerator, we could have cold beer.
If cows had wings, they would fly.
At the trade fair in Warsaw, I saw refrigerators. Big, beautiful refrigerators. I wonder where they went. Who got them?
Oh, don't be funny.
It's all very well for you. You didn't go. You didn't see what I saw. I had to broadcast it.
I heard you weren't very good.
I'm not an announcer. I'm an official.
Do you or don't you want to finish this game?
I'm sorry. We'll finish. Joseph. Are you going to the mechanical exhibition next month, the one in Prague?
Not if I can help it. Keep quiet, will you?
I'm hoping to be able to go.
I don't like airplanes. Ah, now, get out of that.
I think I will.
Huh?
Get out.
What are you talking about?
Why don't you do it, too?
Do what?
Leave Poland.
You must be out of your mind. Oh, no, it's a joke. You're joking.
No, I'm not. I've been thinking about it for a long time.
Shh. Somebody might...
You don't have to worry. We're not being monitored. I'm clear with security, and so are you, in case you're interested.
Well, it must be the beer. You shouldn't drink so much.
I'm not drunk, and you know it. I'm sick of living this way.
Well, I'd rather not talk about it.
Why not?
Well, it's not healthy. The police have a way of finding these things out. Even what you're thinking.
That's another reason to get out.
Oh, you've been working too hard. Things aren't so bad here, you know.
I don't know. Maybe I see and hear more than you do. Maybe I'm tired of rationalizing my life now compared to what I remember before the war.
But things will never be the same again.
Not here, maybe, but there are other countries.
I'm a Pole.
No, you're not. You're whatever they want you to be. Today, I'd rather be a Pole anywhere than in Poland. It makes me ashamed.
How would you get out?
The mechanical exhibition in Prague.
Well, things are no different in Czechoslovakia.
Supposing we fly to Prague, but never reach there. Suppose the plane were to land in Austria instead.
Oh, you're mad.
The idea only just occurred to me, but it is possible. Others have done it.
Flyers with their own planes, perhaps, but can you operate an airplane? Now, can you?
No.
Well, then...
We need one more. One more like ourselves. And I think I know the man. 3 of us, with pistols, and at the right time, force the pilot to take us to Austria.
Oh, Frederick, no. That's a very bad novel.
I mean it.
Oh, 3 of us, you and I, and one other nameless idiot, take over an airliner in the air and force the pilot, and not to speak of the other passengers, force them to land in Austria?
We could do it.
Oh, you could do it, not me. I'll say prayers at your trial. And I'll miss you when they execute you.
I've considered that, and I think I'm willing to take the chance.
You're serious? You're really serious?
Yes. If I can get the opportunity to go.
Where would you get a gun?
And I can get another.
Where?
It doesn't matter. I can get it.
But you and I, we're middle-aged. Young people do this kind of thing, but not us. It's too late for us.
Is it?
Well, all our lives, our work, friends, everything is here.
We could start again.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Talking as though we'd really entertain such an idea. Oh, now, come on, forget it and finish the game. Come on, it's your move.
A week later, on the following Friday, Frederick Shilanko was called into the office of the manager of the state radio. The man's name was Kozun. He liked Shilanko, and he offered his subordinate a cigar.
Shilanko?
Comrade Kozun?
Shilanko, I've had my eye on you.
Oh?
I've had my eye on you, and I've been wondering.
Something wrong?
You puzzled me.
In what way?
I've wondered why a man of your ability, your obvious devotion to your work, has not become a party member.
Oh. Well, comrade, I'm afraid I suppose that I'm not well enough politically adjusted. Perhaps I'd rather others make the decisions for me.
It makes it a little awkward at this time. You see, there is the mechanical exhibition in Prague.
Yes, I know.
You are the logical man to send, to supervise our broadcast, but it's a question of sending you to Czechoslovakia, you see.
But, comrade, surely my record...
Oh, you've been cleared by security. No question of that, my friend. No. It's a matter of political expediency. A party member would make a so much better impression with our comrades in Prague.
Oh, yes.
On the other hand, there's not a man in the company with your qualifications to fulfill the task.
Yes, I can see it is a problem.
You understand that these objections come from a high source, and believe me, Chilanko, they are not personal.
I believe you.
And therefore, if I am forced to assign another man, a party member, to accompany you, a man who is outwardly your superior, you would understand?
Well, I'm not sure
Someone
that
who can meet the officials in Prague. Someone who can
speak as a representative of the state radio. Of course, the technical details would remain in your hands. The power behind the throne, if you will pardon such an expression. Between you and me, my friend, I would not blame you if you declined.
Well, I
think it over. Of course, it will do no harm as far as your future position is concerned if you were to agree.
Well, have they someone in mind for the spokesman?
Vladimir Haleski.
Haleski?
He is a party member.
Of course, I understand.
Think it over, my friend.
I have. I should be honored to represent the state radio and do my best in whatever capacity.
Uncle, I salute you. I may add that you have saved my neck with those in higher places. We can be sure that in your able hands the broadcast will be successful. I shall make all arrangements. You and Comrade Haleski leave next week.
By plane, Comrade?
Of course, by plane. Our newest, I should say, our great neighbor's newest and best transport. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you.
That evening, Zhelenko called his friend Joseph Ostrovsky. They had not seen or spoken to each other since the preceding Saturday. But Zhelenko had made up his mind, now that the chance of escape had become a reality. And he wanted Ostrovsky to join him. An hour later, they were together in Zhelenko's rooms.
All right, you wouldn't say anything on the phone. Now, what is the mystery?
It's settled. They asked me today. They asked, almost begged me to go to Prague.
Oh.
I leave next week. I want you to come with me.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to, whether I like it or not. I'm representing the bus works at the exhibition.
You know what I mean, Joseph.
Yes, I know what you mean. And I've been thinking about it all week. I'd hoped you would have given up the idea.
Given it up? Oh, everything's in our favor. Now, you'll see. It couldn't be better. Do you remember I said we'd need 3 men to do it, to take over the plane?
Yes.
Well, we've got our 3rd man. He's joining us here this evening. He should be here in a minute. You will come with us.
I don't know. I don't know. I need time to think.
We can do it. I know we can.
Well, how can you be so sure? The risk.
Who would expect us to try something like this? And once we're on the plane... That's him. Say you're with us, Joseph.
Well, I don't know. I'm confused.
Come in. Come in, my friend. I'm glad you're early. We have a lot to talk about. Joseph, I want you to meet another would-be exile, the 3rd member of our party, Mr. Vladimir Haleski.
You are listening to The Security Agent, tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
As attractive a lady as Justice may be, her efforts to solve the problems that arise when human beings live in close contact with each other might be conspicuously ineffective were it not for the support she receives from men of principle and courage who face danger on her behalf every day of their working lives. Tomorrow night, CBS Radio rings you in on another highly dramatic adventure of men who look trouble in the eye in support of justice, the men of 21st Precinct. Remember, 21st Precinct is a regular Thursday night feature over most of these same stations.
And now, we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Parley Bear and Howard McNear, starring in tonight's production, The Security Agent, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Well, I should be happier if I could understand the joke as well.
Joseph, I'm sorry. You see, they think that they assigned Vladimir to take the trip to Prague, but after I told him of our plan, he was the one who suggested that I was not a fit representative and that he would accompany me. It was Vladimir's idea.
You're a party member?
They think so. He agreed it is possible. You see, Joseph, I'm not so foolish. Here is a man younger than us. He thinks it can be done.
I think it can, yes. Won't be easy, but with a little luck. Here, I brought a map. I'll show you. Now, here, this is the route of our flight to Prague. We're in Krakow here. We fly west to Prague, here. Now, the closest point to Austria is approximately here at Kolin, some 75 to 80 miles from the border. Just before we reach there, that is the time we take over the plane. But what if the pilot sends out a radio alarm? Won't they send up Czech fighters? It's a chance we have to take. I don't think they'd shoot us down anyway. There'll be too many important people going to the exhibition.
And if each of us handles our assignments correctly, they'll send no messages.
Well, Joseph, I can't talk you out of it.
No, my mind's made up. I'm going.
All right. Then I have to come with you.
They talked and made their plans far into the night. They knew that it might be unwise to be seen together after that until they boarded the plane. It was agreed that only 2 guns would be carried, and both of these by Haleski, who, as a party member, would be least likely to be searched. Once on the plane, a gun would be given to Zhelonko, and the other retained by Haleski. Ostrovsky, by his own admission unused to firearms, would act as liaison between the 2 men once the plane had been taken over.
You, Frederick, will keep the passengers in their seats. As far as I know, the plane won't be full. Probably 20, possibly 30, but no more. We'll know that in a day or 2. Now, I'll take care of the pilot's cabin. Ostrovsky, it'll be up to you to help Frederick with the passengers.
I'd feel better if Joseph had a gun, too. 20 or 30 people aren't going to be easy to watch.
We can't risk one of you carrying a gun. If you search, we're finished before we even take off.
All right.
Well, then I think there's no more to be said. Good luck to us all.
Good luck.
Good luck.
The next 3 days went slowly. Now that the decision had been made, Zhelonko became increasingly wary. On his way to work on Monday, he had the feeling that he was being followed, but dismissed the thought as due to his nerves. He carefully avoided any words with Haleski at the radio station, although he saw him 2 or 3 times that day. On Tuesday, both Zhelonko and Haleski were called to the manager Korjon's office for instructions concerning the radio broadcast schedule at the Prague exhibition. On their way out, in an empty corridor, Haleski passed a note to Zhelonko and walked downstairs to his office. The note read,
State security agent will be on board plane with us. I don't know his identity, but we'll try to find out. No reason to think they suspect us. Probably only routine precaution, but be careful. Behave normally. Destroy this immediately.
Zhelonko went into the lavatory and burned the note. On his way home that night, once again he had the feeling that he was being followed. On Thursday, the day before he was to leave, Zhelonko wrote a letter to his uncle in Warsaw, a man for whom he had great respect and love. He said, in part,
You will, I think, understand why I'm doing this. Perhaps there are many of us here in Poland who will agree with me, and others who might think I am a coward. And that if I feel so strongly about freedom, I should stay here and fight for it at home. My dear uncle, if I can accomplish any small thing in the free world, it'll be to say the things that need to be said about what is happening here. This, I'm convinced, I am more fitted for than taking up the battle on the home front. I fear I would only end up before a firing squad. I have no illusions about my strength as an underground agent. Either I am too afraid or too conscious of my own inadequacies if I stay. I would never be able to fight. I have never been able to. That is why I must leave Poland. Someday, I hope that I shall be able to see you again, as you are the last of my living family. In any event, I shall think of you often, as I trust you will of me, kindly. You must burn this letter, as I should not want you to be involved in the event that I am either caught or that I escape. With fondest regards, your nephew, Frederick.
On Friday morning, in the second week of June, the sleek transport plane began loading passengers at the Krakow airport. Among the passengers were Frederick Zhelonko, Joseph Ostrovsky, and Vladimir Haleski. There was another man who walked out to the loading ramp behind Zhelonko.
Zhelonko! Wait!
Comrade Corjon.
A little surprise, huh?
A pleasant one.
To tell the truth, I have no right to make this trip, but I thought it would be nice to get away for a few days, so at the last minute, I had it arranged. My wife is furious. Of course, my presence at the exhibition completely will be unofficial, you understand. You won't give me away, will you?
I wouldn't dream of it, Comrade Corjon. What do you think? About Corjon? I don't know. Surely he couldn't be the security agent? Doubtful, but possible. Do you think he's come along to keep an eye on us? Either that or to drink some good Czech beer. Can you see, Joseph? He's 4 seats behind us. Now stop worrying. When I give the signal, he'll follow us forward toward the pilot's cabin. Don't worry. You'd better give me my gun now. Fold your newspaper over your lap. Open it up a bit more. All right. Here. I feel better now. Let's hope you don't have to use it. How much longer do you think? 40 minutes. Relax, sit back. Well, I'm worried about that security agent. Supposing he knows. How can he? Did you tell anybody? No. Did Joseph? Oh, I'm sure not. Then? Vladimir. I did tell one person. What? Yesterday, I wrote a letter to my uncle. You fool. How could you do such a thing? I wanted to say goodbye. You said goodbye, all right. One or the other of you, that's certain. Yes, but he couldn't have got the letter yet. Well, it's too late now. If security intercepted that letter, we'll know soon enough. It was stupid, wasn't it? Yes, it was stupid. Better shut up. Jones watching us. We shouldn't be too friendly.
The plane flew at 10,000 feet over the Czech border. 26 passengers looked down to earth as the announcement was made, and although there was no difference, each thought that he noticed a change in the landscape as the invisible line was crossed. Corjon moved down the aisle with a glass of vodka in his hand. He smiled benignly at Zhelonko, at Haleski.
Well, this is more like it, huh? Away from the humdrum everyday turmoil of the station. Well, Lucky, imagine how many would like to be doing this. Will you join me, gentlemen? A drink?
Well, no, thank you. I'm not used to airplanes.
Haleski?
I think not, comrade. It's too early for me.
Oh, well, we make up for it in Prague, huh?
He moved away, pink-cheeked, affable, and Zhelonko wondered what his friend Joseph Ostrovsky was thinking and felt sorry for him because he had to sit alone, without a gun. In his seat, Ostrovsky was thinking of Zhelonko and wishing that it was all over. Then they were 10 minutes away from the point where they would make their attempt. Zhelonko became increasingly nervous.
Look here. Supposing there's more than one security agent. They carry guns. I might not be able to hold them off. You'll have to. They can't know about us. They can't. They never have allowed us to get on the plane. Don't you think? With the security police, I've learned it's better not to try to guess. You never know. How will you know the pilot's flying the right course to Austria? I told you I'll know. I can fly a plane. Now stop it. You're beginning to make me nervous. I'm sorry. How much more time? 9 minutes.
Zhelonko tried to count the seconds and watched them grow into minutes. And suddenly it was time. He felt an elbow nudge his side, and he reached into his pocket for the cold comfort of the gun. His mouth was dry, and he was very afraid. The two men slowly walked forward to the pilot's compartment, and a moment later they were joined by Ostrovsky.
All right, I'm going in now. Don't show your gun until you have to, Frederick. And for heaven's sake, try not to use it. Good luck. Yes, good luck. Well, Joseph, it's happening. I know. How do you feel? Sick. There's still time to stop this, you know. Not now. Joseph, that fellow in the third seat back, I don't like the way he He might be the one. The security agent.
Everybody's looking at us. The attendants will be along in a minute. We're not supposed to be standing here.
I wonder what's happening in there.
In the pilot's cabin, Vladimir Haleski had worked very quickly. With the pistol butt, he had knocked out the radio operator and was covering the pilot and co-pilot. His orders were terse and to the point.
We've taken over the plane. There are more of us taking care of the passengers. You will change your course to the south. If you do as I say, you will not be harmed. If you try to be clever, I'll shoot. I know how to fly this plane, so please don't force me to prove it. We wish to land in Austria. You can make for Krems or Vienna. After we land, you can do as you wish. Stay with us or go on your way. That's up to you. Change course. Now, please.
On the other side of the compartment, Zhelonko and Ostrovsky waited, and they felt the plane begin to swing around. The passengers became aware of it, too.
What's the matter? Why are we turning?
Now we'll see if there's trouble.
Don't take out your gun, Frederick. Leave it in your pocket. Listen to me, my friend. I've got a gun. You feel it. Please don't do anything. You are my dear friend, and I don't want you to be hurt. I tried to stop you from doing this. Joseph. I want to save you because you're my friend. That's why I didn't stop you before. I couldn't let you know. But it's still not too late. Now, help me to take Haleski, and no one needs to know about you.
You, the security police.
I know what they will do to you. For our friendship, please.
You might as well kill me now, Joseph.
Zhelonko, what's happening? What's going on? You know anything about this?
We're flying to Austria.
Austria? What are you talking about? What do you mean by...
It doesn't matter anymore.
Well, I'm going to put a stop to this. No, don't go in there.
It is questionable, as the cabin door was opened, which of them fired first, Zhelonko or Ostrovsky. The fact remains that one of them was hit and the other was not. 3 weeks later, 2 men met in a hospital room in Vienna. The one, lying thin and pale in bed, was Joseph Ostrovsky. The other, his good friend Frederick Zhelonko.
Well, Joseph, how are you?
Better, thank you.
I'm sorry that I hurt you.
If you had not, you'd be dead now.
Yes, I suppose so. You'll be going back soon?
As soon as I can get up. Yes.
Will they do anything to you?
I don't know. They might. But I have to go back.
Why?
Because I must.
You could stay here. Find asylum with Haleski and me.
I don't think your new friends would appreciate the fact that I've been a security agent.
Others have done it. I asked you before, Joseph. I'll ask again. Get out. Don't go back. There's nothing for you there.
We don't feel the same way about things. You and I.
Yes, we do. Otherwise, you couldn't have protected me for as long as you did, knowing the way I felt.
Suspense, in which Parley Bear and Howard McNear starred on tonight's presentation of The Security Agent. Suspense is produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. You have heard The Security Agent, written by Mr. Ellis for Suspense. The music was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Herb Butterfield, and Harry Bartell.
The fact that you meet all of your responsibilities as an adult will in no way keep you from enjoying the magic and charm of fantasies like The Hither and Thither of Danny Dither. Written originally as a children's opera, The Hither and Thither of Danny Dither is graced with music by Alex North and tells what happens when an efficiency expert decides to streamline heaven. For another delightful excursion into the unusual, be sure to hear The Hither and Thither of Danny Dither this Friday night when the CBS Radio Workshop is on the air on most of these same stations. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of a man who tries to lose himself. So now, starring Parley Bear and Michael Ann Barrett, here is tonight's suspense play, A Case of Identity.
Harry, answer me.
Well, I don't know, Edna.
You don't know what?
I don't know if it's such a good idea. It might not work.
Are you crazy? You think I planned something that wouldn't work? You think that?
No.
Well, then what is it?
Well, how are you so sure the insurance company will do it?
You try him, Harry. You try finding one that won't jump to insure your life for $100,000.
That's how it started. She'd brought it up at dinner, not all at once, but in little pieces, just enough to make me curious. Then later, when she'd done everything she could to put me in a good mood, she told me all of it. She'd gotten the idea weeks ago, but she didn't want to mention it until I started on my vacation, just in case anyone at the office noticed I was unusually nervous. Oh, yes, she'd planned it well. She made it sound easy, so I agreed to go along with her. The next morning, I applied for a life insurance policy, one that would pay Edna $100,000 in the event of my death. A week later, the manager of that insurance company called and asked me to stop by his office.
Well, Mr. Burton, it's a pleasure to meet you personally.
Thank you.
It is an often-wear privilege to issue such a large policy.
Then it has cleared.
Well, hasn't it?
Haven't I answered enough questions, Mr. Croyd? Haven't you had enough doctors probing and poking at me?
Please, Mr. Burton, it isn't me. It's just that the Home Office seems to have some doubt
About what?
The amount of the policy. After all, $100,000 to a man of your financial... Well, frankly, Mr. Burton, are you sure
that I value my life that much? Well, I do. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, certainly not. It's just that...
Just what, Mr. Croyd?
Well, the premiums will be rather large.
I'm prepared to pay them.
You read all the clauses thoroughly?
I have.
Including this paragraph?
Mr. Croyd, I have no intention of committing suicide.
I wasn't suggesting that you had, Mr. Burton. I was merely endeavoring to acquaint you with the fact that such an eventuality would nullify our contract.
Mr. Croyd, if you'd rather not issue the policy, I'm sure there are other companies...
Not at all, Mr. Burton, not at all. It's just that caution is our byword. We find it pays in the long run.
Your company pays in the long run, Mr. Croyd. That's why people buy insurance.
Yes, well, I believe everything's in order if you'll just sign here.
There you are.
All right, Mr. Burton. That's it.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself, Mr. Burton.
Half an hour after leaving his office, I walked into that park in the center of town. I'd been spending a lot of time there, watching, waiting, feeding the pigeons. Then I'd spotted the particular pigeon I'd been waiting for. We were the same height, weight, same color eyes. We could have been brothers, except that he was a mousy gray, the color of all stumblebums. For 3 days now I'd been watching him, getting to know his habits. He showed up every morning about 11. First he'd take a walk looking for butts, then he'd plop on the grass and sleep.
This morning, I wasn't going to let him sleep. Hi. Nice day.
Yeah, smoggy.
Yes, it is. It gets your eyes.
Sure does. Isn't doing my head much good, neither.
Oh. Bad night?
Huh? You don't have to have a drink on you, do you?
No. But, here's a buck.
Hey, how come you give me a buck, mister?
I've got a job for you.
Job? Oh, I'm not looking for no job. I've been sick, real bad sick. Oh, you don't know.
Well, there's not much work involved. I have a cabin up in the San Bernardino Mountains that's kind of run down. I need somebody to help me fix it up.
Oh, no. That sounds like heavy work. My doctor said...
I'll do the heavy work. Okay? It'll mean $50 to you. How about it?
50?
Mm-hmm. Half now and half when the job's finished.
Well, as long as there's no heavy work, then... Well, when do we go?
Right now?
Now?
Sure. Anything wrong? Do you have a business appointment?
Well, now you don't have to get sassy. Okay, we go as soon as I get that 25.
You are?
Oh, just one thing more.
What's that?
About that drink, I could sure use it.
You'll get it. I bought him a 49-cent bottle of wine, which he opened before we got to the car. Then he insisted I drive him around to a flop house so he could pay a week's rent. Finally, we turned onto the freeway and headed for home.
Harry?
Yep.
You're late. Why didn't you call?
I was busy getting this.
You got the policy. Oh, Harry, I was so worried.
Never mind that now. I've got him in the car.
What?
He's in the car.
Now? Here?
It's all right. The car's in the garage. He's drunk, and nobody saw us.
So we can't keep him here.
I know.
You mean do it tonight? Oh, no, Harry, not tonight.
Why not?
Because it's too soon. They're bound to be suspicious.
They'll be just as suspicious 6 weeks or 6 months from now, maybe more. We do it tonight, they'll believe it. They'll figure nobody in their right minds would pull something the day after the policy was issued.
All right. I'll be on the side road. The cutoff I showed you, remember?
I remember.
I'll be there in the coupe at 1 o'clock. I won't turn on the light.
Okay, I'll find you.
Harry?
Yeah?
Who is he? What's he like?
His name's Wallace. He's a bum, a stew bum. We'll be doing him a favor. I backed the car out of the garage, careful that no one saw me. Then we started. My traveling companion wasn't feeling any pain. He polished off his bottle and passed out. No sign of anyone on that mountain highway, no houses, no cars. Not until I reached the 4,000-foot level where there was a little rundown gas station. At 12:30, we reached the cabin. I parked on the slope, pulled the emergency brake tight, and then reached over into the back seat for the jack handle. I switched clothes with him. My keys, watch, wallet, everything but my matches. Then I saturated the upholstery with gasoline, left the can in the back seat, and got out. I'll drive.
I saw it. It was beautiful.
Yeah. A real fire, huh?
Blood on your coat. His coat.
It's all right. I'm a drunk. I fell down. It's the usual thing.
Light me a cigarette.
Harry.
What?
Did you leave the car in here?
No.
You forgot.
Take it easy, will you? I didn't forget. They'll figure I was sitting there drinking, fell asleep, the brake slipped. It'll be all right.
When do you think they'll find him?
Tomorrow? The next day? Now, when the police come, you know what to do.
Yeah.
They'll ask a lot of questions, but don't lose your nerve and don't.
What's wrong?
I don't know. The motor's missing.
We're stopping.
Oh, shut up, will you?
Well, Harry, do something. Please do something. If they find us here like this...
Shut up! Yeah. Oh, loose it won't. You fool. You stupid, ignorant fool. Why didn't you notice?
Notice what?
We're out of gas.
What?
Oh, never mind. You've still got a chance. There's a gas station a couple of miles from here. I'm going to try to coast down to it.
But if somebody sees us...
They won't. Get in the back on the floor. Hurry up. For heaven's sake, don't argue. Get in the back. Put that blanket over you and don't move. The lights are out, but somebody's got to be inside.
All right. Heard you the second time. What do you want?
10 gallons of gas.
Sorry, close at 11. Pump's locked.
Well, then unlock it.
Now, wait a minute.
I've got to have some gas. Do you understand?
Sure, I understand, but I ain't giving you none.
You're not... Now, you listen to me.
You listen, mister. I don't like your ordering ways. Coming down here like high and mighty, blowing your horn like you was Judgment Day. Now, you better get.
What do you mean by that?
Just what I said. Keep coasting, brother.
Now, wait a minute. Look, I'm sorry. I've been on the road all day. I'm jumpy. You know how it is. Now, suppose I really make it worth your while. I'll pay you double for some gas. Now, how'd that be?
You're all alike, your kind, ain't you? Always figuring everybody's got a price. Well, your money ain't gonna cut no ice with me. Now, you go on before I get my shotgun.
Okay, I don't want any trouble, only I thought maybe you'd be interested in $20.
Huh? How much?
$20.
For just 10 gallons of gas?
That's right.
Reckon you do want to get home. That's a little regular.
Anything, only hurry. She stopped the car a couple of blocks from Skid Row. I got out and disappeared. The torn suit, bloodshot eyes, and my beard put me in that mousy gray color. A few hours later, I was just another stumblebum. 3 days went by before they found the body. Naturally, the newspapers played it up big, real big, with a picture of me and an obituary half a column long. There was also a picture of Edna, the grief-stricken wife, taken right after she'd identified my body. I turned the page and kept on reading, and then I saw it. Only a small paragraph, but it said my widow would receive her $100,000 immediately. Hello, Edna.
Harry.
Did I frighten you? I'm sorry.
What are you doing here? How did you get in?
You still leave that key under the back doormat. How many times have I told you about that?
Well, you shouldn't have come here. Why didn't you call?
I did. All day and no answer.
What if they're watching the house?
Why should they? The police are satisfied that I'm dead. You've got the insurance. How'd the company take it?
I think they were suspicious. They asked me an awful lot of questions.
Yeah, they figured to. But they could hardly go against the police findings. Death by misadventure.
I don't want to talk about it anymore, Harry.
No, you're right. It's all over. We've got the money now.
I've got the money.
What?
And I'm going to keep it.
Edna, you're not making sense.
I'm not? Well, let me clarify the situation for you. I've got $100,000 and you're dead. You're very, very dead.
Are you... You had this idea all along. Right from the very beginning, you never had any intention of sharing that money. And you made me kill a man.
Stay right where you are, Harry. You take one more step and I'll scream, and you know how loud I can scream.
Well, go ahead.
Remember, you lost your identity. I'll say you're a prowler. You broke in.
And I'll spill the whole works.
Including how you killed a man? No, I don't think you will. Will you, Harry?
You're smart, Edna.
You're smarter than I ever gave you credit for. She'd always been the strong one, the aggressor, always gotten her way up to now. That evening, after making sure she'd been picked up by her cousin to go to a movie, as I usually did on Wednesdays, I entered the house again. I'd attended a sales convention the month before, and while I was away, I'd written her twice. Those letters were still in her desk. As quickly as I could, I lifted the old letters in their envelopes and replaced them with some I'd written that afternoon. In one of them, I said, "Darling, I can't understand why you insist I take out such a large insurance policy. If I didn't know you better, I might think you were planning to murder me." And I put the envelopes back in the desk and went into our bedroom. The keys to her coupe were on the dresser. I put them in my pocket, picked up one of her shoes, and started for the mountains. I reached the cabin about midnight, broke the heel from her shoe, tossed it into the ravine. Then I spattered mud on the shoe and put it back in the car. When I reached Palmdale, I made a long-distance phone call.
Johnson, homicide.
Hello. I've been reading about that Burton case in my newspaper, and I thought maybe I should tell someone that I was driving over Crestline the night it happened.
Who's calling, please?
I saw this car parked by a cab, and there was a man and a woman in it.
Who is this?
And they seemed to be arguing.
Arguing?
That's right.
You remember what time it was?
Just after midnight, maybe 12:30.
I see. Could I have your name now, please?
Well, I'm a family man. I wouldn't like to get involved.
But, sir, it's very...
It was the next afternoon before I could get back in the house. But when I did, I took that mud-spattered shoe with me and planted it in her closet. I was about to look in her dresser where she usually kept her cash when I heard Edna come in.
Miss Burton?
Yes?
Sergeant Johnson, Homicide Department. May I come in?
Why, yes, certainly.
Thank you. Sorry to bother you again, Mr. Burton, but something has come up.
Yes?
You stated at the inquest that you were home the night of your husband's death.
I was.
Can you furnish proof to that effect?
Well, I suppose so, but I really don't know how at the moment. I've told you everything before.
Some additional information has come to our attention. We'd like your help in clearing it up.
Well, naturally, I'm always ready to cooperate with the police.
Fine. Then you'll answer my questions, won't you? Did anyone see you here that evening? Can you furnish any proof at all? I'm afraid I'll have to have you come along with us, Miss Burton.
But why? I haven't done it.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's utterly ridiculous.
It's necessary, Mrs. Burton. Now, if you will, please.
Oh, all right. Let's get it over with.
Oh, Miss Burton, before we leave your house, do you recognize this?
What is it?
The heel of a shoe. We found it at the scene of the accident. Could it possibly have broken off one of yours?
No.
You're positive?
Quite positive.
Very well. Well, leave the door open, please. My partner and a policewoman are waiting outside. They have a warrant to search your house.
Police were going to search the house while I was there. That was almost funny. I was going to be caught in my own trap. For a moment, I panicked, and I realized the search team hadn't entered the house. As quickly as I could, I moved back to her bedroom. I was at the window forcing it open when I heard them, and then I was out, ducking low, running along the side of the house until I reached the street. It wasn't until I reached Edna's coupe 2 blocks away that I remembered I hadn't taken any money from the dresser. I was broke now, nowhere to go, nowhere to sleep, except in the car. I parked on the boulevard a couple of hours and watched the people walking by. And then later, while driving around looking for a place to park for the night, a place where I could sleep, I turned on the car radio.
Suspect will be culprit in the $100,000 insurance case of the late Harry W. Burton. Police have uncovered evidence which they say links Mrs. Edna Burton to her husband's death. The widow, when confronted with letters written by her husband and a broken shoe identified as hers turned up in a recent search, became hysterical. Blurted out a fantastic story about her husband still being alive. Authorities, discrediting the rantings of the troubled woman, have requested her transfer to the psychiatric division of the General Hospital for examination. You will recall her husband's car crashed into a ravine near the Angeles Crest Highway. Police at the time thought the death of Mr. Burton was accidental. Meanwhile,
The police have issued an all-point bulletin for the car alleged to have been used in the murder plot. The car is described as a black Ford Coupe. License number JGC150. It's believed.
I've got to get rid of this car. I've got to before it's spotted. But where will I sleep? No money yet. Wait a minute. I've got a key to a hotel room? Sure. Wallace's room, and he paid a week's rent in advance. Sure, if I'm lucky, I've got to chance it. I haven't much choice.
Hey, where you going?
To my room. I live here. You see, here's the key, number 47.
What's your name?
Wallace, don't you remember?
No, I'm just a relief clerk.
Oh, well, I've been sick a few days. I haven't been in, so if I owe you any money, I'll pay it tomorrow.
You don't owe nothing.
I don't?
No. Good night.
What is this?
Come in all the way. That's it.
We've been waiting for you, Wallace. My name's Johnson, homicide. This is my partner, Sergeant Barton.
He's clean.
Well, what do you want with me?
We'll ask the questions, Wallace. Last Tuesday, you showed up here with enough money to pay your rent a month in advance.
A
Where'd you
month?
get it?
Don't tell us you did some honest work, Wallace.
Well,
you got a fine record. Don't ruin it by admitting you actually did some work.
But I did. It was only $25. Can't a man make a little money?
Sure he can. Only this happened last Tuesday. And last Tuesday afternoon, you came bouncing in bragging about how lucky you were. You paid a month's rent in advance and said there'd be plenty more where that came from. Your drinking buddies told some of our boys about it. They were worried when you didn't come back. Thought maybe something had happened to you on that job up in Crestline. You did this work up in Crestline last Tuesday night, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Try again, Wallace. You can try all night. You're not going to beat this one. We got a description from a gas station attendant up there. Fits you to a T.
But you've got the wrong man, believe me.
Oh, sure, Wallace. Well, he's not satisfied, Johnny. Give him some more.
Okay. Woman you don't know, a woman called Edna Burton. Today, just before she blew her stack, she was yelling your name like crazy. All about a flaming rocket, or was it a fireball? Whatever it was, you were the star of it, Wallace.
But I am not Wallace. I'm Burton. Ask Edna. Ask her.
Can't. At least not till she's allowed to have visitors at the state hospital.
Okay, let's go, buddy.
No, wait, please. I'll tell you the truth. You're arresting me for my own murder. I'm Burton.
That's so? But if you're Burton, where's Wallace?
Where's what?
Well, he thinks it's funny, Johnny.
Yeah. Wine sure does some crazy things to him.
It is funny. It's the funniest. Don't you see? It doesn't matter whether it's Burton and Wallace. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all.
Suspense, in which Parley Bear and Michael Ann Barrett starred in tonight's presentation of A Case of Identity. And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of three women and their vigil of death. We call it Waiting. So now, starring Vivi Janis, Paula Winslow, and Charlotte Lawrence, here is tonight's suspense play, Waiting.
Do you want me to put butter on them, Aline?
I don't care. Told you I wasn't hungry. I couldn't eat, not now. I don't see how you can.
You've got to. It's no good going on like this. Is Harriet coming?
I think so. She said she would.
Oh, I hope she gets here soon. Everything will get cold.
Stop it. Why don't you stop it? How can you talk as if nothing's happening, nothing's going to happen? I can't eat. I'd be sick. I'm going to my room.
Oh, come in, Harriet. I was just wondering if you were going to be late.
Does it make any difference?
Now, you mustn't talk like that. Life goes on. I know it's hard to see that now, but you will. Time is kind to us.
Mr. Mailer's still trying to see the governor. Mrs. Martinson, could I have a drink?
Oh, well, I'm afraid there isn't anything since...
It doesn't matter. Where's Aline?
She's lying down. She's not taking it the way you are. Oh, I'm afraid these last few hours are going to be awful. I've been trying to get her to take one of those pills the doctor left. She won't. I've got some nice dinner ready, Harriet. Why don't you see if you can get Aline to have some? It'll give her strength, poor dear.
All right. Hello, Aline.
Oh, Harriet. Oh, Harriet. I can't stand it. I can't.
I know. I know.
No, you don't. You're only his sister. I love him. I'm his wife.
I'm his sister, and I love him. I know.
Can't they do anything? Did you see Mr. Mailer?
Well, he's trying. He's trying to see the governor.
But there's no time, no time.
There was a witness flying in from Mexico tonight. He says he saw a woman coming out of the building that night about the time that she was supposed to have been killed. Mr. Mailer thinks he might be able to get a stay of execution on the strength of it.
Won't make any difference. It'll be like all the others. There was no proof. Just Norman and that terrible diary.
Aline, do you honestly think he didn't kill her?
Of course he didn't. I know he couldn't have done it. I couldn't bear thinking anything else.
But you sometimes do think something else.
No, I love him.
He wrote me a letter. I got it this morning. I want to read it to you.
What? What did he say?
Dear little egg, just a note. There's not much to say that hasn't already been said. I feel I can talk to you better than I can to Aline. I know how you've stood by these past weeks. It's been the thing that's kept me going, your faith, your trust. Somehow I feel that Aline is not convinced of my innocence, and I can't blame her. I was a fool to have kept the diary. I was a fool to have got involved with Sheila. But self-recrimination is no help now. The diary I wrote because... The diary I wrote because I needed to say things aloud which couldn't be said. I wrote them instead. It must have been a terrible shock to Aline. But you, my wise little sister, weren't altogether blind when it came to seeing the truth of our marriage. I suppose I turned to that poor girl trying to find again what was finished between Aline and myself. But I didn't kill Sheila. Always believe me. It's too late now, but I wish that things might have been different. Goodbye, little egg. My last brotherly advice. Find a good man, get married, have lots of nice kids, and be happy. You're the best of sisters, all my love, Mother.
He thinks. He hasn't written to me.
Hasn't he?
He believes that I think he did it.
Don't you?
I love him.
But you think he did kill her.
I love him.
It's not too late to send a message. Let him know. Tell him you know he's not guilty. You could do that.
He was there. He was with her that night.
He admitted that. But there was somebody else after he left.
You're so sure. You sit there cold, not caring. You're like those lawyers. I'm waiting for him to die. I love him and he's going to die. You're waiting for an end to something, and you're not feeling anything. Not really. He's your brother, and so he's got to be innocent. Save the name of Landon. That's all it means to you.
Well, that's not true, Eileen.
Yes, it is. You've always laughed at us, Mother and me. You and Norman, always laughing, little secrets. I love him. And he always held something away from me that he gave to you. I hated him for that.
Then you can't be very unhappy that he's going to die tonight.
Don't you dare say that. Why shouldn't I hate as well? He never let me in, never let me belong. Even waiting now. Waiting for him to go to the church. You keep it to yourselves. I can't even share that.
I'm sorry. I suppose we just don't feel things the same way. Maybe I just can't cry anymore.
What's the time?
7.
7. 4 hours.
Aline, Harriet, come along. Dinner's getting cold.
I'm not hungry, Mrs. Martinson.
I told you before, Mother.
Oh, it's nice. Nice that you two have each other for comfort. We must all be strong. Pray together. Hope together. I'm not being callous, unfeeling. It's just that I've lived longer and seen more unhappiness than either of you. Life must go on.
Mother.
Huh? Oh, yes, dear. I'm sorry.
What's the time?
Nearly 8. I'll get it. Must be Mr. Mailer. Hello? Yes? Yes, Mr. Mailer? Yes? Oh? Yes. All right. Thank you. Yes, I will. The governor's refused to see him. He's going to drive to the mansion and try again. He's leaving.
God's will.
He's leaving as soon as the witness arrives who saw the woman with him.
A witness? Who?
A man says he saw someone come out of the apartment that night. He said it was a woman. She was running.
He saw a woman?
Yes.
Her face?
Well, it was dark, but he thinks he could identify her. He's not sure.
I think it's unfair.
What is?
Rousing our hopes this way.
Well, if it's true, the woman...
Mr. Mailer brought in half a dozen witnesses who swore they saw somebody near the apartment. It didn't help. The jury didn't believe it. I think it's unfair.
Well, supposing this is different, it's a chance.
Please, don't talk about it.
Why not? Am I the only one? Am I the only one who thinks Norman didn't kill her? Am I?
Blind not yourself with love to the faults which lie within man.
Mother.
Be quiet, Aline. Norman was a difficult man for me to understand, Harriet. I admit I was never really happy that Aline married him. Oh, I tried not to interfere. I've seen what he's done to my daughter during the past 2 years, and I've said nothing. It's not for me to judge his acts. That has been done, and a far higher judge will be waiting.
I won't listen to you. I won't listen.
Youth can afford the loyalty that age has already squandered.
Why must you quote? Are you afraid of saying something original, something that'll show what you really are?
That's enough. He's my husband. He's more mine than yours or yours. I don't care whether he killed that woman or not. I want him to live. I love him. He can't die.
Beethoven's Sixth Symphony, played by the Philadelphia Orchestra, conducted by Bruno Walter, and brought to you on our evening music program. Time now is 2 minutes after 9, and here's a 5-minute summary of the news. State prison officials said tonight that nothing new had developed in the bid for stay of execution by Norman Landon, convicted slayer of Sheila Warner. Landon is scheduled to die at 11 o'clock tonight, approximately 2 hours from now. The governor turned down the lawyer's latest plea. According to William Mailer, attorney for the condemned man, a new witness has been found who can shed further light on the case. However, the governor does not feel the evidence is sufficient to...
Why doesn't he call? He must be there by now. Why doesn't he call?
I always wanted us to have a baby. I knew he didn't love me enough. We'd have those fights, and he'd just look at me. He wouldn't say anything, only look. I don't know where it went wrong with us.
You tried, Aline. Your mother knows you tried.
Maybe I didn't understand. Maybe I was wrong, like he said in the letter. But what did I do? I wanted to make him happy. Never let me be close to him. I could never share anything.
It's true. True as I sit here. You did your best. You've nothing to be ashamed of.
Hasn't she? Haven't you, Aline?
No. Nothing. He's ruined all our lives, what he did. But it's not right. I shouldn't care. Why do I have to feel the way I do about him? He didn't love me. It was that other woman.
If he loved her so much, why did he kill her?
Because it was dirty, nasty. Because of liquor and immorality. It always ends that way.
What do you know about morality? Your kind's worse than anything. Everything normal is dirty to you. You tried to make Aline feel that way. You think I don't know what happened to their marriage? I do, I know. Oh, I know why.
Get out. Get out of this house. You've shown your true color. You're no better than he was. Get out.
I'll go. I wouldn't...
Well?
Hello? Yes? Yes, I'll wait.
Who is it?
Mr. Mailer, he's coming to the phone.
Well, let me talk to him.
No, I want to. Hello? Mr. Mailer? This is Mrs. Landon. Yes. I see. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
What?
Mr. Mailer's not going to see the governor. He doesn't have to. Norman's just confessed that he killed the woman.
You are listening to Waiting, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Even the most innocent bystander cannot help but feel the atmosphere of drama and excitement that pervades the station house of a big city police force. Step inside our 21st Precinct station house any Thursday night and listen as threads of emotion cross and crisscross to weave a fabric of drama that is no less exciting, no less intense than the situations that confront men on the beat. And these are the stories you hear each Thursday night when 21st Precinct is on the air on most of these same stations.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Vivi Janis, Paula Winslow, and Charlotte Lawrence, starring in tonight's production of Waiting, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Yes, Mother.
I'll be going. Goodbye, Eileen.
No. I don't want you to go. Stay with me.
You let her be in this house after the way she talked to your mother?
Oh, none of us know what we're saying. Doesn't matter anyway. We wouldn't be talking like this if it weren't for Norman.
Well, I should have thought an apology were in order.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Martinson. You know, this is very funny. I wish we could hear ourselves quarreling, behaving like this. And in a little while, he's going to be dead. I wish we had a recording so we could sit down next week and listen to it. I wish I had a drink.
I'll get you one, Harriet.
But your mother said
I keep a bottle just for me.
Eileen. Make it strong.
So he did it, after all.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Yes, you did. You said he did it, didn't you?
He confessed. For his soul's sake, he confessed.
I don't believe it.
You don't want to believe it.
He didn't kill her.
He was always drinking. He taught Eileen to drink. No good comes of it. It's a false strength she's taking for herself.
Where does your strength come from, Mrs. Martinson?
A knowledge of right and wrong. Oh, you laugh at that, my girl. But wait until you're my age.
I think I'll never know your kind of right and wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry for you, for Eileen. The shame you'll have to carry for this. And neither of you care now. Not now. You blinded by loyalty, Eileen by love. Just wait. Wait. I praise. I go down on my knees that there were no children to see this night.
Eileen. Eileen, you all right, Eileen?
I dropped it.
Well, don't pick up the pieces like that. You'll cut yourself. I'll do it.
I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Why?
What's the time?
Nearly 10.
It's the waiting. That's the worst. It'd be better if it were finished.
You can't wait till he's dead. Is that what you mean? Is that why you're afraid? Shut up! Did that make you feel better?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I know you. I've always known what you're like. When you feel guilty about what you've done, you have to take it out on somebody. Norman, it's easier then, isn't it? It always was. If you can get angry enough, you don't have to think about things like now. That's why you slapped me. You want him to be guilty. It's better for you now that he's confessed, isn't it?
He did kill her. He did.
No. I think he confessed to make things easier for you and for me. Then maybe we wouldn't have to spend the rest of our lives wondering. Not that you'd be wondering. You know, don't you?
What do you mean?
You know what I mean. Go on inside. I'll make the drinks.
A 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold, and see the reward of the wicked.
They'll find out who really did it. No matter what happens to Norman, they'll find out who did it.
They already know.
Do they?
You said that before. As if you know. How can you be so sure? Do you know more than the police, than anybody?
It's 10:30. In half an hour. Half an hour, a man's going to be murdered.
An eye for an eye.
At 11 o'clock. We'll just sit here and it'll be like New Year's Eve. We ought to have the radio on so we can know the exact time. But it takes a little while for him to be pronounced dead. Completely dead. What is it, a minute? Minute and a half? Do we drink a toast at 11 or 1 minute after?
Oh, you should be put away. Talk like that. You're out of your mind.
Somebody else will be sitting, waiting.
There isn't anybody else. Why don't you be quiet? He did it. I've wanted to believe he didn't, but I know he said he did.
I'll go.
Telegram from Mrs. Norman Landon.
Thank you. It's for you, Aline.
You did this.
What is it, dear? Who is it from?
She did it. Congratulations. That's all it says. It's from you, isn't it?
Don't be stupid. Why should I say that?
You hated me for marrying him. You never thought I was good enough.
I didn't send
Who
it.
did?
You're a wicked girl if you sent that. A horrible, wicked girl.
Mother was right. You shouldn't be here. I want you to go.
No, I'm staying. I'm going to wait until 11.
You're getting out.
I've told you I'm not leaving.
Call the police, Aline. Call the police. They'll take care of her.
What are you smiling at? What?
Don't take any notice of her.
Why are you smiling like that?
I just think it's funny. Calling the police to put me out. Then I have nowhere to go when they execute my brother.
She's gone crazy. Stay away from her, Aline.
Why are you being like this, Harriet? It's not my fault. I can't help it.
I want to hear you say you believe he's innocent. I'm waiting for that.
Operator, get me the police. Harriet, will you go now?
No.
Mother, hang up.
I'll do no such thing.
I said hang up!
Oh, you hurt my hand.
I'm sorry. Bad enough as it is. We don't need any more business with the police.
You hurt me. I'm going to my room. When you've thought it over, you may come and apologize.
She's old. Things aren't the same to her anymore.
Were they ever?
You think I'm to blame for everything, don't you?
Yes, most of it.
Do you know what it's like, living with a man you love? Love so much it makes you weak and nothing. Realize that when you say things, you don't mean them, but you want to hurt. Do anything to get him to notice. Make him angry, anything but make him feel something. I never could. You think I don't know why he started going with that woman? I understand. I don't want to, but I do. It's the lack in me. Just the way he said in the diary.
It's 10 to 11.
I hated her so much I could have killed her. I thought of killing him, but he wouldn't have cared.
You'll be even with them both now.
You can't understand how I love him. There'll never be anybody else.
There's somebody else, all right.
No.
We're a lot alike. The hold others have over us. Norman and I, you and your mother. It's not good to be that close, not for anybody.
Norman and I had each other. Maybe if it hadn't been for you and Mother, we might
You
have...
didn't. You had a chance and you didn't. I thought you'd tell the truth when you got the telegram.
You said it. It was you.
Yes. I hoped it would make you tell before it was too late.
Aline? Aline? It's nearly 11. I forgive you. I forgive both of you. We must all pray together.
You pray, Mrs. Martinson. I'll watch you. Hello? Yes, Mr. Mailer. Oh. Yes. Yes, I will. Thank you. The witness arrived and identified the woman from a picture. The governor granted a stay of execution 5 minutes ago.
Identified?
Yes. You knew, didn't you?
It didn't make any difference. He wouldn't have come back to me. Would have been better. Now I have no one.
Mr. Mailer had a suspicion. He couldn't prove anything. He told me. I wondered, too. No one else recognized the woman in the picture except the man who was in Mexico. You would have let Norman die.
Oh, Mother, stop it.
I didn't think anyone saw me come out. I followed him, Aline. I did it for you. I had to. It was so wicked. Right after he left her, I went in. I tried to talk to her. I did it for you, dear. They won't electrocute me, will they? I know it's against the commandment to kill, but I had to. I could stand everything but the waiting.
Oh, Mrs. Martinson.
Harriet. She's crying. I never thought she could cry. It's all right, dear. Have a good cry. It'll do you good.
Suspense, in which Vivi Janis, Paula Winslow, and Charlotte Lawrence starred in tonight's presentation of Waiting. Next week, the story of a man caught in a mine shaft, trapped by his own conscience. We call it The Digger. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. You have just heard Waiting, written by Mr. Ellis, especially for Suspense. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Others in our cast were Thomas Hanley and George Walsh.
Are your neighbors talking about action yet? Well, if they aren't, perhaps it's because they're not yet aware of the practical plan for preventing and eliminating slums that has been set up by Action, the American Council to Improve Our Neighborhoods. If your friends and neighbors are interested already, CBS Radio urges you to join their efforts to keep your community from running down. But if a slum fighting program has not been organized where you live, why not write to Action, Box 20, New York 19, for a free leaflet that explains what can be done to prevent your neighborhood from falling into disrepair. That's Action, Box 20, New York 19.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of a man caught in a mine shaft, trapped by his own conscience. So now, starring Torrin Thatcher, here is tonight's suspense play, The Digger.
Was not a tall man, not over 5'7", but the attitude of determination he had acquired the day before, when he had unexpectedly sighted his quarry, seemed to have added at least a foot to his stature. As a result, he walked through the dirty, narrow streets of the native section that morning without incident. No one blocked his path, No one cursed as he passed by. When he had walked approximately 6 blocks from the river crossing, where he had to park his car, he turned into a small open doorway.
Dear Bonner.
This is the place they call Winky's, boy?
Dear Bonner.
Where's your head man?
Thank you, Ngobe. Sir, you do not wish to drink here? There are many places better for gentlemen across the river.
I didn't come here to drink.
What other reason could you have for honoring my establishment, sir?
Well, I'm told you rent rooms upstairs.
You're a policeman, sir?
No.
Sir, you have been misinformed. Now, please, you go, huh?
Then you don't have rooms here.
Only 2, sir, where my family and close friends may rest. So you will...
I suppose he could be a close friend of yours by now.
Who, sir?
Well, the man I'm looking for. I got a job for him.
No one here seek work, sir.
Well, let him tell me.
But I am telling you, sir.
Now, look. Yesterday afternoon, I caught a glimpse of him in the marketplace, and since then I've spent quite a bit of money to learn that he's staying here. He's tall, has a bad leg.
Are you willing to spend more money, sir?
I am.
You sit down, sir. Rest yourself. Ngobe.
Yes, mister.
You will see if anyone know the man this gentleman seeks. What is his name, sir?
Fabian. Roger Fabian. They used to call him the Digger.
Upstairs in a small, musty room almost directly over Carton's head, Fabian sat on the edge of a narrow cot. He had aged in the past 2 years. His stomach had soured, and he had grown thin, so that now he scarcely resembled the man once known as the Digger. For several weeks he had heard that someone was asking questions about him, trying to track him down. And several weeks ago, if he could have paid Winky what he owed, he would have left this place and gone north. But he never seemed to have enough money, so now he waited, knowing the men would find him, wondering what the man wanted. Near Fabian, standing at the window combing her hair, was a woman about 20. She turned toward the door when Ngobe knocked.
Yes? Who is there?
Ngobe.
What do you want?
Mr. say wanna come. Man here to see him.
Tell him I'll be... No, tell him to come up here.
Dear Bonner.
Well, what's the matter with you?
You will have to go away.
Now, where'd you get an idea like that?
You do not eat. And at night when you are sleeping, you cry out.
Oh, and that means I'll be leaving you, huh?
You have been hiding. What you were hiding from has found you. Now it take you away.
Good thing you don't make your money telling fortunes. We'd starve. Carton. What are you doing here? Hello, Digger. Come in. Yeah, you sit here where it's clean. I'll squat on the floor. Tisha, get us a drink. Say, what would you like, Carton? Oh, nothing for me, thanks. Still a bit early. You sure? Yes, quite. Well, if you won't mind, hurry it up, Tisha. You like a cigarette? Very much, thank you. Here, I have a light. You're hard to find, Digger. Oh, so you're the one that's been looking for me, eh? I'd heard someone was. Mm-hmm. Been a long time, hasn't it? 2 years. 2 years, 7 weeks. You haven't forgotten. Could you have? I don't know. It depends on what really happened down there. I told the court of inquiry what really happened. Yes, of course you did. How long have you been living here? Long enough. I suppose you know how it looks. Know how it feels? Oh, I'm sorry, old chap. I didn't mean to... You think I live here by choice? I couldn't get a job after I left the mine. Not a job anywhere. I tried for over a year before I gave up. I'm sorry. Yes, everybody's sorry, including me. Poor old Digger had a bit of a rough go, didn't he? Took 30 men down with him. Things got a bit touchy during a cave-in, and only old Digger makes it back topside. You know the mine was closed right after that? Yes. Should have been closed before. It was already worked out.
Well, perhaps not, Digger. They've opened it up again.
They've what?
I received a letter from Sandy McGregor. You remember him.
Sandy? Sure.
Now, look. He'd gotten some backing somewhere. Found tracings of another vein, most likely. Well, anyway, he asked me to look you up. He wants you to come back. And seeing you like this, well, naturally, I think you should.
No, I couldn't. Not to Tabora.
Well, what happened wasn't your fault, man.
I know it, but no one else does.
Well, Sandy he wouldn't have made you a firm offer.
How much?
5,000.
5?
Well, why not? There's no other engineer in the union knows that mine as well as you do.
No, it's like my belly.
And you've had experience with the natives up there, too.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, nothing really, but... Well, after the cave-in, when they decided it'd be too dangerous to recover those bodies, the natives put some sort of a silly taboo on the mine.
5,000, eh?
That's right. Now, what do you say, Digger?
I say no.
Oh, but good heavens, man, you...
Cotton, I have nightmares. I see those men trapped down there waiting for me, expecting me to come back and lead them out.
You won't get rid of your dreams in this pest hole, Digger. Believe me, it'll help to go back. And if things don't work out, man, you...
Well, it's about time. Where's the drink?
Mister, say no more without money. And what you owe.
Well, now imagine that, Cotton. And I only owe the few lousy quid. Imagine that, will you?
Digger, I purchased a truck from McGregor. Now, someone's got to drive it up for him. Now, if you like, I can have it at the river crossing tomorrow morning.
I don't know.
I'll get you out of here. Maybe your last chance.
It would be better.
What?
It would be better for you to go back to this place.
Oh, you've been listening.
Seems she cares more about you than you do for yourself.
Dio Buana. It's true.
Well, let me have your answer, Digger. It's been already 2 weeks since he asked me to find you. Now, you won't wait forever.
2 weeks? You started looking for me just 2 weeks ago.
Well, that's quite a while to wait when you're anxious to get into production. I know he won't wait much longer. Now, what do you say?
This woman would make a fine fortune teller. You buy me out of here, and I'll go.
It was normally a pleasant 3-day trip to Tabora. But for the digger, his liquor supply suddenly cut off. It was a nightmare. Twice he had to stop for several hours while he fought to control his nerves. But by the time he finally reached the floor of the valley that led to Tabora, the worst was over. Late the 4th afternoon, remembering what Carton had said, he swung the truck wide around the native village. And a few minutes later, he was driving down the hot, dusty street that separated the 4 frame buildings of the Tabora mine.
Hello, anybody here?
Yes?
Sandy McGregor.
Who is it? It's the digger.
Why, what's the matter? Didn't you recognize me?
Look now, of course I did. I just had to wait till I got close up.
You haven't changed, Sandy.
Neither have you. And I'm very glad to see you, digger. Oh, is that the truck Carton bought me?
Yes, and she's loaded with supplies.
Good, we'll unload it in the mine and it'll give us something to do.
Haven't you started working the mine?
Well, I can't until I receive the permit. Come along inside.
Carton thinks you've found a new vein.
So I have. Should go about 600 a ton. I've got some more samples. You take a look, see what you think. Your leg been giving you trouble?
Oh, no. Muscles get tight when I don't use it. That's all.
Too bad you didn't get entirely clear that day. But even so, you're a great deal better off than the others who were down there.
Yes. Anyone else here with you?
The geologist seems to know his job. Oh, here we are. Clark, this is Fabian. Roger Fabian.
Clark?
That's right. I was just about to fix myself a drink. You'll join me, won't you?
No, thanks.
Oh, come now, Fabian. Surely you're thirsty after your long trip?
No, I've decided to stay off it for a while.
Oh? Think you'll be able to?
Why, yes. Why?
I've always heard once the stuff's gotten hold of a man, it took real guts to leave it alone.
Oh.
Well, how about you, Sandy?
No, not now. I'm going to take another look around for Miggy. Miggy's our newest recruit in the village, Digger.
Huh.
He disappeared right after luncheon today.
Carton said you were having some trouble with the natives.
Well, nothing to it except threats. They don't want us going down into the mine. Big taboo. I'll be back in a few minutes.
So you're the famous Digger. I've heard a lot about you.
Oh? From Sandy?
No, he scarcely has mentioned you. Sure you want to have that drink?
Quite sure.
Well, you've changed since Joburg.
Oh? Did we meet there?
Oh, we had a mutual friend, Trudy Morgan. Remember her?
Oh, yes.
You'd been gone about a month when I checked in. Well, would you like to see your room? It's right across the hall from mine. Doesn't matter if you snore, though. Rats keep me awake most of the night anyway.
Rats here?
Well, the place is overrun with them. And they're hungry, so watch yourself. Well, everything seems to be in order. Except the lock on this door.
No, I won't worry about that.
I would. Someone might sneak in while you're sleeping and slit your throat.
Well, it's not very funny, Clark.
It wasn't meant to be. Now, come along. We'd better get your gear in before dark. Is all you have?
All I brought with me.
Hello. Wonder what they're up to.
Clark, Digger!
Over here, Sandy.
You find him?
No, he's gone back to the village.
Well, looks as if I'll have to don the apron tonight.
We'll not be eating here.
Oh, why not?
I went over toward the village. That's no ordinary ceremony they're holding. They're being whipped up into something big. Lots of cooler being passed about.
For our benefit, perhaps?
I'm afraid so.
You mean they might come here to attack us?
I'm not going to stay to find out.
Well, where we go?
Down into the mine. That's the one place they won't dare to come after us. Now, you and Clark go ahead, Digger. I'll get some blankets and things from the house.
Well, what about the truck and your supplies?
If we don't get out of this alive, we won't need them.
Oh, Digger. I wasn't going to tell you this before you got settled, but I think I should now.
Yes?
I've taken an oath to kill you.
What?
I intend to do it within the next few days. Unless, of course, the natives do it for me. Well, come along, Digger.
You are listening to The Digger, tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is no signature on a Valentine. Not that our danger-loving insurance investigator is opposed to romance. It's just that the detective's profession calls for a pragmatic approach to life, if he wants to go on living. That's why, no matter how lovely a lady may be, and no matter how attracted to her Johnny Dollar may be, solving the particular case he's working on always takes precedence over sentiment. The case he's working on right now calls for courage as well as caution. And it's a baffling mystery thriller you'll enjoy following clue by clue as you listen for yours truly, Johnny Dollar, Monday through Friday evening on most of these same stations.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Torrin Thatcher, starring in tonight's production, The Digger, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
By taking advantage of the digger's bad leg, Clark managed to stay several paces in front of him as they walked toward the mine. This prevented Fabian from asking questions and pressing Clark for answers. Clark himself was the big question. The digger was not entirely convinced that Clark was serious, yet there was nothing humorous in Clark's threat, which had been made in an unemotional, completely fatalistic way. He was still undecided when McGregor caught up with him. Together, they reached the hoist and climbed into the cage. The moment before they started down, they saw the natives set fire to the building they had just left. Then they lowered themselves, and the digger began to remember the nightmares and remembered this mine was also a tomb.
Well, this will set us back.
Set us back more if they catch us.
There's a bottle wrapped in that blanket, Clark. Will you break it out?
Yeah?
Yes. How far are we going down, Sandy? To the lower level? The lower level? Yeah, that's what I've been working. I've got a spot fixed up back near the cave-in. We'll be more comfortable there.
Here we are. You look a bit shaky, Digger. Better take some of this.
Yes. All right, thanks.
There, that's more like the old Digger. How about you, Sandy?
Go ahead.
No, it won't bother me being down there.
Well, it shouldn't bother any of us.
That's so? How about it, Digger? Would it bring back some nasty memories?
Why should it?
Well, last time you were down, you barely got out alive. You were lucky that day, weren't you?
Clark,
you're right, Sandy. I'm sorry, Digger. Didn't mean to remind you.
You didn't?
No, don't imagine I did. Here, you better take another drink. Wash away the ghosts.
Well, what are you doing?
You hang on to that bottle, Digger. I'll help Sandy with the other thing.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
I'm not sure.
It's smoke.
What? It is smoke. Coming from up top.
They're trying to smoke us out.
Yeah, well, that'll take a lot of doing. Come on. Let's get back where we can rest.
They started back then, their graphite lamps lighting the way, casting shadows on the stone walls ahead of them. The digger remembered each foot of the level, each beam that supported it and kept the earth from caving in on them. Once he would have remembered them as old friends, but not now. Then they rounded a sharp turn and came upon the fallen tons of shale and loose rock that had caused the death of 30 men.
Did you see that, Clark?
Yes.
What was it?
A rat. Filthy little rat.
Digger, you'd better go easy on that stuff.
Let him alone, Sandy.
You let him alone. You're the one's been after him.
It's all right, Sandy. Don't you worry about me.
Come on, let me have the bottle, Digger.
Yes, sure. Here you are.
Thank you. No. Sit down. We'll be here all night anyway.
Cigarette, Sandy?
No, thanks. We'd better not smoke down here, just in case.
Whatever you say. Digger, did you know all the men that were in here that day?
No, not all.
But most of them?
Yes.
I saw a letter you wrote to the wife of one of them after it happened.
I wrote a good many letters.
Yes. This woman lived in Suffolk. Has 2 kids.
No.
At about 11 and 14 now. You know who I mean, Digger?
No, I don't know. Well, was she Henry's wife? Yes, I wrote to tell her to try explain how it happened.
And how you managed to get out when no one else did. She believed you, but I didn't.
What?
No, wait a minute, Clark.
You wait. I've been looking for him for over 6 months. I'd almost given up.
Why, Clark? Why?
Don't you know? Has your brain rotted that much?
What?
Can't you remember his last name?
No.
Henry's last name. He was your friend.
No, I don't.
You sent his things back to her.
I sent them to... No, you can't be...
Clark. Henry Clark, Digger.
No,
You're Henry's brother?
That's right.
Why didn't you tell me?
It didn't matter to you.
No.
Why did you lie to her like that, Digger?
I didn't lie.
You lied.
No, I didn't.
Then and at the inquest.
Now, stop it, Clark. He was cleared at the inquest.
Because there wasn't anyone to testify against him. But there is now. And he's right here, sitting beside me. You remember Trudy, don't you, Digger? The woman in Joburg?
Yes.
She told me about you.
Yes.
All about you. You have nightmares. The same one, over and over.
Please.
Trudy told me she used to come into your room when it was at its worst. You'd be yelling, should have warned them.
No,
Why didn't I warn them?
Clark.
And while you were saying it, you'd throw your arms and legs about as if you were fighting your way through hell.
Now, Clark, even if it is true, why not forget it?
I'll forget it when he can sit here on my brother's tomb with a clear conscience. Without being sick afraid like he's been since we entered this place. And you know what he's afraid of, Sandy? Of the men buried here.
No.
Isn't that right, Digger?
No.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
And you're afraid of them because you ran. You left them behind.
Yes.
You saw the danger signs. You knew it was going to give way. But instead of taking time to warn them, you ran. Isn't that true? Isn't it true?
Yes, it's all true.
Okay.
I've known you a long time, Digger. I've seen you do things that took more than I had in me.
I couldn't help it. Believe me, I couldn't help it. Cave-in's the only thing that I've ever been afraid of in my life. Fire, explosions, gas. Yes, I was afraid of them. But not like a cave-in, where I'd be crushed to death or die fighting for air. Please, Clark, I couldn't help it. Believe me, I couldn't.
No. It's all right, Digger.
You speak for yourself, McGregor.
Oh, now, Clark, you're not going to keep after him.
You want me to shake his hand? Show him the meaning of brotherly love, that it?
There'll be no harm in it. And a lot of good for both of you.
You go...
We may all do just that if they keep on pouring smoke in here.
They sat quietly for a while, waiting. And then, just as McGregor had feared it would, the smoke reached their level and came rolling down the shaft. And with it, running in front of it, were all the animals who had made their nests in the abandoned mine.
What time is it?
About 4.
It'll be daylight in another hour. The natives will stop, then go home to sleep off the cooler.
What was that?
Did you hear something?
I don't know. I thought... Listen.
Another rat.
Look there. At the turn. There were 4 of them.
Listen to them. They must be coming down here to get away from the smoke up top.
Let's take a look out toward the cage.
Good Lord.
Hundreds of them.
Keep your lamp on them. They're afraid of light.
Sandy, look back there toward the cage.
More coming in.
They're not moving. Come on, we'll get back.
What?
We'll go back where we were. Come on.
You're going to have us trapped in here, Sandy. We're going to be cut off from the cage. We've got to make a run for it now.
Take it easy, Clark.
Take it easy. There are 1,000 rats out there waiting for us. How are we going to get out?
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about keeping alive right where we are.
Look.
They're moving this way, Sandy.
We've got to make a run for it.
We can't run.
You mean he can't run?
I mean we're sticking together.
Then none of us will make it. Well, I'll die here.
Shut up, Clark.
We'll make a nice meal for them. For their families and their families' families.
Shut up, Sandy. You two had better go now, while there's still a chance.
No, we'll stay. The air should begin to clear in another hour.
How do you know? You don't know for sure the natives are going to give up?
Sandy, your only chance is to try and reach the cage. If you make it and it's clear up top, send the cage back down. I'll try for it then. If it's not clear up there, it won't make any difference anyhow.
Stop talking and let's move.
But if we leave you alone, Digger, they might...
They will anyway, in a few moments. Go on, Sandy, go on. There's a shovel over there, and I can hold off until you get up top.
Listen to him, Sandy. Do what he says.
All right, we'll try.
Go on, Sandy. Oh, Sandy.
Yes?
One thing. In case you get through and I don't, there's a woman I'd like her to have my things. Will you send them to Carton? He'll know where to take them.
Yes. Good luck, Digger.
Put it on your dirty little beast.
A few minutes later, Clark and Sandy McGregor, having fought their way to the cage, reached the top of the mine and stepped out into a clear blue dawn. Then, with an almost automatic gesture, because they had said they would and not because they expected the crippled Digger to make it through the rats, they sent the cage back down. Then they waited.
How long's it been?
Long enough.
Yes. Clark, he made it. He made it. Come on, help me pull him up.
They looked down the shaft, and as the cage neared them, they could see rats clinging to the top of it and to the ropes on each side. Then the cage was clear, and they saw what it carried.
No. Oh, my God. No.
Look at him. They must have been all over him for 1,000 feet.
They buried him as the sun rose full above the horizon. A few days later, Sandy wrote another letter to his friend Carton. The day after receiving it, Carton drove again to the river crossing, parked his car, and crossed into the native section. Before he reached Winky's, where he was to give the woman a very small package, he had been pushed, cursed, and spat upon.
Suspense, in which Torrin Thatcher starred in tonight's presentation of The Digger. Next week, we bring you a story of a boy who ran from a prophecy but couldn't escape its deadly promise. We call it The Strange Prophecy of Bertha Abbott. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is directed and transcribed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. You have heard The Digger, written by Charles B. Smith, especially for Suspense. The music was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Charlie Lung, Ramsey Hill, Stan Jones, William Byoff, and Parley Bear.
Now, a public service message from CBS Radio. In this second half of the 20th century, war could happen in a hurry. Nuclear fission and long-range bombers have brought America within striking distance. And unless we're on our guard, an aggressor could deliver devastating blows. To help guard America, enlist in the Ground Observer Corps. Sign up for the silver wings that mean you're doing your share to man our vital aircraft spotter observation posts. Write or telephone your nearest Civil Defense Center and volunteer.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a transcribed story of a boy who ran from a prophecy but couldn't escape its deadly promise. So now, starring Sam Edwards and Richard Crenna, here is tonight's suspense play, The Prophecy of Bertha Abbott.
The train moved on into the night. It was dark in the boxcar, and Ernie was scared. He didn't want to think about where he was going or why he was there. He tried to fill his mind with plans for the jazzy sports car he intended to have one day, but somehow he didn't find the comfort in this that he usually did. The image of the car blurred and became distorted. So he just sat, huddled behind a crate in the corner. He listened to the sound of the wheels on the rails and realized that he was awfully hungry.
Whitey, you still asleep?
No.
You're so quiet.
I've been thinking.
About what?
About how hungry I am.
Gee, me too.
Got any dough?
Couple of bucks, maybe.
I guess I got about that much.
You have any idea where we are?
It'll be light pretty soon. We'll check.
When we check? Then what?
Well, when near a town or something, we get off. One thing's sure, we gotta watch we don't ride this car into a stopping place.
You mean maybe they'll be looking for us?
You're improving, man.
Whitey, what now?
You gotta run, Ernie.
He remembered she had lived alone in a little house at the end of the block. Her hair was gray and stringy, and she had a long, thin face with a beaked nose. Her name was Bertha Abbott, and she was generally regarded as a somewhat peculiar but harmless old woman. However, it was whispered among the children of the neighborhood that she was a witch, a real witch, and no child ever passed her fenced yard without a quickening step and a strange tingle of fear. Except in early summer, when the luscious golden peaches hung heavy on the tree just inside the fence. Then, fear momentarily forgotten, the children were apt to slow down and pause and contemplate the fruit. Tempting, tantalizing, and beckoning.
Oh, Ernie, it'd be easy. You're scared.
Oh, who wouldn't be? Old Lady Abbott might catch us.
No, she wouldn't.
She might? What then? She's a witch, a real witch.
Gee, we could climb that old fence easy as anything.
Whitey, let's go home.
Oh, Ernie, look at them peaches.
Yeah.
Tonight, huh? When it's dark, nobody see us.
I don't want to.
You wouldn't even have to climb the tree. Just stay inside and watch. Ernie, look at them peaches.
Ernie? Yeah. Catch. That's enough, Whitey. Let's go.
Put them inside your shirt.
Here. Whitey, let's go.
Wait, will you?
I want to go. It's so dark.
There's some neat ones up here.
We got enough.
Here.
Whitey, come on.
Oh. Shh. Who's that? Who's that out there?
Run, Ernie. Run.
Ernie ran, but he didn't run far enough. Before he reached the fence, he stumbled and fell. Then, fear as big as the night closed in on him. He was in the clutches of the witch. She had him by the collar, and she was shaking him and screaming at him.
Come steal it, eh? Come on my property and come steal it.
Let go of me, please.
I'll keep you, you little thief.
Let me go. I didn't do it. Let me go.
You're a liar and a thief. Oh, you're a bad one. Yes, sirree, Bob, you're a bad one. You know what's going to happen to you? Do you?
Let go, you're hurting me.
I'm stealing. You're bad. You know where the likes of you end up, do you? The gas chamber. A little room all locked up tight. And there's all poison gas there. And you die. Like a rat, you die there. And that's what's going to happen to you.
No!
Yes, sirree, you bad ones. You all go to the gas chamber. Now, you give me them peaches. Come stealing. Yes, sirree. You'll die like a rat. And you just go on home and tell your mother I said so.
Ernie didn't tell his mother. He couldn't tell, but he never forgot about it, and it made his sleep restless and troubled. And the days and the years passed.
Ernie, it'll be easy. Don't be a square all your life. Cut it out, Whitey. Suppose we got caught. We won't get caught. I got it all figured out. The brain. That's right. You've reached the second plateau. Look, Ernie, have you ever figured how much Goofy takes in on a weekend on this joint? Maybe $500-600. That much? Sure. You know where he keeps it until he can get to the bank on Monday? In a shoebox. Right there in that back room. How do you know so much? Never mind. You just stick with old Dad. I also know there's a window in that room that opens to the alley. Well, there you have it. I don't want it. Ernie, think of all that dough. Yeah. Ernie, that neat car we saw down the Schweiger's lot. That one just needs a little fixing up. Yeah. Did you mention it to your old man? Yeah. What'd he say? Nothing. Just like he didn't hear me. Just like always. Like I never said anything. Like I wasn't even there. You should have heard my old man take off when I mentioned it. Like how? Same old jive, like I'm a no-good bum, and if I'm such a big shot, I gotta have a car. Why don't I pay some rent? You know.
Gee, that car, just a little fixing up.
Sure. Well, tonight.
I don't want to.
You won't even have to climb inside. Just stay outside and watch. Ernie, think of all that dough. Ernie, yeah? Hand me that crowbar.
Why don't we forget it?
Shut up. Hand me that crowbar.
Here. Whitey?
What?
It's so loud.
Oh, shut up. On your loud mouth.
Whitey, let's go. Let's forget it.
Oh, you're a cube for sure, man. Not when I'm this close. Okay. Here, the crowbar. Catch.
No. I'm sorry, Whitey.
Dummy up. It's okay. I'm going in. Now, stupid. Watch.
Something goes on, Ernie. Stop. Stop you. I got a gun. Run, Ernie, run!
They ran down the alley, through the side streets, and into the dark of the night. Whitey led, and Ernie followed. Ernie didn't know where he was going, but he knew his legs hurt. His throat was dry, and his heart was a big, pounding, aching thing inside of him. They climbed the rail fence and started to cross a field. Ernie tripped and fell face down on the grass.
Ernie, give me a minute. Come on. Just give me a minute. Whitey.
What?
Don't Clover smell good.
We gotta run, man.
You shot him. You shot old Goofy.
Well, I had to.
No, you didn't.
I didn't mean to shoot him.
You didn't tell me he had a gun. Where'd you get the gun?
Well, let's go.
Oh, where are we going?
Just follow me.
No, really, Whitey. Where are we going?
We'll cut across this field and swing around the back way to the freight yard.
And then what?
And we hop a freight, stupid. We gotta get out of town.
I wish we didn't. I wish you hadn't shot Goofy. I wish...
Come on, Ernie. We gotta run. Now we watch. See which one looks like it's going to be pulling out.
I remember when I was a little kid, I'd come down here to this railroad yard, and always I'd get kind of sad.
Why?
How should I know?
What's that? This place is lousy with cops.
You saw him?
In the light of that switch engine, about 3. Well, that figures.
What figures?
They look for us down here.
What do we do?
Stay down. Gotta crawl along the ground to that loading platform. We'll hide under that.
Whitey,
shut up. If that switch engine with the beam turns this way, lie flat and don't move.
Whitey, do you suppose they knew it's us they're looking for?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
I think Goofy recognized us. Maybe. Or maybe told him.
You mean maybe he didn't die?
Yeah. Maybe he didn't. Lie still. Now when that engine turns back, move fast. Head for that platform.
I hope he didn't die.
Now, run, Ernie!
It's dark. How long do we have to stay under here?
They're making up a train on that second track. We'll watch. Just as it starts to pull out, we'll climb on.
I've never been on a train.
We'll have to let it get up some speed.
I used to think a lot about how I'd like to take a ride on a train.
No, when I tell you, you just follow me.
It's the craziest thing. I'd think about going for a ride on a train. I get a real bang out of thinking about it. About getting a bag packed and saying goodbye to everybody and how I was going to send postcards, all that stuff. And then it's so crazy. When I think about the train pulling out, I get sick. Really sick. You know, Whitey?
Huh?
I get really sick when I think about the train pulling out.
Oh, you're a real square. I think it's about time.
I follow you, Whitey, huh?
Yeah. Now about the 5th or 6th car there, you see? But never mind, just follow me. But you gotta move fast. Okay, now, run, Ernie, run!
My mom, she's going to be worried when I don't come home.
My mom, too. My old man. Oh, he's really going to flip. I hope he's satisfied.
What do you mean?
Well, like he's always telling me I'm no good, like I'm going to get in trouble. I guess I got it made.
Yeah. Whitey, listen.
Huh?
The wheels.
What about the wheels?
The sound they make. Like they're talking.
Oh, come on, man. Let's not get spooky. Are you crying?
No.
You are, too. Knock it off.
You are listening to The Prophecy of Bertha Abbott. Tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Smoke signals were an ingenious means of communication back in the days when America was young. But for up-to-the-minute word about the important developments that occur in our complicated and fast-moving 20th century world, you'll find CBS News a much more reliable source of information. On the job 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, the CBS Newsroom makes every effort to keep you well informed via our regular schedule of news broadcasts and by means of special bulletins whenever a significant story breaks.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Richard Crenna and Sam Edwards, starring in tonight's production, The Prophecy of Bertha Abbott. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
You gotta help me slide this door. Yeah. Watch it now, the window gets you. Hang on. Gene! Now pick a spot and jump. While it's going fast like this, it slows down some. You gotta do it, Ernie. You go first. I go first, you might chicken out. No, I won't, I promise. Okay, it's your funeral if you do. Now pick a spot with grass like that. Like this. Jump!
Where are we walking, Whitey?
There's got to be a town near here someplace.
Seems like we've been going forever.
There'll be a town pretty soon. Get something to eat. Can't you make any better time than that?
It's my ankle. I heard it when I jumped off of that train. Do you suppose... Well, figure it this way. Maybe it won't be so bad. Do you suppose we ought to forget it and we'll just go back?
Are you crazy, man?
No, really, Whitey. Maybe it won't be so bad.
Ernie, I don't dare go back. My old man. You know how he is.
Yeah, that's right. My old man. You know what he's probably doing?
What?
Crying.
Crying?
Yeah, he cries lots of times.
Why?
How should I know?
Well, your old man cries. You ought to know why.
He's sad, I guess.
I never did dig your old man, reading all them books all the time.
Yeah, that's it. He's sad, I guess. Gee, it's hot.
It's hot. It's cold. All the time beeping.
Well, it is hot, and I'm thirsty.
There's going to be a town pretty soon.
Seems like we've been going forever.
You've had enough of that hamburger, Ernie.
What do you mean?
Quiet, stupid. Keep your head down. But look at that newspaper on the counter. Don't grab it. You can see it from here.
Gee.
I'm going over to the jukebox. Leave the dough for the check on the counter and follow me. Keep your head down.
Gee, they
bite down. You got a dime?
Here. Gee, they got our pictures and everything.
Yeah. Look at that turn like they're looking for a record.
That's my picture they took for the school book. It's almost dark. What now, Whitey?
You know something, Ernie? You get out of this country, you go someplace maybe like South America. You got a little dough, you can live like a king.
You know that, Whitey?
Oh, that's no jive, man. You got a few bucks, that's all you need. Yeah, I've been thinking about it.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've been sitting here thinking about it, about how we go to South America. See, and we fall into something real good, like we discover uranium or something. We make a pile. And we come back and I got a big car. And I go home. And I drive up there in front of my old man and, well, like he's all the time saying how I'm no good and how I'm never going to make it. Only now I got this big car and all this loot. And I'm a big man, see? Oh, Ernie, wouldn't it be the most?
Yeah. Only, we can't go home.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well.
Whitey, it's almost dark. What now?
South America.
What?
We're going to South America.
You're talking crazy.
No, I'm not. Did you notice that sign on the highway back there? We're almost to San Diego. San Diego, man, they got a harbor there and boats.
You know anything about boats, Whitey?
Well, not exactly.
See? You're talking crazy.
I tell you I'm not. First, we got to pick up a car.
You know how to pick up a car, Whitey?
It'll be easy.
You sure you know what you're talking about?
Ernie, you just follow old Dad.
Gee, this is a neat car.
Yeah, we got to dump it pretty soon. It's too conspicuous. Oh, man, she really is a gasser. Look at her cut out.
Wow. You know, that neat car we saw in Schweiger's lot?
Yeah?
Well, that car, I know just what we could have done to it to fix it up. It wouldn't have taken a lot, just a little work.
Yeah, that was a good car. Man, ain't that something?
Those boats are big, aren't they?
Sure. Well, you see how easy it's going to be to hide somewhere in one of those things? Now, look here, this one over here. See where they're loading that stuff up there in front? Just get on when nobody's looking, climb down in there. You're on your way.
Suppose they find us.
Well, we're going to have dough, see? If we get caught, we just pay our way, and there we are. We got it made.
Whitey, where are we going to get this dough?
Well, I still got that gun.
No, Whitey.
Oh, Ernie, will you take it easy? It'll be easy.
You're sure this is going to work?
I never steered you wrong yet, did I? This job will be a breeze. I got it all worked out. You just stay here and keep the motor running. Be ready to take off. Now, you know the way.
Like we planned it, yeah.
Where are we going to ditch the car?
Behind the warehouse on the dock, yeah.
And the boat?
The Niño Perdido, yeah. Niño means boy. What does Perdido mean?
How should I know? Okay, now. Wait.
And Ernie waited. He didn't want to think about why he was there or where he was going, so he tried to fill his mind with other things. Then he remembered that Perdido meant lost.
Let's go, man.
Wait, what happened?
Something fouled up. Come on, take out.
Like we planned? I don't know. What else?
Well, there they are. After us? You know it. Faster, Ernie.
Almost on us. We're near the dock. Did we ditch the car like we planned? I don't know. You gotta tell me, Whitey.
I guess so, Ernie. Okay, around the warehouse. Run, Ernie.
Whitey! Whitey!
Run, Ernie. Run.
So Ernie ran. Around the warehouse and onto the dock. And fear as big as the night was on him. For now, he was running alone.
My name is Joe Beshke. I'm a seaman on a Niño Perdido. Able-bodied, that is. I'm standing gangway watch, see, and I hear they're shooting down by the warehouse. Well, I'm like this. I always figure when they're shooting, that's when I'm going to make myself scarce. So I ducks down behind this winch, and I see this kid come running down the dock. He's running real crazy, zigzagging all over the place like he lost his rudder. Then he heads this way, and before I can stop him, he's aboard. Well, now, like I say, I wasn't at my station, but anybody could have seen them signs all over the place. There's quarantine, danger, keep off. You see, we was due to sail, but we discovered rats, and we had to fumigate. Anyway, before I knew what he was up to, he had to cover off that small forward hold, and he was down there. Psh, boy, there's enough hydrocyanic acid down there to kill 10 men. It's awful to think about. That kid closed up in there. Died like a rat.
Suspense, in which Sam Edwards and Richard Crenna starred in tonight's presentation of The Prophecy of Bertha Abbott. Be sure to listen again next week when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is directed and transcribed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. You've heard The Prophecy of Bertha Abbott, written by Ann Dowd for Suspense. The music was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. Featured in the cast were Stacey Harris, Paula Winslow, George Walsh, Bill James, Jack Crucian, Richard Beals, and Peggy Weber.
If a prowler entered your home, you'd track him down, wouldn't you? Then why not seek out and eliminate possible sources of accidents in your home? Make frequent checks to see that stairways are uncluttered. Make sure that throw rugs are securely anchored to the floor. Keep matches, medicines, and any poisonous household materials well out of the reach of children. See that lamp cords and switches are kept in good repair. Make everyone in your family a private eye for home safety.
From Hollywood by tape, Suspense. Tonight marks two auspicious occasions on radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Tonight, Suspense begins its 15th season on the air. Tonight, Suspense welcomes as its producer-director the distinguished master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Robeson.
Good evening. On this first program of our new series, we are proud to bring you Miss Patty McCormick, the young star of the Warner Brothers picture, The Bad Seed, in a play written especially for her by Peggy Chandler. Other stars will follow her in a succession of chilling tales of suspense. Next week, Reed Hadley in Red Cloud Mesa, based upon the recent Collier's magazine story, Where the Warriors Crossed. Then, Charles Dickens' immortal story of terror, The Signalman, starring Miss Sarah Churchill. This is the shape of things to come in the weeks to come. We invite your apprehensive listening. We promise never to relax our efforts to chill your blood and fill your sleeping hours with dreams of horror. We shall begin now with Patty McCormick in The Doll, a play well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
Tomorrow's my birthday, but I don't think my father remembers. He didn't ask me what I wanted for a present, like he always used to, before Paula came to live at our house. When people forget your birthday, even if it's your father, I guess that means they don't like you so much anymore.
Valerie, it's your bedtime.
Just 5 minutes more, Paula. Daddy, may I please?
When it comes to bedtime, Val, Paula's the boss.
But on special nights, I'm always allowed.
Is this a special night?
Well, sort of. Tomorrow.
That'll be enough stalling.
I'm not stalling.
Val, you mustn't shout at Paula. Now apologize.
Forget it, George. The child's tired.
I'm not.
Valerie.
I'm sorry, Paula. I apologize.
That's better. Now tell me, what's so special about tonight?
Don't you know what? Honor bright, don't you?
Well, let's see. It's not Christmas Eve or the 4th of July or the first day of school or...
Oh, I know what she's talking about, George. Her birthday. It's tomorrow.
Oh, Val, I'm sorry, baby. I guess I forgot. Oh, but I've had a lot of things on my mind lately. Things at the office.
Valerie, don't look at your father that way. He said he was sorry.
Oh, it's okay, Daddy. I guess I'm too big to care about birthdays anymore.
Well, then I guess you don't want the present I got for you.
Paula, you're wonderful.
So they tell me.
See, Val, your birthday wasn't forgotten after all. Paula remembered.
Thank you very much, Paula.
Don't you want to see your present?
Not till tomorrow. We never open presents ahead of time, Daddy and me. Good night, Paula.
Good night, dear.
Good night, Daddy.
I know I don't deserve it, but I'd sure like a kiss.
Okay. Good night.
Thanks for remembering, darling. If you hadn't, we'd have had a family crisis on our hands. The poor little kid.
Credit my little black book. Right after the wedding, I listed all dates, the forgetting of which would cause crises.
You're either a witch or a wonder, and I don't care to find out which. And no pun intended.
Come on, darling. It's our bedtime, too.
It's not polite to listen when people are having a private conversation. So I ran upstairs and crawled into bed quick and pulled the covers over my head. It took me a long time to fall asleep. What I kept thinking about was that maybe my father would figure out some way to get me his own present by morning. Now it's tomorrow, and I've been waiting downstairs an awfully long time. I always have to wait an awfully long time before they get up on Sundays.
Good morning, Val.
Happy birthday. Here's your present.
Thank you.
And 7 kisses for 7 years. Mm-hmm.
Well, aren't you going to open it?
All right.
What a beautiful doll.
And she has real blonde hair. See?
Same as my mother's. That's what color her hair was. Blonde.
Now, baby, let's not talk about that.
What are you going to name your new doll?
Henny, like my mother.
But, Val, that makes 2 teddy bears, 3 dolls, and a jack-in-the-box, all named Henny. Wouldn't it be easier to keep them straight if you gave her a different name?
How about Patricia? That's a pretty name.
Her name's Henny.
Well, I guess that settles that. Let me have her a minute, Valerie. I want to show you her gadget.
I don't want it to have a gadget.
Oh, you'll have fun with this one.
Give Paula the doll, Val.
Now, let's see. Oh, here it is. Right in the middle of her back, under her dress. Now, you just wind the key up, like this.
Does it hurt her?
Of course not.
Just remember to wind her up carefully so you won't break the spring. Here. Now, listen.
What is it?
It's her heart beating. Isn't that fun?
She's like a real live person.
Here, Val, hold her.
What happens if it stops?
Nothing. You just wind her up again.
Oh. Daddy?
Yes?
Why didn't you wind my mother up again?
Well, Val, it's not quite the same with people as it is with dolls.
If you wound her up, her heart wouldn't have stopped. And she wouldn't be dead.
But Val...
Did you want her to get dead? So you and Paula could get...
That's enough. You can't wind people up again, and that's all there is to it.
You could if you really wanted to.
No, Val. Not even if you wanted to very, very much.
I don't believe you.
Well, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm starving. How about some breakfast?
I'm for that. Come on, Val. You can help flip the pancakes.
I don't want to.
Well, I'll call you when everything's ready, Val. Come on, George.
I'll take care of you, Henny. I won't ever let you get dead, I promise.
What's the matter with the hotcakes, Val? Don't you like them?
Yes.
Then why aren't you eating them?
I'm not hungry.
Val, that racket makes me nervous.
It's not a racket, it's Henny's heart.
All right. But why don't you put the doll in the other room?
Her name's Henny.
All right. Why don't you take Henny into the living room until we finish breakfast?
Because I promised her I'd never leave her alone. Not ever.
Oh, this is going to be jolly.
I don't care. And I'm not going to leave her alone. Then her heart will stop, and then she'll be dead. Just like
That's enough, Valerie. Now take the doll into the living room.
No.
Very well, then go to your room.
George, what's the point in making a scene? Now, let us stay. There's a whole pile of hotcakes going begging. Here.
Daddy.
Thank you.
May I please be excused?
Not until you've finished your breakfast.
I can't. I'm not hungry.
Then go. And take that thing with you.
I took Henny to my secret place, down at the end of the garden where the big, cool vines make a little house that's all hidden from everyone. No one knows about it except me, and now Henny. Every time her heart starts to slow down, I wind her up again, but very carefully so I won't break the spring. It's funny how I feel about Henny and my mother, and about Henny and me. It's sort of like, if she stops, I'll stop too. It's funny to feel this way. Scary.
Believe me, darling, I can appreciate how
Now here comes Paul and my father. I have to be very quiet now so they won't find out about my secret place.
Why not wait till tonight? She'll have to go to sleep sooner or later. When she wakes up, the doll can be just one more ash in the incinerator.
I'll never let them do that to you, Henny. Never, I promise. We'll run away. And I'll never go to sleep. We'll run away and hide in the woods.
Who's there?
Don't be scared, Henny. He's just fishing. He won't hurt us. I don't think he will.
I said, who's there?
It's only us, Henny and me.
Well, come on out. Let me take a look at you.
See? We were just out for a walk and...
Oh, and you decided to come around and scare all the fish, huh?
we didn't mean to.
What's making that noise?
Henny, it's her heart. I have to keep her wound up all the time, forever, so she won't get dead.
Well, you're a funny kid, aren't you?
I don't know.
Well, I like funny kids. I was one myself. Big ears, pigeon toes, freckles, you know, the works.
I have braces on my teeth, too. See?
Hey, that's mighty important looking.
Do you really think so?
You bet.
I never thought of them as being important. Can we watch you fish?
Sure, if you're quiet.
Okay.
Sleepy?
A little bit, I guess.
Well, why don't you stretch out there and catch 40 winks?
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Well, I told you I have to keep Henny wound up.
I'll tell you what. I'll take care of her while you're asleep.
Well, it would be good to take a nap. I've got a hard day ahead of me, but...
Well, you go ahead. I'll watch her.
Honor bright?
Honor bright.
All right. See, the key's right here in the middle of her back. And you have to be sure to wind her up before she stops. And you have to do it very carefully, so as not to break the spring.
Well, there's an awful lot of instructions, but I think I can manage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is nice, soft grass. It feels good.
Shh, the fish. Go to sleep.
Okay.
You are listening The Doll. Tonight's presentation on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Henny, everything's going to be all right. I won't let you get dead.
Hey, look what I just caught. Big mouse bass. I bet it weighs 5 pounds easy.
You broke your promise.
What's the matter?
She almost died. And you said honor bright.
Gee, I'm sorry. I didn't think she'd run down so soon. I got this bite, see? And... Hey, where are you going?
I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know any place that would be safe for Henny and me, where I could keep her from dying. So I just held her and kept winding her up and walking around for an awfully long time. And now it's starting to rain, and that makes everything worse, because when it rains, it thunders and lightnings. It wouldn't be so bad to be home in bed with Henny and pull all the covers up over our heads. And I wish I'd eaten breakfast, because now I wouldn't be so hungry.
Popcorn! Hot butter popcorn!
Maybe I can get some popcorn from that popcorn man.
Take your popcorn.
Want some popcorn, Henny?
Popcorn!
Only thing is, I don't like his monkey. He looks kind of mean. He jumps around so quick.
Hot butter popcorn! Here, want some popcorn, little girl?
How much does it cost?
10 cents, 1 cent dime.
I only have a nickel.
Oh, too bad.
But we're awfully hungry.
So it's a monkey, so it costs 10 cents a bag of popcorn.
Can I buy a half a bag?
What kind of noise is that?
It's my doll's heart. Her name's Henny. What's your monkey's name?
He got no name.
Doesn't he get lonely without a name?
I tell you what, I swap you a bag of popcorn for your baby doll with a heart. Fair enough, eh?
No, you can't have her.
Monkey like her. You like her yellow hair. You see water.
No, make him stop.
You better give her to him. He like her hair. Hey, watch out, he bite you.
Make him go away. Please make him let go.
The monkey, the baby doll.
Please make him let go. I guess the thunder scared the monkey, too, because he let go of Henny's hair, and we got away and started running through the rain. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And then I remembered Chris. He'll help me. He's my best friend. window.
Hi, Valerie. What's the matter?
Come on out and I'll tell you.
I'm not allowed. My mother says it's going to rain again.
Oh, please, Chris, please.
I can't.
But you have to. It's the most important thing in the whole world. And you have to help me.
Your father's looking for you.
Oh, Chris, then I really have to run away.
Where to?
Well, I don't know yet. Come with me, please.
What for?
To help with Henny. This is Henny.
She's pretty.
Like my mother. You could take care of her when I go to sleep. Then you could go to sleep and I'd watch her. It would be like playing house. And then she'll never die. Please.
I can't. Your father called the police from our house.
He did?
I guess they're out looking for you with sirens and badges and everything.
Oh, but I didn't do anything wrong, Chris. Why did he have to call the police?
I don't know. I have to go now, Val.
Oh, no, Chris, please, no.
Your father told me you were missing and all about how you look and what you're wearing.
What do they do to us if they catch us? Will they send us to jail? Will they, Chris?
No, they'll just make you go home, that's all.
But I can't go home. They'll put Henny in the incinerator. Paula said so. I heard her.
Oh, what? She's just a doll.
No, she's not. She's Henny. And if she dies, something will happen to me. I know it.
What are you talking about, Valerie?
Oh, Chris, help me, please.
I can't. And anyway, I don't want to run away.
Chris, get me a big box. Big enough to put Henny in. And lend me a pair of your jeans and a jacket. I'll put them on in the garage, and they won't recognize me, and we'll be safe.
Sounds like a cuckoo-head idea to me, but... Well, okay.
Just get them and throw them out the window. And you won't tell anybody you saw me, will you, Chris?
No. Not unless they make me.
I sneaked into the garage and put on Chris's clothes and fixed Henny up in the box as fast as I could. Then we started running away. It wasn't raining anymore, but it was getting pretty dark, and I was scared. And all of a sudden, I bumped right into somebody.
Hey!
It was a policeman.
What's the big idea?
Well, I'm very sorry about bumping into you.
Look where you're going.
Well, I know I'm sorry.
Shouldn't you be home having your supper?
Well, no. I mean...
What's your name?
Henrietta.
Henrietta what?
Christopher.
Henrietta Christopher. That's a pretty name.
Thank you.
Now, what have you got in that box?
Well, see, that's why I'm not supposed to be home having my supper. Because there's a picnic luncheon here, and I'm taking it over to my friend's house. And we're going to eat it there.
How about a sample?
Oh, I don't think you'd care for it. It's just plain old peanut butter and mayonnaise sandwiches on whole wheat bread.
You must have an awful lot of them in there. A pretty big box.
Oh, my friend and I, we just love them.
Well, run along now. Have yourselves a ball.
It got darker and darker, and I didn't know where to go or what to do. I couldn't keep walking around because maybe the next policeman might look into the box and see Henny. And it was very hard finding hiding places to stop and wind her up. I had to go someplace that somebody in the whole world didn't know about except me. Then I could sit down and hold Henny in my lap and take care of her, and we'd be together forever and ever. So I decided my secret place down at the end of the garden would be the best place. That's where we are now, just Henny and me alone. The light in my father's room just went out. It's awfully dark, because there isn't even any moonlight. And all the noises of the night sound funny and close. Not like when you're asleep in bed, and you can hear the clock on the dresser. Ticking. Ticking. Tock. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. Tock. Tick. Tick. Tock. No, you're not dead. You're not. Oh, I'm winding you up just as fast as I can, Henny dear. Then you'll be alive again. Oh, please, please. I broke it. I broke your heart, Henny. Oh, I didn't mean to. Please, oh, please, don't stay dead. Don't stay dead like my mother did. Oh, Henny!
I'm afraid it is a heart attack. A fatal one, Doctor. It's too soon to tell.
Well, of course, Doctor, we've had to be prepared for something like this, knowing that she inherited the condition from her mother.
Yes, of course, but the doll brought it on.
What do you mean?
Surely you must realize it was an ill-chosen gift.
Why, it never occurred to me, Doctor. It didn't, George. Really, it didn't. I had no idea. It was just a silly little doll with a gadget. A different gadget from most dolls. George. George.
Suspense, in which Miss Patty McCormick starred in The Doll by Peggy Chandler. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with another play well calculated to keep you in suspense. Suspense is produced, directed, and taped in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. The special score for tonight's play was composed and conducted by Lynn Murray. Featured in the cast were Richard Beals, Mary Jane Croft, Shepard Menken, Dick LeGrand, and Louis Van Ruten. Suspense. From Hollywood, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, and its producer, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Good evening. Tonight we have taken a page from Collier's magazine. Several pages, in fact. A story called Where the Warriors Crossed by William Eastlake. We have added the chants of Navajo Indians and the histrionic talents of Reed Hadley. And then, for reasons which are not entirely captious, we have changed the title. But the story is substantially the same, designed to be uneasily remembered long after the next 30 minutes have ended. A story of a tormented mind and a proud tradition. We begin now as Reed Hadley stars in Red Cloud Mesa, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Red Cloud Mesa, a great red stone fist thrusting into the thin air above the flat plateau. There's none higher between Kayenta and Ship Rock. So high the clouds catch on it sometimes.
Red clouds if the sun is rising or setting. Red Cloud Mesa. Below the mesa where the wheel tracks snake across the reservation from Gallup is the Red Cloud Trading Post. I'm the trader. One white man amongst thousands of Indians. Lonely? Yeah, sometimes. But I like it. I think of the Navajos as my people. They think of me as their friend. That's the way it's always been with us. I was born here. I grew up here. Today, I nearly died here. I've been expecting you, Four Thumbs.
You're my prisoner, Captain.
That the same gun you killed the guard with?
How did you know?
The radio's full of it. How you shot your way out of the psychiatric ward of the Veterans Hospital. How
you believe everything you hear on the radio and read in the newspapers?
Most everything.
You'd believe them before you'd believe the man who served under you? A man that was in your outfit in France?
In this case, yes.
For an Indian, a quiet, padded cell is no place to die.
It's no place for anyone to die.
Then you won't turn me in, Captain?
Can't do anything else. Unless you leave.
I've got no place to leave to, Captain. That's why I come here. I counted on you to help me. You always have.
Have I?
Yes. In the Bulge that time, when my platoon was cut off for 6 days, you got through with help just in time. I couldn't have lasted a minute longer.
I got through a day too late.
You crazy? Look, Captain, I'm here. I'm alive. Feel me. You got through just in time.
1, maybe 2 days too late. I'm sorry.
What you sorry for? I'm alive.
Yes, alive. You was alive when I got to him. That day in the Bulge. The only one left alive. He was giving orders to a platoon of dead men and carrying the orders out himself. It must have been like that for his forefathers who defended this final mesa here against the white man 100 years ago. Like them, he didn't know how to say surrender. He only knew that the mesa, this position somewhere on the flank of Astonia, must be held. He didn't know that his mind must be held also. And after the 6th day of the enemy breakthrough, after 6 days of the water, he didn't notice that his mind had deserted the action and left his body all alone defending the position. Give me that gun.
You'll hide me?
I don't know yet. Give me the gun and unlock the door.
No, I won't let them take me.
That's an order, Corporal. You're back in my outfit now. I take all the responsibility and I give all the orders. Give me your gun.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, please open the door.
Yes, Captain.
You heard the news, Mr. Bowman.
What news?
That psycho from Window Rock broke out, killed a man, and ditched his car in the Shawili. They figure he's headed this way.
I heard.
We better be ready.
We are ready. Rabbit Stockings, I want you to meet one of us.
One of us?
One of us, I want you to meet Rabbit Stockings.
Yate, one of us.
Yate, Rabbit Stockings.
If he is headed this way, Mr. Bowman, I could begin to put my knowledge into motion.
Rabbit Stockings is referring to the correspondence course he's taking to learn to be an FBI man.
I am also taking a course in bodybuilding, pedicure, and diesel engines.
Why?
Because I don't want to be a dumb Indian all my life. I want to have a white man's diploma in something.
I think you're crazy.
Would you care to look at my latest men wanted bulletins?
No.
A truck is coming. Not a diesel. A gasoline-driven truck. I can tell by the sound.
Looks like old man McGurry's pickup.
Captain.
Maybe you'd better let Rabbit Stocking show you his FBI lesson, one of us.
Yes, sir.
Come then. Because you are Mr. Bowman's friend, I will show you the secret place where I hide my white man's knowledge from the dumb Indians.
I still think you're crazy.
Go out the back way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was old man McGurry's pickup, all right. But it carried a passenger I was expecting. State Trooper Arturo Trujillo, who was responsible to the citizens of New Mexico for keeping the peace in 1,000 square miles of Indian and white man's land. He was in old man McGurry's pickup because the state took a dim view of buying him a new front end for his black and white patrol car every time he had to chase an Indian through the backcountry.
Buenos dias, George.
Oh, hi, Arturo. What's new?
We got Indian trouble. Give me a pack of cigarettes and a candy bar.
Yeah. There you are.
Thanks. I'm supposed to be watching my figure, but they say this is quick energy.
How's the wife?
Well, she's watching her figure.
And McGurry's boy, he's still watching her figure?
Not anymore, he ain't. Had a talk with him the other night, out of uniform.
Uh-huh.
Where are you hiding the Indian?
Oh, that's why I pay my taxes, to pay you to find out where they hide.
New Mexico don't collect enough taxes for that. We need your help.
Don't ask me any questions, Arturo. Just don't ask me any questions, huh?
Okay. But don't make me look bad.
Ever been in a padded cell, Arturo?
Oh, me? You damn crazy or something?
No, of course not. But take a look out that front window.
I've seen the view before.
Looking out there, you'd think this Navajo land went on forever. On and on from one blue range of mountains to the next. Can you imagine an Indian born out here dying in a padded cell?
Okay, George. Just don't make me look bad. That's all. Promise you won't make me look bad.
Promise me you won't try to be a hero?
Listen, you got 60,000 Indians on this reservation. Think I want to be a hero with those kind of odds? I like to come home nights in one piece.
I don't blame you. You have a very attractive wife. Here, take her some of these candy bars. My compliments.
All this time, I never suspected you.
Well, you should spend more time at home, Arturo.
I know. That's where I'm going now. But first, I got to take a look around. Got to make a report. Don't forget, I got a citizen outside. Old man McGurry. I got to go through the motions.
I'll send Yellow Salt for someone to show you around.
What can Yellow Salt do?
You don't understand these people, Arturo. Yellow Salt is an elder.
So he squats on the trading post porch all day while his wife herds the sheep.
It is the privilege of an elder.
Wish I knew their secret. Maybe I could get an honest day's work out of my wife.
I'll be right back. Ahalane, Nazone.
Ahalane, Sansia.
The ending of the day finds you well, Yellow Salt?
Well enough. But I have been asking myself a question.
Oh, what is the question, brother? Perhaps I can help find an answer.
It is this, Sansia. What is the cop doing here?
He's perfectly safe. He's got to make a report. We don't want to make him look bad.
Sansia, this presents another question. What is it he doesn't want to look bad about?
That psycho boy, Four Thumbs. He escaped and killed a man. The cop has orders to look for him. They want to put him back in a padded cell.
Then really, Sansia, what can I do not to help?
Why, really not to help? Go find me a boy named One of Us, who is with Rabbit Stocking, so he can show this officer around so that this officer can make out a report and not look so bad that they will send someone else who is thinking in terms of heroic action. Or worse, someone who is sincere.
As you say, then, I will do my very best not to help, since this officer is not sincere.
You know where Rabbit Stockings hides his white man's lesson.
Everybody knows. In that little cave where the petrified tree rolled off the edge of Black Canyon.
Everybody knows?
Even so, only Rabbit Stockings does not know that everybody knows. So he still has his secret.
My thanks go with you, brother.
It is an honor to be able not to help the police.
Someone will be here to show you around in a few minutes, Arturo.
Thanks, Josh. I just want to look. I don't want to look bad,
Don't worry, you won't look bad.
I always get the feeling that these Indians of yours don't trust me.
That they don't trust sincere people. Are you sincere, Arturo?
Huh? I don't get you.
Well, the Navajos feel that their nation has been cheated out of almost everything they ever owned by sincere people. You know, I think they have a point there.
It looks like you don't trust them.
What do you mean?
How come you got this carbine leaning against the showcase?
Hey, watch out, it's loaded.
But why?
I don't know, really. I live with that gun from Red Beach to the Rhine. Sort of became a part of me. I just feel better having it around.
Better or more sincere, George?
In just a moment, we return to tonight's tale of Suspense, Red Cloud Mesa, starring Reed Hadley.
I'd like to say a few words to you servicemen and women who are bed patients in Army, Navy, or Air Force hospitals. There's a good way and a profitable one you can spend your time while you're recuperating, and that's by enrolling for a USAFI course. Not only can you take one of more than 340 courses offered by USAFI, but the Institute has also prepared a list of some 40 educational manuals covering a variety of subjects, from the mechanics of English and the study of our American government to the management of a poultry farm and the running of a variety store. You'll find any one of the 40 microfilms interesting and of great value to your future. For a uniform education, study with USAFI.
And now, we continue with Red Cloud Mesa, starring Reed Hadley, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. I realize now how foolish I was. But at the time, I was seduced by the delicious irony of the situation. What less sincere way to make State Trooper Trujillo not look bad than to have the man he was hunting show him around? I thought I was thinking as a Navajo thinks. I should have realized that this is as impossible as it would be for rabbit stockings to think as a white man thinks.
It is very dark in here, Rabbit Stocking.
It should be. The sun has not warmed this earth for 60 million years. I have a candle somewhere. Here it is.
What is this talk of 60 million years?
Look about you. The roots of the ancient tree turned to stone. When the tree at last rolled into the canyon, it left this cave where its roots had been for 60 million years.
Where did you hear this child's story?
Mr. Bowman told me. The Sancia says it is science. See this rock? He says it's called petrified wood.
The Sancia is crazy. All white men are crazy.
Crazy enough to own the world. Crazy enough to herd all the dumb Indians onto reservations. You want to be a dumb Indian all your life? Don't you want to have a white man's diploma in something?
No, because I'm not crazy.
I just cannot believe that one does not seek to better oneself.
Listen. You learn every word in those lessons. You think any white man will give you a job? They used to say the only good Indian is a dead Indian. Now they change it a little. They say the only good Indian is a dumb Indian, a blanket Indian. But you see, next time they go crazy, next time they start fighting, they'll change again. Then they'll say the only good Indian is the Indian who fights for his country. And they'll take you out and teach you to kill and kill and kill. They teach you so good, they get hurt feelings when you can't forget how to kill.
We are a peaceful people, one of us. Not everyone is like that crazy psycho Indian from Window Rock who shot his way out of the...
I will kill you, Rabbit Stocking.
Put down that rock.
Petrified wood, you said it was. A piece of the Sancia's phony tree. But it's hard enough and sharp enough to smash your crazy head.
I do not understand. I meant nothing by what I said.
You said too much, Rabbit Stockings.
You think this cave has been here for 60 million years? Very well. You shall remain in it for another 60 million.
No, don't.
Professor. Huh? I'll take that rock. I didn't hear you behind me.
I didn't mean that you should. It is an interesting rock. See how it glints in the candlelight? But Sancerre's 60 million years. It's difficult for even an Indian to believe.
Sancerre's crazy.
Of course.
You saved my life, Yellowstone.
He's crazy, too.
Of course. The Sancerre wants you back at the post.
But he just sent me up here.
Your name is one of us, is it not?
No. Four Thumbs.
What? I thought so. Come, the Sancerre is waiting.
In the back room of the trading post, Ben Yazzie, the silversmith, was singing as he hammered away at a turquoise-studded gatehouse. Then a couple of women wandered into the store, carrying their babies wrapped on cradle boards. Silently, they unlibbered the cradle boards and stacked their babies upright against the wall. Silently, they squatted beside them, never taking their eyes from Arturo Trujillo, the uniform symbol of white man's authority. A little later, old man Tornface slipped in without a word, his toothless mouth twisted into a permanent grin by a long-ago kick of a forgotten pony. Then a couple of dirty-faced kids with scraggly, uncombed hair. And they sat there, all of them, wordless.
They make me nervous, George. Tell them to get out.
They belong here, Arturo. You don't.
You're making me look bad in front of them, George.
What do you care, just so you don't look bad in front of the white men and Gallup?
All right, George. All right.
He turned his back on his silent audience, stamped out his cigarette, and began to build a pyramid with the candy bars I had given him for his wife. He worked at his pointless task with such intensity that sweat stood out in the afternoon stubble on his jaw. There was no sound now. It was silent inside the storeroom, silent as death. Outside, silence too, save for the Albuquerque plain far off. And closer, a fly buzzing on the screen door. The pyramid was finished, all but the capstone. Arturo carefully raised the final candy bar.
Hey, what's the big idea? You made me wreck it.
You're crazy.
What did you say?
I said you're crazy. Want to make something of it?
I was just having some fun.
Arturo, this is one of us. He'll show you around.
Don't bother. I guess I've been here long enough to make a report. Old man McGurry is getting impatient.
Anything you say, Arturo?
Don't forget what you promised, George.
Oh, I won't, Arturo.
What did you promise, Sancerre? You double-crossed me?
No, one of us. I promised him that you would not get caught by somebody else in his territory. And that you would always be a good soldier and not cause any more trouble, so you would not die in a padded cell.
Why did you send for me to show him around?
If you showed him around, then he could not find you hiding, could he?
No, Captain.
You will go back now to Rabbit Stocking's cave. You will stay there until it is safe for you to take a hogan.
Yes, Captain.
Hey, George, I forgot. Hey, you crazy Indian, put down the...
Williams!
He's back!
George! I only come back for the candy.
Four Thumbs stood at attention, eyes straight ahead. State Trooper Trujillo lay in the doorway, one boot holding the screen ajar. Lay very still. The buzzing fly eagerly circled a trickle of blood that oozed across the floor. One of the babies wailed in fright, and the chant began. The chant of the enemy way. The chant that would protect the people from molestation by the ghost of this foreigner. I think you and I had better go up on the mesa, Corporal.
Yes, Captain. But...
Yes?
Beg pardon, sir, but I thought I was to go back to the cave.
A new situation has developed since then. It is necessary to change the orders.
Yes, sir.
Ord. Oh! yellowish yellow horizon as we started up the narrow trail along the face of the mesa. Already that giant red fist had snatched a streamer of cloud which floated wistfully toward where night crouched darkening blue in the east. We climbed silently, steadily, 10, 15 minutes, upward across the sheer face of the cliff. Four Thumbs holding the proper combat patrol distance 10 yards behind me. Steadily, up, always up, toward the gathering clouds now orange with the dying sun.
Captain.
Yes, Corporal?
I've still got the carbine.
I had forgotten completely. I turned slowly, erect, trying to look like a CO in my cowhide jacket and Levi's. Yes, he still had the gun. A Section 8 psycho who was also a combat infantryman still had the gun and still held his prescribed position 10 yards behind me. Well, I should hope so, Corporal. A man isn't much good on a patrol without a gun.
Yes, sir.
The trail was narrower now as it approached the switchback. 600 feet up the sheer cliff wall from the desert floor. And above, the clouds were thicker and the mesa's fist. All orange now, deep orange.
Captain.
Yes, Corporal?
Ever hear of an officer being shot in the back by one of his own men?
We were close to the clouds now. It was chill on the mesa, but I began to sweat, suddenly, explicably. And the sweat was not warm. Oh, you hear stories like that from time to time, back of the lines. Up front? Well, I suppose it depends on what kind of a leader a man is.
Yes, Captain.
We were clambering over boulders now. The great rocks that Four Thumbs' forefathers had rolled down from the mesa top, thinking to keep the white man away forever. They almost did. But defending this final fort, the top of this dry mesa, 200 feet above us in the clouds, they ran out of water. No one quit. They were still up there. And then we were at the switchback. And a moment later, we were in the cloud. A red cloud now, where the misty blood of the day's death surrounded us, cold, damp. The ghost stuff of the ancient warriors whose bones still lay above us. And their voices, too, it seemed, pressing on us in the clammy cloud. All right, take 5, Corporal.
Yes, sir.
I stopped and leaned back against the cliff wall. The trail was only a foot wide here, out beyond the red mist. I waited, and only knew his coming by the sound of his footfalls until all at once he materialized beside me. He leaned back, too, careful to keep the carbine on his right side, the side away from me.
I heard plenty of stories like that overseas, Captain.
Oh, I dare say it's happened. More than once. Any leader takes a chance. That's one of the risks of leadership. In combat, when a man's head races with blood, when it's kill or be killed, sure, it could happen, but...
But what, sir?
Well, when a soldier comes back out of the lines, when a soldier is back in the rear area and safe and begins to kill his own outfit, and there's nothing anyone can do to help him.
Help?
That's what I said. No longer any help for him. Then it's up to the soldier himself, if he isn't crazy, to figure out a way of saving the outfit he's destroying.
Yes, sir.
We're cut off completely up here, Corporal. You can do anything you want with the rest of the outfit. You've got the gun.
Yes, Captain.
That's the first time I never saw your carbine leaning against the countersunk here.
And you never will again, Rabbit Stockings.
I'd expect that dumb Indian to bury a man's weapon with him, but not a white man. It was a valuable gun.
My people believe a man is more valuable. And we respect your ancient customs.
Thank you. And thank your people. It must have been quite a climb, carrying his body all the way to the top of the mesa.
That's where he belonged. Up there with the other warriors.
And those old people, cut off up there without water. They must have gone crazy before they died.
Probably.
But they stuck it out when they could have quit.
Yes, they did. And he was their son.
Suspense. In which Reed Hadley starred in Red Cloud Mesa. Listen. Listen to Suspense when we return with Miss Sarah Churchill in Charles Dickens' tale of terror, The Signalman. A story well calculated to keep you in suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Red Cloud Mesa was adapted by Mr. Robeson from the Collier's Magazine story, Where the Warriors Crossed by William Eastlake.
This is the Man in Black, here to introduce this half hour of suspense.
Now, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Mardi Gras in New Orleans. A gay time, a lot of laughs, if you're in on it. But me, I was stuck in a stuffy hotel room waiting for a call from the boss. I paced back and forth, wishing the boss would call me so I could get out of that room. I didn't dare leave, even to go down and get a paper. He's that kind of a guy. He expects you to be on tap all the time. There was no radio in the room and nothing to read. I went through all the drawers, hoping somebody had left behind a magazine or seed catalog, anything. And then I found it. The Bible. The Gideon Bible. For years I've seen him in hotel rooms, but I never paid any attention to him. But now I opened the book. 1 Samuel, chapter 19. I lay down on the bed and started to read. The knock surprised me. I'd forgotten about the bellhop. I got up to go to the door, and I realized that I had the Bible in my hand. It's a fine thing when a man feels embarrassed caught reading the Bible, but that's how I felt, embarrassed. I stuffed it under the pillow and went to the door. Well, you sure took your time. Oh, I thought it was the bellhop.
I'm the house detective. Sorry to disturb you.
That's all right. What's the matter?
Well, it seems that the woman who had this room before you lost her pocketbook. She thinks she left it here.
I'm sorry, there's no pocketbook here.
Well, I'd better take a look.
I'd have seen it if it was here. But come on in if you want.
Thanks.
See, there's no pocketbook here.
Yeah, but she's sure she left it here. I'll have to go through everything.
There's nothing in there but my stuff. Do you have to go
What's
through...
What's the matter? Don't you want me to look for it?
No, it isn't that, but I've been through all those drawers already.
You'd be surprised at things people leave behind in hotels.
Yeah, I guess I would be.
Nobody else has been in here, have they?
No, nobody. I can't even get a bellhop in here.
You've been out of the room?
No. And look, I'm not responsible for anything that was left here.
No, of course you're not. Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you.
That's all right. Say, tell that bellhop to get up here, will you?
Yeah. I'll tell him. Good night.
Yeah, he was a strange guy. But then all house sticks are. I lay down again and went back to reading the Bible. Once I got used to the old-fashioned language, I found it pretty interesting. The story of David, anyway. A guy being chased by everybody and not knowing who his enemies were, every minute expecting to get killed. I was down to the part where David's wife puts a dummy in his bed as a decoy to save his life when I was interrupted again. This time, I automatically stuck the Bible under the pillow and went to the door.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I wonder if you could help me.
Well,
I'm having a most awful time. I tried and it just won't work. The room's so stuffy.
How's that?
The window in my room, it won't open. Would you open it for me?
Oh, I sure. Which room is it?
Right next to yours, just around this corner, room 300. You know, I have the same trouble on buses. The windows never open. It drives me mad. You can see how stuffy the room is.
This window?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that odd? It opened for you.
Yes, it did, and easy, too. And so does this one.
Can't understand.
Are you sure you tried?
You don't think I'd come to your door and ask you to come over here if I didn't need something, do you?
It's been done.
Maybe, but I wouldn't know. Now that you're here, would you like to have a drink? Do you have trouble, I mean?
No, I don't think I can.
You can watch the parade much better here than on your side of the building.
Oh, no, I can't.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry, I have to go. That's my phone.
Wait. Don't go. You can have the call transferred here. But it's silly to go all the way back to your room.
Hello, Cummings here. Oh, yes, sir. I've been waiting for your call. Now, listen, I covered the whole territory down here, and things look pretty healthy. You see, the main difficulty has been... I stared at my briefcase. I'd left it on the dresser. Now it was on the bed, and everything had been pulled out of it. The closet door was ajar, and the drawers in the bureau were open. My Gladstone apparently hadn't been touched, but everything else had. I heard the boss talking trends and business conditions, but my mind was on a girl who wanted a window open, a window that wasn't stuck, while somebody searched my room. Calmly, I finished my conversation and hung up. There was no reason now for me to stay in the room. I gathered up my stuff, and I took the Bible from under the pillow. Funny, I'd gotten interested in it. I wanted to go on reading it, so I stuck it in my top coat and walked out of the room. On my way to the elevator, I got a sudden impulse. I stopped in front of room 300 and knocked.
Who are you looking for, mister?
Oh, where's the lady?
Nobody in there now. Lady just checked out.
Well, that's impossible. I was just here.
I don't know anything about that, but she checked out a couple of minutes ago. See? Gotta clean it up after her right now. I'm gonna be glad when this Mardi Gras over. Everybody go crazy. Hotel go crazy. People check in, check out. Steal everything that ain't tied down.
Steal?
I said steal. Ashtrays, fast towels, soap. I wouldn't be surprised they'd take the beds next.
The Bible in my pocket suddenly felt like a pound of uranium. I wondered if the cleaning woman could read the guilt on my face, but she put her wastebasket down in the hall and went back in to clean the room. For a second, I considered taking the Bible back to room 302. Maybe I would have, if it hadn't been for the discarded book jacket in the wastebasket. It was gaudy, red and yellow. I grabbed it up, put it around the Bible. The title read, "You Will Die Tonight."
All for Dr. McManus. Dr. McManus, please.
Front boy. Show this gentleman 506, please. Oh, are you checking out, Mr. Cummings? Let me see. You in room...
302.
302. Oh, my.
What's the matter?
I've had so much trouble over that room. I was supposed to hold it for a lady, but you can't keep rooms vacant during Mardi Gras. I gave her the room next to yours, but she kicked like crazy, the manager.
Next to me?
Yes, room number 300. She just checked out a few minutes ago.
I don't know what this is all about, but there's something peculiar going on in room 302.
Peculiar?
I didn't mind the house detective coming in to look for the purse, but I didn't like having my stuff searched while I was out of the room.
Searched?
Yeah, I said searched.
Now, you say the house detective did this?
He said the woman who had the room before me left her purse.
Oh,
and
but
he
that's impossible.
What do you mean?
A man had the room ahead of you. Oh, yeah, I'm positive of it. Just a minute, I got the register right here. A man, Mr. Gregory. Now, the house detective isn't on duty today, but when he comes in
Not
tomorrow...
on duty? Well, then what was he doing in my room?
Today?
Of course today, tonight. A tall guy with black hair.
Some mistake, Mr. Cummings. Our house detective, Mr. St. Clair, is short and bald. And he hadn't been in the hotel all day. He's homesick.
Well, it had all the makings of an interesting little intrigue. But I left the mystery of room 302 with the room clerk and went to the cigar stand. It was 8 o'clock. My train wouldn't leave until midnight.
Yes, sir. What'll it be? Cigarettes or cigars?
Cigars. 3 Coronas. Make it 6.
I always like to sell cigars. Men don't smoke cigars like they used to. Cigarettes, that's the fashion today. They give me a good cigar every time.
Somebody's having a good time.
Ooh, they all have a good time during the carnival.
Say, I wonder where I could check my bag and briefcase for a little while.
Want to see the parade?
Yeah, I thought I would. Mill around a little bit. I got a couple hours to kill.
Well, I'd be glad to keep it for you. I'm on duty till midnight.
Oh, would you? Say, that's mighty nice of you.
Don't mind at all. Mardi Gras is something to see. You shouldn't miss it. But you'll have more fun if you rent a costume. Hotels got them for rent, you know.
No, thanks. I'll go as I am. He stuck my stuff under his counter, and I elbowed my way across the crowded lobby to the street door. Through the glass, my eyes met the eyes of another man, the tall man with black hair, the man who had said he was the house detective. I swung the hotel door open. I had a few questions I wanted to ask that boy, but he was swallowed up in the crowd. And then a big hand clapped me on the shoulder, and a voice boomed in my ear.
There you are, sinner.
I whirled around and looked into the mask of a laughing, red-faced devil.
Don't try to evade me, sinner. I've come to collect you with my nice, shiny pitchfork. And when the devil comes for you, your time is up.
All I could see in the mask was a pair of eyes. They were green eyes, and they were laughing. And the devil threw his arm around my shoulder and urged me along the street. I balked a little. I hadn't had anything to drink. The whole thing seemed kind of silly, but before I knew what happened, a clown grabbed my other arm.
Let's take the sinner to the fiery furnace.
And the two of them, the devil and the clown, were propelling me down the street toward a parked car.
Come along, sinner.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
The sinner's reluctant. Push him in, the crowd.
Look.
Get in, sinner.
Hey, you guys. Hey, let me out of here. Look, where are you going?
All right. Let's have it.
What?
The Bible. The Bible you took out of room 302.
The Bible? Say, you're not drunk.
Don't waste time on him. Frisk him.
Look, I don't know who you are.
He hasn't got it on him. What'd you do with it? What is it?
I told you I haven't got it. Oh!
That's to let you know we're not playing. Now let's take it again, huh? Where's the Bible?
I tell you I haven't got it. I had it, but I guess I lost it.
Lost it? Where'd you lose it?
I don't know. Why, you...
Don't do that, sinner. It's just as easy for me to pull this trigger as to look at you.
But I'm telling you the truth. I haven't got it anymore.
All right, you haven't got it. But you'll tell me where it is, you understand, if I have to kill you to find out. What are you stopping for?
Oh, the crowd. I can't get through.
Come on, let's get moving. Get out of here.
What do you want me to do? Drive over them?
Come on, get out of here.
A bunch of rebels, drunk and out for bear, opened the back door of the car and started climbing over it. Nothing would stop them from weaving through. They thought it was fun pushing and shoving each other. One of them fell, sprawled across the devil's lap, and they began to pile up. And suddenly, I knew that this was escape. I climbed out of the car. I ran blindly away from them. I saw a cab at an intersection. I ran out, opened the door, and there he was, in the back seat, the phony house detective. I slammed the cab door and bolted across the street. There was a policeman on the corner directing traffic. I ran up to him.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
They're trying to kill me. You've got to help me.
Kill you? Who's trying to kill you?
The devil. He's after me.
The devil?
Yes, and the clown, too.
Mickey Mouse?
I mean it. I'm serious.
You're drunker than you look.
I haven't had a drink, I tell you. They're trying to kill me.
And why would they be doing that?
Because they want the Bible.
The Bible.
Yes, you see, I stole the Bible and... Here they come now.
Who?
The devil and the clown across the street. Look, you've got to get me out of it. You've got to stop them. They'll kill me.
Sure, now, take it easy, young fella.
There you are, sinner. Come on. What are you trying to do? Get us in trouble?
Sure, he's going to miss the party.
It's all a trick. Don't listen to him.
This young fella claims you're trying to kill him.
Me? Oh, not me. But if he doesn't get to the party pretty soon, his wife is going to kill him.
I haven't got a wife. There isn't any party. They're lying, I tell you.
Be good, boys. Move on. I got to keep this traffic moving.
All right, come on. You heard what the policeman said. Come
Please,
on,
officer,
sinner.
please.
Come on, sinner.
Let go of me. Officer.
Beat it now. Go on with it.
I demand to be arrested.
Go on,
I demand
said now. Go on.
Oh, officer, you're a fool.
I'm a what? If it weren't for Mardi Gras, I'd run you in.
And you won't arrest me, huh? Okay. But remember, I didn't want to do this.
Dirty Yankee trick. Striking an officer. All right, young fella, that does it. You're under arrest. Here's your personal belongings, Cummings. You're released. You can go. But try to behave yourself. We're pretty busy tonight.
Released?
You know, you're a lucky guy. Culpepper decided not to press charges against you. You know what you could get for striking an officer.
But aren't you going to hold me?
Your fine's been paid. Now go and get out of here. And keep out of trouble, will you?
But I am in trouble. That's what I tried to tell the cop, but he wouldn't listen to me. I had to hit him. My fine. Somebody paid my fine?
Yeah, it's been paid.
But who? Who paid it?
I don't know who it was. He didn't give me a name. He just paid it.
Was it a man in a devil's costume?
Huh?
Or a clown?
Now, look.
What did he look like?
How do I know what he looked like? He was an ordinary-looking guy. Tall, big. He had black hair.
The house detective.
The who?
They'll kill me, I tell you. They'll kill me.
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. Je suis perdu. Je voudrais retrouver le convent. Les gens dans la rue m'empêchent.
I hadn't heard her come into the station. She moved so quietly. She was a nun, and she was talking excitedly in French.
Masquerade. Costume. People think masquerade. No masquerade.
Huh?
I think she's trying to say the people on the streets think she's wearing a masquerade costume.
Ah, merci. Merci bien, monsieur. I am loose.
You mean lost?
Oui, monsieur, lost. I am expect at convent. The Vieux Carré.
The Vieux Carré, that's the French Quarter.
Exactement, oui. I arrive for taxi cab. The crowd, though you see, push me around. Voudriez-vous envoyer un gendarme pour m'assister?
What?
The gendarme. She wants you to send a policeman to help her get to the convent.
Oui, monsieur.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, sister. I'd be glad to, but I don't have anybody in right now. If you don't mind sticking around here for a while, I'll be very...
Sticking around?
The sergeant says he's sorry. If you'll wait, there's no one available right now to help you. Wait a minute. The nun stood there, frightened and bewildered, out of place in the police station. But for me, it was a miraculous break. Why, sure. I could walk out of that police station with her. And if they were waiting outside, waiting to get me, why, I could walk right by them. They wouldn't dare touch me as long as I was with a nun. I could take her to the convent. And once there, I'd be safe.
Je suis désolé. Je ne sais que faire.
I'll take the sister to the convent, Sergeant.
It's okay with me if it's okay with her.
Ah, merci, monsieur. Merci mille fois.
I found a cab and gave the driver the address of the convent. The nun and I didn't try to talk. I realized this whole thing was difficult for her, and I didn't feel like talking. Too much had happened to me for one night. The cab pulled up in front of an ancient building in the French Quarter, crumbling cement and wrought ironwork. We got out, and I walked with her to the big front door. The nun raised her hand to the knocker, and I knew I'd been had.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Fingernails. Red, polished fingernails. You're not a nun.
Hey, where you been?
Hurry, boys, he's wise.
Come on, you. Get inside.
It was the devil and the clown. They yanked me into the house. And the girl, I stared at her. Back in the police station, I hadn't really looked at her face. Her black robes had spelled freedom to me. That's as far as I'd thought. But now I knew I'd seen her before. Only before she'd worn a green dress and a scarlet mouth to match her fingernails. And her hair had been blonde and long, and she wanted a window open. A window that wasn't stuck.
You've given us a lot of trouble.
I'm sorry, I don't know
We've
what...
been very patient. Now we want the Bible.
I told you before I don't have it.
You had it.
I had it, yes, I had it. I took it. I don't know why I took it, but I lost it.
Who sent you to get it?
I'll handle him. All right, who you working for, Poloni?
Look, there's some mistake. I'm a salesman. I sell washing machines.
You're lying.
Let me talk to him. Look, if you're covering up for Poloni...
Who's Poloni? I don't know any Poloni.
Poloni wouldn't take a beating for you.
But I tell you, I don't
Whatever
know...
he's paying you, we'll pay you more.
We'll pay him nothing. He'll hand over that Bible or tell us where the junk is stashed, or so help me, I'll kill him.
Dope. So that's what it is. Dope.
Yeah, Mr. Innocent. That's what it is. Dope. Heroin, cocaine.
Poloni knew our carrier was hot, that he had to drop the stuff somewhere in New Orleans.
You're wasting your time, baby. I'll make him talk.
Oh, don't.
You gonna talk?
I don't
You
know.
want the butt of this gun right across your face?
Look, you gotta believe me. He hit me with the gun. I tried to keep my eyes open to hang on to consciousness. Across the room, I saw the door open, and in it stood a man with another gun, a big man with black hair, the phony house detective. Was his name Poloni? I didn't know how long I was out. When I came to, I was lying on a bed. My head was throbbing. My cheeks, my nose, every bone in my face seemed on fire. There was a cold cloth on my eyes. I tried to think. Why did I hurt so? Oh, yes. The Bible. They wanted the Bible. But I didn't have it. It was a good thing, too. If I had it, they'd kill me. Then I smelled something. A strong cigar. It burned the inside of my nose. I rolled over to get away from it and opened my eyes. The devil and the clown were gone. And so was the girl. I was alone. With the phony house detective.
All right, let's not waste any more time. What did you do with the Bible?
Where are the others?
They've been taken care of. You took the Bible that belongs in this room. Now, what did you do with it?
This room? Oh, yeah. Room 302.
You had no right to touch that Bible. Now think, what did you do with it? Where is it?
Look, I told them I must have lost it. I don't know.
I'll get it. Yeah?
The gentleman who left his suitcases with me. Mr. Cummins?
Suitcases. Come in. Who are you?
I run the cigar stand in the lobby. I saw you bring Mr. Cummins in, if you don't mind my saying so, quite tight.
Yeah.
I'm going off duty in a little while. I thought he'd need his things. See, he checked them with me.
Thanks.
Oh, almost forgot. Here's his book, too.
Oh, no, don't leave the book.
But you forgot it on the counter.
I don't want the book. You can have it.
I'll take the book.
No, don't give it to him.
Thanks for your trouble.
Don't mention it. Hope he feels better tomorrow.
Well, at last, the Bible. You will die tonight.
Look, Poloni, I didn't know. I swear, I just took it.
Poloni? I'm not Poloni. You know, that's a pretty clever stunt, covering the Bible with a whodunit jacket. Let's see, third book, second chapter, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, chapter 1, 2. Yeah. Here's the address of the warehouse where the stuff is.
I don't understand. If you're not Poloni, well, who are you?
John Stang, United States Treasury Department, Narcotics Division.
A T-man? But I thought
You made my job very difficult tonight, Mr. Cummings. We traced the narcotics carrier all the way from Hong Kong to New Orleans to room 302. But when we arrested him, he was clean. He didn't have the evidence. Room 302 was the link. The girl, Frenchie, was to take this room, and I would have followed her to where the evidence was stashed. It was as simple as that. But you stepped in and threw us all off.
Well, why didn't you tell me you were a government man when you came in tonight to look for the pocketbook?
How did I know that you weren't a new member of the mob? Now, take my advice, Mr. Cummings. Quit stealing things out of hotels.
Look, I never stole a thing in my life before. This is the first time.
There's one thing I can't figure out. Why did you steal a Bible?
Well, you're not going to believe this, but honest, I just wanted to finish the story.
And so closes tonight's tale of Suspense.
Suspense. And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
Mardi Gras, from the French, meaning Fat Tuesday, the day before Lent begins. Carnival, from the Latin, meaning goodbye to meat. And Bible, from the Greek, meaning book. Put them together and they spell terror. Terror for John Lund, as he plays the man who stole the Bible. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I didn't mean to steal the Bible. That wasn't my intention. Why, I've never taken as much as a towel or an ashtray out of a hotel room. And if I'd known the night of terror it would lead me into, I'd never have taken it at all. Mardi Gras in New Orleans. A gay time, a lot of laughs, if you're in on it. But me, I was stuck in a stuffy hotel room waiting for a call from the boss. And the sound of all those people out in the street having fun got on my nerves. Operator. Operator. Oh, come on, operator.
This is operator.
This is Mr. Cummings, room 302. What happened to that bellhop I sent for?
Would you speak a little louder, please? I can't hear you, sir.
I said this is Mr. Cummings.
One moment, please.
Operator. Operator.
Excuse it, please. What is it you wanted?
A bellhop. I want him to bring me something to read. Anything. He said half an hour ago he was on his way up.
Well, hasn't he answered your call yet, Mr. Cummings?
He has not.
I'm sorry, sir. The hotel is so crowded. The Mardi Gras, you know. It's almost impossible to... Just a moment, please.
Operator. Oh, nuts. I paced back and forth, wishing the boss would call me so I could get out of that room. I didn't dare leave, even to go down and get a paper. He's that kind of a guy. He expects you to be on tap all the time. There was no radio in the room and nothing to read. I went through all the drawers, hoping somebody had left behind a magazine or seed catalog, anything. And then I found it. The Bible. The Gideon Bible. For years I've seen him in hotel rooms, but I never paid any attention to him. But now I opened the book. 1 Samuel, chapter 19. I lay down on the bed and started to read. The knock surprised me. I'd forgotten about the bellhop. I got up to go to the door, and I realized that I had the Bible in my hand. It's a fine thing when a man feels embarrassed caught reading the Bible, but that's how I felt, embarrassed. I stuffed it under the pillow and went to the door. Oh, you sure took your time. Oh, I thought it was the bellhop.
I'm the house detective. Sorry to disturb you.
That's all right. What's the matter?
Well, it seems that the woman who had this room before you lost her pocketbook. She thinks she left it here.
I'm sorry, there's no pocketbook here.
Well, I'd better take a look.
I'd have seen it if it was here. But come on in if you want.
Thanks.
See, there's no pocketbook here.
Yeah, but she's sure she left it here. I'll have to go through everything.
There's nothing in there but my stuff. Do you have to go
What's
through...
the matter? Don't you want me to look for it?
No, it isn't that, but I've been through all those drawers already.
You'd be surprised at things people leave behind in hotels.
Yeah, I guess I would be.
Nobody else has been in here, have they?
No, nobody. I can't even get a bellhop in here.
You been out of the room?
No. And look, I'm not responsible for anything that was left here.
No, of course you're not. Well, I'm sorry to have bothered you.
That's all right. Say, tell that bellhop to get up here, will you?
Yeah, I'll tell him. Good night.
Yeah, he was a strange guy. But then all house sticks are. I lay down again and went back to reading the Bible. Once I got used to the old-fashioned language, I found it pretty interesting. The story of David, anyway. A guy being chased by everybody and not knowing who his enemies were, every minute expecting to get killed. I was down to the part where David's wife puts a dummy in his bed as a decoy to save his life when I was interrupted again. This time, I automatically stuck the Bible under the pillow and went to the door.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I wonder if you could help me.
Well,
I'm having a most awful time. I tried and it just won't work. The room's so stuffy.
How's that?
The window in my room, it won't open. Would you open it for me?
Oh, sure. Which room is it?
Right next to yours, just around this corner, room 300. You know, I have the same trouble on buses. The windows never open. It drives me mad. You can see how stuffy the room is.
This window?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that odd? It opened for you.
Yes, it did, and easy, too. And so does this one.
Can't understand it.
Are you sure you tried?
You don't think I'd come to your door and ask you to come over here if I didn't need something, do you?
It's been done.
Maybe, but I wouldn't know. Now that you're here, wouldn't you like to have a drink? Be a trouble, I mean.
No, I don't think I can.
You can watch the parade much better here than on your side of the building.
Oh, no, I can't.
What's the matter?
I'm sorry, I have to go. That's my phone.
Wait. Don't go. You can have the call transferred here. But it's silly to go all the way back to your room.
Hello, Cummings here. Oh, yes, sir. I've been waiting for your call. Now, listen, I covered the whole territory down here, and things look pretty healthy. You see, the main difficulty has been... I stared at my briefcase. I'd left it on the dresser. Now it was on the bed, and everything had been pulled out of it. The closet door was ajar, and the drawers in the bureau were open. My Gladstone apparently hadn't been touched, but everything else had. I heard the boss talking trends and business conditions, but my mind was on a girl who wanted a window open, a window that wasn't stuck, while somebody searched my room. Calmly, I finished my conversation and hung up. There was no reason now for me to stay in the room. I gathered up my stuff, and I took the Bible from under the pillow. Funny, I'd gotten interested in it. I wanted to go on reading it, so I stuck it in my top coat and walked out of the room. On my way to the elevator, I got a sudden impulse. I stopped in front of room 300 and knocked.
Who are you looking for, mister?
Oh, where's the lady?
Nobody in there now. Lady just checked out.
Well, that's impossible. I was just here.
I don't know anything about that, but she checked out a couple of minutes ago. See? Gotta clean it up after her right now. I'm gonna be glad when this Mardi Gras over. Everybody go crazy. Hotel go crazy. People check in, check out. Steal everything that ain't tied down.
Steal?
I said steal. Ashtrays, bath towels, soap. I wouldn't be surprised they'd take the beds next.
The Bible in my pocket suddenly felt like a pound of uranium. I wondered if the cleaning woman could read the guilt on my face, but she put her wastebasket down in the hall and went back in to clean the room. For a second, I considered taking the Bible back to room 302. Maybe I would have, if it hadn't been for the discarded book jacket in the wastebasket. It was gaudy, red and yellow. I grabbed it up, put it around the Bible. The title read, "You Will Die Tonight."
Call for Dr. McManus. Dr. McManus, please.
Good boy. Show this gentleman 506, please. Oh, you check it out, Mr. Cummins. Let me see. You in room...
302.
302. Oh, my.
What's the matter?
I've had so much trouble over that room. I was supposed to hold it for a lady, but you can't keep rooms vacant during Mardi Gras. I gave her the room next to yours, but she kicked like crazy, the manager.
Next to me?
Yes, room number 300. She just checked out a few minutes ago.
I don't know what this is all about, but there's something peculiar going on in room 302.
Peculiar?
I didn't mind the house detective coming in to look for the purse, but I didn't like having my stuff searched while I was out of the room.
Searched?
Yeah, I said searched.
Now, you say the house detective did this?
He said the woman who had the room before me left her purse.
Oh, but that's impossible.
What do you mean?
A man had the room ahead of you. Oh, yeah, I'm positive of it. Just a minute, I got the register right here. A man, Mr. Gregory. Now, the house detective isn't on duty today, but when he comes in
Not
tomorrow...
on duty? Well, then what was he doing in my room?
Today?
Of course today, tonight. A tall guy with black hair.
Some mistake, Mr. Cummings. Our house detective, Mr. St. Clair, is short and bald. And he hadn't been in the hotel all day. He's homesick.
Well, it had all the makings of an interesting little intrigue. But I left the mystery of room 302 with the room clerk and went to the cigar stand. It was 8 o'clock. My train wouldn't leave until midnight.
Yes, sir. What'll it be? Cigarettes or cigars?
Cigars. 3 Coronas. Make it 6.
Yeah, always like to sell cigars. Men don't smoke cigars like they used to. Cigarettes, that's the fashion today. They give me a good cigar every time.
Somebody's having a good time.
Ooh, they all have a good time during the carnival.
Say, I wonder where I could check my bag and briefcase for a little while.
Going to see the parade?
Yeah, I thought I would. Mill around a little bit. I got a couple hours to kill.
Well, I'd be glad to keep it for you. I'm on duty till midnight.
Oh, would you? Say, that's mighty nice of you.
Don't mind at all. Mardi Gras is something to see. You shouldn't miss it. But you'll have more fun if you rent a costume. Hotels got them for rent, you know.
No, thanks. I'll go as I am. He stuck my stuff under his counter, and I elbowed my way across the crowded lobby to the street door. Through the glass, my eyes met the eyes of another man, the tall man with black hair. The man who had said he was the house detective. I swung the hotel door open. I had a few questions I wanted to ask that boy, but he was swallowed up in the crowd. And then a big hand clapped me on the shoulder and a voice boomed in my ear.
There you are, the sinner.
I whirled around and looked into the mask of a laughing, red-faced devil.
Don't try to evade me, sinner. I've come to collect you with my nice, shiny pitchfork. And when the devil comes for you, your time is up.
All I could see in the mask was a pair of eyes. They were green eyes, and they were laughing. And the devil threw his arm around my shoulder and urged me along the street. I balked a little. I hadn't had anything to drink. The whole thing seemed kind of silly, but before I knew what happened, a clown grabbed my other arm.
Let's take the sinner to the fiery furnace.
And the two of them, the devil and the clown, were propelling me down the street toward a parked car.
Come along, sinner.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
The sinners are locked. Push him in, the clown. Get in, sinner.
Hey, you guys. Hey, let me out of here. Look, where are you going?
All right, let's have it.
What?
The Bible. The Bible you took out of room 302.
The Bible? Say, you're not drunk.
Don't waste time on him. Frisk him.
Look, I don't know who you are.
He hasn't got it on him. What'd you do with it? Where is it?
I told you I haven't got it. Oh!
That's to let you know we're not playing. Now let's take it again, huh? Where's the Bible?
I tell you I haven't got it. I had it, but I guess I lost it.
Lost it? Where'd you lose it?
I don't know. Why, you...
Don't do that, sinner. It's just as easy for me to pull this trigger as to look at you.
But I'm telling you the truth. I haven't got it anymore.
All right, you haven't got it. But you'll tell me where it is, you understand, if I have to kill you to find out. What are you stopping for? The crowd, I can't get through. Come on, let's get moving. Get out of here.
What do you want me to do? Drive over them?
Come on, get out of here.
A bunch of rebels, drunk and out for bear, opened the back door of the car and started climbing over us. Nothing would stop them from weaving through. They thought it was fun pushing and shoving each other. One of them fell, sprawled across the devil's lap, and they began to pile up. And suddenly, I knew that this was escape. I climbed out of the car. I ran blindly away from them. I saw a cab at an intersection. I ran out, opened the door, and there he was, in the back seat, the phony house detective. I slammed the cab door and bolted across the street. There was a policeman on the corner directing traffic. I ran up to him.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
They're trying to kill me. You've got to help me.
Kill you? Who's trying to kill you?
The devil. He's after me.
The devil?
Yes, and the clown, too.
And Mickey Mouse?
I mean it. I'm serious.
You're drunker than you look.
I haven't had a drink, I tell you. They're trying to kill me.
And why would they be doing that?
Because they want the Bible.
The Bible?
Yes, you see, I stole the Bible and... Here they come now.
Who?
The devil and the clown across the street. Look, you've got to get me out of it. You've got to stop them. They'll kill me.
Sure, now, take it easy, young fella.
There you are, sinner. Come on. What are you trying to do? Guess in trouble?
Trouble?
Sure, he's trying to miss the party.
It's all a trick. Don't listen to him.
This young fella claims you're trying to kill him.
Me? Oh, not me. But if he doesn't get to the party pretty soon, his wife is going to kill him.
I haven't got a wife. There isn't any party. They're lying, I tell you.
Be good, boys. Move on. I got to keep this traffic moving.
All right, come on. You heard what the policeman said. Come on,
officer,
sinner.
please.
Come on, sinner.
Let go of me. Officer.
Beat it now. Go on with it.
I demand to be arrested.
Go on,
I demand it.
now. Go on.
Oh, officer, you're a fool.
I'm a what? If it weren't for Mardi Gras, I'd run you in.
And you won't arrest me, huh? Okay. But remember, I didn't want to do this.
Dirty Yankee trick. Striking an officer. All right, young fella, that does it. You're under arrest.
In just a moment, we will return to tonight's story of Suspense.
Henny Youngman, Orson Bean, and Myron McCormick of Broadway fame, and the internationally popular singer Caterina Valente will all be with you this evening when you hear The Mitch Miller Show. For star-studded variety entertainment at its sparkling best, join us every Sunday night when The Mitch Miller Show is on the air over most of these same stations.
And now, we continue with John Lund in The Man Who Stole the Bible, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I sat in the drunk tank in the New Orleans jail and tried to figure it out. Who were the devil and the clown and the phony house detective? Why was the Bible so important that they would even kill me to get it? My bags were back at the cigar counter in the hotel. My train was scheduled to leave at midnight. But how was I going to get out of New Orleans? Already it was 10 o'clock. And as long as I stayed in jail, I'd be safe. But that didn't last long. I hadn't been there a half hour when a cop came for me and took me to the desk sergeant.
Here's your personal belongings, Conan. You're released. You can go. But try to behave yourself. We're pretty busy tonight.
Released?
You know, you're a lucky guy. Culpepper decided not to press charges against you. You know what you could get for striking an officer.
But aren't you going to hold me?
Your fine's been paid. Now go and get out of here. Keep out of trouble, will you?
But I am in trouble. That's what I tried to tell the cop, but he wouldn't listen to me. I had to hit him. My fine. Somebody paid my fine?
Yeah, it's been paid.
But who? Who paid it?
I don't know who it was. He didn't give me a name. He just paid it.
Was it a man in a devil's costume?
Huh?
Or a clown?
Now, look.
What did he look like?
How do I know what he looked like? He was an ordinary-looking guy. Tall, big, he had black hair.
The house detective.
The who?
They'll kill me, I tell you. They'll kill me.
Pardonnez-moi, monsieur. Je suis perdu. Je voudrais retrouver le convent. Les gens dans la rue m'empêchent de...
I hadn't heard her come into the station. She moved so quietly. She was a nun, and she was talking excitedly in French. I wasn't paying much attention to her. I was thinking instead of my own problem.
Look, I'm sorry.
The house detective had paid my fine. He wanted me out of jail. He wanted me loose on the street. Why? And the devil and the clown. Were they with him? Were all of them waiting outside that door for me?
Please, sister, I wish I could help you, but I can't understand a word you're saying.
Monsieur, les gens dans la rue m'empêchent de trouver mon chemin. Ils me prennent pour un célébrant.
English. Can you speak English, sister?
Pardon, monsieur. Masquerade, costume. People think masquerade. No masquerade.
Huh?
I think she's trying to say the people on the streets think she's wearing a masquerade costume.
Ah, merci. Merci bien, monsieur. I am loose.
You mean lost?
Oui, monsieur, lost. I am expect at convent. The Vieux Carré.
The Vieux Carré. That's the French Quarter.
Exactement, oui. I drive for taxi cab. The crowd, you see, push me around. Voudriez-vous envoyer un gendarme pour m'assister?
What?
The gendarme. She wants you to send a policeman to help her get to the convent.
Oh, oui, monsieur.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry, sister. I'd be glad to, but I don't have anybody in right now. If you don't mind sticking around here for a while, I'll be very...
Sticking around?
The sergeant says he's sorry. If you'll wait, there's no one available right now to help you. Wait a minute. The nun stood there, frightened and bewildered, out of place in the police station. But for me, it was a miraculous break. Why, sure, I could walk out of that police station with her. And if they were waiting outside, waiting to get me, why, I could walk right by them. They wouldn't dare touch me as long as I was with a nun. I could take her to the convent. And once there, I'd be safe.
Je suis désolé. Je ne sais que faire.
I'll take the sister to the convent, Sergeant.
It's okay with me if it's okay with her.
Ah, merci, monsieur. Merci mille fois.
As she walked out of the police station, I took her arm. To help her, yes, but also to steady my own fear. Any minute I expected to see one or all of them. The devil, the clown, the house detective. But they weren't in sight. There were people milling about in the street, but not the three I feared. And strangely, not finding them there frightened me more than ever. I found a cab and gave the driver the address of the convent. The nun and I didn't try to talk. I realized this whole thing was difficult for her, and I didn't feel like talking. Too much had happened to me for one night. The cab pulled up in front of an ancient building in the French Quarter, crumbling cement and wrought ironwork. We got out and I walked with her to the big front door. The nun raised her hand to the knocker, and I knew I'd been had.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Fingernails. Red, polished fingernails. You're not a nun.
Hey, where you been?
Hurry, boys, he's wide.
Come on, you. Get inside.
It was the devil and the clown. They yanked me into the house. And the girl, I stared at her. Back in the police station, I hadn't really looked at her face. Her black robes had spelled freedom to me. That's as far as I'd thought. But now I knew I'd seen her before. Only before she'd worn a green dress and a scarlet mouth to match her fingernails. And her hair had been blonde and long, and she wanted a window open. A window that wasn't stuck.
You've given us a lot of trouble.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
We've been very patient. Now we want the Bible.
I told you before I don't have it.
You had it.
I had it, yes, I had it. I took it. I don't know why I took it, but I lost it.
Who sent you to get it? I'll handle him. All right, who you working for? Poloni?
Look, there's some mistake. I'm a salesman. I sell washing machines.
You're lying.
Look, I tell you that...
Where's the stuff? Has Poloni got it?
What stuff? I don't know any Poloni. What are you slapping me around for? That won't get you any place.
Oh, won't it?
Let me talk to him. Look, if you're covering up for Poloni...
Who's Poloni? I don't know any Poloni.
Poloni wouldn't take a beating for you.
But I tell you, I don't
Whatever
know...
he's paying you, we'll pay him more.
We'll pay him nothing. He'll hand over that Bible or tell us where the junk is stashed, or try help him, I'll kill him.
Dope. So that's what it is. Dope.
Yeah, Mr. Innocent. That's what it is. Dope. Heroin, cocaine, 100 grand worth.
Oh, stop it. You kill him, we'll never find it. Listen to me. What's your name?
Cummings.
You work for Poloni, Cummings. Nobody but Poloni knows about that Bible. You came to hijack the stuff.
I tell you, I don't know Poloni.
Ah, stop lying. Poloni knew our carrier was hot, that he had to drop the stuff somewhere in New Orleans.
You're wasting your time, baby. I'll make him talk.
Oh, don't.
You gonna talk?
I don't know.
You want the butt of this gun right across your face?
Look, you gotta believe me. He hit me with the gun. I tried to keep my eyes open, to hang on to consciousness. Across the room, I saw the door open, and in it stood a man with another gun, a big man with black hair, the phony house detective. Was his name Poloni? I didn't know how long I was out. When I came to, I was lying on a bed. My head was throbbing. My cheeks, my nose, every bone in my face seemed on fire. There was a cold cloth on my eyes. I tried to think. Why did I hurt so? Oh, yes. The Bible. They wanted the Bible. But I didn't have it. And it was a good thing, too. If I had it, they'd kill me. Then I smelled something. A strong cigar. It burned the inside of my nose. I rolled over to get away from it and opened my eyes. The devil and the clown were gone. And so was the girl. I was alone. With the phony house detective.
All right, let's not waste any more time. What did you do with the Bible?
Where are the others?
They've been taken care of. You took the Bible that belongs in this room. Now, what did you do with it?
This room? Oh, yeah. Room 302.
You had no right to touch that Bible. Now think, what did you do with it? Where is it?
Look, I told them I must have lost it. I don't know.
I'll get it. Yeah?
The gentleman who left his suitcases with me. Mr. Cummins?
Suitcases? Come in. Who are you?
I run the cigar stand in the lobby. I saw you bring Mr. Cummins in, if you don't mind my saying so, quite tight.
Yeah.
I'm going off duty in a little while. I thought he'd need his things. See, he checked them with me.
Thanks.
Oh, almost forgot. Here's his book, too.
Oh, no, don't leave the book.
But you forgot it on the counter.
I don't want the book. You can have it.
I'll take the book.
No, don't give it to him.
Thanks for your trouble.
Don't mention it. Hope he feels better tomorrow.
Well, at last, the Bible. You will die tonight.
Look, Poloni, I didn't know. I swear, I just took it.
Poloni? I'm not Poloni. You know, that's a pretty clever stunt, covering the Bible with a whodunit jacket. Let's see, third book, second chapter, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, chapter 1, 2. Yeah. Here's the address of the warehouse where the stuff is.
I don't understand. If you're not Poloni, who are you?
John Stang, United States Treasury Department, Narcotics Division.
A T-man, but I thought
You made my job very difficult tonight, Mr. Cummings. We traced the narcotics carrier all the way from Hong Kong to New Orleans to room 302. But when we arrested him, he was clean. He didn't have the evidence. Room 302 was the link. The girl Frenchie was to take this room, and I would have followed her to where the evidence was stashed. It was as simple as that. But you stepped in and threw us all off.
Well, why didn't you tell me you were a government man when you came in tonight to look for the pocketbook?
How did I know that you weren't a new member of the mob? Now, take my advice, Mr. Cummings. Quit stealing things out of hotels.
Look, I never stole a thing in my life before. This is the first time.
There's one thing I can't figure out. Why did you steal a Bible?
Well, you're not going to believe this, but honest, I just wanted to finish the story.
Suspense, in which John Lund starred as The Man Who Stole the Bible by John Bagney and Gwen Bagney Gielgud. Listen. Listen again next week when radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you The Rim of Terror, starring Miss Barbara Whiting. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Included in the cast of The Man Who Stole the Bible were June Foray, Joe DeSantis, Jay Novello, Joe Kearns, Larry Thor, Harry Bartell, and Jack Moyles. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James.
Even a cynic will have to admit that however bumbling a man may be, he has struggled valiantly to better his world. Our faults notwithstanding, our civilization is a vast improvement over primitive social arrangements. And perhaps most impressive of all of man's labors has been his consistent effort to protect the principles of justice as he has come to understand them over the years. How justice is served may vary from place to place and time to time, but always it is a thrilling demonstration of man's love of fair play. For examples of modern-day efforts on behalf of justice, be sure to hear Indictment over most of these same stations today. It's yours for the listening right after the news, which follows immediately on most of these same stations.